Although it is indeed a little mentally retarded in front of it, but one thing to say, Yunqiu's reaction just now was too big. The others were not so excited when they entered the illusion. What did the illusion see in Yunqiu's memory? Is there any well-informed Taoist friend to check? What a group of melon-eating casual cultivators are most willing to watch is this group of personal disciples. That is the identity that countless monks yearn for. Who doesn't want to pry into the secrets of these personal disciples? I'll go check it out. There are different opinions from the outside world. After Yunqiu staggered out of the illusion, his face was extremely pale, and he pulled the corners of his lips, trying to show an innocent smile. Let's go, big brother. Song Hansheng was disgusted by her laughter, suspicious, and asked a little more. Are you okay? The complexion was so bad that the few personnel he met were in a daze at most when they came out of the illusion, but they were not so ugly. Yunqiu shook his head, trying to calm down. It's okay. The illusion on the other side finally found a bit of dignity from Yunk. After it let out a bad breath, it began to gnash its teeth and rummage through the night to search for the names of thousands of years of power in the cultivation world. And secretly vowed to find out who this Ma Yun is. Ellipsis. Changfengzong Qinwei is out, and Janzong Yikingen is out. What's the situation? After Chang Mingzong dealt with the Jindan stage monsters, because he couldn't figure out why this secret realm wanted to target them, he decided to hold back for the time being. Zhu Yu turned the jade slips out to check. It doesn't matter if they don't look at them. The content has been turned upside down. It is understandable that Danshu was out, but what surprised them all was that Yikingen and Qin Huai were out together. One of the two was in the nascent soul stage, and after entering the secret realm, he was at the peak of the golden core, and the other was also at the peak of the golden core. In this realm, he should already be invincible in the secret realm, but they were both out in just half an hour. It really shocked them. I can only think that Qin Huai and Yikingen fought, and then Qin Huai was eliminated. At the critical moment, Yikingen was attacked from behind by someone, which finally caused this situation. Mu Chongxi guessed reasonably, perhaps it was Song Hansheng, that old Yinbigan. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Hansheng's name was dimmed immediately. This is not to say that several personal names were dimmed at the same time. Choose out. So what have these personal transmissions experienced in the inner circle? Hey, Song Hansheng is already dead, and the dead are the most important, so we should stop scolding him. Zhu Yu frowned after saying this falsely. Besides, something is wrong. No matter how fierce it is, so many pros won't be eliminated on the third day. The last battle was when Yi Qiao developed an irregular melee, and the battle broke out, resulting in the elimination of countless pros in half a day. Now Yi Qiao didn't do anything. How could so many people be eliminated? Song Hansheng, who had just come out, heard Chang Mingzong's words as soon as he came out, and his face twisted in anger. Your special mother just died. What happened? So many personal stories spread in one breath. It seems to have encountered a wave of monsters in the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul stage. It is rare to see one or two in the great secret realm, let alone a wave of monsters. If you really want to say this, it is normal for so many personal passes to collectively pinch their identity cards. Woolen cloth. Look at Yi Qiao next door and guess that the secret realm may have self-awareness, so why is it targeting Chang Mingzong? Is there anything worthy of being targeted in Chang Mingzong? In the fifth match, they were the most low-key. If they really wanted to target swordsmen, they should be targeted. The picture of the photo stone is still playing. The current situation is indeed not very good for Chang Mingzong. The large-scale wave of monsters in the nascent soul stage is approaching constantly, and several people are unaware of it. Suddenly, Zhu Yu's face changed slightly. Run. 1 second before he finished speaking, he saw that the ground, which had been in good condition just now, suddenly collapsed. Yi Qiao and Mu Chongxi quickly grabbed the two brothers who couldn't control the sword. After they retreated 3 feet away, the ground they stepped on just now formed a deep pit. This secret realm is crazy. As soon as Yi Qiao finished speaking, a wall was built around it out of thin air, forming 4 sides, trying to trap people in it. She squinted her eyes, blasted away with a talisman, and quickly escaped from the earthen walls piled up on all sides. While running, she didn't forget to greet everyone. Stand apart, it should be targeting us on purpose. No. Mu Chongxi drew his sword out of its sheath and corrected it seriously. Actually, it is mainly aimed at you. Anyone can see that the moment the 5 of them separated, no one was attacked, only she was attacked. Yi Qiao. She didn't want to admit the fact that she would be targeted wherever she went. The girl maintained her last stubbornness, that might just be a coincidence. As soon as the words were finished, another mutated vine struck at it with a force of destruction. Mingxuan pinched a fire talisman with his fingertips and quickly burned the vine, and clicked twice. That's why. Following junior sister may not be the safest, but it will definitely be exciting. He was lucky enough to experience the days of being chased and killed by Yi Qiao in the Song family. She is really being targeted all the time, or on the way to being targeted. Yi Qiao is this person. Reliable. Not entirely reliable. Quickly pinch your ID card. Zhu Yu reminded that this secret realm was all for Yi Qiao from the beginning to the end, so if this is the case, it is still a ghost to experience, so run away. Yi Qiao said sincerely, to be honest, I pinched my ID card when I saw something was wrong. Anyway, the 5th game is dispensable. It is best to experience it, and there will be no loss if you can't. Then, Yi Qiao spread her hands and showed him the shattered ID badge in her hand. That's how it turned out. I couldn't get out at all. The teleportation array was sealed. Obviously this secret realm wanted to keep her. Although she didn't know what the purpose was, she was weirdly used to it, and it was her destiny to be disliked by heaven. She understood. Good guy, so the secret realm isn't targeting Chang Mingzong, it's just targeting Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao is out of luck. Yi Qiao and Yun Qiu always come in contrast. But the secret realm with Yunk may not be smooth, and the secret realm with Yi Qiao must be fun. Some monks ridiculed, a daughter of the Tao of Heaven, a rebellious son of the Tao of Heaven. The guardian of the secret realm lurking in the dark felt much more at ease after giving the order of the monster wave. It really didn't expect that the waste of illusion was so ineffective, and finally it had to take action against it personally. Although it is not clear why Tiandao made this decree suddenly, since Tiandao has this intention, of course the secret realm will start to trip her up without any room. The illusion drifted over faintly. Are you really going to target her? After studying Ultraman and Jack Ma all night, it has completely realized that this person is poisonous, and it must stay away from her. The guardian of the secret realm was indifferent. If it wasn't for you, a waste, would I need to do it myself? It didn't pay attention to a foundation at first. Wanjing was speechless for a moment, and persuaded angrily, who knew she played so dirty. Besides, the 2 days I stayed with her was not fruitless. I read part of her memory on purpose, and found that she is really extraordinary. Mirage said earnestly, you really don't want to force the Yi Qiao anymore. Gone. What if she is really anxious to jump over the wall and perform a bombing mystery? But the secret realm didn't take it seriously. It said loudly, today, I will be with this Yi Qiao. It doesn't believe it anymore, it's just building a foundation. Isn't a wave of monsters in the nascent soul stage enough to solve it? The 5 people stood separately. Yi Qiao was the only one targeted in the audience. She was a bit of a scorer, so in order not to hurt anyone, she planned to find a place where no one was around, and forcibly broke through the golden core. Along the way, she has experienced countless times of being trapped in the monster beast's den by sudden terrain changes. If it weren't for Xiaoqi's reliability, whether she could get out alive is another matter. There are still monsters blocking the way from time to time on the road, and Yi Qiao feels that she and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles have a fight. Fuck you. She couldn't take it anymore. Today, she and this idiot Secret Realm must die together. Chevron left pre-whole Sect by playing badly. Chapter 128. Is it all about your Changming Sect unity? Yi Qiao really wants to break through. It can only be considered as a forced breakthrough, the same as Yi Qing'an. To be precise, it is even more exaggerated than Yi Qing'an. She broke through 3 realms in a short time. Under such circumstances, the foundation is easily unstable. If it weren't for the secret realm to make troubles, she really didn't plan to break through. Aren't the monsters in the nascent soul stage enough for her to lay the foundation? Ming Xuan touched his chin. No way, let's find a few sword masters to fight. You can find something close to the realm. That's what you said. Mu Chongxi lifted his chin. Which one of you here has a personal experience that is not higher than that of my junior sister? Hey, Yunk. Ming Xuan clicked his tongue. She is taller than Yi Qiao, but her foundation is poor, so she is very suitable for breakthrough. Zhou Exingyun, I brought her here. Walk. As soon as the other 4 people joined together, they swayed and joined in the direction of other sects. Anyway, the secret realm is not targeting them. There are many opportunities in the great secret realm, but to be honest, since Yi Qiao joined, they either collapsed when they entered the secret realm, or flirted with each other. Basically there was no time to find any opportunities. What are they robbing? TSK. Ming Xuan stretched out his hand to cover his forehead, looked around. It seems to be a spiritual weapon. The difference between a spiritual weapon and a magic weapon is that a magic weapon can be forged, and most of the spiritual weapons are left over from the secret realm, and they're of high grade and very rare. Mu Chongxi wanted to join in the excitement. What spirit weapon? So many people are going to grab it. Several other people asked 3 questions. Zhu Yu looked at the emerging spiritual weapon, frowned slightly, and said calmly, the spiritual weapon, the Red Lotus Cauldron. 9th on the list of spiritual weapons. Dan Furnace. A few people lost interest in an instant, and Zhu Yu was not lacking, but Zhu Yu raised his head. We can help Yi Qiao get it. She is poor and has nothing. Duan Hengdao gave her a demon binding rope, and Lingong picked it up from someone else and gave it back to Miao Miao. It's so high, can Yujian go up? There is a ladder in the middle of the sky. Zhu Yu said, if you step on it, Yujian can't fly up. This ladder cannot be seen or touched, but it has a certain range, and it is easy to fall if you are not careful, and this half-empty position is very intriguing. Is this secret realm deliberately gathering so many people together just to target Yi Qiao and prevent people from freeing up their hands to help her? You guys wait a little longer. He still remembered clearly what Yi Qiao said when he left, I'll blow up this idiot's house later. The Red Lotus Cauldron was floating in the sky above, and several personal heirs who needed the alchemy furnace all gathered together. Zhu Yu didn't understand. What does Yun Q want this for? She is not Danshu. Never mind her. Mu Chongxi was gearing up. I'll grab it. As he spoke, he bent his knees and jumped up, stepping on the mid-air. There was indeed an invisible ladder, and the surrounding area was not big and it was easy to fall. The one closest to the Red Lotus Cauldron was Yun Q. She passed several people in a row and stood at the top. When Mu Chongxi chased after her, he didn't worry about her. After reacting, he saw that Chang Mingzong's people had already climbed up. She bit her lip, pitifully, you are a swordsman, why do you want to rob me? Mu Chongxi, what pill furnace do you want for a talisman? His question was too straightforward. Yun Q was slightly concentrating. Seeing that Mu Chongxi was about to catch up, she simply didn't do anything, took out the black sword from the mustard bag, and swung the sword at him quickly with a sword formula. When the strike fell, the sword light flickered, and a bloody wound fell on Mu Chongxi's arm. The boy's pupils shrank slightly, and he raised his head to meet Yun Q's indifferent gaze, and was knocked off the ladder by her sword. Zhou Exingyun stretched out his hand to grab him to prevent him from meeting the ground. He raised his eyes, looked at the scene where Yun Q swung his sword just now, and spit out 2 words, "Sword cultivator." She can use a sword. There was an uproar on and off the court. Is she a sword cultivator? Good guy is the same as Yi Qiao. At the beginning, Yi Qiao kept it a secret that she was a talisman repairer, but in the second round, everyone was caught off guard. Suddenly a 2.0 version of Yi Qiao appeared. They were not as excited as they were the first time, they just felt emotional. I hid my hand when I co-authored it. I have always thought that the 5 sects' personal inheritance is not that simple, but I never thought that Yue Qingzong's trump card would be Yun Q. Her performance was so poor that countless people spurned her in the first 4 games, and even the elders who were optimistic about her were a little disappointed. As a result, the move in the 5th game was beyond everyone's expectations. Mu Chongxi didn't have any defenses at all just now. A sword was shot down, he covered his injured arm, and came back grinning. She can use a sword. Zhu Yu threw the elixir to him, blood clotting. Be careful with her, she is not normal. Mu Chongxi replied vaguely, careless. At this moment, many kung fu masters have gathered around, including those from the Clearwater Sect and those from the Swordsmanship Sect. The Clearwater Sect is the weakest in fighting power, and they basically have no chance of snatching spiritual weapons, but they are the richest. The 2 teams of Swordsmanship Sect and Jade Water Sect have been cooperating since entering the secret realm. The moment Si Miaoyan saw the Red Lotus Cauldron, he made a promise without hesitation. Help us get the Red Lotus Cauldron, and in the future, the Bishuazong elixir will be given to you for free. Janzong is a group of poor ghosts, and they can't afford the pills. Hearing that there is free wool to squeeze, Chu Exingji immediately drew his sword without hesitation. Go. The remaining few sword cultivators were not vegetarians. Only a few afterimages were left, and they climbed up the ladder in 3 steps at a time. Yun Q gritted his teeth and cast the talisman without turning his head. She had a lot of talismans in her hand, and she threw them down, and several sword repairmen couldn't touch her at all. Oh my god. Zhou Exingyun's reaction was half a beat slow, and he spit out 2 words faintly, expressing his amazement at the speed of other sword cultivators. Mu Chongxi patted him frantically. Don't be a god, come on, big brother. Didn't you see it was going to be taken away? Yun Q was very fast, climbing all the way to the top of the ladder. Her eyes were slightly bright, and she stretched out her hand to touch the Red Lotus Cauldron, but it disappeared in the next second. She was stunned. I saw Duan Hengdao below slowly took out a box from the mustard bag, stretched out his hand and waved it, and the Red Lotus Cauldron flew towards him. Yun Q watched helplessly as the pill furnace she got flew away, and she was anxious. Give it to me. Duan Heng slipped away without looking back, slightly, I won't give it. Yun Q flew to grab it, and a group of people fought on the ladder. Zhou Exingyun was urged to go up the ladder, and Yi Qing'an and Qin Huai were out of the game. He was invincible in the secret realm, easily stood at the top, and met Yun Q on the same ladder. When the 2 met on a narrow road, Ming Xuan immediately shouted, hurry up, hurry up. Kick her, Ming Xuan, brother. Mu Chongxi followed up and called, we have no quality, let's come first, and kick her down quickly. Seeing this, Zhou Exingyun glanced at Yun Q calmly, met his emotionless eyes. Yun Q panicked for a moment, Senior brother Zhou, you. In the next second, Zhou Exingyun unceremoniously kicked her down. The ones with high cultivation climbed directly to the top. Qin Huai and Yi Qing'an were eliminated, and the sword cultivators present couldn't stop Zhou Exingyun at all. Duan Hengdao was simply not happy to see Yun Qiu take it away. Seeing Zhou Exingyun chasing after him, he knew that the elder brother was out and he couldn't keep this spirit weapon, but it was a spirit weapon on the spirit weapon list anyway. He wanted to give it another go. Struggling, hugging the shrunken red lotus cauldron tightly. Wait a minute. Ask you guys a question. He tried to sow discord. You all have a pill furnace. Who will you give it to when you get it? There are 2 Danshu. Give it to Yi Qiao. Zhu Yu rubbed his chin with a calm voice. Her elixir looks a bit ugly. Maybe you can try to change to a higher level to see if it can save it. Although he felt that Yi Qiao made it ugly, it may not have much to do with Dan Furnace. You don't want it. Lu Yun was surprised. He admitted that Yi Qiao is very good, but Zhu Yu is not bad at alchemy. Why should so many people get it together for Yi Qiao? Zhu Yu raised his eyebrows. My surname is Zhu. No, you can still go home and inherit the Zhu family. Besides, you don't understand. He said slowly, she is the only one in our village. In one sentence, she is a genius. After speaking, the others nodded in cooperation. There is nothing wrong with being a genius. Lu Yun, there is something wrong with you. Song Han on the sidelines disdainfully said, TSK. Is it just you Changmingzong who are united? Brother Song Hansheng, we will always support you. A muscular man outside the banquet shouted and began to yell. The sneer on Song Hansheng's lips froze in fright. Duan Hengdao held the red lotus cauldron in his hand and didn't want to give it to him. He dawdled for a long time. When Zhou Exingyun wanted to grab it, a blue phoenix bird suddenly swooped in midair and bumped into it. The pill furnace itself was not big before it was contracted, and Qingluan opened its mouth to bite easily and wanted to throw it to Yunk. Qingluan. Yun Qiu's eyes lit up. Hurry up and bring it here. Zhou Exingyun frowned, drew his sword and chased after it. The blue Luan gave a long cry, and the ear-piercing cry made countless people subconsciously cover their ears. ... It hurts so much. In the blink of an eye, the blue phoenix flew away in an instant, opening the distance. Don't let her get it. But at such a long distance, it can't be stopped. You guys are so lively. Really. Yi Qiao could hear movement from far away. She quickly grabbed the sleeping Kentucky chicken and threw it steadily. The phoenix, the king of birds, immediately exuded coercion, and the blood pressure was extremely serious in the cultivation world. Instinctively prostrate on the ground. Unwilling to give up, Yun Qiu gritted his teeth and continued to apply force. Come here. The only thing restricted by the master-servant contract is the spirit beast itself. It wept, and the only ones unaffected by the piercing mental attack were Yi Qiao and Yun Qiu. KFC is her contract animal, and mental suppression is useless to her. Yun Qiu's eyes were quick and his hands were quick to run over to collect the red lotus cauldron. Yi Qiao stood up decisively to meet her. She wanted to break through, but it took time to brew forcibly. Yi Qing'an had been brewing for several days last time, and she had only sat down for a few hours now. And started fighting. The red lotus cauldron is still below, and neither of the two of them got it at the moment. Yun Qiu's eyes turned cold, and he wanted to break her sword, but her stick didn't know what kind of material it was made of, and it didn't move at all. She pursed her lips, thinking of something, approached her with a soft voice, and smiled. During the competition, senior sister Yi Qiao, you probably won't use your kid with a domain. Yi Qiao, no need. The moment she approached Yunk, the third form of King Fengjue urged the sword to form a white arc. King Fengjue exploded at close range, and Yunkwa's magic weapon was activated in time, but she still couldn't help but sink into the ground. Yi Qiao had no quality, and stepped on her face. Anyway, whether there is a field or not, it doesn't affect me to cut you. She didn't hold back at all. Yun Qiu's face changed slightly, and he blocked it with the Vajra talisman in time. Mu Chongxi screamed hastily, Yi Qiao, she can use a sword. As soon as he finished reminding, Yun Qiu also slashed straight down with his sword. Yue Qingzong's swordsmanship can fight and defend. If it was the first time he saw Yi Qiao, he would be beaten straight. But not long ago, the illusion had just finished performing Yue Qingzong's swordsmanship. She has some knowledge in her heart, so she used the stepping breeze to avoid it. After barely brushing it, Yi Qiao tilted her head, sword and talisman dual cultivation. Her eyes lit up. There are so many personal biographies present, either stronger than her, or a group of Danshu and Qishu. The only one who is in the golden alchemy stage is Yun Qiu, but Yun Qiu is a talisman cultivator, and Yi Qiao never thought of breaking through her. In the end, she even hid her hand. Yi Qiao regained her energy, barely suppressed her laughing expression, and almost couldn't hold back her hooking hands, telling her to hit her quickly. Yun Qiu clenched the Xuanjian in his hand, and seeing Yi Qiao dodging in distress, he calmed down a bit. You came just in time. It just so happened that she also needed a chance to thoroughly prove herself. Although Yue Qingzong mainly focuses on talismans, it does not mean that there are no sword cultivators. It is just that they are inconspicuous among a group of talisman cultivators. Their swordsmanship can both attack and defend, continuing the consistent path of Yue Qingzong. Yun Qiu had been waiting for this day for a long time. Yun Hen insisted on closing her forbidden area because of the incident in the fourth secret realm, but she found an inheritance in it, which contained many strange curse seals. In the inheritance of swordsmanship, it is the swordsmanship of the ancestor of Yue Qingzong. Double cultivation of two sword symbols. The elder of Changfeng sect stood up. This year's disciples are incredible. Can Yi Qiao fight? Qin Fanfan looked at Duan Yu. That was the student in his class. Duan Yu replied truthfully, I can't beat it. Realm suppression is there. In the arena, Yi Qiao was forced to dodge with stepping on the breeze, and Yun Qiu's swordsmanship was tricky. As he approached, he said unceremoniously, Is the third cultivator very powerful? She smiled slightly, You are nothing more than that. Yi Qiao couldn't capture her position, and the two formed formation at the same time, and Yi Qiao was obviously better in terms of speed. In terms of formation, she combined the speed of the Changming sect and the power of the Yuqing sect. Yun Qiu's face froze slightly, obviously struggling. The scene of two sword talisman dual cultivators confronting each other has not happened once in 100 years in the cultivation world. God. Yue Qingzong also hid a hand this year. No wonder she has a mysterious sword in her mustard bag. It's no wonder Yun Hen is reluctant to punish her, who would be willing to punish a genius at the same level as Yi Qiao. But we're up to 3 repairs, Yunk can't. Don't worry about blowing it up. It's true that Yun Qiu's spiritual root is taller than her. Yi Qiao has improved, and she is a little different from the beginning. The elder of Zhangjianzong stared at the field lightly, and commented pertinently, but if the comparison goes on like this, Yi Qiao will lose. Yun Qiu is 2 realms higher than her. Unless she can break through, she will only be pressed and beaten the whole time. Yi Qiao also felt the pressure. She only had to take advantage of the formation, and the rest was to be suppressed and beaten. She couldn't help but sigh that she was worthy of being the heroine. Without the inheritance, there was a second one. Is it necessary to let his daughter-in-law practice 2 ways? After the two fought, the relatives who were attacked by their spiritual sense also quickly got up, wanting to get the Red Lotus Cauldron. In the end Zhou Xingyun picked up the Red Lotus Cauldron on the ground ahead of them. It's fighting. Duan Hengdao, aren't you going to help? The situation is clearly one-sided. Mu Chongxi, don't you trust your good brother? We are a lifelong friendship. It's useless to be anxious. At this time Zhu Yu turned out the melon seeds. It's okay. Anyway, you won't be able to get the second place in Changfengzong, and the third place is pretty good. Don't struggle, let's play badly with us. Du and Hengdao saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 129. Yun Q smiled softly. I'm the golden core stage. It's not fair for you to establish a foundation alone. Just now she purposely used the sword formula to press down on Yi Qiao. Every time it was like teasing a mouse, let Yi Qiao hide for a while, and then gave her a sword. This method made Yun Q very comfortable. But this Yi Qiao didn't know what was going on. She was forced into such a mess, and she could still laugh. Yi Qiao touched the restless dantian on her chest, felt that it was almost done, and sighed softly. You're right. The girl nodded calmly. Building a foundation is really unfair to Jindan. Yi Qiao's clothes were scratched a few times, and her wrist was also folded. She calmly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the other hand, and then smiled. Explain to her what it means to break the mirror on the spot. Jindan versus Jindan, is this fair enough? The exhaustion before and after the golden elixir stage was swept away. Yi Qiao stepped on the breeze and disappeared in place, and the bamboo shoots landed on the back of Yun Q's head. The foundation building is not good. What about the golden elixir? Yi Qiao has never planned to break through in the secret realm. The length of the thunder disaster is another issue, and there are too many personal transmissions in the secret realm. It is inevitable to accidentally hurt. Now she doesn't think so. The moment the breath of the broken mirror came out, the air in the entire secret realm seemed to be quiet. No one noticed that a golden streak followed by blessings fell and quickly disappeared. Yi Qiao's dantian was warm, and the discomfort suppressed by the realm before disappeared. Exhausted. The Vajra talisman shattered at Yun Q's fingertips, and she hurriedly distanced herself, wondering, how could it be possible to break through 3 realms in such a short time? She bit her lip and lost her voice. Aren't you a middle-grade spiritual root? Yi Qiao sneered. Who told you? I'm a middle grade. She threw a backhand at Yun Q's face. The golden core was so cool, it was more than 1 speed faster than the foundation building stage, and she captured the group of golden core stage people before. The monk is at most a shadow, which can be clearly seen now. Yun Q hurriedly retreated to block her fist. So fast. Originally, stepping on the breeze was fast, but after breaking through the golden core, the speed was more than doubled. Yun Q could only defend passively. She broke through the realm earlier than Yi Qiao, but her foundation was unstable. Even if she was a higher realm, she had just obtained the inheritance. It's not as good as Yi Qiao's proficiency in learning swords for several years. You're taking advantage of others. Seeing Yi Qiao's deadly posture, Yun Q spoke hastily. I'll take advantage of your grandma's danger. She sneered at King Fengju and changed again, with a sword blowing in the breeze, sweeping down. The sword style was large. Yun Q dodged in a panic. Yi Qiao followed up with a side kick and hit the Q's shoulder. Yun Q staggered in pain, and before he could stand still, Yi Qiao kicked her second foot, and the last kick, the first style of King Fengju, hit her hard on the back. Yun Q screamed. She was too strong, her internal organs throbbed with pain. She fell on the ground and coughed for a long time, tasted the smell of blood in her throat, and the expression on her usually beautiful face was distorted. Yi Qiao. Your father is here. Yi Qiao responded, and dropped the explosive talisman in her hand. Yun Q also has a lot of resources, and Yun Hen gave her good things in private, but Yi Qiao couldn't hold back Yi Qiao's so many talismans, so she put up a transparent protective cover and screamed. Ah. Yi Qiao. Yes. Yi Qiao continued to respond without changing his face, and dropped the few bombs with his fingertips. She called out, and Yi Qiao smashed it. The effect of the bomb is more significant than that of the explosive talisman. This thing deals physical damage. The defensive talisman was blown out of a hole within a few hits. Yi Qiao stopped her hand and started poking her in that hole. Yi Qiao raised the point of his sword, and Yun Qiu suffered a sword wound on his arm, and blood trickled down. Pain is one thing, but being humiliated is another. The two sword and talisman double repairs are both in the Jindan stage, and Yunqua's realm is one higher. In the beginning, Yunque was able to enjoy the benefits of the realm, but he was crushed directly afterwards. Sky. I knew Yi Qiao was not easy. After breaking through 3 realms, didn't you see that Yi Qing'an was only in 2 realms? But the question is she going to break through the secret realm? Go crazy, this is a secret realm. Chu Xing, who was watching the battle, subconsciously covered his chest and murmured, I'm still too young. Everyone has something to hide, right? 1 3 repairs, 1 double repairs. One claims to be an ordinary middle-grade spiritual root, and the other spiritual root is quite high. Ha! It turns out that only a fool like Chu Xingji believes that she is Zhongpin. Anyway, I haven't believed it since the beginning of the grand competition. Without the support of strong spiritual consciousness, the 3rd cultivator would have become a fool long ago. Can Yi Qiao grow in reverse? I guessed it was top grade at most, but judging by the strength of the Thunder Calamity brewing, it seems to be top grade. Then this batch of personal transmissions are all top quality spiritual roots. To be honest, it has been a long time since so many geniuses appeared in the world of comprehension. In the past, I couldn't get all the best spiritual roots, but this year I have all of them. Speaking of which, your little apprentice broke through 2 realms before, and now breaks through 3 realms in a row. Has she found her way now? The Elder of Swordsmanship Sect is here, I guess it's Xiao Dao. That one is most in line with Yi Qiao's unscrupulous character. What kind of way does Fanfan think she should be? Bishuazong asked. Don't ask. Qin Fanfan didn't raise his head. If you ask, you just don't know. He looked confused, not knowing when she broke through. This year's personal biography is too difficult to lead. Each one has more ideas than the other. He seems to be an incompetent old father. But it's not necessarily Xiao Dao. This child is outrageous, you all know it. According to Qin Fanfan's long-term observation, he felt that Yi Qiao should have his own thoughts. I'll ask her when I return to the sect. Yi Qiao shattered the mirror on the spot, so fast that people couldn't react. Accompanied by the aura of the broken mirror in the secret realm, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to sense something, and quickly gathered in one direction. I go. She wants to go through the tribulation in the secret realm. Is she crazy? Looks like Leiyun will be brewing for a long time. The outside scene can't be clearly seen in the secret area, but the outside world is clear. They can see the thundercloud gathered above their heads when they look up. How long has it been since she broke the mirror? Good boy. What ghost thunder cloud is this? It's dark. It was Yi Qing'an who was so scary last time. I saw something so scary last time. The elder of Bishui sect touched his chin. It was the last time. But it shouldn't matter. After all, it's only Jindan, and it's several realms behind Nascent Soul. The other elders were quite calm, except for Chang Mingzong's. Elder Zhao's face was green and red and white like a palette. Now tell the children in the secret realm to come out. All of them. Hurry up. He reacted too much, and the sect master of Janjian was stunned, then Yi Qiao. If she can't come out, let her stay there. The secret place won't let her go. And looking at this thunderstorm that is about to come, maybe someone has something to do. You go and inform all the disciples except Yi Qiao to show their identity badges. This is an order. Elder Zhao was actually quite excited. It was not easy. Finally broke through. Yi Qiao is not worried, as long as the other disciples in the secret realm are not involved. It's useless to be tense in this situation. Are you in a hurry if you haven't seen Qin Fanfan? The other elders looked at each other, not understanding why Chang Mingzong reacted. Ellipsis. The moment they received the order from the elders, everyone was a little confused, pinching their ID cards. What happened again? The demons are attacking the cultivation world again. Not so much. No, Mingxuan knew the inside story. He said, listen to my brother's advice, run quickly. Don't ink. Taking advantage of the fall of the sky thunder, Yi Qiao looked at the relatives who were about to go out one by one. She felt a little lonely and waved her hand. Hey, is there any brother with me? The other four retreated in unison. Take care. Yi Qiao clicked his tongue. If you're a brother, let's get hacked together. Mingxuan sighed. It's quite risky to be your brother. Chu Xingji sneered. Coward. There is no need for other people to compete for this ranking. Basically, it is a foregone conclusion after the fourth day. But it's just a lightning calamity at the Jindan stage. What are you afraid of? There's nothing to run about here. Zhu Yu guessed something more or less. She decisively pulled Chu Xingji. Second senior brother is gone. Everyone from the swordsmanship sect pinches their ID badges. Hurry up, she commanded. Zhu Yu came to lead the team when Yi Qing'an was not there. Seeing what the younger junior sisters had said, a few of the relatives shrugged and squeezed their ID badges leave. Zhu Yu, take care. This sentence was for the secret realm. Withdraw, Mingxuan said. Hurry up and leave. In an instant, all the personal inheritances were scattered, and Yi Qiao was the only one left in the huge secret realm. She looked up and felt that the life of a master was as lonely as snow. Before the thunder strikes, Yi Qiao picked up the KFC. Hey, forget it, let's go and play in the illusion. She happened to have something to ask that illusion. After all the relatives left, Yi Qiao was the only surviving personal descendant of Quan Dabi. She took steps that her relatives did not recognize, and walked to the inner circle of the secret realm. Isn't she going to prepare? This is thunder tribulation. What can I prepare for the Jindan period? But look at her lightning tribulation, it's different from the ordinary golden core stage. It was so scary, the thick thundercloud seemed to fall not from the sky in the next second, but straight to kill people. Yi Qiao didn't know what was going on with the thunderclouds brewing outside. She walked to the inner circle devoutly. Illusion. I pray to you. The girl was dressed in a red royal uniform. She raised her head quietly. Her eyebrows and eyes were full of seriousness. Are you there? The illusion that had been silent for a long time jumped up when it heard the sound of someone stepping in. Gearing up, eager to try. What? Let it see which unlucky person's personal biography is delivered to the door. He. It rushed out excitedly and pulled people inside. As soon as he appeared, he saw a familiar face. Illusion. Sitting up in shock from the dying illness, the unlucky one was actually itself. It subconsciously wanted to run, but Yi Qiao grabbed it and looked at it. Don't go, I want to ask you something. She asked sincerely. The secret realm is alive, right? Illusions can have self-awareness. Who said that secrets must be dead? It is silent. Seeing this, Yi Qiao controlled the sea of consciousness aimlessly, letting it transform into a captivating sakura, constantly changing. The illusion has no self. Its face changes according to the opponent's obsession. Yi Qiao's obsession with switching at will distorted it for a moment, and she was forced to say, yes. Yi Qiao, where is the body of the secret realm? It frowned. How do I know? Yi Qiao asked in a different way. Then what does it want? There must be a reason for always targeting yourself, right? The illusion is sullen. It wants to get rid of you. There is a nascent infant stage animal wave brewing. I've said everything I need to say. Don't look for me, okay? Yi Kiao. Wow tilde. She was used to being targeted. The girl looked at the sky and said to the secret place where no one was around, "Hi. Are you sure you won't let me out? I can really blow up your secret realm." Hearing Yi Kiao's arrogant yelling, the secret realm dismissed it. Its nascent infant stage animal tide is ready, and it is waiting to solve this difficult person once and for all. Let her out. How can it be? Seeing that no one responded, Yi Kiao clicked her tongue lightly and stepped out of the inner circle. You forced me to do this. In the beginning, she collapsed a secret realm in the second scene. She really didn't intend to make another secret realm. Hey, hey. The girl smiled slightly, took out the photo stone, pointed it at her face, and beckoned, "My family members outside the secret, please turn your eyes to me." Everyone outside. What are you doing? What the hell is Yi Kiao trying to do? What is she trying to say to us? Qin Fanfan thought that it was the fifth round, and Yi Kiao would calm down a bit, but he didn't expect it. Yi Kiao is still that Yi Kiao. Nothing has changed. All the personal biographies who were out also watched around her, and Zhu Yu couldn't hold back. She is really amazing. What time is it? How did this person greet everyone as if nothing had happened? But Yi Kiao was the only one left in the arena. She was completely in a domineering posture, pointing her toes and raising her chin in an extremely arrogant posture, as if she could see the reaction of outsiders. She smiled slightly. "Oh, yes, that's it. Come on, let me show you today. A rare event in 1,000 years. A thunderbolt strikes the secret realm." Friends, where is the screaming? Where is the applause? The Kiev court people also cooperated, and they all began to applaud her and shout slogans. Qin Fanfan turned his head and found that the other 4 sect masters were all looking at him with indescribable eyes. It seemed to be condemning what kind of disciple he taught. Qin Fanfan was annoyed. What are you looking at me for? Applause. 8,000. Is there no one? I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 130. What are you waiting for? TSK. Thunder tribulation strikes the secret realm. My name is Yi Kiao, remember. Whether it's thunder tribulation or secret realm, they're both creations of heaven and earth, so who will win when they meet? Can thunder tribulation break through the secret realm? If it can't, will you be able to go to the secret realm after crossing the robbery? That's thunder. Of course it can be split. It is not uncommon for monks to cross the tribulation in the secret realm in the past, but generally speaking, there is no problem. Lei Ji inherits the will of heaven, and only hacks people, so the secret realm will not be affected. Isn't Yi Kiao miserable? Originally, the secret realm was brewing a wave of monsters in the Yuanying period, and she was still trapped in the secret realm and couldn't get out. In addition, the thunder disaster was approaching, and the 3 superimposed together, everyone had some doubts. Yi Kiao was still alive. Come out. The elder Wen Jianzong tilted his head to ask the other party's opinion. Chang Fengzong has a magic weapon to open the secret realm forcibly. Do you want to go in and save people? Qin Fanfan looked at the dark thunder calamity in the sky with his hands behind his back. He shook his head, and said, "Everyone stay away, don't get close to her. That child's thunder calamity is brewing very quickly." The senior leaders of the other sects all had their own ulterior motives. Seeing what Chang Mingzong said, they all fell silent one after another and began to think carefully. Yi Qing'an fell behind in less than a cup of tea at the nascent soul stage. Will Yi Kiao be faster than him? The scene in the secret realm is a bit scary. After Yi Kiao's mouth is over, she puts the picture stone in her pocket. A monster in the nascent soul stage gives her a hoof. With a fiery red bird, he directs the KFC to fly down, keeping as far as possible from the swarms of nascent soul stage monsters that keep approaching. KFC is a little speechless. Ever since it followed Yi Qiao, it has been chasing or being hunted all day long. The contractor that KFC was looking for at the beginning was not Yi Qiao. The phoenix was an auspicious beast, and it was looking for someone with great luck to be the master. Yi Qiao didn't look like the kind that would be favored by heaven. But now, it seems to be different. Luck is favoring her. It's wired. The KFC kept carrying her to dodge in midair, flying in the sky and running on the ground. The nascent soul stage monster overwhelmed the ordinary monster and would have crawled to the ground long ago, but it was a phoenix. The golden pupils of the fiery red phoenix stood up faintly, and several birds that flew up to encircle them in midair instantly fell obediently to the ground. Yi Qiao wowed without knowing it, touched its head, and was very pleasantly surprised. Amazing. The coercion of divine beasts is not omnipotent, it only has a suppressive effect on birds with pure blood or some of the same race. The secret realm saw through this and directed other monsters to swarm up. What level is Yi Qiao's bird? Maybe it's a spirit beast like Yunk. The blue Luan bird is considered a rare spirit beast. They noticed the bird beside Yi Qiao before and thought it was a monster, but they never thought it would shock the Yuanying period. Spiritual beasts don't have this ability. The elder of Zhangjianzong said in a cool tone. The blue Luan bird is a kind of spiritual beast that attacks mentally. The elder of Bishuazong raised his eyebrows. Sacred beast. This is known by the 8 great families and the outside world, so she must not hand it in. Qin Fanfan's heart skipped a beat. It's a chicken, what are you guessing about? Bishuazong glanced at him. Ah, yes, a chicken that can frighten monsters in the nascent soul stage with just one glance. Looking at this posture, Chang Mingzong wants to protect this divine beast, but think about it, if they have a divine beast, they will also protect it, but Chang Mingzong has been in a downturn for the past few years, and it is hard to say whether it can be kept in the hands of a group of big families. With so many geniuses coming out all of a sudden this year, it's not impossible to forcefully protect a divine beast. Qin Fanfan was quite confused. He had checked the origin of her contracted beast for Yi Qiao before. Didn't he agree that it was a monster? Oh shit. Elder Zhao was a little guilty, and asked seriously, hey, you already knew that her thing was a divine beast? He didn't even know. Qin Fanfan beeped softly. I don't know. Elder Zhao frowned slightly. What do you know? Qin Fanfan. I don't know anything. These kids didn't tell him anything at all. The incompetent old father grieves online. Elder Zhao was speechless. With this group of unreliable suzerains and direct descendants, it is a miracle that their Changming sect has no Guan sect. Ellipsis. Yi Qiao and Kentucky Chicken were surrounded in a panic, jumping up and down. They couldn't escape the ambush of the nascent soul monster, so they cooperated with each other to escape. The phoenix real fire cannot be extinguished by ordinary water and air currents. The monster that had been teased for a while was also enraged. It slammed its tail at her, and fell down hard with lightning speed. The KFC made a mistake once and failed to dodge, and was knocked down along with Yi Qiao on it, and several Vajra talismans in his arms were smashed to pieces one after another. Yi Qiao was slapped on the ground. She took a deep breath, let alone it hurt. However, she pursed her lips and felt something, raised her eyes, and stared at the sky above the secret realm without moving. Secret laughed. Almost at the moment when Yi Qiao fell down, the secret realm locked Yi Qiao's position, mobilized the surrounding monsters to gather in her direction again at a terrifying speed, and the oppressive pressure of the nascent soul stage monsters in the secret realm approached, but Yi Qiao, who was gradually besieged, just opened her eyes and stared at the sky. Not moving at all. It was as if he had given up struggling completely. The secret realm took shape, floating at the top with a smug smile. Run. I want to see where you can go. In its secret realm, it is the master. When Yi Qiao heard a voice from the air, she also laughed immediately. Really? I don't believe it. The monster beasts in the nascent soul stage were about to follow, and the monster beasts gathered together were about to tear her into pieces in the next second. The eccentric girl just stood there calmly. At this moment, no one outside is in a hurry to tell Yi Qiao to stop pretending and run away, because they don't have time to see what's going on in the secret realm. I saw layers of thunderclouds superimposed on the outside, and the whole outside world was full of wind and rain. The sky that was originally bright and sunny was completely covered and completely black, as if evil gods had invaded the realm of self-cultivation. The sky thunder needs to be brewed for a period of time before it falls, so they thought that even if it falls, it will take a few hours. How can they think that this day thunder does not talk about martial arts? When he was fascinated by watching, a fist-thick thunder rolled down, shaking the earth, the snow-white thunder fell, and the scene was illuminated as bright as day in an instant. Day. Run. The auditorium was affected. Run. Incredible. When a thunderstorm came down, everyone present was swept up inside. Yubaru, who was under the thunderstorm, fell to the ground in a daze. Mu Chongxi and the others were just affected, even if they were so numb all over. Damn it. Why is this thunder disaster attacking people without rules? Ming Xuan hurriedly shouted. No, it's mainly Ye Chao. You all give way to block it from attacking people. This thunder tribulation has been brewing to split Ye Chao for a long time, and it finally caught up with it once, so it naturally doesn't care about their lives. The monks who were affected stood up dazedly, and just wanted to see who was so warm-hearted. When they caught a glimpse of the Zongfu and saw that it was Chang Mingzong, they immediately understood. Oh. It turned out to be the good brother of the person involved. What kind of thunder tribulation is this? The transformation stage can't affect people. The thunder tribulations were all targeted. It was the first time for Nima to see something that affected them outside the arena. The outside of the arena was so scary. Yi Qiao's place was so scary. It was too late to say it, and then it was too fast, so excited that the flying thunder robbery slashed open the secret realm, and came straight to Yi Qiao in the center, and the aftermath of the sky thunder instantly blasted away the flying towards Yi Qiao. Nascent soul stage monster beast. The thunder calamity centered on her exploded in an instant, and not a single blade of grass grew 10 meters away. Yi Qiao was slapped by the person who shocked her. Now that she is very skilled in business, she calmly breathed out a mouthful of black smoke. With the arrival of the thunder disaster, the wave of monsters also came. They were aggressive and wanted to rush over to kill this overconfident pro, but they still haven't reacted yet. A thunderbolt the size of a fist crashed down. In an instant, their 7 aunts and 8 aunts were blown away. Mystery's smile also froze. There is a saying in the world of comprehension that under the thunder of heaven, all living beings are equal, which is not unreasonable. But didn't it mean that the thunder would not affect other people? This rolling sky thunder went down first, and its secret realm began to crumble. Before the secret realm could figure out what went wrong, Yi Qiao, who was lying on the ground, sighed, I'm waiting for Tianlei. You are waiting what? She said, waiting to die. Yi Qiao was in the secret realm. Naturally she didn't know when the thunder tribulation outside would fall, but she had been hacked hundreds of times with Yi Qing'an before, and she couldn't be more familiar with the smell of sky thunder. Since it is the secret realm that wants to target her, then she will let it target her enough. If she is hacked, it will follow along. Is this really the thunder catastrophe that will happen in the Golden Core period? Chu Xingji outside the field pursed his lips, doubting life. Your thunder tribulation seems to be different from mine. Compared with this, the thunder tribulation of his Golden Core period seems to be nothing. Zhu Yu asked, Can Yi Qiao bear it? Yi Qing'an thought of how she was alive and kicking after being hacked by nascent soul stage for so long, so she nodded calmly. She's fine. One more chapter. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 131 and quote. I may be able to chop until the end of the thunder. And quote. Then have you ever thought about it? She is not a high-grade spiritual root or a top-grade one. It is a legend. Zhu Yu reluctantly put back her mouth-opening expression, and said calmly, Tianpin. Her mood at this time is very complicated. That's Tianpin. What did Yue Qingzong think at the beginning? Let him go if he said he would let him go. Yi Qing'an thought about it. At the beginning of the catastrophe when he was passing through the nascent soul stage, she wanted to come over, and it was fine, and she helped him share most of it. He had considered the possibility back then. But he didn't have a chance to confirm this conjecture, so he couldn't pull Yi Qiao and press her hand on the test stone to force her to ask. All the monks outside the field automatically avoided a path for the secret realm, and the sky thunders fell one after another in midair, giving no chance for people to breathe. Like crazy, lightning struck cuckoo on Yi Qiao in the secret realm. At the beginning, they were able to be shocked, but later they were a little overwhelmed, because this thunder, it will affect the innocent people outside the field. Even if it does not fall towards them, the aftermath of the thunder disaster is enough for those with low cultivation. I ate a pot of it. Seeing that the situation was a bit out of control, the suzerain of swordsmanship Sect frowned tightly, and quickly stood up to preside over the overall situation. Yunhen. Create a barrier. Seeing this, Yunhen stood up faintly. He stood with his hands behind his back, and the white runes were arranged in an array. An enchantment propped up protected all the monks in the audience under the array, preventing everyone from being swept away by the thunder disaster. Situation. Yunhen's mood was very complicated. He had never seen a golden core stage thunder tribulation that could make such a big commotion and allow him to set up an formation in most of his life. Is Yi Qiao really okay? Ming Xuan pressed his face against the barrier, worried, although he knew she could absorb it, but this posture was still very scary. Don't worry. Zhu Yu's voice was flat, and his eyes were also fixed. It should be the secret realm that has something to do. I hope the secret people are okay. Chang Mingzong knows the inside story, but the outside world doesn't know. Yi Qiao is a very tenacious creature, which is specifically reflected in the fact that she is so capable and still alive. The situation is different now. Under the thunder calamity, everything is like ants. That thunder disaster is scarier than Yi Qing'an. It was clearly not Lei Ji who wanted to chop her to death. In this case, either the spiritual root is above the best, or the heavens are offended, or... After a pause, the elder whispered, both. This superimposed power, not to mention a golden core stage, might not even be able to withstand it. His word, it can be said that one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Above the best, only heaven is left. The eyes of several elders of the sect also dimmed slightly. If Yi Qiao can come out alive, then the Changming sect will really get a big deal. Who doesn't want Tianlingen? If it is possible, everyone wants to drag Yi Qiao out right now. Maybe they can take the opportunity to drag Yi Qiao into his own sect. But this kind of lightning calamity, how can Yi Qiao, who is only a golden core, resist it? According to Yi Qiao's long-term experience of being hacked, there is no one who can't finish hacking in 3 days. At that time, there are two possibilities: either the thunder calamity smashes the secret realm to collapse, or the secret realm throws her out. The question is, can the secret realm survive until the 5th day and throw her out? The situation turned around at this moment. Yi Qiao, who was being targeted, was lying on the ground like the old man. Lightning strikes in midair, and every time before coming, he would tear through the secret realm and land on her with precision. Yi Qiao's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and dozens of lightning strikes fell on her body. When they fell, they washed the meridians, and the viscera were as cruel as being crushed. Although the monk healed quickly, the pain it also really hurts. The faster the thunder tribulation fell, the faster the entire secret realm was on the verge of collapse. Yi Qiao sensed its distortion and restlessness, and lay calmly in the center, even thinking of slowly pointing her middle finger towards the secret realm. Ah! Mystery is mad. Get out. Get out of my secret realm. The voice of this secret realm is quite childish. Yi Qiao is innocent, but my identity card is broken. Didn't you want to keep me from the beginning? She asked calmly. Maybe I can strike until the thunder ends. The secret realm was so angry that it dispersed and gathered again, until the end. Then it is still alive. But at this time, he kicked and couldn't go away, and the thunders kept falling one after another, and he didn't even have a chance to get close to Yi Qiao, let alone kick her away. The elders who originally thought that Yi Qiao would not be able to last the next day also gradually discovered something miraculous. She seems to be fine. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 132. See you in the individual competition. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he looked more and more energetic. What kind of reason is this? The elder murmured. How long will she have to strike this lightning tribulation? If her aptitude is as high as they guessed, it may take more than 3 days and 3 nights. Thunder tribulation usually progresses layer by layer. Only when Tianlei successfully crosses over can the alchemy be officially formed. Maybe it will take 3 days or longer. Just stay here and watch it. When it ends and when it will be over. Notify the irrelevant monks outside the arena to disperse. The sword-seeking sect master quickly made a decision. The rest of the personal descendants can stay at will, and all the elder suzerain masters will guard here until the end of Yi Qiao's thunder disaster. She survived the catastrophe, and the collective off-site was affected, and it was also the first time in the world of comprehension. Yun Hen went to inform the monks to disperse on their own, waved away the barrier, and said in a low voice, "You can go. The rest of the disciples can also return to the sect in advance to prepare for the individual competition. The Changming sect will stay." The monks outside the arena couldn't wait for it. After all, no one wants to stay and be hacked. Seeing Yi Qiao's posture can't be over in 3 days, it's enough for them to go home and look at the photo stone. Song Hansheng stood there with his arms folded. Seeing the people of Chang Mingzong gathered together, he said coolly, "I thought you would stay." "Our souls are with Yi Qiao." Ming Xuan said lazily. "The body is gone. This is not happy to stay. To be together is to be hacked together." Yun Qiu couldn't understand Tianlei, but she had a vague premonition. She raised her head and looked at Song Hansheng with watery eyes. "Brother, does Lei Ji's fierceness mean that she is very talented?" Song Hansheng. "Otherwise," he explained with impatience. Yi Qing'an split for 3 days in the nascent soul stage, and the longer it lasts, the higher it will be. For those with low talent, it is not uncommon for Tiandao to be struck by lightning, and it is also an alternative ability to be targeted by Tiandao. Yun Qiu's fingertips tightened slightly to suppress her doubts. So why didn't she have a thunder? There is no such thing as Tianlei, which seems to be rarely seen in the cultivation world. The Waong side is not very friendly to her. If it is known, how did she get her spiritual root? She may not even be able to participate in the individual competition. In the secret realm, after Yi Qiao finished saying this, the secret realm exploded. It was so anxious that it wanted to kick her but couldn't touch her, and almost cried out of anger. Yi Qiao lay on the ground, turned over and continued to be hacked. Hearing the tone of the secret realm, she asked her bitterly, "Then when will your thunder tribulation end?" "I do not know." It was also the first time for her to cross the thunder tribulation without any experience. Facts have proved that the thunder tribulation at the beginning was relatively small, but in the middle of the night, the sky and thunder were full of scorched earth, and the 100 miles around the secret realm were devastated. The secret realm is ready to grit its teeth and hold on by itself. It's only been 3 days. It is also a creation of heaven and earth, so it cannot be so fragile. Others thought so too. 3 days and 3 nights should be able to finish it. On the 3rd day, when the sky was just getting dark, several elders stood quietly and waited. Seeing that the sky was bright, some elders stood up and laughed out of relief. "The 3rd day is almost over." "It's over. Are you happy?" Qin Fanfan asked quietly. "Happy." The elders nodded. Who is not happy to finally be able to leave here? Afraid of being affected, they even opened a special barrier, and a group of elders and suzerains waited for Yi Qiao to come out as if they were in prison. Qin Fanfan also smiled. "Then you are too happy." The thunder tribulation of Tian Lingen is different from the top-grade Lingen. He checked it at the beginning, and Yi Qiao couldn't finish it in 5 days, that is to say, it was only more than half past. Elder. The secret realm was on the verge of collapse, and it screamed that it wished it hadn't seen this person since she entered the secret realm. Yi Qiao looked at the continuous dispersal and reorganization in midair, approaching the secret realm of distortion and madness. She didn't speak, thoughtful. Maybe it wasn't long before it collapsed. She had an experience of collapsing the secret realm before. Thunder billowing, one strike was stronger than the next, and it lasted for 5 days. The thunder finally fell, and the secret realm completely disappeared before her eyes. Yi Qiao squinted her eyes and lay on the ground, motionless. Getting used to the light in the secret realm, he suddenly saw the dark clouds outside, and the thunderclouds that hadn't dissipated were not used to it. Yi Qiao rubbed her eyes lightly and walked out, expecting to see a group of fans throwing flowers and welcoming him enthusiastically. As a result, when she came out, the scene was different from what she had imagined. I saw that there was no one in the auditorium, and the elders were propping up the enchantment in the elders' seats. When they saw her coming out, they all backed away, as if she was some kind of terrorist. "Yi Qiao. What are you doing?" She walked over in a daze, and the other personal passers-by automatically gave way to her, and each of them looked at her strangely. The other relatives looked at each other in blank dismay. Before they could think of anything to say, Ming Xuan broke the silence. "Empress Jindan, how do you feel?" Subconsciously, Yi Qiao lowered her eyes and used her spiritual sense to explore the situation in her body. She found a chubby golden pill, and she blinked. "It's pretty good." The girl looked back at the ghost secret realm that had dissipated, thought about it, and said to the point, "Yes, it's a bit of a waste secret realm." The 2 secret realms were collapsed by her, and she didn't know if she was poisonous. There is nothing wrong with her, and she even has a tendency to become more and more energetic. Except that she looks like a beggar every time she goes through a catastrophe. There is nothing wrong with her. Elder Zhao. You bastard still knows that you are a bit of a useless secret realm. He could imagine asking Janzong why he asked for money this time. But the genius is indeed a genius. He can only lose money with tears in his eyes, making the sect that is not rich already worse. Qin Fanfan. When Janzong's question arrived even though it was late. The secret realm has been collapsed by your Changming sect for the 2nd time. The voice of the elder Janjianzong became cold. The once in a century secret realm. Do you think this is the place where they go in and play? If you say it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. It may take a long time to wait for the ghost secret realm to recuperate again, and this year's personal biography is very good. 1 double repair, 1 triple repair. What's more, Yi Qiao is still a heavenly root. Geniuses are not geniuses in his sect. As the organizer, of course, the senior management of the swordsmanship sect would not want to reprimand him. Qin Fanfan saw that the situation was not going well, so he rushed ahead of the other party and took away the topic. It's too much, it's too much. It even collapsed the secret realm twice. Everyone, don't be impatient. I'll go and reprimand her right away. Then he dragged Yi Qiao and ran away. Ah, yes, 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 yes. Elder Zhao was quick to wit. I'll reprimand her too. He also ran away after speaking. Other elders of the sect. There are not many normal people in the entire Changming sect. The elder of Bishuazong looked back and frowned. The 5-day thunder tribulation, such a scary posture. Changmingzong can be said to be in the limelight this time. He sighed, this kind of genius, it's easy to go to Changmingzong. So how did she become a personal heir when she was a middle class? They were more willing to believe that Qin Fanfan had known that she was a genius long ago, and had planned it beforehand, rather than Changmingzong's broken cans. Case solved. Qin Fanfan, the co-author of The Most Silly and Sweet One, is the one who hides the deepest. They thought he would not fight or grab, but in fact Qin Fanfan started to make arrangements a long time ago. Seeing so many elders present gradually starting to conspiratorial theories, Yun Hen, who had nothing to do, couldn't sit still. She is a disciple of my sect. With a blank expression on his face, he reminded, that girl Yi Qiao, I was the one who brought her back from the foot of the mountain. Back. To put it bluntly, Changmingzong clearly took advantage of him. The master of Janjian sect glanced, TSK, so the genius belonged to your sect in the first place. Then what did you do? Choose to rob her Lingji. Yunhen. And let her kneel down. The elder of Bishuazong smiled. Although he couldn't understand Changmingzong's pride, he also couldn't understand Yunhen. Talisman cultivators in the Yuqing sect accounted for the majority, and it was hard to find a talisman cultivator from other sects. They recruited all the talisman cultivators in the cultivation world, and not all of them were distributed to other sects. Yun Hen's face darkened. He was a little annoyed. He was in a terrible mood when he found out that he let go of a Tianpin for nothing, but the elders and suzerains of the other sects deliberately mentioned it repeatedly. Wasn't this a slap in the face for him? Yi Qiao is the most mediocre child in Yun Hen's eyes. Then suddenly one day, everyone came to tell him, don't you know? She's actually a genius. This strong sense of gap made Yunhen's mentality a little unbalanced. She wanted to leave by herself. And that child was not like this when she was born in my sect. He couldn't help but argue. At that time she was clearly just an inconspicuous middle-grade spiritual root. Asking Sword Sect Master asked back, then why don't you reflect on it? Why is it different when she went to Changming sect? Although they all look down on Changmingzong's usual unmotivated atmosphere, it has to be said that compared to other sects, Changmingzong's atmosphere is more comfortable. Yun Hen stopped talking, and asked the elder of Janzong to explain calmly, you regret it now because she is a genius. What if she is not? You will be glad that you got rid of her back then. The essence of human beings is a double standard. Yunhen's approach is understandable, but it's too late to regret it now. The matter is a foregone conclusion, and the fact that Yi Qiao was personally passed down by the Changming clan cannot be changed. The voice of Yunhen's explanation was a little weaker, and he said unwillingly, I didn't think about driving her away. If Yi Qiao knew that Yi Qiao was the root of the heavenly spirit, she would definitely keep her position in the sect. Anyway, Yi Qiao came out from your sect. The sect master of the Bishui sect said in a strange tone, it's all right now, Dabi has found an opponent. Now they are the first in the Changming sect team competition, so you are happy. They are not happy either. It's a good idea to kill Changmingzong and grab the first place. No one can be happy. The corners of Yunhen's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. What's wrong with him just wanting to fight for the interests of the sect? Back then, COQ's talent was indeed excellent. If not, how could he do the thing of robbing his disciple Ling Ji? But if you let go of a heavenly spirit root and pick up a top-grade spirit root, no matter how you look at it, it will be a loss of blood. The more Yun Hen thought about it, the more he regretted it. That was the disciple he raised, but in the end Chang Mingzong was taken advantage of. Qin Fanfan's proud face just now made Yun Hen feel as uncomfortable as being scorched by fire. Ruoyu glanced at Yun Q and took a deep breath. Haozong. Being pressed and beaten by Yi Qiao. Song Han walked past lightly, and sneered at her. It's not embarrassing. The boy's back was indifferent, and his arrogant appearance made Yun Q extremely annoyed. Su Juo was busy comforting Yun Q. Brother Song's personality is just like that, so his thoughts inevitably wandered. The second senior sister turned out to be Tianlingen. And he stared blankly at the rankings of the sects in the team competition, and pursed his lips. If Yi Qiao was still in Yuqingzong back then, maybe their Yuqingzong would be number 1 now. At the end of the 5th game, the points were summed up. Chang Mingzong deserved the first place. At the moment, the forums in the cultivation world have gone crazy. My God, can the Changming sect, who has been counting down all the time, be number 1? Is this world of comprehension dying? No, Chang Mingzong won the first place based on its strength. If you don't know, you can take a look at the photo stone. The new personal biography will surprise you. It's really a big surprise. Nima hid Tianlingen's personal biography until the end. If it weren't for this thunder disaster, who would have thought of it? This is absolutely unthinkable. I was at the scene. 5 days of thunder, the mother's secret realm was split. The scene in the auditorium of the 5th scene was very grand. A group of elder suzerains and personal heirs crowded into a barrier just to avoid the aftermath of the thunder disaster, which is rare in the cultivation world. Ellipsis. The team competition has come to an end, but the process still needs to be followed. For example, Chang Mingzong, who won the first place for the first time in so many years, was naturally surrounded by a group of monks who wanted to inquire about the news. They were the first. Yes, the enthusiastic Chang Mingzong fans who heard the news almost buried them by chattering. Yi Qiao. Who is the leader in the cultivation world, but I, Yi Qiao, are number 1. Turn up. Before they had time to return to the yard, they were blocked halfway. Get ready, Qin Fanfan reminded. Wait a while, you guys have to go over and talk about your experience, and asking Sword Sect will invite all of you to hold a meeting in person. Especially the 5 of you. First, there is still a sense of ritual, and of course the main thing is the lectures given by the elders before the start of the individual competition. At that time, they will let you tell us about your experience of winning first place. Qin Fanfan knew that these children had no experience, and to be honest, he had no experience. Did not expect. It turned out to be number 1. At that time, you can just say a few words at will. Of course, you can prepare a note and memorize it casually, just to fool it. Several people nodded thoughtfully, and they each went back to the yard to tidy up briefly, and then went to the address given by Janjian Zong to go to the meeting. He turned out his light-colored clothes and hung the bamboo shoots around his waist. Changing clothes is already her greatest respect for this society. The other personal stories have already arrived. Today's protagonists are the members of Chang Mingzong. Others are lazy and not interested, especially for Yi Qiao. The relatives sent out resentful eyes. He hates a talented dog like Yi Qiao the most. Still a low-key talented dog. Nima's. Because Zhou Xingyun was about to give a speech, Zhou Xingyun dawdled for a long time, but did not say a word, Ming Xuan next to him pushed him. Don't be afraid. Just say it briefly. He thought the elder brother was frightened. Zhou Exingyun stood there with cold eyes. It looked like he was dissatisfied with something. Wait a minute. After a while, he said lightly, I forgot the words. Then Zhou Exingyun unhurriedly took out a note from his sleeve, read it to him, and said coldly, okay. Consciously retreated to make way for the others. Elder Zhao supported his forehead. Sure enough, you can't expect this group of children to be more reliable. Zhou Exingyun's approach made the scene silent for a few seconds, and finally Zhu Yu was pulled over. He was quite normal, and the elder of Zhangjianzong asked lightly, the individual competition is coming soon, is there any disciple who wants to cooperate? Oh, Zhu Yu was stunned for a moment, and his tone was calm, Yi Qiao, we slept together. After all, they had practiced alchemy together in the house, and the younger junior sister and he were the only two alchemy cultivators in the Changming sect, so if they wanted to cooperate, they would naturally be with Yi Qiao. Seeing that Yi Qiaofeng was about to be murdered, Mu Chongxi kicked him, and sneered, I'm sorry, everyone. He can't speak, let me speak. The monk nodded. The individual competition is coming soon, and the one who attracts the most attention is none other than the 5 sects. His face softened, and he said in a deep voice, the individual competition is coming soon. If you have to choose one of the 5 sects to fight with you, yes, who are you going to find? Mu Chongxi said, Yi Qing'an. I like him. Both of them were born with sword bones and had never fought against each other. Mu Chongxi was really interested in Yi Qing'an. The other relatives looked at each other, and the look in Yi Qing'an's eyes was very meaningful. The elders frowned slightly, always feeling that the topic seemed to be skewed in some terrible direction. Yi Qiao. He couldn't bear it any longer, and looked at Yi Qiao, come here. Now she is the main character. Seeing this, the listless pros also raised their eyebrows. There is no one present here who has not been poisoned by her in the secret realm. So they all wanted to hear what nonsense Yi Qiao could say. Yi Qiao said lazily, thank you master, thank you senior brother, thank the hostile sect for allowing me to grow up, and thank fate for allowing us to meet. I believe that we will get along very happily in the future. Cut. Chu Exingji rolled his eyes, spurned her, hypocrisy. Looking at the pro-bishops below who were all rolling their eyes, Yi Qiao waved her hand and concluded with a slight smile, finally, the road is long, don't be too crazy, Yi Qiao will let you not hesitate. Everyone, see you in the individual competition. This chapter is 4008. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Playing badly. Chapter 133. So crazy. Her speech was aroused by others. A few cold eyes fell on her. Yi Qing'an pulled the corners of his lips, and nodded slightly to her, see you personally. I look forward to your ability. After Yi Qiao finished speaking, she walked down quickly without looking at the personal reactions, and was about to drag a few people to dinner, but the elder Wen Jianzong came to his senses and stopped them. The personal disciples who have been tossing in the secret realm for a few days are now like wilted cabbage, swaying here and there, without the slightest gesture that a direct disciple should have. Staring at this group of close and careless personal disciples, the elder frowned deeply, and then began to lecture endlessly. Stand still. After being seen by the monks outside, one by one, what will they say? Sword-seeking Zong and his group stood the straightest. All of them looked like little Bai Yang. Yi Qiao curled her lips, and hid behind Jian asking Zong. She went to the back and wanted to use them as a shield, but unexpectedly there were a bunch of them in the back row, like-minded people. The sword-asking school has the best order, all thanks to the strict door rules and the tireless reprimands of the elders. They're obviously used to it too. The elders know that these children are not willing to listen, but he is going to explain some things to them in advance. Your future is not a big competition, not a fight in a competition. When encountering demon cultivators and evil cultivators, they won't show mercy just because you are direct descendants, and they won't have elders to send people to protect you. Inheriting this identity is not to make you superior to others, let alone make you look down on other monks. I have known that the universe is big, but I still feel sorry for the green grass and trees. I hope you can all understand this truth. Elder Yi Qiao stood at the back, moved slightly, and asked, "Then what about the personal transmission before us? The big competition that happens once in 100 years can't be accepted only once in 100 years." Just as the elder wanted to see which personal disciple dared to ask such a question, he caught a glimpse of the genius of Chang Mingzong. He paused, and explained, "Martyred. In the world of comprehension, countless geniuses have fallen in the past 100 years. Now that these children have no sense of crisis, who knows what will happen in the future? The road ahead needs to be walked by themselves." Next, let's talk about the individual competition. The listless pro-bishops in front immediately stood up straight. The individual competition is related to their personal reputation. We are familiar with it. The team competition is okay, losing can only mean that they are not good enough. The individual competition is a matter of face. Individual competitions are ranked in the form of points. There are not only personal biography, but there are 3 rounds in total. The first round is mostly casual cultivators. Therefore, whoever of you is eliminated in the first round, go back to the sect to reflect on yourself. The leaderboard hasn't been released yet. The top 10 are casual cultivators and disciples from other sects. You can go and find out after it's released. It is divided into 4 ways: Talisman Way, Alchemy Way, Sword Way, and Tool Way. Attention! At this point, he glanced at Yi Qiao and Yun Qiu. Duo Shu's personal transmission. You can't participate at the same time. You can only choose one. Do you understand? Yi Qiao. Oh. Yun Qiu lowered his eyes. Yes. Sword cultivators who can enter the top 10 here can go to the sword cave to choose swords. The top 10 rewards for other sects have not been released yet. Go in all. The final reward is more useful than your experience going down the mountain. Wang has a lot of good things, so it's best for the top 10 to be handed down by Wang, otherwise it will be distributed to other sects at that time, and they will also feel distressed. After learning about the general competition system, they each went back home. After returning to the courtyard, they checked the situation on the Cultivation Realm forum for the first time. Not surprisingly, Chang Mingzong became the topic of enthusiastic discussion among a group of people. The 5-day Thunder Tribulation, one of the few heavenly spirit routes in the cultivation world, how could it be hidden until now? Maybe Sect Master Qin did it on purpose. You see, Chang Mingzong has won the first place now. Other sects must not vomit to death. Yunhen is the most uncomfortable. Yue Qingzong's side probably has a hard time. I really can't figure it out. They don't want a genius like Yi Qiao. What else do they want? That Yi Qiao is also outrageous. She collapsed 2 secret realms in a row, looking forward to the next one. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lang Lang, a personal biography that makes the secret realm frightened. I would like to call it, the Terminator of the Secret Realm. No one told me, what's going on with Yunk. Xuangshu is also a genius. Yun Qiu's words are the best spiritual route, the middle stage of Jindan. We can indeed look forward to her performance in the individual competition. Seeing Yun Qiu being talked about, Ming Xuan frowned, holding a Langhao brush in his hand and drawing circles one by one. she should also be a talisman, right? Zhu Yu nodded. She is obviously not good at swordsmanship. It must be the talisman. Like Yi Qiao, she is just learning, but Yi Qiao is a fast learner, and Yun Qiu obviously can't do this, so she can only move closer to Fu Dao. How's her character drawing skills? Ming Xuan clicked his tongue lightly. Yi Qiao, I don't know, but I was at the bottom of the cliff with Song Hansheng, and his evaluation was waste. Although Song Hansheng's mouth was mean, there should be no artistic elements. Forget it, Zhu Yu, be careful. Be careful in the first round too. If there is someone who can fight among the casual cultivators, it will be embarrassing in the first round. Yi Qiao agreed with this sentence very much. Several people were so absorbed in discussing the situation of the individual competition that they didn't even notice when Qin Fanfan came. Xiaoqiao. Qin Fanfan cleared his throat, stood at the door, and called her, "What kind of Tao are you cultivating?" The monks in the comprehension world walk in different ways, and the ways of proving the way are also strange. He needs to understand it, and then make corresponding training and adjustments for Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao choked slightly when she was asked, looked over and was a little confused. I can't describe it. In fact, she could only vaguely feel it. Perhaps it is somewhat similar to Dao Qingdao. Yi Qiao glanced at Zhu Yu while speaking. Zhu Yu. Similar to his way. But not completely similar. Yi Qiao added. This is a very novel description, similar to Dao Qingdao. What would it be? Passionate Tao, loves all things. Qin Fanfan murmured, what is similar to sentimental Tao? He stroked his beard and fell into deep thought again. Yi Qiao really didn't understand all kinds of messy ways in the cultivation world, so she couldn't describe it. Qin Fanfan could only ponder over what had anything to do with amorous feelings. There was silence in the courtyard, and suddenly the door was kicked open. The list is released, let's go Yi Qiao. Mu Chongxi rushed in anxiously. Let's go and see who is on the top sword repair list. He went out early in the morning to make rankings, just to see the rankings for the first time. Seeing this, Ming Xuan hurriedly grabbed Yi Qiao. No, she will go to the talisman repair with me. Just like going to the bathroom, everyone wants to take a companion to watch it together. Our Danshu is also open. Zhu Yu reminded, why don't you come with me? Zhou Xingyun silently took a step back to stay away from their team, but was dragged away together. Let's go. Yi Qiao. Let's go to see the list together. Qin Fanfan, who watched the group of people coming and going in a hurry. No one cares about him as the suzerain, right? They were not the only ones who came to join in the fun, but only if they all came, other disciples could send disciples from the outer sect to check, instead of squeezing in to watch like Mu Chongxi. He created several casual cultivators one by one, and stood at the front with Yi Qiao and Zhou Xingyun. The list is in the form of points. No, is a casual cultivator, but when the individual competition starts later, with our participation, number may change hands soon. After the sword-seeking sect releases the rewards, many casual cultivators who want to get the spirit sword will definitely sign up. Asking Swordsman is definitely not willing to give the spirit sword to the casual cultivator contract. Even if it is given, it will be handed down. What is the matter with some casual cultivators? So they don't let the 5 personal contracted spirit swords, but wait until after the individual competition starts. Those of their own sect accounted for 5 places. Not surprisingly, the top 5 have been reserved by the 5 personal heirs of swordsmanship asking sect, and we will grab the spots from the remaining 5. Of course, the most important thing is, Mu Chongxi said, pretend to be aggressive. The individual competition is a time to show off yourself. You don't need to be in the top 10, but you must show off the limelight. After looking at each ranking list, Yi Qiao pondered for a moment, and resolutely chose Kendo, no matter how much Zhu Yu encouraged her to join the Danshu competition, it was useless. If you choose the way of swordsmanship, you will compete with Yi Qing'an, Qin Huai, and those people for ranking. It will be very hard. Like a pyramid scheme, he patted her, come to Danshu, there are fewer people and less pressure. This is our sword cultivator. Mu Chongxi didn't even want to scold him. Can your alchemy cultivator have a good person? You won't be exhausted to compete with you. Yi Qiao took it for granted. She realized that Danshu was a good group of students when she was taking the culture class assessment. If she competed with them, she could imagine what kind of ghost she would be in. Danshu has no culture, which is very suitable for her. Zhu Yu shrugged, and said with a smile, don't be professionally discriminated against. Okay, don't talk anymore. Duan Yu listened for a long time and saw that none of them were serious, so he kicked them all out one by one. The 8 great masters are here, fill out the list. Send it over when the time comes, don't blot. The host of the individual competition is the 8 great masters. Ming Xuan turned his head and asked. That's right, Elder Duan Yu nodded. If someone is willing to pay to be the host, Wuzong will naturally not rush to be taken advantage of. Ha, Ming Xuan frowned, disgusted, I'm going to see those annoying people again. After filling out the registration, the sword cultivator had to fill in whether there was a natal sword, spiritual root talent, cultivation level, and most importantly, the name of the natal sword. Zhou Xingyun and Mu Chongxi filled in quickly. Yi Qiao stopped. The name of the natal sword. Several elders waited for a long time, seeing her not moving, took a look at her name. Oh, what a genius. Their tone was kind. What's the matter? Is there anything you don't understand? Mu Chongxi leaned over to take a look, and seeing Yi Qiao's reluctance to start writing, he took the initiative to say enthusiastically, her sword's name is Duosun. It's written on it, the sword master of the sword of seizing bamboo shoots will do. Several elders looked at each other for a moment. Are you sure? What the hell is that name? Yi Qiao shivered. She chose the name at the beginning just as a joke. If she really filled in the name, Yi Qiao could imagine that after the individual competition was over, after going out, other monks talked about her, and said in a cadenced tone, oh, Yi Qiao is the legendary master of the famous sword of seizing bamboo shoots, right? No. Yi Qiao shuddered, it's called Miss Yu. Remember, don't make mistakes. The following plot is the individual competition tilde start to dominate. Chevron underscore left previous home index next by playing badly, 134. Are you in trouble? Seeing her evasive attitude, Mu Chongxi touched the tip of his nose and poked her. I told you at the beginning, I told you not to choose such an outrageous name. Break the dust, day and night, don't see you. The elder who was in charge of filling in the names raised his head and glanced at these few, and whispered to the people next to him, there are quite a lot of Changming Zongling swords. On the other hand, the 5 swordsmanship sects don't even have a natal sword now. He nodded and smiled. That thing in Yi Qiao's hand is very interesting. It looked weird, and when the time came for the competition, she would take it out, as if she was insulting her opponent. Unlike a sword, it looks like a rare spiritual weapon. With the end of the team competition, a group of people returned home to pack up and leave for the venue of the individual competition in a few days. The 5 won the first place in the team competition. After returning to the sect, they received an unprecedented warm welcome. Everyone was surrounded, especially Yi Qiao, who had both male and female disciples. Things that happened. I used to look at photo stones. Yi Qiao is so handsome. Your Yi Qiao is infinitely rampant. It's the first time I've seen a real person in Dabi. How did you shoot that spirit bow? I was also watching that scene, and I was so excited that I beat the person next to me. Is alchemy in a cauldron feasible? Can we try it? Seeing Yi Qiao, who was surrounded in a group and clapped his hands leisurely, saying, Loki, Loki, Duan Yu stretched out his hand and grabbed her, knocked her on the head. Don't be shy. Hey, take it easy, Elder. That's the head of a genius. Elder Duan stared at him. Geniuses have to be beaten. You bastards are all for me to practice. Yi Qiao was carried away. Ming Xuan waved at her, couldn't help gloating. Go away. Duan Yu didn't intend to hit her. He patted her on the shoulder. I'm going to the home stadium of the 8 great masters in a few days. Please be honest. Also, the individual competition will focus on your own opportunities. Use what you have. Try to be in the top 10. If you go to the sword cave, even if you don't have the spirit sword to choose you, it's not a loss. The aura of Zhangjianzong is very strong. He said, your ghost baby, take it out and have a look. Yi Qiao stretched out her hand and pulled Xiao Qi out. The little guy looked at him roundly for a few seconds, and hid behind Yi Qiao, a little shy. Uncle, do you want to play with me? His voice was childish. He tilted his head, exuding a strange murderous look for no reason. Duan Yu commented, you child, you have a bad temper. Yi Qiao smiled. Hey, just don't play games with him. Xiao Qi has a strong ability to imitate. Before she tricked him into playing a game with him, and then he fell in love with it, and often likes to pull people to play games. Duan Yu smiled. That's good. The individual competition is a good comparison. Don't cause trouble, did you hear me? Yi Qiao reiterated. If I say that I have always been an honest person, do you believe it? Duan Yu chuckled twice. Although he didn't say it directly, it was obvious from his eyes that he believed her a ghost. He had a hunch that this individual competition would also be very lively. After Duan Yu finished chatting, Xi Chuxiu swaggered in. The young man stretched his waist and said in a drawn-out voice, Hey, are you done talking? Let me borrow from your apprentice. I'll have a chat with Xiao Qiao. After speaking, he hurriedly dragged Yi Qiao away. Yi Qiao. No. Poisonous wow. It was only the first day of her return to the sect, and everyone came to look for her. Why not go to Ming Xuan and the others? Xi Chuxiu was indeed looking for her for something, and he also watched the 5th competition, and I have to say, it was very flamboyant. It can be called the number. But that's not the point. He quickly pulled Yi Qiao to Zhangshu Pavilion, slammed on the door of Zhangshu Pavilion, and said loudly, Open the door, Mr. Yu, I know you're at home, don't hide inside and won't come out. Let us in quickly. Steward Yu. He opened the door of Zhangshu Pavilion, closed the book, and looked at Yi Qiao with somewhat complicated emotions. He especially remembered the feat of this little girl and Ming Xuan a year ago. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, Chang Mingzong could win next first. At that time, she was still aggrieved and said that she hated the gifted dog the most in her life. Ji Tut. Xi Chuxiu didn't ride with him, and lowered her head to study the duosun hanging on her waist. Have you got the golden pill? Yi Qiao didn't understand what the little uncle wanted to do. She nodded. Xi Chuxiu's eyes drooped slightly, and her casual expression was slightly restrained. I found something very interesting in the 5th game before you when you formed the alchemy. Your sword. He paused. It's weird. Xi Chuxiu is a talisman cultivator, and talisman cultivators need to look around for positions to set up formations, and have strong observation skills. The bamboo shoots on Yi Qiao's waist clearly changed their shape quietly after she advanced. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Xi Chuxiu to be sure that this thing of hers was a spiritual weapon. He glanced at it and pulled out an ancient book from the shelf. Yi Qiao glanced at him. Xi Chuxiu, a man who is reliable at critical moments and outrageous at normal times. Seeing this, she and Xi Chuxiu were lying on the library reading a book together. It's within the scope of the sword, but not quite. Xe Chuxu thought it was a sword at the first sight, but maybe this was his preconceived idea. If this is a spiritual weapon, then it definitely has more than just a sword. Yi Qiao also noticed its changes. After forming the alchemy, its appearance and characteristics became more and more clear. It fell into her hand, engraved with a seal, pure black in color, mysterious and simple. What did you think it was like? Yi Qiao. Stick. She thought it was a stick. Xe Chuxu. But when I saw it for the first time, the breath was very similar to a spirit sword. He thought it was a strange-looking spirit sword at the time. The appearance and aura now look a bit like a magic staff. Xe Chuxu nodded Yi Qiao's head, reminding, put your spiritual sense in and try to change its shape. Yi Qiao covered her head, but if it's a spiritual weapon, why do monsters like to rub it? Almost like catnip. Crazy up stickers. Xe Chuxu gestured with a gun, and put it on her chin in a contemplative state. It should be constantly changing shape, there must be something inside to support its changing, why don't we take it apart and study it? After he finished speaking, the duosun in Yi Qiao's hand also moved slightly. If it hadn't been transformed, it would have rushed out in a second. Yi Qiao stopped him from this dangerous thought, and then obediently penetrated her spiritual sense. It stands to reason that her spiritual sense is very strong, but at this moment she could feel obvious discomfort. She tentatively imagined it to be a sword. The breath has changed. Xe Chuxu's eyes widened slightly. It was amazing. Try to see if it can become two double swords. Yi Qiao tentatively used her spiritual sense to touch Bubu Jun. After her golden elixir, her divine sense was more than twice as strong, and the motionless stick in her hand actually turned into two pieces, with a slight difference in shape. More like a sword than a stick. Others, like bows and arrows, sickles and the like. Yi Qiao tried it, but found it was not working. We'll try again when you're in the nascent soul stage. He felt a little regretful. It seemed that this spiritual tool was limited to swords. This kind of spiritual weapon may be useless in the hands of other people. It is already difficult for one to master it, let alone other forms, but it is just right for Yi Qiao. She knows a lot, and there is no limit. Duaoju is very suitable for her. In that case, I don't feel like I need a sword anymore. Xe Chuxu muttered. On the way back to the yard, Yi Qiao was still thinking about how to change the shape of the weapon in her hand while changing her sword moves during the match. There is no doubt that both are a test of consciousness and reaction speed. Ellipsis. The venue was within the scope of the 8 great families, and the 8 great families had an unwritten rule that all monks who entered their jurisdiction were not allowed to use their swords, so the 5 sects prepared to go there by flying boat. All kinds of Zongmen costumes gathered together are colorful. To be honest, they're a bit dazzling. Let's go and stand with the sword-seeking sect. Zhou Xingyun refused the other green and golden imperial uniforms. Zhu Yu agreed. Red and green are too hot for the eyes. Hi, hi, hi. Yi Qiao waved her hand and greeted the others. Yu Qingzong and Cheng Fengzong stood together without knowing what they were talking about. One blue and one yellow. This scene made the corners of Yi Qiao's lips twitch. I always feel that these two sects are together. Yi Qiao looked at the blue dress and the yellow dress, sincerely, like Machuan and La.me. It makes sense for this team to come together. Wow. The others glanced at her, unable to understand what Yi Qiao was talking about. Very inexplicable. Mu Chongxi walked over to Janjian Zong with a big grin, and went to provoke Chu Xingji. He smiled and said, "Don't be in the top 10 at that time." Chu Xingji sneered, "This sentence is for you and Yi Qiao. Be careful in the individual competition." Yi Qiao, who was Q, was also a little upset. What's the matter? Chu Xingji dodged the conditioned reflex, snorted, and forced him loudly. I'm fine. Everyone briefly talked about the old days, and each of them embarked on the flying boat to go to the place where the 8 great families competed. Not to mention, the personal treatment is good. When they arrived, not only the stewards of the 8 great families came to greet them, but also took them for a stroll. In the city, there are even fans picking up the airport. Mu Chongshi spat twice, spat out the petals that he accidentally ate in his mouth. No, we agreed to scatter the petals individually. Did they really scatter? Zhu Yu sneezed. Damn. So enthusiastic. Yi Qiao pulled the petals in her lower pocket. Just like walking on a red carpet, a group of monks came to watch, and every person who passed by would be judged by them. Isn't an ugly man worthy of being a personal heir? Yun Qiu's face is so beautiful. Why is Song Hansheng so indifferent to her every time? Song Hansheng's male fan immediately yelled back in dissatisfaction, "Get lost." Ming Xuan immediately tilted his head and whispered to Yi Qiao, "Song Hansheng's fans are very enthusiastic." Yi Qiao took it for granted. They were all men. I like the one with the stick hanging from the waist. Wow, it looks so pretty. That's Yi Qiao. The other party calmed down instantly. Yi Qiao. No one in the comprehension world who watched the competition didn't know how cheap she was, but they didn't expect to have such an innocent face. Then what about the one with Yi Qiao? It's so weird. That's Ming Xuan. Don't worry, there are not many normal people who came out of Changmingzong. After they all disembarked from the flying boat, the 8 great families came to meet them. The monk was surprised. Hey, it seems that many of the direct descendants of the 8 great families came to meet me this time. Wow, they're really rich. A group of ladies and young masters from aristocratic families, riding fancy mounts, descended slowly from mid-air with a fairy air, and the grandeur was a bit exaggerated. They slowly got down from their mounts, and when they saw that a group of personal descendants had arrived, they nodded slightly and said in a calm tone, "Come with us." That arrogant appearance made Yi Qiao sigh slightly. I found that Song Han's voice is still restrained. Because she discovered that this group of direct descendants really didn't look at people straight. Ming Xuan was very excited immediately, exposed his head, and lashed out, "Look, look. I'll just say they hate it. It's so arrogant." Mu Chongshi muttered. Zhu Yu admitted, "Everyone is so crazy that their parents don't even know each other." The question is it appropriate for you two from the 8th families to say such things? There are still, about, characters at a time, but I can't fit your fan fiction stories hub. Categories, the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 135. Those who come out of the 8 great families are either self-confident or inferior, 2 extremes. Obviously, this group of people chose self-confidence amid low self-esteem. Like the previous team competitions, each of the 5 sects is separated from each other. The difference is that the environment of the 8 great families is much better than that of the sword-seeking school. There are specific training grounds and competition platforms. Danshu also has a quiet room. Alchemy by oneself, well prepared. It's good to have money. Yi Qiao saw a bunch of domestic servants coming in and out, and a row of maids standing beside her, touched her chin, feeling like she was in a TV drama. You grew up in this environment. Ming Xuan nodded. Yi Qiao cupped her hands. Young man from a rich family, disrespect and disrespect. The venue for the competition was held in the city of the 8 great families. The venue was very grand, and the seats for the audience were twice as large as those prepared for the team competition. Qin Fanfan led them to look at the venue, and then said, "Here it is, the finals where the top players are selected. Shouldn't any of you know how to swim rounds?" Qin Fanfan said. Mu Chongshi. Not at all. For example, if there are more than 1 monks participating in the first round, then the top monks will be selected to advance. 100 of the 1,000 people in the second round advanced. In the third round, finalists will be drawn for a duel, and the top 10 will be selected in the end. After the top 10, you can challenge the personal pass within the top 10 at will. If you win the opponent, you can replace him in the ranking. The first round was completely a group of rookies pecking at each other, and they had to fight those rookies if they wanted to advance. The most boring part of the individual competition is the first round of competition. Take the jade slips well, and keep an eye on the list. In a month, you will draw lots to compete with those monks, and get your points up as soon as possible. Yi Qiao opened the jade slip and took a look. The top 10 are all casual cultivators, probably the kind of cultivators who just find someone to single out if they have nothing to do. With the addition of personal disciples, the ranking should change soon. Tomorrow, the list will be open to officially count points for them. After they returned to the courtyard, there was an aura of cultivation in every courtyard, and the continuous loss of aura could be seen. Everyone is working hard to be proud of themselves in the individual competition. Yi Qiao doesn't need to meditate automatically now, her dantian will absorb it by herself. Tian Lingen took longer to lay the foundation than the top-grade Lingen. While absorbing the aura, she also had to find someone to fight to stabilize the foundation. Mu Chongxi tried to fight Yi Qiao, and found that Yi Qiao's strength and aura were much higher than those of the same situation. Born with sword bones, he is quick to learn swords, but Tianlingen is also very perverted. Yi Qiao has a solid foundation, a lot of aura, and coupled with his photographic memory, the two are in the same realm, and Mu Chongxi can't beat them at all. The talent is really amazing. He clicked twice. Ellipsis. The next day the rankings officially opened, and the other family members began to draw lots to accumulate points before dawn. Yi Qiao, who was awakened by the sound of them going out in a mighty way, yawned and continued to sleep. Zhu Yu also went out to draw lots to find his opponent very early. Every time these personal biography goes out, some monks on the scoreboard will be hanged and beaten, and there are complaints on the forum for a while. These personal descendants are not human. When I met Yi Qing'an, he didn't even say a word to me, and he flew me away with a single sword. It's fine to admit defeat when encountering a personal pass. As long as we admit defeat fast enough, we won't be able to catch up with us. Cultivators at the Golden Core stage can give it a try. Don't humiliate yourself by building a foundation and practicing qi. Ask for a lottery. It's best not to run into that group of personal biography. If you want to meet, let me meet Yi Qiao. Being Yi Qiao's teammate is undoubtedly a joy, and she is fully capable of leading the way in the team competition. But in the individual competition, she is the weakest among a group of pro-passions, there is no doubt about it. Some casual cultivators at the Jindan stage repeatedly asked for a lottery, hoping to meet Yi Qiao. Mu Chongxi rested her chin, looked at the messy voices on the jade slips, and said slowly, "They don't really think you are weak, do they? Seriously." At the same level, Yi Qiao was even stronger than them. What gave this group of people the illusion that Yi Qiao was easy to fight? Ming Xuan sat up and packed his things, ready to go out to collect points. Who told her to show off? She won several games by showing off, and now it is a mystery to those monks about her strength. For them, Yi Qiao is the best one to deal with. After all, the worst of the other sword cultivators are in the mid-gold core stage, only her golden core early stage. Several people were flipping through the forum above, and Zhu Yu, who had gone out early in the morning, finally came back. The first round is still very simple. Zhu Yu lay back after returning, like a salted fish without a soul. His eyes were dull, this person was empty. Yi Qiao took out the god replenishing pill and threw it to him. "What happened to you?" Zhu Yu's eyes turned slightly for a moment, swallowed the god replenishing pill, and said slowly, I have competed 30 times in a row. Do you know how I got here today? Danshu had few people, and it was only the first round, so they didn't even bother to watch Zhu Yu's match. In the first round, there is a month to collect points, and the top will advance. Zhu Yu went out in the morning, and now when he came back, he looked like he was an idiot. I raised the ranking to about, in one day. Zhu Yu said. The alchemy competition is based on the alchemy speed, the number of alchemy seals, and the quality and appearance of the alchemy. When it comes to the appearance of the pill, Yi Qiao has to scold the cultivation world for taking medicine by its appearance. So fast. Yi Qiao was surprised. Zhu Yu was weak, Danshu didn't have many people, and there were only more than 1,000 people in total. Yi Qiao Janshu should undoubtedly be the competition with the most people. She looked at the sword repairing list. On the first day, these personal bishops were busy climbing the rankings. Yi Qing'an kept drawing lots and competing non-stop, and the ranking jumped to the top. Quick. At the moment, only Zhu Yu is going to check the leaderboard, and the other 4 have 0 points, ranking outside the 1,000. Yi Qiao looked at Zhu Yu, who was physically and mentally exhausted, and touched his chin. So, anyway, there is still a month left, so it should be fine for us to get stuck in the last few places and advance, right? Yi Qiao met the bewildered eyes, chose to take the lead, and said leisurely, anyway, isn't it enough to enter the top, in the first round? In the realm of comprehension, there are few golden core stages, and Yi Qing'an is the only one in the nascent soul stage in his teens. It's easy to get on the list, but the main thing is to waste time, draw lots every day to find opponents, and then collect points to get on the list. I'm exhausted. Mu Chongshi's eyes lit up slightly. You can try it. If you meet some strong ones, after you beat him up, they will know how to admit defeat as soon as they see you. Yi Qiao's strength was unclear, so that they gave them the illusion that she was easy to fight. She just needs to prove herself when the time comes, and a wise and interesting swordsman will automatically admit defeat when she meets her. After all, no one wants to be beaten. Zhu Yu lay on the ground and calmed down for a while. Our Danshu side is full of hard-headed people, and everyone has to challenge me. Is he not standing high enough? Mingxuan leaned back and smiled. If you can make a blessing from heaven and stand there, they will all surrender obediently. Do you believe it? Zhu Yu twitched the corners of his lips. It's a good idea, but how can we let heaven send blessings? This is a mysterious question. So far, there are very few Danshu who can be blessed by heaven, and Bishui Zongsai's wonderful words are the only one among the personal transmissions that can do it. With the opening of the individual competition, a group of personal competitions were fiercely played. After hearing Yi Qiao's suggestion to advance to the rankings, Zhou Exingyun and Mu Chongxi were not in a hurry, and slowly watched other personal competitions. The other 4 sects were fiercer than each other, and the monks who beat them were all wailing in the forum, except for the high-profile Changming sect, which had no movement. What are you trying to do? Someone came back. Advanced card rank. Changmingzong, you are worthy of it. To be honest, generally only the strong would dare to do this. Like Yi Qing'an, if you stop there, you don't need to draw your sword. They are all admitting defeat. What confidence card ranking does Changmingzong have? Not afraid of the final second round. If you don't make it to the top, will you be eliminated? Zhou Exingyun and Mu Chongxi shouldn't have any major problems. They are famous, and the sword cultivators who meet them will obediently admit defeat. It doesn't take too much time. For Yi Qiao, unless she can find a fight with someone of similar level to prove that she is strong, otherwise the sword masters on the list will not take the initiative to admit defeat. If no one admits defeat, if she fights one by one, the card ranking some of these operations, she is busy. Lang Lang, apart from her fighting clouds and killing monsters, I rarely see her fighting seriously. Yi Qiao was stuck in the first round and advanced. During this period, she tried to adjust the changing speed and shape of Duosen. By the way, it was used with different sword techniques from various sects, and the effect was surprisingly good. When the time comes, I'm afraid they will be in a bad mood if they see this scene. Naying badly. Chapter 136. You are going to be a demon again. Stuck in the last few promotions, Yi Qiao ranked very low, while Yun Qiu, on the other hand, was fast, ranking over 300 in just 1 month. And Yi Qiao's daily routine at night is also very fixed. It is nothing more than drawing lots to find opponents during the day, and being trained by the senior brother at night. It is not long before she breaks through the Golden Core. After the Golden Core stage, there are many moves that can be used. Zhou Exingyun is very male mom. I took the trouble to teach her how to use it over and over again. Ever since he had a junior sister, Zhou Exingyun found that he was quite busy. Not only was he busy preventing Yi Qiao from being beaten to death, but he was also busy training her. Under such circumstances, Zhou Exingyun liked this atmosphere very much. At least, it was much better than the feeling of being bored before. Yi Qiao looked at the 4 sword shadows, stepped on the breeze and shuttled through the slits. The hand weapon became longer and flipped out after images, blocking his attack. The shattered sword energy transformed into a chain in the next second and suddenly wrapped around her tightly. Yi Qiao was so strangled that she couldn't move. Zhou Exingyun slashed her down with a sword lightly, and she was thrown to the ground. Looking at the courtyard that was smashed into a hole, the corner of her mouth twitched. Senior brother, it's so fierce. The sword energy dispersed. Yi Qiao lay down from the pit in pain. Is that the sword energy transformed? Yeah. Zhou Exingyun's tone was light. Yi Qiao hadn't gotten a skill that he had comprehended at the Jindan stage or above. I demonstrated it just now, you should remember it. He had no doubts about Yi Qiao's memory. She nodded, she did remember. Imagine its shape, and the spiritual consciousness is concentrated on the sword energy. Then use it to hit me. Yi Qiao was extremely perceptive. With a movement of her wrist, she imitated Zhou Exingyun's gesture just now, and a white gas suddenly swooped up. Zhou Exingyun calmly waved away the sword energy she had finally gathered. Continue. The transformation of sword qi consumes a lot of aura. Yi Qiao's spiritual root can absorb the aura by itself, replenish it quickly, and can condense the sword aura for a long time. Repeating this can just train the degree of solidification of her sword aura. Ellipsis. Chang Mingzong did this for many days, and gradually the neighboring sect got used to their occasional noises. In the middle of the night, Zhu Yu saw the sword qi condensed in midair, and frowned in disbelief. So many sword qi take shape, won't they be empty? Yi Qiao should be the only one who made it. Yi Qing'an was a little tired. He kept hitting the top on the list and basically didn't sleep. He pursed the corner of his lower lip and added lightly, but, you're only at the Golden Core stage, so don't be afraid. I'm also glad that she is only a Golden Core, otherwise it would be really tricky. On Chang Mingzong's side, Zhu Yu was the only one who was diligent. It was a sure thing that he entered the top 10. Originally, there were few Danshu, and the talented Danshu in the entire comprehension world can be counted on 10 fingers, but Danshu is a bit tough, and he will not admit defeat if he is killed. He can only compete game by game. In the past few days, he has been almost selfless. Yi Qiao respects King Wan's efforts, but she also realizes that every time Zhu Yu comes back, his mental state is too sluggish. None of them went to the arena to watch Zhu Yu's game. After all, there was nothing to watch in a crushing situation. But Zhu Yu, isn't his mental state so bad? What happened to you? Yi Qiao poked him. Are you okay? Zhu Yu was in a trance. It's okay. A few people were hesitant to speak, but he didn't look like he was doing well. But after Zhu Yu came back, he fell asleep and they looked at each other, planning to go to Danshu's arena tomorrow to have a look. There are relatively few people in the Danshu field. They are not in one-on-one mode, but a group of Danshu gather together to compete. It is said that it is the appearance, grade, and quantity of the elixir. Not to mention the appearance of the elixir alone, it was enough for Yi Qiao to fail the exam. She was very fortunate that the person who applied for it was a sword repairman. Hundreds of spectators sat outside the arena to join in the fun. The arrival of the four of them was not very conspicuous. In addition to their normal clothes, Yi Qiao was dressed in dark blue clothes, resting her chin, watching the scene below. Danshu's competition, it's so boring. Ming Xuan lazily covered his eyes, trying to sleep. People don't even have the desire to watch it. The first half was still held normally, which made several people suspect that Zhu Yu's poor spirit was purely because he was too good. He's so hypocritical, Ming Xuan slandered unceremoniously. Yi Qiao agreed. It's weaker than me. You two don't talk about such weird topics, hey. Until the second half, Yi Qiao, who was still lying in the auditorium and occupied several seats without quality, suddenly sat up. She blinked lightly, and keenly grasped the subtle attacks of the spiritual sense in the arena. Zhu Yu. Yi Qiao raised her eyebrows, stared straight into the arena, and said calmly, someone is interfering with him with spiritual consciousness. No wonder my mental state is so bad every time I come back. The co-authorship was targeted several times in a row. However, it is also understandable that Danshu is rare, and it is only one who can take the opportunity to kill one. The reason why Zhu Yu didn't tell them was also the same. Danshu's competition was easier than other competitions, and the other four should be busy. Telling them would only add unnecessary troubles. Mu Chongxi stood up. Then what should I do? Ming Xuan sneered, picked up a spectator's shoe outside the arena, swung his hand in a circle, and slammed it into the arena with precision. I'll ask you to intervene. Never doubt the accuracy of a talisman. They're almost perfect in throwing talismans, let alone a shoe. The man who was rubbing secretly and interfering with Zhu Yu with his spiritual sense was instantly knocked down by the shoe. He was furious. Who is attacking me? The chief culprit, Ming Xuan, smiled nonchalantly, and raised his voice, your father. Wahoo! Yi Qiao's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, she stuffed several steamed buns in the mustard seed bag, and they were probably going to harden. Yi Qiao caught it in her hand, threw it up, and then slammed it down on the other Danshu with precision. Are you sick? They couldn't take it anymore. Looking up, I found that there were a few good-looking teenagers and girls, smiling and unqualified, and started hitting people. Zhu Yu was stunned for a moment, and also saw a few fellow disciples outside the arena. He paused with his fingertips, somewhat touched, but why did their sect take such an unusual path every time? Seeing these few Changming clan disciples who were having a great time smashing around outside the arena, the elders frowned. What kind of weird painting style is this? Stop. The person in charge of the 8 great families couldn't sit still, and he didn't even want to warn. Chang Mingzong, don't throw anything into the venue, and if you violate it again, points will be deducted later. TSK. Ming Xuan hadn't smashed enough. He leaned back and chuckled. Rules are rules, only the 8 of them have more things to do. Chang Mingzong reported Zhu Yu to Danshu alone, and he belonged to the category of fighting alone. The others are all organized Danshu, and all of them gathered around intentionally or unintentionally interfered with his judgment on herbal medicine. You know, if you win the personal pass, you can really become famous. Regardless of how she won, Yi Qiao knew that as long as she could win, no matter how cheap she was, someone would like it. Mu Chongxi curled her lips. Those who interfered with Zhu Yu are all direct descendants of the 8 great families, and they are quite talented. They are all rare talents. The organizers are the 8 great families, and the high-level officials turned a blind eye to this kind of immoral behavior. Yi Qiao tilted her head. The 8 great families are so unreasonable. Only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps. What kind of reasoning is this? Mingxuan snorted. They have always been like this. Their powerful family is not used to reason with ordinary people like us. Zhou Xingyun glanced at him, feeling that Mingxuan has been attacking more and more regardless of the enemy and himself recently. Yi Qiao raised her hand and asked the referee above, who was also in charge, "Ask me, isn't it a violation of the rules for them to intervene with divine sense?" The other party was calm and relaxed. Seeing that it was Yi Qiao who was asking the question, he raised his eyebrows, and replied lightly, "It's just within the scope of the rules, and doing some trivial things, that's all." The last 2 words bite heavy and full of caveats. He knew Yi Qiao. After the big competition, no one knew her, but even Yi Qiao couldn't join the Danshu competition. What could she do? Yi Qiao looked around as if she had realized something. "Since you say that, it means that outside intervention is allowed, right?" "Can. They have all done things that disturb people's breath on the field, so it is naturally possible to intervene outside the field. But no one can intervene in other people's alchemy off the court, so far away. What can Yi Qiao do?" "Are you going to start acting like a demon again?" Mingxuan opened his eyes and regained his energy. "Don't say that. I'm just doing some simple things within the scope of the rules. That's all." Yi Qiao casually took out the mustard seed bag of Red Lotus Cauldron, and smiled slightly. "This is a gift from Zhu Yu and the others. It is said to be a spiritual weapon, but I haven't had time to try it out to see how it works." "Want to see how I use the alchemy furnace to make alchemy?" she asked. "Mingxuan, look." Yi Qiao sat down without saying a word, recalling the steps of the God-replenishing pill, adding spiritual plants to it in a smooth manner. She made alchemy very fast, and could even make 10 pill seals at a time. In order to ensure that the power was strong enough, Yi Qiao shot 15 of them at once, and then her ears started to bleed. Without raising her head, she melted the pill, condensed it, and mixed the fragrance. When it came time to adjust the fragrance, Yi Qiao threw ingredients into it without changing her face. This time she chose durian-flavored, 15 elixir, and lay in the elixir crookedly. The effect of the elixir was also faster than before. Alchemy speed is several times faster. Yi Qiao took this opportunity to volatilize the fragrance of the 15 elixirs before the refinement of the other pills was finished. "Where's the wind talisman?" Yi Qiao asked Mingxuan without raising her head. Mingxuan Shangdao handed it over. "Brother, here it is." Yi Qiao pinched the fingertips. The talisman was blown away, and a gust of wind was blown to the venue. When there was a faint smell wafting over, the Danshu with sensitive sense of smell would have noticed it. "What's the smell?" Zhu Yu. As soon as he smelled it, he knew who could do it. But in fact, after hearing it for a long time, it will calm down. But other people can't stand it. The referee outside the court couldn't sit still anymore. He rushed to Yi Qiao angrily, saw the legendary genius of 3 cultivators concocting alchemy. He slammed the table next to him. "What are you doing?" "Yi Qiao, alchemy." She handed it to him. "Try it." "Just." Quite warm-hearted. "No need." He subconsciously refused. "Get out and practice." "Why?" Yi Qiao hugged her pill furnace, startled. "What for?" "I'm just refining some pills I like within a reasonable range, that's all." "It's just these 2 words," she responded back with the same articulation method. The referee's face darkened. Bisheng couldn't refute it. This is what he said. There is nothing wrong with it, and no one said that alchemy outside the field is not allowed. But can a normal person refine such a thing from the underworld? The alchemy atmosphere in the arena was also very subtle, and someone looked a little strange, who made shit in the alchemy furnace. No. But really bad smell. Originally, Danshu relied on his sense of smell and memory to distinguish spiritual plants. This kind of smell is really easy to interfere with people's sense of smell. Would you like to take a breath? Zhu Yu looked at the man holding his breath diagonally, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Not so much, right? With these sarcastic words, Zhu Yu seemed to have forgotten the scene when he was blown up by Yi Qiao. Impossible. You don't want me to see my grandma. He blushed, absolutely not admitting defeat. Zhu Yu shrugged. That's up to you. Yi Qiao found that none of the group of Danshu in the venue had the phenomenon of frying the furnace except for the distorted faces. She continued her efforts, took a sound amplification note, and shouted, "Senior Brother 3." She beeped on the stage. "Do you still remember that I cooked the elixir in class? Zhu Yu. Do you remember that smell? Come on, hurt each other, you won't be able to smoke them to death." Zhu Yu was a little moved. He is also a bit perverted. He is a normal person who has been competing for more than a dozen games in a row. Seeing that Zhu Yu's expression was a little perverted, the other Danshu frowned, not understanding what the two parents were trying to tell. What Zhu Yu refined was the snail powder flavor that Yi Qiao made before. He was the fastest in alchemy. After making 10 alchemy seals, he adjusted the fragrance and volatilized them. Yi Qiaolian's durian tastes good, and the combination of the two is simply perfect. A strange stench gradually filled the entire arena. He tapped his fingertips, and the spirit plant fell smoothly into the alchemy furnace. The young man was tall and handsome, with clear eyebrows and eyes. He was the only one in the field who did not change his face and was not affected. This was due to Yi Qiao's feedback then. There is a saying that is also true: the best way to deal with the opponent's intervention is to try to adapt. And Zhu Yu stayed with Yi Qiao for so long, and he successfully got used to the weird taste she developed. The only ones who are so miserable are those who cannot accept it. Yu Danshu blushed and looked around, as if trying to find out the source of the stench. With a violent shake of the hand, the proportions suddenly went wrong. Finally, a Danshu who couldn't take it anymore threw the herbs and rushed out of the arena. I abstain. I couldn't take it anymore. Originally, Danshu's sense of smell was sensitive, and this smell was wafting on and off the court. Whose mentality is it? Zhu Yu's eyes lit up slightly after dozens of matches, but he had never met anyone who abstained. He didn't expect that such an operation would make those people abstain. At this moment, he seemed to have found a good way to end the game quickly. The other side. In front of Zhu Yu's diagonally opposite disciple, the alchemy furnace boiled for no reason, and exploded without warning in the next second. After the pill furnace exploded, brown juice flew all over the sky. Zhu Yu was unfortunately splashed all over the face. Standing in the middle position, he suffered a lot from it. His body was covered in brown concoction water, coupled with the stinky snail powder flavored elixir refined in front of him. The scene became uncontrollable for a while. God! What happened? Is Zhu Yu insane? Can't. Who went mad and went to eat shit? To be honest, it's just a pill. But Zhu Yu's terrifying expression that could stop a child from crying at night, coupled with the brown medicinal juice on his body, made everyone misunderstand. The ghost knows what happened to these Danshu. The referee also looked at the field in amazement. Not only was it full of brown juice, but it also became stinky. Isn't the link of fragrance mixing just to let the disciples develop freely, but it can't be too free? Danshu was also quite broken. They were stunned facing the overwhelming stench, and Zhu Yu, the only one in the field who didn't change his face. Finally, Yue. I don't know who threw up. The pill furnace exploded at the same time. After that, without exception, crackling, the alchemy furnaces in the venue all exploded. Referee. Chevron _left I said by playing badly. Chapter 137 Be fast and handsome. Eternal Ming Sect, interfere with the Sect competition. After the competition was over, the referee rushed to the place where swordsmanship asking Zong was, rushed in angrily, and yelled angrily without even thinking about it. He saw the sect master of the sword-seeking sect who was sitting there barely suppressed his anger, and said in a cold voice, "Sect master, please make the decision." He said all these words implicitly. Just Yi Qiao's feces like elixir, it smoked all of Danshu's furnace, it's so simple. The crime deserves to be punished. The master of the sword-seeking sect was silent for a while, and he was not surprised to hear that it was the Changming sect, so. Who did it? I will punish them severely. A group of geniuses collectively exploded the furnace. This kind of spectacle is quite explosive in the world of comprehension. The referee was filled with righteous indignation. Yi Qiao. The suzerain suddenly said, "Oh, it's all right." He said why this month is weird. Quietly, it turned out that Yi Qiao didn't act as a demon. The referee looked at his indifference, and did not give up, but by doing this, she is disrupting the order inside and outside the court. The head of the sword-seeking sect took a light glance, amused. Don't think that we don't know, the divine consciousness interference that you 8 families secretly allowed. Since it is a big competition, there are conflicts between the 5 schools and the 8 great families. Everyone wants the disciples in their own family and Zhongli to win the competition. Zhu Yu is from the Zhu family, but he is now helping Changmingzong in the competition. Against whom he is against. Do the first day by yourself, don't blame others for the 15th day. The referee's face froze. Ellipsis. On the other side, after the Danshu competition, Changmingzong courtyard. Yi Qiao slammed Mingxuan down on the ground. The two had a simple sparring just now, and finally ended with her victory. Mingxuan took a mouthful of dirt, and opened his eyes slightly. Bah, bah, bah. It's not a slap in the face to hit someone. Seeing his reaction, Yi Qiao complained, "It's not like you didn't see me when Elder Duan beat me up and down. You were just pushed to the ground." When she and Mu Chongxi were beaten in turn, Mingxuan smiled brightly. "Of course you can lie horizontally or vertically." Mingxuan got up from the ground, opened the folding fan, and raised his chin slightly, "But I will always be suave." Is it appropriate for his suave face to be hammered on the ground? Yi Qiao gave him a blank look and ignored her. She was a little distressed these days. She was too lucky recently. I can't find those monks who can fight. They are all 800 or 900 foundation building monks. So I can rub Mingxuan to relieve my anger. No, her luck is poisonous. Do you really want her to start from 1000? Really nobody throws in the towel. Can't you see that she is also strong? Mu Chongxi held her chin, and expressed hypocritical sympathy for her for a few seconds. The evaluation of you by the outside world is that your strength is unknown, but you have a lot of ideas. You have to reverse their stereotypes. Yi Qiao recovered from the painful experience. She was at the bottom of the ranking. If no one was willing to concede defeat, she could only draw lots one by one. This shit hits the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. No one admits defeat, and if they want to steadily enter the 3rd round, they can only be a liver emperor without sleep every day. I knew it earlier, so I won't show it off. It seems that everyone thinks she is weak, and those who draw her are very excited. Yi Qiao's mentality collapsed and several talismans flew down impatiently. She has a lot of equipment, and those who are below the peak of foundation establishment don't need to waste time. The elders who were watching Yi Qiao all the time also noticed her movements. Yi Qiao rank has moved. What the hell is this kid doing? Before, there were more than 800 people, and now there are more than people. At her slow speed, when will she be able to catch up with the progress of other personal transmissions? Some monks analyzed. I have observed Yi Qiao several times, and they are basically solved with talismans. Not to mention, talisman cultivators are arrogant, but this is not the point. The point is that the opponents who fight her are indeed weak, and there is also a period of qi training. It is not easy for her to be crushed in a golden core stage. Yi Qiao's fans were a little anxious, so, when will we, Lang Lang, be able to draw a serious opponent at the golden core stage? Yi Qiao's luck, let's say it's good, it's really good, I haven't met a strong one, and it's bad, it's really bad, I can't meet a strong one of Nima, so everyone wants to challenge her. Who said Yi Qiao was unlucky? The opponents drawn in the lottery were all foundation building and qi trained. I want to be as unlucky as her. In fact, it is not without luck like her, but who made her the most famous. I want to come and see the one who won the first place in the rumors, and I am looking forward to seeing her compete, but the opponents are all group building foundations and qi training. In contrast, Yi Qiao was also in a fucking mood. Most of the masters went to the first round, but she was still in the second round, and the ones drawn by the lottery were all around the foundation building stage. They were as tough as Danshu, but they refused to admit defeat and threatened to see her. What's the point of pro-passing? I'm just a good for nothing. She lay down on the ground, and began to face Zhou Exingyun with no love in her life. Then I won't let a group of foundation builders challenge me. Both of them had their faces crossed, exuding frustration. Look at the grievances, each of them is heavier than a ghost. Yi Qiao's luck was too much, Zhou Exingyun's unlucky one was outrageous, all he met in the second round were monks of Golden Core stage. Fortunately, those people were wise, and they were quick to admit defeat. There was still a heated discussion about Yi Qiao on the forum. It is said that Chang Mingzong has been training against Yi Qiao for the past few days. If you ignore the realm, will Mu Chongxi have to let her fight? Mu Chongxi scolded her mother from the bottom of her heart. Let your mother. He wants to let it go. And it wasn't him who trained Yi Qiao, but the elder brother. Zhou Exingyun is really merciless in training people. It can be said that Yi Qiao grew up extremely quickly during the beating. It's too bad, Yi Qiao, hurry up and pick a master. I don't want to see those idiots talk anymore, they're insulting my IQ. Mu Chongxi covered her face in pain. Yi Qiao, I'm lucky, there's nothing I can do. Zhou Exingyun floated over and said, if this goes on like this, you will have to go heads up without sleep to get into the third round. Zhu Yu suddenly thought of something, and slammed the wooden table. Let the senior brother come, he is unlucky. Makes sense. Being stared at by everyone with his heavenly mission, Zhou Exingyun was a little speechless, and finally helped her draw a lottery. Number 190. This ranking is not low. To be able to reach the top, the level must be at the Jindan stage. Now everyone is in good spirits. I got a master. Mu Chongxi. Oh, go and find out how your strength is. Who are you looking for? Mingxuan blinked, and after he finished speaking, the others fell silent. The others were busy collecting points, and soon Yi Qiao thought of Xi Chuxiu who came to join in the fun in the yard. As a little uncle, she has nothing to do all day long. If she didn't have a beautiful face, she would really look like a vagrant. In fact, besides Xi Chuxiu who was idle, there were other people. But neither Qin Fanfan nor Elder Zhao could do it. Let the suzerain and the elders stealthily ask the monks for news, such unqualified things, their Changming sect can't do it. Ellipsis. Xi Chuxiu was very fast. At night, when Yi Qiao heard the knock on the door and just opened the door, she was startled the next second. N.A. Xi Chuxu was hanging upside down, so she approached suddenly, and greeted with a smile, "I have news for you. The next opponent is Song Gang. Early Golden Core." Hearing that it was Jin Dan, they all breathed a sigh of relief. There is a big difference between Jindan and Jindan, especially in terms of spiritual root. Even Mu Chongshi can't beat it at the same level, let alone ordinary Jindan stage. They were not too worried about Yi Qiao. They were not afraid that the opponent was too strong, but they were afraid that the opponent was too weak. Also, Xi Chuxu was slightly serious. Cheng Fengong brought the treasure of Zhenzong. If you meet someone from Changfeng Sect later, be careful then. Yi Qiao poked Xi Chuxu, who was dangling upside down on the door, and felt that he was really a magical creature, always appearing in unexpected places. Cheng Fengong, what is the treasure of Zhenzong? Xi Chuxu, you will know when he uses it. It can be seen that Cheng Fengong really wants to win. Sword-seeking Zong's Duan Shui Jian is the head of the spirit sword, and Yue King Zong's bright moon arrow can break the curse with one arrow. But so far no one has been able to pull it away. Moreover, if you want to get this thing, you have to touch it. The treasures of each sect are different. He only knows these two sects, the others are hidden. Xi Chuxu touched his chin. Our sect also has them, but Qin Fanfan doesn't say what it is. It's so mysterious, I always feel that it's not something normal. Qin Fanfan heard the commotion and hurried over. What's the matter? Finally got someone who can fight. Everyone in the sect was very anxious, for fear that Yi Qiao's mentality would be affected, and they also wanted to see what Yi Qiao's level was. Who doesn't want to see how far the level of Tianlingen has reached? Yi Qiao even twisted her thoughts in a strange way. Oh, Duan Shui sword, isn't Duan Chen and senior brother's Duan Chen a lover's sword? In the original book, it seems Yi Qing'an is the one who got the water cut off, right? Ji Tut. What kind of evil CP is this? Zhou Exingyun was also disgusted. You must know that the sword masters of the Duan Shui sword in the past were all men. He didn't feel anything at first, but Yi Qiao's words about the couple's sword made his expression slightly blank. There are only two words in my mind. Unlucky. Don't hit you with Duanchen's stimulating transformation. Mu Chongshi leaned over. TSK TSK TSK. He didn't even think about it. But no one has pulled out the broken water sword for hundreds of years. I don't know if I'm lucky enough to see the Duan Shui sword recognize its master this year. Yi Qiao glanced at him. I'll see. If I remember correctly, Jiangku Yunk also had a share, and the sword she got was named Luoshui. The broken water with Yi Qing'an is a couple's sword. She just said that senior brother Duan Chen and Yi Qing'an Duan Shui were just talking about it. What if the names of the male and female protagonists' natal swords don't match? After Qin Fanfan pulled down Xi Chuxu, who was hanging upside down, he found that the topics these people were talking about were getting more and more out of order. It seemed that no one cared about the Golden Core players in the next match. He just wanted to reprimand him. Xi Chuxu, couple sword. Then you said that in the future, Yi Qing'an and Zhou Exingyun will become Taoist couples, and when they hold banquets, can I prostitute them for nothing? Then Xi Chuxu, who was talking nonsense, was severely beaten by Qin Fanfan, who split open. Shut up. Get out of here. It's too much. Xi Chuxu looked expectantly. She didn't know where to get a handkerchief. Obviously, I've been trying very hard to find out the news. Zhu Yu covered his face. Are there any normal people in this house? Ellipsis. Who is the opponent? Yi Qiao. How is her strength? Song Gang pondered, with an unclear expression. The strength is unknown. It is said that she is at the Golden Core stage like me, and she has only broken through for a short time. I think it should not be a big problem. It's good to get Yi Qiao, it's easier than meeting the other ones. Yi Qiao's luck in the lottery was so smooth and smooth all the way to the extreme. He didn't expect to fail this time. He stretched out his hand to hold the lottery in his hand, and let out a deep breath. It was rare for Yi Qiao to draw a decent opponent, and they happily joined in the fun. The front row was taken by them. Compared with Danshu's deserted place, Janshu's side was almost overcrowded, especially the protagonist was Yi Qiao. It can be regarded as the golden core period. Both of them are at the golden core stage, so they should fight for a while. It was too boring before. The distance between the other personal disciples and ordinary golden core cultivators was too great. The crushing situation was nothing to watch, but Yi Qiao was different. Both of them were at the early stage of golden core. Come on, yell. A little girl got close, and started to sprinkle flowers on Yi Qiao's head. Before the person arrived, the flowers floated first, and colorful petals were everywhere. Where's the slogan? Some fans clapped their hands enthusiastically. Yi Chao, the first one to arrive. Yi Chao, invincible. We haven't fought yet, and you've already shouted your slogans. Someone waved his hand. What if we lose? Yi Qiao's fans immediately became upset. How could we possibly lose? We are number one in the world. Ah. Yes. The other party was too lazy to argue with these stupid fans. Yi Qiao. She couldn't listen to the blowing. Zhu Yu rubbed his chin, and urged with a smile, Go, we are invincible number one. At this moment, he asked Yi Qiao's opponent's psychological shadow area, and he was a little speechless. Although he knew that Yi Qiao was very famous, wouldn't it be so? The petals are floating all over the sky. The referee frowned, stood there, and waved his hand to signal unrelated people to stay away from the test field. Song Gang, please enlighten me. The two stood opposite each other, and he pursed his lips and said politely. Yi Qiao. Okay. She didn't show any politeness. Song Gang didn't talk nonsense. He drew his shuriken out of its sheath. Give Yi Qiao this chance. Filled with sword energy, he swept towards her face. Yi Qiao looked at him, stepping on Qingfeng with luck, dodging the sword energy. Stepping on Qingfeng became faster after Jinden's stage. Not to mention him, it would take a lot of effort to chase after Jinden's stage. The girl's figure disappeared in place. Song Gang pursed his lips, caught where she landed, and landed another sword quickly and accurately. Yi Qiao dodged again. She was fighting Jin Danchi for the first time, and thought it would be a bit difficult, but at present, it seems that the two senior brothers are far from the level of ferocity. After Yi Qiao tried a few times, the atmosphere was a little quiet. Ah. What is Yi Qiao hiding? She's fast and naturally has to hide. Run if you can't fight, whoever fights you. Yi Qiao likes this tactic. The two exchanged simple moves. Song Gang thought she was trying to fight a war of attrition, but he didn't expect that a personal transmission would be reduced to the point of a war of attrition. He couldn't help asking, Can you still confront me head-on? Yi Qiao glanced at him strangely. Are you sure? Yi Qiao had had enough of playing. She turned her face slightly, and disappeared again. When Song Gang caught the girl's breath again, his pupils shrank slightly, his arms went numb for a moment, and he remembered. This Yi Qiao is Lei Lingen. Fortunately, Song Gang's reaction was quite timely. When he wanted to block with his other hand, the bamboo shoot in Yi Qiao's hand suddenly became two pieces, and the vacated stick hit with the momentum, and the sword energy was like a rainbow. He was hit hard in the chest by the sharp and sudden sword aura. Song Gang tried to grab Yi Qiao in front of him and resist, but under the heavy blow of the sword aura, he didn't even have a chance to touch the opponent. The body was thrown uncontrollably and flew out of the competition platform. The speed must be fast and the posture must be handsome. No bells and whistles needed. Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, the atmosphere froze briefly. the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 138. Yi Qiao's previous opponents were all in person, and it was strange that she couldn't adapt to a group of ordinary golden core stages suddenly. After the fight, no one responded. Did you come back and forth as promised? Did it turn out that Yi Qiao unilaterally crushed the situation? Is there such a big gap between ordinary people and personal transmission? It is understandable for other people to decide the outcome with one sword. Their lowest state is also in the middle stage of Jindan, and Yi Qiao, who is in the same state, can end it so quickly. A question of luck. Standing on the periphery, Mingxuan heard the discussion from the people behind, and replied, "You can understand it as the dimensionality reduction blow of the heavenly spiritual root and the ordinary spiritual root. It is indeed quite surprising to be able to catch up with the progress of other personal transmissions in a short period of time." Yun Qiu advanced very quickly. She seems to break through faster than Yi Qiao, but her foundation is not stable. Not to mention being in the same realm, Yi Qiao, who had established her foundation back then, could beat her. Someone swallowed. The top 10, are they basically all these personal transmissions? Neither one is easy to mess with. The difference lies in the order of who is the first and who is the second among the top 10. It's not basic, it's certain. There were already a lot of 5-sword cultivators, and each of these sword cultivators was more ferocious than the other. Those who originally wanted to watch Yi Qiao's excitement fell silent for a while. Look again, someone suggested. Let's see. It is impossible for Yi Qiao to only compete once. She drew several lots in a row, basically building foundations or practicing qi. When everyone was drowsy, she finally drew a golden core stage, but the other party raised her hand decisively. "Don't draw me away, you can go down by yourself." Yi Qiao. "Give me a chance." Yi Qiao didn't give up. Let's compare. This is only a golden core stage. Not enough for her to prove herself. Impossible. Other laymen can't tell, they're all in the golden core stage, and they can see clearly, whether it is aura or swordsmanship, she is not at the same level as the ordinary golden core stage, and she didn't even have the same level as the golden core stage just now. Try best. After a few trials, it was conveniently solved. The individual competition was in full swing. Hearing that Yi Qiao crushed monks of the same realm, Chu Exingji, who was practicing sword, was a little suspicious when he heard the words, "Is it true?" He is a tough guy. Before meeting Yi Qiao, he would not have believed the nonsense speeches on the cultivation forum. Zhu Yu rested her chin and thought for a moment. "I saw that her sword can change, so be careful." Chu Exingji is a brainless player. If he and Mu Chongxi were in the same sect, they might be able to chat easily. There is nothing to worry about when the two confront each other. They are both fighters, they only know how to fight and kill. But I'm afraid of meeting Yi Qiao, who has so many tricks. Yi Qiao was still collecting points. Except for a few stubborn people who wanted to touch her and were dealt with by her with a sword, the subsequent accidents went smoothly, and all they needed to do was sit there for the whole process. The people on the forum were still chatting. Now only Yi Qiao is in the second round, and the other pro introductions are already in the third round. It doesn't matter, Yi Qiao has already started to move a stool on the competition stage, draw lots and sit there waiting for others to come up and admit defeat. She can sit and never stand, and she has made it clear that she is doing badly. Speaking of which, these personal airs are very coquettish. Yun Qiu of Yuqingzong is also quite thoughtful. She took a mysterious sword and picked several talisman repairs in a row. Now she is almost invincible. Hey, someone was stunned. So it's still possible to do this. It's possible. There are loopholes in the rules that can be exploited. She has dual cultivation of sword and talisman. There is no clear rule in the competition of talisman cultivation that she is not allowed to use the sword. If you can double cultivation, you can use it too. Couldn't Yi Qiao also throw talismans in the sword training competition? But Sword Cultivator and Talisman Cultivator are extremely simple. As long as Yun Qiu seizes an opportunity to approach, the opponent will not even have a chance to resist. At the beginning, no one cared about Yun Qiu's situation. Everyone met at the summit, and whoever couldn't make it into the top 10 was ridiculed crazily. As a result, Ming Xuan was so lucky that he won Yunk. He deliberately checked the opponent's ranking, number 78. How is she possessed by a mad dog? Isn't she a waste? This sentence was said by Song Hansheng himself. Mu Chongxi checked the forum, and after getting the feedback, she said, "Oh, she hit the Talisman Cultivator with the black sword, which has basically reached the point where the Talisman Cultivators are terrified." Ming Xuan, then can I come out of tomorrow's game alive? It should be noted that the Talisman Cultivator is a creature that will be hanged and beaten as soon as it is approached. There is no need to guess at the situation where the Sword Cultivator fights the Talisman Cultivator. Why don't you take drugs? Zhu Yu returned the alchemy to him, which contained the flavor of snail powder refined earlier. Ming Xuan pinched his nose and leaned back tactically. Then he must have time to take drugs. Mu Chongxi is a sword cultivator, and he understands the speed of a sword cultivator's sword. Ming Xuan standing on the stage may be blown away in a second. It is a matter of probability to encounter so many people. Ming Xuan suffered 8 lifetimes of blood misfortune and met Yun Qiu. The young man lay on the table, sighed for a long time, thinking very openly, if you can't beat me, just admit defeat. The two have the same realm, and even 10 Yun magpies can't match him in terms of attainments in talismans. But Yun Qiu can double cultivation, he can only win if he can fight. Zhou Xingyun said in a low tone, but if she can take advantage of loopholes, we can too. Fighting with swords in the talisman competition is no different from stealing the concept. Yi Qiao, is there a rule list? Sort it out, let's think about how to drill tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the end of the game is to exploit loopholes. Others didn't expect it either. Whose good guy has nothing to do during the game, thinking about how to exploit loopholes every day? Since the opponent was Yun Qiu, none of them went to the game, and they all went to watch. Not only they were there, most of the people who came to watch the game were Fushu. He took Yi Qiao's hand tightly. When I die, you must remember to buy me the best cemetery. Yi Qiao patted him on the head. How obsessed is this man with the best cemetery? And it's not necessarily going to die, right? Mu Chongxi muttered. Zhu Yu, it's hard to say. Judging by Yun Qiu's posture, I'm afraid the visitor is not kind. When Zhu Yu said this, Ming Xuan's heart became even colder. When several people were discussing, a girl's voice came from behind. Ming Xuan. Is this your match? The girl asked. Ming Yi. Ming Xuan blinked and nodded. Yes, it's my match. Zhu Yu whispered to them popular science. Is it Ming Xuan? The younger sister of the direct line. Anyway, in the big family, as long as they are direct descendants, they have some relationship with each other. Either sister or sister. The individual competition is originally a competition for a group of aristocratic families, casual cultivators, and personal heirs to fight openly and secretly. It is only normal to meet a few acquaintances. Ming Xuan raised his eyebrows. Are you coming to the competition too? Ming Yi glanced at the few people behind him. They were all familiar to her, or in other words, basically no one in the cultivation world didn't know this group of personal descendants. No. The girl shook her head. Look at your game. She also came to participate in the individual competition. Before coming, she discussed the match between Ming Xuan and Yun Qiu with the head of the Ming family. The patriarch of the Ming family said, Yu Qingzong has 4 talisman cultivators, taking up 4 places, that bastard Ming Xuan takes 1, and the remaining 5 places, we have to compete with other direct descendants. The Song family and the Ming family, two talisman repair families, have produced countless geniuses. The next match is between Yunk and Ming Xuan. You can go and have a look, and tell that little bastard along the way, it's okay if you don't win the fight. I won't scold him next time. Patriarch Ming was quite embarrassed when he said it. Yes, Ming Xuan couldn't break through the golden core stage before, and he had to reprimand him every time, and in the end he scolded the child for being autistic, and he still refuses to go home. Yun Q. Ming Yi was stunned for a moment, and then dismissed it. It's shameless to use a sword to pick up amulets. She can use a sword to pick a talisman. Does that mean that Yi Qiao can also use a sword to confront her? Patriarch Ming stroked his beard, and said awkwardly, I'm afraid it's not possible. But Yi Qiao is also here. It's a pity that he didn't participate in the talisman cultivation competition. Not only him, but the other members of the 8 great families also wanted to see if the rumored Yi Qiao lived up to his name. Ming Yi took this opportunity to come over to watch Ming Xuan's game and observe Yi Qiao on the way. It just looks quite ordinary. Dressed in dark blue, at the age of 16, especially when he is not talking, he is very quiet and cool. It's not that Yi Qiao didn't notice that the other party was looking at her. In fact, she was used to it. It seemed that everyone would look at her when they saw her. Ming Xuan took a deep breath, and when the stage was vacated, he stood up slowly. At the same time, Yun Q also quickly flew to the competition stage, looked at her from a distance, and smiled. Seeing this, Yi Qiao also smiled, brighter than her. You are right, the way of heaven does not reward hard work, the way of heaven only favors geniuses. Yun Q's expression froze slightly. She had said this not long ago. But at that time, no one said that she was a heavenly root. As a result, Yun Q felt a little ashamed even now in recollection. The corners of Yun Q's lips were pursed, and he was so angry that he fell silent. Yi Qiao's voice didn't restrain itself, so the audience could hear it clearly. Heaven rewards hard work. Whoever said that? I'll strangle her to death. Just look at Yi Qiao and you'll know. Damn it, it's clear that heaven favors geniuses. Yi Qiao is bad every day, but it doesn't affect her winning at all. After the two stood on the stage, they didn't even say hello to each other. They just came up and did it. An objective fact is that Fu Xiu can't beat Jian Xiu at all, and the field is so big, it is too late to set up the formation, and he has already been challenged by Jian Xiu in a close combat. It's fine to pick a fly, the big deal is to end it quickly and admit defeat. Anyway, it's okay to lose a game. Yun Q made it clear that he was intentionally playing up the mentality. He didn't want to beat Ming Xuan down, but wanted to stab him with a sword. Ming Xuan managed to dodge every time, barely resisting with a few talismans. Zhou Exingyun said objectively, Ming Xuan can't beat her. Isn't Song Hansheng able to touch Yi Qing'an? How could he fail? Fu Xiu wasn't that weak. He could even be said to be very strong, and played an indispensable role in the team competition. Zhou Exingyun's voice was as calm as water. The venue is too small. Fighting with the sword repairer, there is no chance to use it. For example, he was silent for a while, looking at the fact that Song Hansheng was eliminated by Chu Exingji and Yi Qiao. He knew that there was no suitable venue or position for the talisman cultivator, and the melee combat was unilaterally suspended by the sword cultivator. Play for it. The competition stage is too small, and there has never been a rune repairer who can use a sword in the rune repair competition. Who would have thought that so many talents would come out this year? Seeing this scene, Yi Qiao clicked her tongue twice. That's why I always feel that mages are unreliable. In the case of a one-on-one fight with an assassin, he was completely beaten. Fortunately, she is a swordsman. With a cold pick of the Yunk sword, he aimed to stab at the painful places. Ming Xuan was quick. Seeing the talismans in his hand being shattered one by one, he lowered his eyes and made a tactic with his fingertips. Yun Q was stunned for a moment, trapped, unable to move his limbs. In the next second, she was kicked by Ming Xuan and fell to the ground. She held on to the shuriken and barely fell. The square array can lock people in a certain range, and Yun Q is not annoyed when he sees this, and wants to beat her out, but using talismans will not work unless he kicks himself out. But she is a sword cultivator, Ming Xuan can't get close to her. Therefore, the square formation was only trapped, allowing Ming Xuan barely a buffer time. He accelerated the speed of deploying the attack formation, and Yun Q on the other side was also trying to break through the formation. She knows formations, so she breaks formations very quickly. Seeing her coming out, Ming Xuan took a step back and tore off a mist talisman. Smoke was everywhere around her. After Yun Q broke through the formations, seeing the smoke, she suddenly smiled and turned her head. As if he had eyes, he suddenly aimed at Ming Xuan's direction and stabbed down violently. What the hell? Hacking. Forgive Yi Qiao's first reaction. It stands to reason that the mist talisman and the two of them have the same realm, so there is no way for Yun Q to find the position so quickly. She's really weird. Ming Xuan on the stage pounced a bit to avoid being pierced into a heartbreaking ending, and he cursed secretly, "Damn it, are you really going to kill me?" The default point during the game is up. After the top 10 were selected, in order to grab the top rankings, it was not without red eyes. Now it is only the third round, and it is not the final. As for it, Yun Q remained silent. One sword was harder than the other. Ming Xuan could only continue to dodge by stepping on the breeze, and dropped a few explosive talismans along the way. The girl squinted her eyes, and returned the talisman with her fingertips intact. She also has what Ming Xuan has. Although the level of talisman is not good, but she has a sword in hand, Ming Xuan can't do anything to her in this situation. No. If you play like you do, who the hell can beat you? Ming Xuan almost vomited blood. What? Dual cultivation is amazing, right? You forced me. After he finished speaking, he looked towards the audience. Zhu Yu, where is your pill furnace? Zhu Yu, who was watching nervously from the audience, was suddenly cued. Come on, let's finally attack his alchemy furnace, right? After a night of discussion by a group of wicked people, they began to study how to exploit the loopholes in the rules, and they really found some ways. Chevron_I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 139. One dares to brag, the other dares to listen. What are you doing? Alchemy. This should not work on Yunk. Referee. Dan Furnace. The referee was also a little puzzled. Why do you want the pill furnace? Ming Yi, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, also became strangely calm, to be honest. Worrying for nothing. She doesn't trust anyone, and she has to believe in the ability of this group of people to do things. Zhu Yu took advantage of the situation and threw the pill furnace over. Just don't say it. Nima's effect was really good. Ming Xuan shrank behind the alchemy furnace. Zhu Yu hurriedly enlarged the alchemy furnace, and controlled the direction to block the attack for him. This tests the cooperation between each other. It's as useful as a shield. Several tricks failed one after another, and Yun Q was about to go crazy. The referee. They cheated. The referee was also stunned, and when he came back to his senses, his voice became cold. Chang Mingzong, it is forbidden to help cheat, do you hear? Hey, what does it mean to help cheat? Mu Chongshi yelled louder than him. We just threw a pill. Yelled louder than him. We just threw a pill furnace for fun. Yi Qiao also started her sophistry. Referee, I have a question. The referee was too lazy to reason with Mu Chongshi, and looked at Yi Qiao. Say it. Whose pill furnace is it? Zhu Yu's. What is Zhu Yu? Danshu. Yi Qiao. Is Danshu not allowed to participate in the talisman competition? For example, she tried to give an example. I am also a serious Danshu. Thinking about her bad-smelling elixir, watching her sip one after another, the corner of the referee's mouth twitched, and he nodded. That's right, Danshu is not allowed to participate, and he is not allowed to report more. But that's not the reason for you to cheat. His voice suddenly increased. Yi Qiao's voice sounded at the same time as his. Isn't this the end? He didn't participate in the competition, and he didn't play. He just threw a pill furnace. Referee. You belong to foreign aid. Yi Qiao continued her sophistry. Sword cultivators can use imperial swords, so what's wrong with our alchemy cultivators controlling a pill furnace? We didn't help him, it's just that Zhu Yu is in the imperial furnace. Oh, if you want to see it, I can also perform it for you now. How about the royal pill stove in the sky? It makes sense. Reasonable, your sister. Seeing that Yi Qiao was really about to take out her pill stove, the referee hurriedly stopped her. Just kidding, one pill stove fluttering around was enough magic, and another one would be worth it. This pill furnace didn't attack anyone, nor did it cause any harm to Yunk. Zhu Yu didn't change his face. Referee, you are discriminating. Look at how you discriminate against my pill furnace. As he spoke, he controlled the pill furnace and shook it. Referee. Nima, who discriminated against your pill furnace? Zhu Yu always likes moral kidnapping. The referee was choked for a moment. Hurry up and take it back. Zhu Yu smiled, didn't bother, and took the pill furnace back. This was discussed earlier in the morning, and it was enough to delay the time. Give Mingxuan some time to set up the formation. With the pill furnace as a shield, Yun Qiu was delayed for a long time, and it was too late when she realized something was wrong. The figure of the young man disappeared again, and the talisman with golden lines was attached to Yun Qiu at the same time. Yun Qiu caught his position, took a step forward, and sent a sword towards him, and the Vajra talismans were reduced to ashes at each other. Hooked. Mingxuan's eyes were bent, and he suddenly retreated. The formation was activated, and the 5 positions lit up with floating lights. The attack formation was formed, and several attacks jumped out and hit Yun Qiu. She subconsciously ignited the Vajra talisman wanted to resist. Ming Yi, who was watching the game, sat with them and said silently, Li Huo Zhen. One of the formations of our 8 great families, Mingxuan is the best fire spirit root. The effect is even more obvious. The moment the formation was formed, Yun Qiu condensed water in her hand to extinguish the surrounding fireworks. She only felt her face was scorched and burned, as if her body was constantly drying out and the heat was evaporating. The flames spread and fell on her overwhelmingly, just as the water in Yun Qiu's hand just condensed. Homeopathic burning on her clothes. It ignited in an instant. She was wearing imperial clothes. The flames could only erode the surface. Yun Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, but her face couldn't withstand it. How could a sword block the flames? This is the disgusting part of talisman repair. Once the formation is formed, unless it is ridiculously strong, it will not only be impossible to break through, but will be trapped to death. Seeing Yun Qiu being forced to retreat steadily, Yi Qiao immediately stood up and said, Second senior brother, step on her. Step on her face. Seeing the reversal of the situation, Mu Chongxi began to bark. Hurry up, she actually wants to do something to your suave face. Uncle can bear it, and sister-in-law can't bear it either. One by one, it is not too big of a deal to watch the excitement. Seeing this, Mingxuan really stepped on her. Not only did he step on it, but he also crushed her viciously after stepping on it, kicking her down neatly. Yun Qiu was so burned that she couldn't tell what she looked like. She stared at Mingxuan. She had never lost such a big person, especially in the case of winning streak all the way. She was suddenly beaten down and stepped on her face. How could you do this? Her chest heaved and fell in anger. Her lower lip almost bit the blood. She had never seen anyone step on someone's face in a competition. What do you care about me? Mingxuan sneered. You lost. No one told you to pay more attention to the location of the talisman. He jumped up and down for a long time wherever he left it, and Yun-Q just picked out places where he couldn't hide and stabbed like a madman, and the moves were fatal, and he didn't pay attention to the gesture of Mingxuan's fingertips forming a formation quietly. Fortunately, she is still a talisman cultivator, and she doesn't even have this common sense. The corner of Mingxuan's lips hooked. Be careful next time, don't do it again. Shitty. How did Yunhen teach his disciples? Fortunately, they're still the masters of orthodox talisman cultivation, and they have passed down this virtue in their own families, so they have the nerve to call themselves orthodox. Song Hansheng had told Yun-Q to pay more attention to the opponent's gestures and the strange things around when fighting against others. But she couldn't help it, and started to imitate Yi Qiao's showmanship. She singled out Fu Xiu with a sword, and won all the way to the third round. Song Hansheng watched her match, and finally chose to remain silent. All right, sword cultivator picks talisman cultivator. It is indeed the same as cutting vegetables. No one expected that Yun-Q would meet someone from Changmingzong in advance. Let me ask Mingzong who is too good at making shows. Song Hansheng came here to see Mingxuan. Both of them are talisman cultivators. They will meet in the final sooner or later. If you observe more, you will never go wrong. It's just that the timing of his visit is not so coincidental. It happened that Yun-Q was kicked by Mingxuan, the kick-down scene. Yun-Q burst into tears. Brother. If you lose, you lose. Song Hansheng disapproved. This is not a match for the top 10. At most, she lost points, and she could get up by finding a few talisman repairs. Yun-Q bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. It's not the same. That's not the same. Losing to Changmingzong was too much of a blow to her, especially, how dare Mingxuan step on her face. Now Song Hansheng didn't bother to comfort her. What else could he do if he lost? Anyway, it wasn't him who lost, and Song Hansheng didn't have the noble quality to comfort others. Ellipsis. Danshu is prohibited from intervening outside the game, especially cooking some bad-smelling pills. The pill stove is prohibited in the talisman cultivation competition. Oh no, any foreign items are prohibited from entering the field. The host was the Yi family. They added several rules in a row, and asked someone to tell those who passed on the newly added rules, especially the Changmingzongs. Any more? He complied, and waved his hand. After Changmingzong's competition is over, I will think about it and have to prohibit something. I didn't expect, this group of people is simply impossible to guard against. Let this group of people understand how to exploit the loopholes in the rules. On the other side, coming down from the competition stage, Mingxuan frowned and walked back. That Yun-Q, she must have lost her mind. Stab me with a sword if she disagrees. I've said it all. Zhu Yu, let you be careful of her. She really hates us. After a pause, he blinked his eyes slightly, revealing sporadic thoughts, hate to be precise. This hate is very cleverly used. Mu Chongxi didn't care about it before, so what can he do if he hates it? Song Hansheng always hated them, but he just couldn't kill them. What a vendetta, kill me. Others couldn't see it, but the sword masters could see it clearly, the degree to which the move was life-threatening. Mu Chongxi was a little depressed. When will Yue Qingzong drive her out? Unless you find the next top-grade spiritual route. Otherwise, it's very hanging. The match on Mingxuan's side was over, and there was basically nothing to watch on Janshu's side. The first 10 personal biography is scheduled. Loose repair is equivalent to delivering food. Getting into the top 10 is solid. The focus is on rankings after the top 10. Zhu Yu murmured to himself, except for Mingxuan's unlucky encounter with Yunk, the other personal descendants have no chance to meet for the time being. Ellipsis. The next day. Seeing the ranking order of the lottery, Zhu Yu changed his words. Okay, I take it back except that Mingxuan is a bit unlucky. It says 15 on it. Seeing this, a few people rushed to pick up the points list, who is no .15. Yi Qing'an. After saying this, the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Senior brother and Yi Qing'an met. The two of them. Then the playing field must not be destroyed. The two people present were very excited, but the person involved was very calm. Zhou Xingyun thought for a while, if you can fight, you can fight, if you can't fight, then leave. Anyway, if he can't beat him, he will admit defeat. Zhu Yu, eldest brother Jindan is at the peak, Yi Qing'an is at the nascent soul stage, and there is one realm short. But it stands to reason that Yi Qing'an was in the same realm as Zhou Xingyun before, and if he worked hard, the elder brother could also break through the nascent soul stage. He is just lazy. I simply don't want to force a breakthrough. It has been dragging slowly until now. Mu Chongxi complained. How can a person's luck be so bad? I thought it was unlucky enough to meet all Jindanchi, but I ran into Yi Qing'an before the finals. Yi Qiao on the other side was thinking about new talismans with Mingxuan. The defensive effect of the Vajra talisman is nothing to say, it can block any attack, but it is a waste of time and energy to draw. Mingxuan tapped some water with his fingertips, and drew a rune pattern on the wooden table. There is a kind of talisman called the trapped shield talisman, which is said to be very useful. We can draw a picture and try to see the effect. It was the first time Yi Qiao heard of this kind of defensive talisman. She was suspicious. You made it yourself? No, no, no. One of the 4 talismans that our Ming family is good at. He casually sent out the invitation. Let's draw together. The effect is very good. Yi Qiao. My family's special talismans can be taught to outsiders. You are really a big brother of the Ming family. No matter what it means, the family is also a 1,000-year-old family with a profound background. He knows far more talismans than others, only used for strong attacks. And this kind of high-level talisman is easy to fail. I didn't dare to try it before, because I always felt that it was inferior to other talisman repairs, especially the talisman repairs of Yu Qingzong. Seeing this, Yi Qiao encouraged him. How could it be? How could they be worthy of competing with you? We are number 1. Mingxuan regained his energy. That's right, we are number 1. The 2 talisman cultivators encouraged each other and started drawing talismans together in the middle of the night. KFC listened to the 2 of them bragging to each other all night. Destroy it, really? The 2 are really one who dares to brag and the other who dares to listen. When Mu Chongxi broke in, both of them were drawing symbols. Everyone. I have news for you. He sat next to Yi Qiao, who was burying his head in drawing talismans, and said worriedly, eldest brother and Yi Qing'an, the 2 of them. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. What? Yi Qiao blew and drew the talisman, looked up at his distraught face, hesitated to speak, with a hesitant expression, and said cheaply, senior brother and Yi Qing'an are married. Mingxuan. Isn't the groom you? Mu Chongxi. With a puffy face, he pulled the stool away and sat down. Be serious, the 2 of them drew lots. It's blown up outside. The 2 have never met in the secret realm, and even if they do, they are all of the same kind. But the individual competition is different. Although it is not a competition for the top 10, if the 2 meet in advance, they will have a good idea of each other's strength at that time. After this round, the top 10 rankings can be deduced. Mingxuan raised his head, slightly surprised. Is senior brother really so unlucky? He even matched up so quickly. Although Zhou Exingyun has always been very wrong, but people can't be so wrong. Yi Qing'an was at the nascent soul stage in the sword cultivation competition, but with so many personal transmissions, he was drawn. Yes. Mu Chongxi nodded. Some will watch the game tomorrow. Yi Qiao raised her head and smiled brightly. It's just right, I have a few talismans, let Yi Qing'an try the effect for me. That's a match between the nascent soul stage and the golden core peak. You asked him to test the effect of the talisman for you. Could it be any more outrageous? Aren't the nascent soul stage and Jindan peak not human? Yi Qiao put away the talisman in her hand, and said in a brisk tone, well, it's the defensive talisman painted by Mingshuan and I, and some weird talismans. Anyway, I promise, it won't cause any major problems. Mu Chongxi. All right, anyway, with Yi Qiao joining, he sincerely hopes that they will be fine during the match. I don't want to code words, saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 140. She is not a normal person. Ellipsis. It is undoubtedly surprising news that Yi Qing'an and Zhou Exingyun met before the final. The outside world was very excited and began to bet enthusiastically. I'll bet a spirit stone, and the two of them will have to smash the playing field. It's one level short, but to be honest, if Zhou Exingyun wants to break through, he can do it. Do you want to break through naturally? Then fighting Yi Qing'an is indeed a good opportunity. I'm so unlucky, Zhou Exingyun, why did he pick up all the bad ones? Learn from Yi Qiao next door. This bitch started to sit there with her legs crossed, waiting for her opponent to admit defeat. As the saying goes, people's sorrows and joys are not the same. Yi Qiao was lucky, and she didn't meet a single person in the whole process, and the most relaxed one was Zhu Yu, who didn't need to fight to make alchemy. After the third round, basically, the ranking is stable, and he is already hesitating about what kind of elixir to make during the finals. Yi Qiao has a right to speak about this. The alchemy books were not copied in vain when she was in the forbidden area, and her head was full of various alchemy recipes. She urgently needs to pour them all out now. She ordered the table and said enthusiastically, "Have you tried ancient pills?" Zhu Yu's eyes rolled slightly, and he silently covered the book on his face, with a gentle voice, "I can't remember, there are too many steps. And the ancient alchemy formula, that kind of top-quality spiritual plant, our sect doesn't have. This kind of high-level spiritual plant is probably only available in the Clearwater sect." Yi Qiao spoke briskly. A sect as big as the Clearwater sect should have a place dedicated to cultivating spiritual plants, right? Yeah, right. Zhu Yu had considered the Blue Water sect when he applied for the sect, but at that time their sect had too many female disciples, so he was a little scared, so he gave up. Then the dead spiritual plant should be useless. Zhu Yu nodded again, yes. Yi Qiao was eager to try. Do you still remember that I have a chaos orb? The primordial air inside can revive the dead plants and rejuvenate the dead trees. Why don't we plant land for the Jade Water sect? She had a whim. Zhu Yu sat up straight like a carp. Good idea. You can stop by to collect the wool of the Green Water sect. On the side of Bishuazong, two personal heirs welcomed him and threatened to plant land for his family. He was quite confused. You two don't have a good game. What kind of land are you planting? Yi Qiao thought for a while. I'll pull the weeds for you. Ask the elders, do you want to throw away the dead spiritual plants? Pull the weeds. The other party was stunned for a moment, stroked his beard and thought for a moment, the dead ones must be thrown away. Or feed the pigs. Yi Qiao was stunned for a few seconds, then split open for a few seconds. Pigs eat better than us. The elder of Bishuazong coughed twice. No way, no way. He couldn't help but wonder how bad the food in Changmingzong was. However, since you are willing to go, then go. Who doesn't want free coolies? Although I don't know what these two people do, but it's always a good thing to have 2 personal introductions. The spiritual plants that Zhu Yu will use in the competition are basically available in the inner circle of the Bishui sect. Because they were not raised properly, many of the spiritual plants died. The 2 lowered their heads and quickly found out the available spiritual plants. Bishuazong is worthy of being the great sect of alchemy. Zhu Yu sighed, I knew it earlier, I should have chosen Bishuazong. Then why didn't you go? Yi Qiao was also curious. He couldn't have been tricked by steamed buns, could he? Zhu Yu sighed. Back then when I was young and ignorant, there were too many female disciples over there, so I was shy. After finding Qi Lingxi, Yi Qiao moved her fingertips slightly, quickly pulling out the primordial energy, and tentatively inputting it. Lingxi showed slight changes, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was brought back to life. After withering, the medicinal effect of the spiritual plant is greatly reduced. The Bishui sect is rich and powerful, and there is no shortage of spiritual plants. Yi Qiao picked up the wool this time very smoothly. It's no wonder that such things as chaos orbs are rare. Zhu Yu looked at Lingxi, who was recovering little by little in her hand, and clicked his tongue slightly, but after using up the primordial energy inside, it will probably be gone, right? Yi Qiao saw that half of the primordial energy in her dantian was missing, and nodded, I usually don't need this. After saving half of the spiritual plants in the medicine field, the 2 of them walked away swaggeringly. The elder of the Bishui sect was a little confused. Seeing the 2 people's turbulent posture, he wanted to insult the 2 Changming sect's personal heirs for something wrong, and he agreed to pull out half of the weeds and left. The medicine field is bald, is that how they weed? After the 2 returned to the sect, they took time to care about the Big Brothers match, because the opponent was Yi Qing'an, and they stuffed the talisman pills into Zhou Xingyun's hands one by one. Although we may not be able to beat him, we can take drugs. Yes. Zhou Xingyun was stunned by the sudden concern of his juniors and juniors. He propped his chin and said in a flat tone, oh. It's okay, he said calmly, I will admit defeat. If he can't fight, he still has a mouth. Mingshuan grinned. Don't say that, we are the number 1, you must be able to beat Yi Qing'an. To be honest, I have not liked him for a long time. Zhou Xingyun thought for a while, and said in a flat, bored tone, then he should beat me to death. Yi Qiao shivered, you guys are just going to fight. Not to the point of being killed. But senior brother, Mu Chongxi poked his head furtively, are you about to reach the nascent soul stage? After so long and refuse to be the nascent soul, if you meet Yi Qing'an, you will break through, right? It is very possible to break through the nascent soul stage, even inevitable. Who made him lazy? He has been procrastinating. What about thunder tribulation? Let my junior sister go. Yi Qiao is now a brick, so she can move it wherever she needs it. Zhu Yu said softly, junior sister can only share, and she was hit enough by Jin Danqi's own thunder before, so I'm afraid she can't share much. In fact, this is indeed the case. Yi Qiao's current spiritual root saturation is enough. She spread her hands, expressing that there is nothing she can do to help. Although it is not a final, it is just a test of each other, but it is also an opportunity for the 2 of them. Yi Qing'an is undoubtedly serious. He wants to win the first place, so Zhou Xingyun is an obstacle. It is a good choice to find out the strength of the opponent in advance. Zhou Xingyun. His attitude is quite indifferent. This time to watch the competition, Yi Qiao and the others had to squeeze in for several laps. Even so, they were squeezed enough, and they had to squat on the ground to recover from the whole process. A nascent soul stage, a Jindan peak, and a nascent soul stage, which can be said to be the biggest attraction in the individual competition. A lot of people. Zhu Yu sighed in a low voice. Yes, nascent soul stage is so powerful. Yi Qiao nodded frantically. She didn't know the year of the monkey and the month of the horse when she was in the nascent soul stage. So why do we squat on the ground to watch the game? Ming Xuan didn't understand. Who would watch the game squatting on the ground like them? They also squatted in a row. No way, I can't grab a seat, there are too many people. Let's make do. Zhou Exingyun touched the talisman that Yi Qiao had stuffed for him before he came to the stage. It seemed that there were many strange things, but most of them were defensive talismans that she said she had drawn with Ming Xuan. The mood is quite subtle. Care for the first time. Yi Qing'an greeted politely, asked the sword sect. Chang Mingzong. Both of them were very concise. After standing on the stage, Yi Qing'an couldn't restrain himself from drawing his sword. When the referee said, "Begin," the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhou Exingyun is the root of wind spirit. After combining with Takingfeng, even Yi Qing'an can't find a place. The opponent seldom hits head-on. Yi Qing'an quietly clenched the sword in his hand. The moment Zhou Exingyun's aura was exposed, the long sword was covered with a layer of frost. He raised his eyes and slashed down without hesitation. The exchange of two completely different sword qi instantly made a piercing sound. The expressions of both of them remained unchanged. The strength is about the same. You are really strong. Yi Qing'an frowned slightly, wanting to continue to test. Yi Qing'an didn't care about the fight, but Zhou Exingyun didn't want to spend it with him. A gust of wind swept over and gathered quickly. Zhou Exingyun remembered the talisman that his junior sister had stuffed, and sporadic and strange expressions appeared on the corners of his lips. Let go of your hand, and several talismans quietly flew away in the direction of the wind. Yi Qing'an squinted his eyes subconsciously, and was just about to resist, but soon realized that the gust of wind was not lethal, and he was a little puzzled. I don't understand what Zhou Exingyun is doing. The wind has always been invisible, and the talisman floated quietly to the end and fell down. Yi Qing'an was shocked suddenly. He realized that the talisman was pasted on it, and his face changed. Soon he calmed down again. Chang Mingzong only had 2 talisman cultivators, and Ming Xuan, who had the highest realm, was also in the middle stage of Jindan. No matter how powerful his lethality was, he couldn't help him. Isn't it? Can this be posted too? But it seems to be really possible. Yi Qing'an is a rooted young man. He didn't have the mind to engage in those conspiracies and tricks, and he never thought that Zhou Exingyun would use the direction of the wind to stick his talisman. Yi Qing'an was a little unconcerned after being posted. After all, the Jindan stage talisman is so lethal that it has no threat to Yi Qing'an. No matter how strong it is, can it surpass the nascent soul? That is naturally impossible. But everyone overlooked one point. The talismans of the Jindan period are not very lethal, but the Yachao talismans are disgusting. Yi Qing'an was a little confused, dizzy, his eyes began to spin. He stretched out his hand and started pointing frantically upwards, pointing at the confusing behavior for a moment, raised his head and laughed twice, and wanted to rush over to hug Zhou Exingyun's thigh on the competition stage. Who is that? That's Yi Qing'an. It might not be so strange for this kind of behavior to appear on anyone in Changmingzong, but it was Yi Qing'an, and his sick appearance made the scene collectively silent. Yi Qing'an was also a little dumbfounded. He couldn't control his thoughts for a moment, and even stretched out his hand thinking of Zhou Exingyun's hand, trying to invite him to dance together. No one else saw it. Oh. Spicy eyes. Zhou Exingyun raised his foot and kicked coldly in his direction. Thinking about how to get rid of him quickly, he found that the little junior sister's talisman was really unreliable. Who wants to see Yi Qing'an dance? Although Yi Qing'an was stupid, his instincts were still there. Zhou Exingyun's kick failed and was dodged by the opponent. Yi Qing'an was out of control and wanted to pull Zhou Exingyun to dance, but Zhou Exingyun punched him flying again. The nascent soul stage is awesome. Like a spring, Zhou Exingyun flies every time he comes back. Then Yi Qingyan frantically began to shake left and right, showing a bright smile. Although the term brain damage has nothing to do with Yi Qingyan's Suri image, but in this scene, they couldn't help but really want to say something to the suzerain of the sword-seeking sect. After the game, take Yi Qingyan to look at his head quickly. Look at this miraculous technique, it came from Yi Qiao, right? It must be her. Can this person draw some talismans that normal people would draw? No, she is not a normal person. Anyway, basically none of Yi Qiao's talismans are normal. If she is a talisman cultivator, the paintings are all weird. If she is not, she is born to no formations. Zhou Exingyun's eyebrows were twitching, seeing Yi Qingyan who wanted to get closer, the corner of his mouth twitched, he didn't want to dance with Yi Qingyan. Can't stand it anymore. Duanshan was unsheathed, the snow was shining brightly, Yi Qingyan's brain instinctively woke up as soon as the aura of the golden core came out, and his black sword returned to his hand, his eyes were clear for a moment. Zhou Exingyun was serious, he was really disgusted to death. This oppressive feeling also made Yi Qingyan sober. Realizing what he had done, his eyes flickered with coldness, he glared at Yi Qiao outside the field, and then swung his sword at Zhou Exingyun aggressively. The juvenile Xuanjian continuously exuded bursts of cold light, and the sword aura waved out the embryonic form of a dragon. The moment Duanshan hit him, he almost let go. Zhou Exingyun laughed. A gust of wind formed a shape, and in an instant, the sound of the dragon's roar was intertwined with gusts of wind, and the surrounding dust was blown so that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Let's rely on me to understand why the big brother doesn't need to practice with us to step on the breeze. Damn it, is Fenglingen so awesome? Mu Chongxi was so jealous. Mingxuan blinked. Then if it's the spiritual root of my junior sister, will there be thunder when I use it? Yi Qiao also realized this problem, thoughtfully, and silently memorized the big brother's hand gesture just now. I'll try next time. It was the first time she knew that the attributes of spiritual roots could also be used to change form. The fight not far away is also continuing. Zhou Exingyun is rarely stimulated to fight, the aura of the peak of Jindan is approaching Yuanying, Yi Qingyan's aura is even more terrifying, the sword aura transforms into shape, the two people exchange positions at the same time, and the competition platform under their feet in an instant, it was blasted out of the big pit, making the sound of breaking every inch. The aftermath of the sword energy set off a strong wind, and the 10 sword shadows quickly closed together, and the sword light was white in the blink of an eye. Zhou Exingyun didn't dodge it, the talisman given by his junior brother and sister in his arms played a role and blocked it instead of him. After Yi Qingyan saw it, he pursed his lips. Is it amazing to have talisman? After his second sword was cut off again, Yi Qingyan thought quietly. It seems to be a bit remarkable. His expression became colder, and his sword became more merciless. Zhou Exingyun's realm was already below him, and under the pressure of continuous sword moves, the opponent's expression became tense to the extreme. The atmosphere of the scene was a little anxious. Chevron_ing badly. Chapter 141 Take you a blessing from heaven. Yi Qiao rubbed her chin. Is he crazy? Didn't he keep his strength? So cruel. What if he is dragged to death by the big brother in a war of attrition? Maybe. Jealousy made him unrecognizable. Zhu Yu concluded. But Yi Qingyan is so fierce, the senior brother can easily loosen his realm when he can't cope with it, and the loosening of realm needs an opportunity. And a powerful opponent can undoubtedly stimulate the opponent's realm. After all, under the urgent situation and the strong desire to survive, the realm will loosen by itself. The moment Zhou Exingyun blinked, a shattered cold light flashed in front of him, and Duanshan blocked it with his hand. At the same time, the aura on the young man's body changed, the wind of the sword surged, and Duanshan's sword flickered. Under the strong sword energy, The black sword in Yi Qing'an's hand suddenly made a crisp sound of breaking. With a bang, the air froze for a few seconds. I go. Zhou Exingyun, you didn't lose. Yi Qing'an, I know. Zhou Exingyun was caught off guard by the looseness of this state, and his sword was just an ordinary profound sword. It was normal for it to be cut off by the spirit sword. Anyway, it's not a top 10 match, just find out the level of each other. But Yi Qing'an's eyes dimmed slightly. The number 1 can only be mine. Zhou Exingyun has a spiritual sword. Given that the two are in the same realm, the opponent is a very strong opponent. Yi Qing'an secretly made up his mind to continue practicing the sword and secure the first place. Zhou Exingyun looked at his irritated expression, thought for a while, and disgusted, you take it, the first is yours. He actually didn't want to fight. If it wasn't for Yi Qing'an disgusting him, Zhou Exingyun could even make 2 gestures before the fight and raise his hand to admit defeat. Who made him crazy? Yi Qing'an. He doesn't really believe it, but thinking about Zhou Exingyun, it seems that he has never been fighting for anything. Yi Qing'an withdrew his unfriendly expression when he saw this. Congratulations to nascent soul stage, will you block the thunder tribulation Yi Qiao for you? Then you are very lucky, and it should be over soon. He was quite grateful to Yi Qiao. Otherwise, the nascent soul stage, it's hard to carry it alone. Zhou Exingyun didn't say anything. He has magic weapons on his body that can block a few times, not to mention that Yi Qiao is not suitable to block it now, and when the thunder calamity falls, it really hurts. His little junior sister is still young. This was also the first time that Zhou Exingyun, who had never had a sense of responsibility, considered other people. Hey. The young man sighed. Originally he didn't want to live anymore, but someone who could cause trouble came. Before Yi Qiao came, his juniors were quite sensible, but after Yi Qiao came, he was taught to be a man. Ellipsis. National infant stage. Damn it, I knew Zhou Exingyun would make a breakthrough. How long has Yi Qing'an been in nascent soul stage? It will happen sooner or later. Aren't you lucky to see 2 nascent souls fighting for the first place? You are dreaming. Zhou Exingyun is too lazy to fight Yi Qing'an. Wait a minute, what about the thunder robbery? The outside and the inside of the stadium are very far away, which can be regarded as a safe distance. The thunder clouds gathered quickly. Zhou Exingyun didn't find a place to cross the catastrophe, so the thunder clouds gathered by surprise. Should we stay away? Without him, the shadow left by Yi Qiao's chopping to the outsiders was so heavy that some people were in danger. No need. Not everyone is Yi Qiao's kind of thunder calamity that can spread outside the arena. Zhou Exingyun raised his head and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, revealing some subtle emotions. One side is, I can hack myself to death, and the other side is, do you want to stop struggling? After all, he was afraid that if he disappeared, Changmingzong would be dismantled by his junior sister. Eldest brother, the desire to survive is really bad. Yi Qiao couldn't help share the burden, which meant that Zhou Exingyun had to rely on Zhou Exingyun to resist. There are not a few geniuses who fell in the thunder and calamity of the cultivation world. Yi Qing'an was an exception when it was so easy to cross the tribulation. When it was the senior brother's turn, they were all a little worried. Yi Qiao lowered her expression, and raised her eyes to look at the thunder clouds in the sky. Tilting his head, he glanced at Yunqiu's direction along the way. She remembered the original plot. How did the elder brother become the heroine and lick the dog? Healed by redemption, the heroine in the novel is persevering in warming and encouraging each other throughout the whole process. Although Yi Qiao felt that this method might be a bit mentally retarded, but since it appeared in the original book, Yi Qiao thought for a moment and pulled the others. Hey, why don't we also go to send warmth to the elder brother? Mu Chongshi. Hey. Don't give it away. Zhu Yu shook his head. In this case, I'm afraid that Yi Qiao will suddenly be concerned. Okay, Ming Xuan, how do you think it will be delivered? Yi Qiao thought for a while. How did Yun Qiu in the original novel send warmth? Because it's a heartthrob novel, the heroine's IQ is not very high. She pondered for a while, and muttered to herself, anyway, the thunder hasn't fallen yet, why don't we give gifts? And then start caring for the big brother. Ming Xuan poked her, you don't have a fever. Imagine if he cared for his elder brothers meticulously. He would think they were out of their minds, right? This group of people who are thankful for not doing anything, suddenly caring for themselves, Zhou Xingyun will be so scared that he hanged himself and calmed down. Yi Qiao touched the corner of her lips awkwardly. Well, it's kind of weird. But now it's hard to say whether he can resist this kind of thunder disaster. The trapped shield talisman was also drawn, and the Vajra talisman was also given to the senior brother, just to prevent such a scene from happening. The talismans they gave before were destroyed by Yi Qing'an's sword during the fight between the two, and it was still far from enough to block the lightning disaster. I have an idea. Ming Xuan took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and held Yi Qiao. Do you remember the talisman we drew before? Yi Qiao also thought of it. She looked at him and nodded. I remember, you say. A stroke of talisman is no problem for you, junior sister. Ming Xuan handed her the Langhao brush, and a few pieces of talisman paper flew up and spread out quickly. Let's come together. Yi Qiao is the fastest talisman repairer he has ever seen, and he can draw a talisman easily. Back then when he was going through the tribulation, Yi Qiao could just sit beside him and draw the Vajra talisman. Yi Qiao's expression was slightly solemn, and she hummed. She used to go through the tribulation like playing, but it doesn't mean that other people are the same. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no grass in the nascent soul stage. Draw it, I'll throw it under the thunder tribulation when I'm done. Row. After a brief exchange, the two moved quickly, threw up a few pieces of talisman paper, squeezed the Langhao brush in their hands, and dropped it steadily on the talisman paper. In the case of Lei Ji, the Vajra talisman may not be able to withstand it, but Ming Xuan's sleeping shield talisman is extremely useful. Although it cannot withstand it, it can counteract a lot of thunder. Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan breathed out on the spot, pursed their lips slightly, and held their breath. It was not the first time for her to draw talismans, but it was the first time for her to challenge so many at once. In this case, she either fainted or bled from her orifices. Ming Xuan also took a deep breath, and seriously encouraged her, we can do it. Yi Qiao, yeah. She has always adhered to the mentality of learning if she can, and lying down if she can't. It turns out that she didn't know that she could paint for so long if she didn't force herself. Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan took turns taking drugs, throwing the talisman into it after drawing it in their hands. The outside world couldn't see clearly, but they knew clearly that the situation inside was not optimistic. Yi Qing'an crossed easily because of her presence. As for eldest brother's thunder calamity this time, it may be difficult to survive the thunder calamity without the help of outsiders. The people outside did not dare to take a breath. 2 nascent soul stages. How have you never been out of the world of comprehension, the teenage nascent soul stage? That's what a young genius is. If you can get over it, it will really be a face to the other 2 sects. The other side is also busy. Ming Xuan quickly draws and throws it to Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao is also drawing, and after finishing drawing, throws it into Lei Ji. Anyway, she is not afraid of being hacked. The 2 talisman cultivators were really courageous. They dared to draw a talisman steadily when the thunder disaster fell. Not to mention anything else, they were the ones with a completely stable mentality. After Ming Xuan finished painting, he threw it to Yi Qiao, and Yi Qiao went straight to Lei Ji. Once back and forth, it went very smoothly. No one paid attention to them at first, But the fight between Yi Qingyan and Zhou Exingyun attracted the attention in the first half, and the attention in the second half was the thunder disaster. Zhou Exingyun's thunder calamity was brewing too quickly, and within a few minutes there was lightning and thunder, so that other people really didn't pay any extra attention. It does not prevent Yi Qiao from being conspicuous. She was the only one, and the dark blue dress was very eye-catching. The girl grabbed a handful of talismans without looking back, and flew with her feet, heading straight for Lei Ji's direction. It's Yi Qiao. This dress is her at first glance. Ah. What is she doing? You should ask, what are she and Mingxuan doing? That's right, what the hell are the two of them doing? Qin Fanfan just wanted to stop the two of them and tell them to get back quickly. It's too dangerous there, but when they got closer, they found that the two were always lying down and never standing. Disciple, I am writing hard. It's really hard at work. The girls and boys got together, and the talismans flew, almost turning into afterimages. The two of them didn't even look at the drawn talisman, and rushed into it after holding it in their arms. In Yi Qiao's words, it's up to us whether we succeed or not. Anyway, so many always have a success, now the most important thing is speed and quantity. Eldest brother is counting on these talismans to save his life. This was undoubtedly a strong oppression on the spirit and consciousness of the two, unprecedented. Yi Qiao almost vomited out, dizzy, and continued to paint after taking the elixir. The nerves of the two became a straight line, and their hands were shaking a little. Mingxuan swallowed. I have never drawn so fast in my life. Yi Qiao, me too. After she finished drawing, she suddenly remembered something, and pulled out a few defensive magic weapons that could be used. Then go straight to Thunder Tribulation. It can be described as urgent. Zhou Exingji muttered, these people are quite loyal. Song Han taunted, are you envious? Zhou Exingji exploded, I'm envious of you, the broken atmosphere in your sect, TSK. The two of them were having a good time, and when the others tilted their heads and saw it, they couldn't help but tug at the knowledgeable person next to them. Is it so fast to repair and draw talismans? This speed, to be honest, is quite surprising. What is the painting? Does anyone know it? The two of them ran towards Lei Ji after finishing the drawing, so the grade of the talisman could only be high or not low. It has to be said that the Changmingzong group are very crazy. Dare to be presumptuous under the thunder calamity. I'm really not afraid of angering heaven. I haven't seen it, but advanced talisman, can they draw it so fast? There were a few talisman cultivators who came to see the competition, but they all came with their friends, and they were completely clueless about the talismans drawn by the two of them. After hearing the sound of the nascent soul transcending tribulation, the 8 great families and the 5 great sects all rushed over. But now the focus is not on Lei Ji, but on Changmingzong. Yi Qiao came and went in a hurry, and after finishing painting, she carried the talisman and ran towards Lei Ji, and then when she came back, she leaned over and held the talisman drawn with a Langhao brush, as if she didn't care about her own life. When the consciousness is overdrawn, he takes drugs again, and so on. And Mingxuan next to him. The young man's eyebrows and eyes rarely looked like they used to be careless, and his serious appearance made the patriarch of the Ming family almost cover his mouth with a small handkerchief and cry bitterly. They brats are promising. But what kind of talisman did the two of them draw? Patriarch Ming put away the showman's expression. Why did he feel a little familiar? Wait until the meeting is over and see if you don't know. Now Changmingzong's 2 talisman cultivators are very busy. Yi Qiao looked down at the blood stains on the talisman paper. She coughed, I've never worked so hard in my life. The spirit is almost exhausted. She clenched her fingertips with some exhaustion, let out a breath, looked at the unfinished thunder disaster, and continued to paint with Mingxuan. She hasn't drawn advanced defensive symbols a few times, and the success rate is not bad. Looking at the exhausted Yi Qiao, Mingxuan asked in a low voice, "Can we continue?" Yi Qiao, "I'll try again." She cheered up, blinked her eyes, and continued to draw, but this time, she saw clearly the moment the talisman succeeded. A bright golden light fell steadily between her eyebrows. Yi Qiao was stunned for a moment, her tired eyes were a little out of focus, she belatedly realized that she had made a breakthrough. Talisman, kendo, and alchemy are all breakthroughs for her, but each way is different. It is a blessing from heaven. It's just that this time it's not the talisman that blessed it, but herself. Blessings behind the broken mirror. Yi Qiao looked at the flickering light, touched the center of her eyebrows, thought it was over, then she continued to draw calmly, but ended up drawing several strokes in a row, as if going crazy. Yi Qiao couldn't hold back anymore, she looked up at the sky, her expression was a little dull, she couldn't figure it out. What is this heavenly Tao thinking about? Mingxuan next to him was also stunned. I rely on Yi Qiao. Several blessings in a row. Accompanied by Mingxuan's exclamation, Yi Qiao suddenly regained consciousness from the accident. Seeing the blessings that were still falling, she dragged Mingxuan over without thinking. The young man was slightly confused, and was forcefully pulled over by his junior sister. "Come on, I'll give you a blessing from the heavens." She finished speaking quickly, a golden light shone down, and several blessings from the heavens fell softly on the two of them in an instant. Mingxuan was stunned for a moment, then opened his eyes slightly. Chevron _ left previous home index. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 142. Mingxuan was stunned. He was really shocked. "Ouch!" he yelled, then stunned. Blessing from heaven. Is there still such an operation? Does God allow it? This thing is not allowed. This idea just turned around in his mind, and as the blessings fell one after another, Mingxuan, who was pulled by Yi Qiao to sit together, only felt a slight burn between his brows. In the next second, a bright golden light fell steadily between the eyebrows, and the boy opened his eyes slightly. The blessings from the heavens entered his body and flowed into his dantian. He felt the floating light, not only incredible, but also flattered. It turned out that this was a blessing from heaven. Mingxuan sat there, his head was a little dizzy. As for Yi Qiao herself, she was also groping for the mysterious feeling in it. The dantian was warm, and the original fatigue was swept away. She tentatively used her divine sense to hold the floating light. Originally, she just wanted to try it, but it turned out that floating after the light dispersed, she froze for a moment. Found out, is it a curse seal? She took a light breath, and disappeared so quickly in a flash. Yi Qiao subconsciously remembered it, and when she opened her eyes, she found that the scene was a little quiet. The thunder tribulation continued in midair, and the blessings of heaven finally subsided. Mingxuan woke up like a dream, touched his dantian, and muttered to himself, "Damn it, it's the first time I've been blessed." So little junior sister, did you feel this way when you were blessed before? You were so refreshed. Originally, the situation of consuming spiritual consciousness was quite harmful, but after a blessing, all the discomfort was gone. Yi Qiao, be more careful, I have never been blessed before, this is the first time. Mingxuan was a little stunned by her, and tilted his head. Yes, there was one when you were at the golden core stage. He thought for a while, maybe you didn't notice it at the time. Others probably didn't notice either. In other words, even if you notice, you won't deliberately think about the blessings of the heavenly Tao. After all, no one from the heavenly Tao has ever given a blessing to celebrate before. Yes, is it a blessing from heaven? The voices of the people who came to join in the fun all softened. Some people resisted the urge to scream, and even had their mouths covered by those next to them. After all, Disturbing someone's blessing is a matter of thunder and lightning. Heaven's blessings are rare, and once is already very rare. I thought it was over. In the end, it just slowed down, and the next moment it dropped even more. Not to mention that Yi Qiao couldn't understand this development, neither could anyone else. It's a blessing from heaven. The elders nodded nervously. Their voices were so soft that they almost became a clip sound. They beeped softly, and said firmly, "That's right. It is heavenly blessing." What? Someone cleared his throat and suddenly remembered a question. Sect Master Qin asked Janzong's tentative question. "I have a question. The last 2 blessings from the heavenly Tao of your sect, may I ask who it was for?" They belatedly sense a problem. The last 2 blessings from Changmingzong were also for Yi Qiao, right? Don't look at me. Qin Fanfan covered his face. I don't know. Who knows for whom? Neither did the kids. But most likely, Qin Fanfan sighed vicissitudes of life. The blessing is for Xiao Qiao. This is nonsense. The blessings almost overwhelmed her. Even Ming Xuan could pull over to give her a blessing. Who could do this? Ah. Can you break through and give me a little bit? Miao Miao pinched the senior sister next to her excitedly, and wailed, "Wu Lever." The senior sister who was pinched was speechless and rolled her eyes. Heaven's blessing can also make the people next to you get rubbed. You must know that it is heaven's blessing. If you give them zong. So the situation in this competition should also be one-sided. Blessed by the Tao of Heaven, it is said that the opportunity left by the Tao of Heaven is hidden. Who wouldn't want it? It was the first time I saw it, and I brought the people around me to rub it together. Yun Hen's expression was a little gloomy. Seeing this scene, the more intuitive feeling was regret. He has always wanted face, but it also depends on when. Blessed by heaven, all kinds of talents are superimposed, and 3 cloud magpies are no match for 1 Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao recovered from being blessed mysteriously, looked up to observe the situation of Tianlei, and visually estimated that it would not end in 3 days. Do you want to continue? Ming Xuan asked. Yi Qiao said, "Let's go after a while." Both of them were exhausted, and the eldest brother couldn't kill him for a while, so they just lay down on the ground and rested for a while. Seeing that the light of heaven's blessing gradually disappeared, the suzerains of several other sects also surrounded them one after another. Yun Hen's expression was that cold. He tried his best to soften his tone, and said earnestly, "Xiaoqiao." Yi Qiao. She almost thought she was deaf. Does she know him well? Don't. Yi Qiao moved back and smiled. I don't know Sect Master Yun very well either. You grew up in Yuqingzong. How could you not be familiar with it? Yun Hen was not embarrassed. He spoke naturally, and his tone was even a little earnest. If Xiaoqiao said earlier that you are such a precious heavenly root, I would certainly not. That was genius. Who doesn't want genius? When Yi Qiao heard this, goosebumps arose. Just as Yi Qiao was thinking about how to find an opportunity to slip away from the brainless person, hey hey. A brisk voice came from behind. Xi Chuxiu came over with a smile, and helped her out smoothly. Isn't that the genius you sent out with your own hands? Come on, why are you standing there? Xi Chuxiu waved her hand, full of enthusiasm. Hurry up and say it with me, thanking Yue Qingzong for the gift. He has a knack for making people angry. Qin Fanfan smiled awkwardly, fearing that his junior brother would be beaten up. Our Xiaoqiao is just lucky, there is no way. It was the first time that he said this with such righteousness. Qin Fanfan felt that Yi Qiao was quite unlucky before, and he and Yun Qiu were simply a perfect comparison group, but in the end, good guy, the blessings of heaven fell down. The other sects gnawed on lemons frantically with jealousy. Both want to rub. Qin Fanfan was in a strange mood, especially when he was envied by others. He could hardly hide the smile on his face. Restrain your face. Xi Chuxiu muttered, I'm laughing so hard that my mouth almost reaches the ears. Qin Fanfan was furious. Shut up. Isn't the big competition just comparing each other's talents? Is this an annual bragging contest for a group of elder suzerains? His family, Yi Qiao, is awesome. What happened to his complacency? Yi Qiao was extremely grateful for Xi Chuxu's timely arrival. Facing a shameless person like Yun Hen, only my little uncle could handle it. The two are completely shameless against each other. Both of you return to the clan. Qin Fanfan said. You don't need to worry about Zhou Exingyun. That little bastard has the ability to protect himself. Zhou Exingyun has always been in a state of wanting to die and struggling. He was the first to join the sect, and when he came, his juniors and juniors were all in groups, and they had no feelings at all. For you, he shouldn't be struck to death by the thunder robbery. Well, hurry back to the sect. With such a commotion, he had to think about how to deal with it. Yi Qiao thinks about it too. They also gave a lot of talismans before the competition, plus the drawing with Mingxuan before, and there are so many elder suzerains watching, it shouldn't be a big problem. Then we're leaving. She hesitated for a moment. Come back later. Don't come back. Qin Fanfan waved his hand. Go quickly. That's a blessing from the heavens. If you don't go back and ponder if there is any opportunity left by the heavens, instead of dawdling here, this child is also big-hearted. Ellipsis. Yi Qiao went back to the yard and quickly found a piece of paper, and drew the curse mark on it. She didn't quite understand whether it was for setting up the formation, or a curse mark directly typed out, and she had no idea what the function of this was. Is this what you captured in Heaven's blessing? Mingxuan looked at the speed at which she was drawing, and said in a strange tone, Junior sister, although your handwriting is ugly, the drawing is quite beautiful. After several blessings in succession, he also vaguely found some opportunities, but it was completely different from Yi Qiao. She looked very complicated, and after staring at it for a while, Mingxuan felt a little dizzy. This is simply not a level they can touch. I don't understand this blessing. Yi Qiao pointed. Doesn't Tiandao really hate me? Yi Qiao also opposed feudal superstition before, but she has cultivated to immortality, so what can she do if she doesn't believe in it? It is an obvious fact that the Tao of Heaven is targeting her. But so many blessings, little junior sister. Mu Chongshi's tone was amazed. Is this a sign of hating someone? I'm afraid it's rare to come here. This time the competition can be said to be extremely exciting. First, the two strongest sword cultivators met, and then Zhou Exingyun Yuanyingqi crossed the catastrophe. After the end, there were more than a dozen blessings from Yi Qiao. It was like crazy. I didn't watch the game, all noticed from afar. The casual cultivators talked a lot. Has Tiandao's daughter changed hands? But we, Lang Lang, are such unlucky ones. I'm afraid Yun Q's rear molars have been crushed. He, you can't say she's unlucky, there are so many blessings from heaven. I always thought that Tian Dao liked Yun Q. Although most of them were joking, Yun Q had nothing to say about luck, and this blessing from heaven really fooled everyone. Yi Qiao was pondering over the curse seal that the blessings of the heavenly Dao dropped. The pattern was very complicated. After several failed attempts, she still couldn't figure out how to print it. How to make the curse seal? You have to ask the talisman repairer. Xi Chuxu was pulled over to help crack it together, but he couldn't figure out the curse mark left by Tiandao's blessing. After thinking about it, he smiled and said wickedly, "Why don't you ask Yunhen?" He used a pen to give her a general outline of how to type it. The rest, why don't you go to Yue Kingzong and ask? He should be very happy to see you coming. There's no other way, he just likes to see Yunhen envious and jealous. This curse seal is very complicated, and it needs to be deciphered step by step to figure out how to type it, so that Chang Mingzong couldn't find anything else to understand except Xi Chuxu. Yi Qiao shook her head. I'm a man of integrity. I'd better take my time. Xe Chuxu leaned on the table. Ambition. Yi Qiao lowered her head and continued to grind, and in the middle of the night, she only untied 3 knots. She couldn't help but think deeply, what is the difference between this and doing math problems in modern times? Exclamation mark. It's nothing more than going to the realm of self-cultivation in modern times and continuing to study. Yi Qiao worked as a social animal for many years with trepidation in her previous life. This time she really doesn't want to relive the life dominated by the school. She pondered for a moment, and decisively put away the paper she had drawn on. I am a man of integrity, but if you insist on asking me to do the questions, then I can have no morals. Ha! Xe Chuxu raised her eyes, yawned, and looked at her in a daze. Yi Qiao quickly grabbed the paper and left. I went to Yuqingzong to play. Don't wait for me to go home tonight. Xe Chuxu. By playing badly. Chapter 143. Listening to the corner. Of course, Yi Qiao couldn't go there alone. She called a few sleepless people to encourage herself. After all, it was Yunhen's lair, and it was not safe for her to go alone. So Mu Chongxi and Ming Xuan were called away by her in the middle of the night. Why did you call us? Yi Qiao. Who told you not to sleep? If you don't sleep at night, go to Yuqingzong with her for a stroll. Ming Xuan was in pain. I knew I went to bed early. Except for Yi Qiao, who was full of energy, the other 2 were so sleepy that they wanted to hang their heads to the ground. When the 3 of them arrived at Yuqingzong, the main peak was brightly lit, and the array was activated when a strange breath broke in. The disciples of Yuqing Sect suddenly regained their spirits. Who dares to trespass on Yue Kingzong? They kept their eyes wide open vigilantly. Yi Qiao waved her hand. It's me. Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao. This name evokes the memories of countless people. Some people knew her in Yuqingzong, and some didn't know her. The inner disciples who knew Yi Qiao were stunned for several seconds before they dared to confirm who the other party was. Yi Qiao. Senior sister. Why did you come here? Yue Kingzong's inner sect pursed his lips, feeling a little complicated. Back then, the feat of Yi Qiao clapping her hands down the mountain was also spread. After all, no one had seen such a resolute leaving. A few days before she left, several inner disciples who knew Yi Qiao gathered together and laughed. He then bet that she would come back within a month. But since the day she went down the mountain, she never looked back. That's right, I'm sorry. If I had known that she was so capable, it would have been good to make friends with her. Who wouldn't want to be friends with a genius? It perfectly explained what it means to ignore her at the beginning, but now I can't afford her. Looking for your suzerain. Yi Qiao had no impression of him, and asked casually, I have something to ask. Can we go in? The other party nodded. Yes, please. Now their suzerain should also be very happy to see senior sister Yi Qiao. Maybe he can still dig the corner of the Changming sect. After successfully entering the Yuqing sect, Yi Qiao's first reaction was to observe first. She spent too little time in the Yuqing sect after passing through, and it can be ignored. She didn't have a deep impression on this place. In comparison, Yuqingzong has hidden formations everywhere, and the scenery is arranged in a patchwork order. They're indeed a group of mages who are good at formations. The aesthetics are pretty good. Hearing that the 3 people from Changmingzong came to visit, Yunhen let them in without thinking. They stepped into the hall lazily. He passed the other 2 people and looked at the girl in the center, Yi Qiao. What are you doing here? I have a question. Yi Qiao. Oh no, it's a curse seal. We don't understand it. Can I ask you to teach me? Yi Qiao didn't have any respect for him in her words, even a little perfunctory, but thinking that she did the same to the other sects, Yunhen could barely accept it. And with the blessings of heaven, who wouldn't want to take a peek, he nodded, show me. Yi Qiao handed it over, and Yun Hen watched it carefully for a while. He wanted to show the other party the background of the first talisman cultivator, and nodded lightly. I can figure out how to make this curse mark. Yi Qiao immediately praised him. The suzerain is indeed powerful. Yun Hen, I don't know why, but I don't feel any sincerity. Seeing this, Ming Xuan also went over to take a few glances. It is rare to have such a harmonious time, but when these three talisman cultivators communicated, Mu Chongxi, a purebred sword cultivator, was not interested at all, and even wanted to sleep on the floor. He touched it, let alone, the floor of Yuqingzong was quite clean. Yun Hen can sit in the position of suzerain, although he is a bit stupid, but in general, he has a deep enough understanding of talisman cultivation. It was sorted out by one person. Sequence, including gestures of spelling. Yi Qiao's ability to draw inferences from one instance is very strong. She has learned both hands in a decent manner, and Yun Hen noticed that when she changed her gestures, there was a bit of Yue Qingzong's shadow in it. This is not surprising. After all, Yi Qiao came from Yuqingzong from the beginning. It's like watching the learning that I personally passed on, and there is a subtle feeling of pride. Seeing Yun Hen looking at Yi Qiao's eyes gradually became a little complicated. Ming Xuan lightly blocked his sight, raised the corners of his lips, and slightly increased his voice, imitating Yi Qiao, and praised him. Wow, Sect Master Yun is so powerful. Yun Hen was still watching Yi Qiao cast the curse seal, but when Ming Xuan blocked him, Yun Hen frowned tightly, trying to stare at him, to make this ignorant junior back down. Ming Xuan properly began to pretend to be blind. Mu Chongxi is really careless. He didn't realize that the atmosphere was wrong, and he was still boasting about Yi Qiao's awesomeness. It's called a true feeling. Ming Xuan really wanted to help his forehead. This idiot is beyond help. Didn't you see Yun Hen's eager eyes? Don't stop me. Yun Hen really wants to rob someone. With Yue Qingzong's guidance, Yi Qiao finally figured out how to use it smoothly. Heavenly blessing itself was for Yi Qiao, and this curse seal was also created for her. It took her a while to operate freely after getting started. This kind of learning talent is rare in the cultivation world. After visiting Yun Hen, Yi Qiao resolved his retention, and prepared to return the same way with the other two senior brothers. It was already very late at this time, and there was basically no one in Yue Qingzong in the second half of the night. When the night was quiet, a slight movement will be magnified countless times. Especially after Yi Qiao's spiritual consciousness has reached the level of nascent soul stage, she can detect even the slightest disturbance. She paused slightly. It's understandable for someone to meet her privately in the middle of the night. What makes Yi Qiao react so strongly is that the voice seems to be Yun Q's. It's immoral to listen to the corner. What is listening to the corner of the wall? He patted Mu Chongxi on the head. We are just passing by. Just stop by for a few seconds. The reason was good. Ming Xuan took out a few talismans that concealed the aura and pasted them on several people, found a grass and squatted down, and began to listen to the corner without any psychological burden. They originally liked to join in the fun, fearing that the world would not be chaotic, so they all listened enthusiastically. Yun Q's voice was soft and recognizable, and the man standing with her was also whispering something. The two got very close. Only separated by a finger distance. This atmosphere is visibly wrong. Yi Qiao held the script in hand, and developed according to the original plot. During the individual competition, there was a plot that left a deep impression on her. The heroine is a heartthrob, and it is only natural that not only the righteous disciples like her, but even the young master from the demon race is also fanatically pursuing her. Not only that, but he also played ambiguously during the individual competition, which made a group of people shout out exciting. Yi Qiao patted her head violently, muttering to herself, "Hey." She suddenly realized that when Yun Qiu was able to accurately locate Mingxuan's position in the mist when he was competing with Mingxuan, it couldn't have been reminded by that vicious young master of the demon race, right? What are they talking about? Mingxuan muttered. Look at that person, he doesn't look like us Orthodox monks. The conversation between Yun Qiu and the other party was nothing more than nasty words. Song Hansheng came out angrily, and just wanted to ask who was the idiot who stayed up in the middle of the night and was doing blind comparisons, but just as he stepped out, he saw 3 people squatting in the grass. Listening to the 3 people in the corner, Song Han asked with question marks all over his head, "Are you sick?" Seeing that he was about to strut out impatiently with a cold face, Yi Qiao and the others quickly grabbed him and pulled him into the grass. Hush! Look over there. A group of direct disciples squatting in the grass. Is it a moral distortion or a loss of human nature? Neither. It's gossip. Song Hansheng turned his head, his consciousness spread out, and he caught Yun Qiu's voice. Song Han's face darkened slightly. That's demon race. It's not like spiritual energy, it's more like magic energy. The young man's face turned cold. He has something to do with the demons. Is Yun Qiu crazy? There has always been a conflict between good and evil in the realm of comprehension. Seeing that Song Han was about to rush out to reprimand Yun Qiu loudly with a cold face, Yi Qiao pressed his head down forcefully. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. She said, what if you startle the snake? Song Hansheng calmed down. After thinking about it, he still wanted to curse. Then what are you doing with my head? Yi Qiao innocently said, you press it easily. Fushu was a group of melee crispy skins, and Song Hansheng had no ability to resist, so she pressed him easily. Song Hansheng. Yi Qiao asked, is there any photo stone? Did not bring. Yi Qiao felt a little regretful. That's a pity. Otherwise, she could still sue Yun Qiu. Yun Qiu looked at the other party with some reluctance. She didn't know that her every move fell into the eyes of others. She was really reluctant to let the other party leave. The girl pursed her lips and whispered softly, I will miss you. The other party touched her head. Good boy. Yi Qiao sighed slowly. How can you be so greasy at such a young age? It's incredible. Song Hansheng almost couldn't hold back and jumped out and knocked the demon into the air. What the hell? He even touched it. Perhaps he was too excited. His breath leaked out, and the young master of the demon clan turned cold, and shouted angrily, who? The attack flew straight in the direction. Mingxuan calmly held up the Zhang Yunxi shield talisman to block it. There was no way, he drew too much before. Now that she was discovered, there was really no need to hide. Yi Qiao straightened her clothes and walked out of the bushes as if nothing had happened. Others thought it was immoral to listen to the corner, so they covered their faces appropriately. This deceitful method provoked Yi Qiao's merciless ridicule. So Yun Qiu turned his head and saw 4 people walking out of the grass neatly. The girl stood there in a daze. Everyone was dumbfounded. Brother. Yun Qiu suddenly raised his heart, faltering and trying to explain, Elder brother? What about elder brother? Yi Qiao spoke in front of her. Are you crazy? You have something to do with the demons. If you have something to do, call it elder brother. If you have nothing to do, it's Song Hansheng, right? Who do you care about? You only care about yourself. Yun Qiu's face turned even paler, and his whole body was trembling unbelievably. Being involved with the demons is a big deal no matter where it is placed. If any evidence is caught, it will at least be interrogated. As the eldest brother of Yue Kingzong, do you have anything to say? Mu Chongshi poked Song Hansheng. Song Hansheng pursed his lips coldly, and at this moment all he wanted to say was, Yi Qiao, you fucking steal my lines. The whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 144. Let her finish what should be said. What else can he say? Yun Q was questioned for a few seconds at a loss, then dodged back aggrieved, and explained, "No, and there are kind people in the demon race, how can you think so?" The girl whispered, "He has no ill intentions towards us. No offense." Song Han laughed angrily. "When they catch you, I hope you can shake your brain to see if it's full of water." With Yun Q's mindless style, either the demons are using either she, or the higher-ups of the demon race are a bunch of idiots, or maybe both. The strength of the opponent is probably in the Yuanying stage, and the strength of the demons is generally higher than that of the monks. It is a bit difficult to capture the opponent alive. The point is, how did the demons manage to sneak in without being discovered? The cover you played for him allowed him to sneak in. Yi Qiao's tone was weird. In the individual competition, this demon must have secretly followed Yun Q. She was puzzled. Are you really brainless? Being attacked repeatedly by the two people, Yun Q shrank and hid behind the man, his eyes were reddish, and he felt aggrieved sincerely. Little magpie. The young master of the demon clan touched her head, feeling distressed. These people are all lackeys of the righteous way, and you are naturally different from them. The four-member group of lackeys on the right path. Meow meow. Are you polite? Ha. Song Hansheng gave a short sneer, unhappy. Then what are you? How dare you point fingers at Yu Qingzong? Are you a mouse in the gutter? Don't beep Song Hansheng with him. Yi Qiao and him looked at each other for a few moments, and suddenly said, "Come on, we've caught the demons." Her style of yelling when she disagreed made the other party's expression freeze suddenly. When she sensed someone was coming here, the man immediately flew to the spot and disappeared. Nascent Soul Stage wanted to escape, but none of them could stop them. They could only watch helplessly as they ran away. Tuliu Yunk stayed alone in Tuliu's place. Did he remind you of the last talisman repair competition? Yi Qiao approached her, smiled slightly, and asked. Yun Q reluctantly said, "No. Individual competition. Isn't everyone based on their ability?" She defended, "It was just a coincidence that I was able to find Mingxuan's position at that time." Yi Qiao immediately punched her, and under the stunned gaze of the other party, she was sent flying to the ground, and sneered, "Then I will depend on my own ability." She runs away after beating someone, and no one can catch up with her. Ming Xuan thought about it, threw a few spirit stones to appease Yun Q, and then quickly slipped away. There is no way. I beat someone's personal biography, and if I don't run quickly, I am worried that I will be arrested by Yue Qingzong and sent to the forbidden area. Song Hansheng looked at the three members of Chang Mingzong who left after the murder. Caught off guard, Yun Q fell hard to the ground, her buttocks hurting from sitting, and tears started to spin in her eyes. Eldest brother. Song Han's tone was flat. You should think about how to explain the demon clan to master. Yun Q pursed her lips. Can I not say it? Yi Qiao and the others won't believe master's words. After all, Yi Qiao and her have a grudge, and if they tell others, they will think that she is deliberately throwing dirty water. You think too much. Song Hansheng looked at her like an idiot. Yi Qiao and the others may not tell. But I will sue you. Song Hansheng always focused on the interests of the sect, and it was no small matter to get mixed up with a demon clan, and he couldn't possibly cover up Yun Q. Otherwise, who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Yun Q. She was so angry at Song Hansheng's words that her heart ached. But fortunately, she thought very openly. Yunhen has always been pampering her, and now that she has entered the top 10 list of talisman repairs, she will not punish herself for it. Yun Q managed to suppress his ugly face, and asked, Senior brother, senior sister Yi Qiao, where is your rank in the sword repair list? Song Hansheng, how do I know? It is obvious that the sword cultivator and the talisman cultivator of the two are not in a competitive relationship, but Yun Q seems to be in a daze, insisting on comparing himself with Yi Qiao. Yun Qiu's tone was soft, looking forward to the next game, then senior brother Yi can hang her up. Song Hansheng sneered, even if Yi Qing'an really hangs her up, it has nothing to do with you. This kind of mental victory method, only a brain-dead person would think so. Yun Qiu. Yi Qiao advanced to the third round after more than a dozen matches in a row. The third round is filled with the top disciples, and it's basically easy to meet personal disciples here. Mu Chongxi has basically fought against each other one by one. With him leading the way, Yi Qiao can still use his experience as a person who has come here to learn more about the depth of the opponent's strength. Zhou Exingyun was stupefied when he came back from the tribulation, and after slowly saying, "Congratulations to the mid-stage golden core," to Yi Qiao, he looked at his juniors, and quickly thanked him in a low voice. Then ran away. Ran. The others were full of question marks. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be shy? Ming Xuan touched his chin. Facing the undisguised concern of a few fellow students suddenly, it was too warm for Zhou Exingyun's restrained personality. It's normal for him to be embarrassed. Zhou Exingyun needed to stabilize his realm after the nascent soul stage, and several people ignored him. Mu Chongxi is seriously helping Yi Qiao analyze. As far as the ranking of Zhanjianzong is concerned, Yi Qing'an is the strongest, Chu Exingji is the second, and I think the other three are for you. You can fight casually. The remaining three are in the mid-stage golden core, the same realm as Yi Qiao. It is no exaggeration to say that Yi Qiao can really fight casually at a certain level. Zhu Yu lay on the table and nodded. And don't worry, I found out, Yi Qing'an and Chu Exingji already have rivals. You can avoid them in advance. Actually, I have an idea. Yi Qiao said, I want to have a try with Yi Qing'an. Zhu Yu was slightly stunned. It seems that it's not impossible. Although there is realm suppression, Yi Qiao is a heavenly spiritual root, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is much faster than that of the top-grade spiritual root. In addition to other formations and talismans, it is not impossible to fight. Speaking of your sigil, have you figured out how to hit it? Yi Qiao. I can make one. She turned her hands over as she said, and the golden curse seal emerged, and demonstrated it to others. I feel that the power inside is quite powerful, but I didn't dare to try it. I was afraid that the yard would be blown up again. Yunhen is quite generous. Zhu Yu thought that the other party would not teach. Ham, you don't know his attitude at that time. Ming Xuan rubbed his chin, and found a precise word to describe. He is a bit like a humble licking dog. Crazy was licking Yi Qiao, trying to lick her back. But obviously, it's useless. Recently, all the pro drafts have been preparing for the individual competition. After Yi Qiao made it all the way to the third round, she finally got the first pro draft in history. After the news was released, all the personal biographies of swordsmanship sect came together. The fight was Zhu Yu. The two were in the same realm in terms of realm. The point is, I want to see how much Yi Qiao is capable. Chu Exingji gave Zhu Yuan a rub to cheer him up. Little junior sister, come on. Zhu Yu nodded. Yi Qing'an glanced at the members of the Changming sect. She shouldn't be anything to fear. Yi Qing'an is quite confident. After all, Zhu Yu is one of them who has a low level of understanding, but has a strong understanding. Hitting Yi Qiao should be fine. Our little junior sister will just beat Yi Qiao. No one paid any attention to his provocation. The group of people were leisurely, like a group of elders at the entrance of the village. Zhu Yu frowned slightly, speechless, Chang Mingzong and the others. Exclamation mark. Anyway, give some respect. Here we come, Zhanjianzong versus Chang Mingzong. Both are junior martial sisters, exciting. With the same realm, I don't know who can win. Someone touched his chin. Zhu Yu should be quite strong. Both of them belonged to the fact that they hadn't encountered a personal pass, and the advantage of the opponent was a group of casual cultivators, that there was no pressure, and they could hide a few cards. Standing on the competition stage, both of them were very eye-catching, one in red and one in white. Zongfu, Zhu Yu collected himself and stood over. She has studied Yi Qiao's, and in the previous rounds of Secret Realms, King Fengju only knew the first 3 moves. Hitting Ye Chao should be fine. She couldn't beat both Mu Chongxi and Zhou Exingyun, so she could only pick Yi Qiao to fight. Zhu Yuxuan's sword is in hand, and she strikes neatly. She knows Yi Qiao's style of play. Speed is the most important thing, so she must be steady when hitting Yi Qiao, and can't be dragged to death by her. She moves without any bells and whistles. The position of Yi Qiao can be accurately calculated every time. It can be seen that she is very familiar with her tricks. Zhu Yu played very steadily, and Yi Qiao couldn't find any flaws. Similarly, Zhu Yu was also in a state of being suppressed. Some monks analyzed, you need to be steady when you hit Yi Qiao. She knows both talismans and formations, so you still have to be careful. Yi Qiao went up to her without dodging, and the moment she collided with Zhu Yu's sword style, her strength suddenly loosened slightly and hit her on the shoulder. At the same time, the side of the stick in her hand hit her waist hard. Yi Qiao seized this opening and wanted to continue chasing. Zhu Yu managed to stabilize her body in midair. The corners of her lips pursed and condensed into icicles. In the personal biography, Zhu Yu is the one who is most accurate in controlling the transformation. The water condenses into ice at the moment of circulation, and stabs down quickly. She didn't dare to use water attributes mainly because she was afraid that Yi Qiao would discharge. When the spiritual root attribute was restrained by the opponent, she dared not take the risk of betting that Yi Qiao would not be able to use lightning to transform into form. Water system transformation. It's not just a changeling. Didn't you notice? Water turned into ice, 2 forms. This level requires an extremely familiar grasp of spiritual roots. He is worthy of being the arrogance of swordsmanship Sect. Bingling stabbed at the first word of disagreement. Yi Qiao blocked the sharp icicle twice with Duaoju, and the next second, Zhu Yu's sword style fell hard again. The sword aura was so overwhelming that Yi Qiao almost dropped the Duaoju in Yi Qiao's hand. The people who eat melons are amazed. Chanjianzong's swordsmanship is so overbearing. One sword breaks 10,000 dharmas. One sword determines the universe. It is indeed the first case. The King Fengju is not bad. Let's see how Yi Qiao uses it. But the current situation is obviously being suppressed and beaten. The advantage of getting Zhu Yu is that Yi Qiao can have a face-to-face meeting with swordsmanship, asking Zong's swordsmanship in advance, and there are ways to deal with difficult situations. Yi Qiao looked at the icicle in her hand, raised her leg and kicked her away firmly, and took the time to ask, Schwillingen transforms into form. I'm serious. She imitated the transformation gesture twice. This starting gesture made Zhu Yu quietly clench the sword, her expression slightly tense, and she was ready to fight. In the next second, Yi Qiao released a small lightning. Haha, I was just joking. I'll give you a massage. Zhu Yu, who had been played for a while, wanted to curse in her heart. Her face was expressionless, and her swordsmanship became more and more fierce. Yi Qiao retreated the whole time. Actually, I want to advise, don't push Yi Qiao into a hurry. Ming Xuan couldn't help beeping as he watched Zhu Yu's merciless moves. He remembered the secret realm that drove Yi Qiao into a hurry. Finally, there is a scene of being split open. Why did you say you provoked her? Rabbits bite people when they are in a hurry, but Yi Qiao can't eat people when she is in a hurry. Zhu Yu couldn't bear it and felt that Yi Qiao was disrespectful at all. With another blow, Yi Qiao and her suddenly drew closer, and the third move of King Fengju exploded. Zhu Yu blocked the magic weapon in her arms and stood there firmly. but as far as she knew, Yi Qiao only knew the first 3 moves. Zhu Yu said calmly, "Is there no more?" "She has experienced all the 3 moves of King Feng Ju." Yi Qiao looked at her calm appearance, and sighed slightly in her heart. Among a group of brainless swordsmen, Zhu Yu is a rare brain power, and in this situation, she can calmly analyze her style of play. This effect is obviously effective, and Yi Qiao and Zhu Yu are in a stalemate. Zhu Yu couldn't beat her, and Yi Qiao had nothing to do with Zhu Yu. Although her tricks have been thoroughly understood. Yi Qiao once again reflected on herself painfully. If she knew it earlier, she would not be a mess. At least during competitions, it would be good to learn a few tricks. The style of play has been thoroughly understood. In this case, who can win depends on who has more. Seeing this scene, Mu Chongxi outside the field suddenly shouted, "Yi Qiao, look here." The young man swung his sword, moving clouds and flowing water, and the sword energy was like a rainbow. Yi Qiao immediately learned from him. Several times in a row, the impact was so strong that Zhu Yu stepped back for a moment, and was also shocked. Can it still be like this? Exclamation mark. Learn now and sell now. Yi Qiao's memory of being able to do 2 things at once is not in Yi Qiao's memory, and besides, it doesn't matter that other sects are good enough to teach others the inheritance they have obtained. Among other things, this generosity is not available in other sects. This is what Mu Chongxi learned from inheritance. The swordsmanship is changeable, the sword passes the blade, and it is completely impossible to guess the next move. Zhu Yu does not have Yi Qiao's dual-purpose ability, let alone the ability to remember. Mu Chongxi's move directly brought the confident Zhu Yu worry was also stunned. She hadn't studied Mu Chongxi's style of play, and she was aiming at Yi Qiao from the beginning to the end. Zhou Xingyun also got inspiration. He thought that Yi Qiao didn't understand how to change form, so he also started the on-site teaching, little junior sister. Zhu Yu wanted to curse even more. Then she couldn't guess what Yi Qiao's next move would be, because she could change with the changes of the people outside. What a perverted talent. This kind of person has such a long brain. The girl raised her hand and wrapped the water stream around her fingertips. She didn't use water before because she was afraid of Yi Qiao's Lei Lingen. Now I can't care less. If you don't resist anymore, are you waiting to be eliminated? What Yi Qiao was waiting for was her water spirit root, and she smiled at Zhu Yu. Hey, I'm really serious this time. The silver thunder swooped up in the form of lightning, and swirled in Yi Qiao's purple hands like thunder, as fast as lightning. When the thunder fell, only one thought flashed through Zhu Yu's mind. Grass. She really can. Chevron left previous a whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 145. The speed of the thunder and lightning reached the speed of blinking eyes in front of her. Zhu Yu reflexively retracted the water in her hand. She had bet at first that Yi Qiao would not be able to transform, but obviously she bet wrong this time. Facts have proved that a real genius can really learn and sell now. The thunder and lightning turned into a purple flickering frantically, and struck her body like a mighty force. The water flow collided with the electricity. On the ground, unable to move. The two are in a mutual restraint relationship. Zhu Yu is familiar with Yi Qiao's sword art. Similarly, Yi Qiao has also seen Sword Asking Zong's sword art in the illusion. With the transformation of lightning, the stalemate was instantly broken. I wish you could not move. Yi Qiao knocked her down with a sharp sword, and then jumped off the competition stage. The aura is no match. The two sects are comparable in terms of swordsmanship, and the spiritual root attribute is still restrained, so what's the deal? He could comfort himself before. Yi Qiao was not proficient in swordsmanship, but now this method can't comfort anyone. Zhu Yu swallowed her elixir before slowing down. She pursed her lips and wanted to say something, But the person next to her patted her, and Chu Xingji also recovered from the astonishment, and said slowly, losing to Yi Qiao, "No, it's a shame. Later, I'll get back the pomp for you." "Zhu Yu, you didn't say that before." "Chu Xingji, I haven't seen her so fierce before." Zhu Yu was suspicious. "You want to revenge me?" "That's natural." "Fine." Zhu Yumian reluctantly nodded. "Then I'll wait." Although the second senior brother is unreliable, his strength is still nothing to say. Being defeated by Yi Qiao, she felt a little frustrated. After Yi Qing'an watched the whole process, he thought deeply. After fighting with her, what do you think of Yi Qiao's strength? "I feel." Zhu Yu pursed her lips. She didn't try her best. It was as if step by step, trying to test her swordsmanship, and thoroughly grasped the order of her moves and starting moves. However, didn't a Jindan like Dajuyu not do his best in the mid-term? Noisy. How long is she in the middle stage of Golden Core? She also knows formations and talismans, but it's useless. Yi Qing'an said flatly, if playing Juyu didn't do her best, is Chu Xingji worthy of her doing her best? After playing for so long, I really can't find out the depth. Zhu Yu's tone was a little depressed. 3 tricks of King Feng Ju came out after testing, and her thunder. Her thunder. Mentioning this, Zhu Yu was a little cracked, almost electrocuted me. Zhu Yu is a water spirit root. When she released the thunder, she was so scared that she took the water back. Although the feeling was different from Tianlei, it was enough for her to eat a pot. Yi Qiao, look at me. Can you punch Yi Qing'an and step on Qinhuai in the individual competition? Yi Qiao won't care how he won. Anyway, he won. But the experienced monk secretly sighed. If it was so difficult to beat Zhu Yu, then it would be completely useless for the 2 people who met the sword-asking sect. When Qin Huai, the eldest brother of Cheng Feng sect, heard about it, he was a little surprised. She was able to defeat Zhu Yu. Duan Hengdao raised his head when he heard the words, "Oh, Yi Qiao defeated Zhu Yu." Qin Huai, it's a little surprising. Duan Hengdao scratched his head. He thought it was quite normal. Be careful with her. I have a feeling that she probably didn't try her best. Her talismans and formations were useless, and she was obviously just testing Wen Jianzong's style of play in advance. Qin Huai nodded, I know. He finally didn't dare to underestimate Yi Qiao this time. Ellipsis. After the battle with Zhu Yu, the next month will be very harmonious. At least no one will want to fight her every now and then. The top 10 will be numbered according to the previous points ranking. All points on the list will be cleared, and the ranking needs to be determined by drawing lots. Yi Qiao is the most ostentatious, and it is no surprise that she is the 10th number at the bottom. The remaining 2 seniors followed her to perform badly, and they were all at the bottom of the rankings, one 7th and the other 8th. I heard that Yi Qing'an realized the domain. I don't know what his domain looks like. Everyone's comprehended domain is different internally. But there are only a handful of people in the cultivation world who can have domains, and the outside world is amazed that Yi Qing'an can be so extraordinary at such a young age. After hearing this, Yi Qiao was thoughtful. It really is the male lead. It's not the same as other coquettish sluts. Eldest brother, she lazily called out, when will you be able to comprehend the realm? Show us a lot. My only wish in this life is to see the realm of the nascent soul stage. Mingxuan raised his eyes and was speechless. Where's that kid of yours? He also has domains, right? He's quite abnormal, he can control the speed, and the eerie aura inside is scary to watch. Yi Qiao, that's different. Shaoqi and Yi Qing'an, who is more powerful? As she spoke, she dragged Xiaoqi out. The little guy was still asleep, a little dazed. He rubbed Yi Qiao around her. Yi Qiao patted Xiaoqi's head and said, you won't know until you beat him. Stop talking nonsense, let's draw lots first. Mu Chongxi opened the door, and a professional handed over the lottery. Then he took the opportunity to glance at the situation inside. This Changming sect is all popular among the crowd. Every time the individual competition is played, Mu Chongxi took the lottery away, and then swayed left and right for a long time. Just about to smoke, Yi Qiao stopped her. Wait, ha. She lowered her head and made a gesture. Let's do something first. She didn't want to get a big draw right away. If you can show it, you still have to show it, so Yi Qiao chose to believe in metaphysics. Seeing Yi Qiao's way of opening the altar, Mu Chongxi twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking of an important question. Since it's the top 10 lottery, will we have a civil war? No. Zhou Xingyun stared curiously for a moment, and followed Yi Qiao's attempt to change his own destiny as a non-chief. He said calmly, the lottery for one of our sects was taken out before the draw. Mu Chongxi tried it with suspicion, and bowed again and again to the bamboo stick. Seeing a few sword cultivators chattering and starting to practice, the man who came to deliver the lottery was silent. You are sword cultivators. Exclamation mark. Not a mage. Ellipsis. One stroke of a talisman. The patriarch of the Ming family would walk around for a while when he came back, and couldn't help saying, I should have read it right at the time. He flipped through the photo stone several times, and finally confirmed that Yi Qiao was drawn with one stroke. This level can only be achieved by Song Hansheng of Yue Qingzong. Yi Qiao was really surprising. The patriarch of the Ming family was happy for a moment. This competition was really interesting. First came Yun Qiu, who used a sword to beat amulets, and then came Yi Qiao, who was frequently blessed by heaven. Xiaoyi, how far do you think she can go? After all, it was not her own child, but everyone present could see it clearly. Yi Qiao forcibly dragged Mingxuan over, and forced to give Mingxuan a blessing with her. Is this someone else's child? I'm jealous. His tears of envy were about to flow down. It is said that he is a Fushu from Yu Qingzong. Mingyi nodded and clenched his fists. Can we dig it? Patriarch Ming said sincerely, impossible. He pondered for a moment. Do you think it's possible for Mingxuan and Yi Qiao to develop? Looking at the head of the family whose thoughts are gradually becoming abnormal, Mingyi also thought about the way the two get along. I think it is impossible. It's just, don't treat the other party as a human being. She was serious. However, I think I can ask Yi Qiao for advice on how to make heaven send down blessings even if there is a disagreement. Suddenly received the news that the Ming family invited Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao herself was a little confused. She and Mingxuan looked at each other for a long time, and then asked uncertainly, You are looking for me? Why? She shouldn't know any family of the 8 great families, right? In other words, I just met those direct descendants briefly, and there is no familiar person. It doesn't feel good. Mingxuan, don't go. Yi Qiao blinked, raised her head and put the pen on the tip of her nose, not paying attention. They can still eat me. Oh, I see. Yi Qiao suddenly realized. She wants to settle accounts with me. She learned the trapping talisman. No, they are shameless. Never overestimate the thickness of the 8 great families' skins. They could clearly see Yi Qiao's talent for drawing talismans at that time. If it wasn't for Yi Qiao's surname Ming, they would even be ashamed to say, You must be a child left behind by our Ming family, or, Mingxuan, this is your half-sister, from now on we will be a family. Oh. So this group of people came to the door. It must be no good. Zhu knew that Yi Qiao would not come to the door easily, so he came here on purpose and knocked on the door very politely. What exactly are you looking for with her? Mingxuan opened the door, and Mao Mao poked her head furtively. Mingyi walked in front of them. Our patriarch is looking for Yi Qiao. Mingxuan, why are you looking for her? Just find me. He thought it was his old man who found out about Yi Qiao's stealing of talismans and came to question his teacher. I'll talk to him. He gave him a clear look. What's the use of looking for you? We are looking for her for business. After a pause, he was obviously unceremonious. What are you going to do? Ming-Xuan, I can embolden her. He thought that the other party was prosecuting her. Clearly speechless. I don't need you. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. How can I become a teacher and enter a sect, and even make Ming-Xuan more confident? He's so confident, Zhu Yu said lazily. I remembered a word, Pu Shinan. Yi Qiao rubbed his chin. Ming-Xuan knocked her on the head. You scolded me again. No, no, no. The full meaning of this sentence is to say, Yi Qiao hid and smiled slightly. You are the most trustworthy man in the world. Chevron understood. Chapter 146. You know how to make up the knife. Laughing all the way to Ming's house, Ming-Xuan was a little bit homely and timid, and was finally dragged in by Yi Qiao all the way after dawdling for a long time. I haven't been home for a long time. Ming-Xuan muttered. My father should be happy to see me, right? Mu Chongxi stretched her waist. I'm going home when the competition is over. Wrong. Ming-Xuan corrected him. You are going back to the palace. The patriarch of the Ming family is a very kind old man. Seeing the uniforms coming from a distance, he cleared his throat and said in a kind tone, I'm back. Ming-Xuan stood there. Before he could enjoy the greetings from his family, they all squeezed him away, and started to circle around Yi Qiao, headed by his father. Everyone was very earnest. Ah, you are the Yi Qiao in the rumors. The other party said with a smile, it's a pleasure to meet you, Xiao Qiao. It really is a hero born into a boy. It's better to see it once. This family can't accommodate you anymore. Zhu Yu hypocritically sympathized with Ming-Xuan for a few seconds. Ming-Xuan, who was completely ignored. Reality, this group of people are too realistic. Depressedly, he squatted down and began to draw circles resentfully. Yi Qiao was also a little confused, and soon she realized that these people were not asking questions, but curious about their own skills. She said, why don't you wait for the next game? It is definitely necessary to use a talisman to play a personal biography. The next match is a fight with a pro. If you don't mind it then, why don't you take a look? She thought. Patriarch Ming smiled and said, yes, yes. The in-person competition is definitely going to be cheered on, especially this one that can bring down several blessings from the Tao of Heaven. Besides, Yi Qiao didn't want to paint, so he couldn't force her to come. You juniors, communicate well. Ming-Xuan, come with me. Ming-Xuan, who was not paying attention, raised his head. Hey. I thought you old man couldn't see me. Let me ask you something. Patriarch Ming hurriedly said. Yi Qiao. Very strong. Ming-Xuan cut off his words. Did you see the blessings of heaven? Did you see the strokes? If the word, genius, had an exact name, it would be Yi Qiao. Patriarch Ming. I haven't finished talking yet. Of course he knew that Yi Qiao was very strong, and the ability to draw a talisman with just one stroke was beyond the reach of others. Did you teach her the trap shield talisman? Ming-Xuan nodded. Patriarch Ming smiled slightly. Ming-Xuan, can you ask Yi Qiao, how did you manage to make so many blessings from heaven? Ming-Xuan didn't even blink. This. I don't know. Stupid. He knocked on his head. You can just try it out. You two have such a good relationship. Can she not tell you? Ming-Xuan was speechless. Heavenly Tao blesses this thing. It all depends on luck or Heavenly Tao's likes and dislikes. Who knows how this kind of mysterious thing is done? Yi Qiao herself can't figure out the situation. There are quite a few good-looking direct descendants in our family. He hinted at Ming-Xuan frantically. Why don't you introduce two to your junior sister? The corner of Ming-Xuan's mouth twitched. No need. We are talisman cultivators. We enter the talisman way in this life and don't love anyone. You'd better save it. Even if you want to match up, you can't find someone from the 8 great families. Looking at the direct line headed by Song Hansheng, you can see that few are good people. As for the junior sister, she belongs to the kind who wants good looks and emotional intelligence. With Yi Qiao's character, she has offended almost all of the 5 sects. Who dares to become a Taoist couple with her? I am not afraid of being tossed about to shorten my life. On the other side, Yi Qiao and Ming Yi began to chat. The other party spoke concisely, but looked cold and cute. The two were chatting about the leaderboard, and said plainly, "I'm 7th. Yi Qiao was surprised. It's amazing to be able to rank 7th with so many personal passes. Did you draw lots? Mu Chongxi blinked. Ming Yi hummed, 5th. I checked the ranking, Yunk. She looked down on Yun Q, and used a sword to fight with a talisman. The outside world expressed appreciation for Yun Q's behavior, saying that she was smart, but in the final analysis, talent was paramount in the cultivation world. But the monks can bear it, but the 8 great families can't bear it. Yun Q is a direct descendant of the 5 great sects, so he will bear it before. After all, there is indeed a resource dog, and she can't beat those who fight for resources, but she can't step on the edge of violations and jump back and forth. It's fine to use a sword to squeeze into the top, and it's all top 10. The opponents are all direct descendants and direct descendants. Let her disrupt the rules in the individual competition like this. It's fine if the direct descendants lose, but what if they're beaten? It's the direct descendants. Then aren't you cold? Mu Chongxi couldn't speak his head. He said, after all, you are a weak Fushu who can't take care of himself. 2 words. Yi Qiao came down with justice and punched him on the head, signaling him to speak softly to girls. Mu Chongxi let out a groan, feeling aggrieved. That's right. If Mingxuan hadn't taken advantage of a loophole, his parents who had been beaten would not know him. Zhu Yu admired Mu Chongxi's ability to attack people indiscriminately. He said, stop talking. Didn't you see Ming Yi's face turned cold? The rules will be changed after the top 10 this time. She pursed her lips, and said lightly, first draw the talisman, then compete, and use the talisman to repair your own talisman. Yi Qiao was slow to react for a long time, and raised her eyes, is that so? So it is self-evident who this rule is aimed at. I watched some scenes in Fu Shuchang. Yi Qiao just happened to be quite curious about the situation of the heroine. The novel did not go into too much detail about Yun Q's double cultivation level appearance. But the rules of the talisman repair competition suddenly changed, allowing the top 10 talisman cultivators to participate in the drawing of talismans collectively. This wave can be described as a public execution. It's all very lively. Mingxuan yawned, ready to turn on the lights and fight at night. I feel like I'm not alone anymore since I became a personal biologist. Lao Niu is not as diligent as him. Are you practicing too? Yi Qiao swayed her legs slowly. As far as she knew, Ming Xuan belonged to the talented dog, right? How can I draw symbols overnight? He needs to practice the attacking talisman. Zhu Yu replied casually. Who told the 8 great families to change the rules? The Ming family's talismans accounted for most of the defense, and it was okay to buy other people's talismans during the attacking talisman competition. Now that they need to be painted on the spot and used on the spot, Mingxuan can only hold his feet temporarily. Follow the strokes on the talisman book. Mingxuan smashed his head on the table, feeling hopeless. Yi Qiao comforted him. After all, Mingxuan just lost his mind, as if the courtyard next door had lost his mind, and laughed out loud. The weird laughter that came from time to time made Yi Qiao dig his ears and shouted, who is it? Laughing like a duck without sleeping in the middle of the night. The laughter in the opposite yard stopped abruptly. Yue Qingzong's smile froze when he heard these words, and he was out of breath for a while. this Yi Qiao. Yun Qiu bit the Lang Hao pen, hesitated and did not write. Why did you suddenly change the rules? Chang Mingzong is not the only one painting. They were also trying. Song Hansheng drew the talisman in the middle of the night, raising his eyelashes one after another. If you don't use the sword to pick the talisman, we won't be able to practice at night. Su Juo couldn't help but whispered, "Little sister, it's really not good to do this. Eternal Mingzong can do this." Yun Qiu's face turned pale by his reproachful words. Why did he suddenly change the rules because of himself? Zhai Chen said something fair. They didn't step on the bottom line of the 8 great families, and they only used it once in the first few rounds. Seeing that the atmosphere of several personal transmissions was faintly revealing a bit weird, as if they were about to quarrel, Elder Yue Qingzong hurriedly comforted. No rush, no rush. This is fine, and it can just prove COQ's strength to them. Why not do it? Song Han laughed. It was fine if he didn't smile, but when he suddenly smiled, everyone looked at him together. What are you laughing at? Su Juo didn't understand. Song Hansheng, I just like to laugh. Yeah. I didn't realize that Song Hansheng is a boy who loves to laugh. His smile usually has a mocking meaning. Zhai Chen couldn't help but said, "Brother, what do you mean?" Song Hansheng didn't have the nerve to hurt their morale, but to be honest, at Yun Qiu's level, hitting Fushu with a sword can still cover up her ugly level. Compared with other top 10 Fushu, she was only ashamed at the scene. So Song Han suddenly remembered what Chang Mingzong said before, and he leaned back, flatly, "I understand everything." Song Hansheng suddenly turned into a riddleman, and several people looked at each other in blank dismay. None of them understood, including the elders. They had never seen it before, and they didn't understand it either. But Yun Qiu's dual cultivation is at the same level as Yi Qiao's. Yi Qiao was able to do it because of her high spiritual root, so Yun Qiu's spiritual root level should not be much worse than Yi Qiao's. Speak well. The elder scolded in a low voice. Don't be so cruel to your junior sister. Song Hansheng, TSK. The sarcasm grew stronger. The 4 talisman cultivators of Yu Qingzong all entered the top 10, and the remaining 5 were occupied by the direct descendants of the Song family and the Ming family. The 4 talisman cultivators of Yu Qingzong all entered the top 10, and the remaining 5 were occupied by the direct descendants of the Song family and the Ming family. Those who long to be famous once, naturally have to seize this kind of good opportunity to prove themselves. The venue for talisman cultivation was overcrowded. The match between the 5 direct descendants and the 5 direct descendants, no matter who was there, the top 10 match, it would be a loss not to watch it. Seeing so many people, Mingxuan couldn't help pulling Yi Qiao beside him. Damn it, what should I do if my legs are weak? Yi Qiao, be more confident, hold your head high, you are the most handsome person on the scene. She thought for a while, and pointed to Song Hansheng who was not far away. If you can't, you can learn from him. Raise your chin, and look at people with your nostrils. Yes, yes, just keep it like this. If you look colder, that's right, that's it. Yi Qiao gave him a command. If it wasn't for the Zongfu's lack of pockets, she would show Mingxuan what it means to copy pockets with one hand in that ear, and she doesn't know what it means to be an opponent. Handsome. Mu Chongshi. Go, go. Throwing Mingxuan who drove the ducks to the shelf, all the top 10 talismans had already arrived, and they all belonged to an attitude of ignoring each other. In other words, no one looked down on anyone. They took action one after another. Song Hansheng was the fastest, followed by several other personal passers-by. It is easier to fail if you draw fast, and some draw symbols slowly and maintain that speed, not only in quantity but also in grade. In the end, by analogy, Yi Qiao and Xe Chuxiu are 2 knowledgeable people in Changmingzong. They watched for a long time and came to the conclusion in conclusion. If nothing else happens, Mingxuan should be second. But it's a bit early to say that. Xi Chuxu said in a low voice. We still have to see what Yunqiu draws. The other talismans are almost finished, and Yunqiu doesn't know what he is dawdling about, so that the world is still uncertain, and he doesn't dare to talk too much, and there is still a competition part after the talisman is drawn. The few talisman repairs next to Yunq had already succeeded, and they started to work on the second talisman. Yunq panicked. She anxiously drove the Langhao brush in her hand, and pressed down hard with her spiritual sense. The pen finally moved. Up. The Langhao pen extended along the talisman paper, and Yunqiu carefully drew down, which was much smoother than before. She was slightly happy in her heart, and quickly put away the pen. At the moment of success, a slight smile finally appeared on the corner of her lips. A few traces of strangeness appeared in midair, and someone murmured, "Is it a blessing from heaven? This year's Dabi is really crazy, right? Bless one or two." Yi Qiao was also startled. She raised her head and looked into the air. A golden light flashed across the edge of the talisman in Yunqiu's hand. The moment the blessing from heaven was about to condense into shape, the talisman suddenly ignited and turned into ashes. The blessings that hadn't had time to take shape also collapsed. The smile of the elder Yu Qingzong, who was full of expectation, froze slightly. The burning of the talisman was a failure, and the scene was quiet for a few seconds. Yi Qiao raised her head and glanced at it as if nothing had happened, thinking that there might be something wrong with the way of heaven. It's the first time I saw that the drawing of the top 10 talisman repairers failed. Being able to enter the top 10 is either a direct descendant or a direct descendant. Can this all fail? Hearing the voices of the monks talking, the elder Yue Qingzong couldn't hold back anymore, and his voice raised slightly. Failure is normal, no one has failed before. Victory or defeat is a common thing in military affairs. He tried to find someone from the talisman. Those with high levels come to forcibly hold respect for their own disciples. Several other Fu Shukan came to the stage to compete, and he didn't dare to interrupt, so he saw Yi Qiao, who had nothing to do with him, and asked, "Yi Qiao, have you failed before?" Yi Qiao was also honest, nodded, "I failed." "Look." He breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately found evidence. "Isn't this normal?" Yi Qiao added slowly, "The brushes I used back then were all forked." Off the field laughing like crazy. "You know how to make up swords, Yi Qiao." Elder Yue Qingzong twitched his face, and explained bravely, "Then you must have been drawing for a long time." Yi Qiao held her chin and smiled slightly. "It's not bright in the east, it's bright in the west. What about Song Han's voice, and what about me?" "What's Song Han's voice like?" Elder Yue Qingzong subconsciously glanced at his eldest disciple. Song Hansheng was drawing a talisman quickly, and the speed of swishing swish made the others amazed. "I wanted to write a male lead, but I didn't think about it. Why don't so many people like the male lead?" Chapter 147. Song Hansheng's speed was too fast, and the success rate was almost 100%. Elder Yu Qingzong was fascinated for a while, and then couldn't help applauding. "Okay, this is the level that our Yu Qingzong geniuses should have." He just said, "The Yu Qing sect is the gathering place for talisman cultivation in the comprehension world anyway, so how could there be a situation where someone spontaneously ignites after the painting is finished?" Mu Chongxi added, "One stroke at a time. After success, heaven's blessing will be on her talisman." Yi Qiao lazily replied, "I'm not willing to use that talisman until now. Do you want to see it?" The talisman blessed by heaven was said to be quite valuable, but she was not willing to give it up. Elder Yue Qingzong's expression changed in an instant, and he said shamelessly, "Then let's take a look together." He hadn't seen what the talismans blessed by heavenly Tao looked like. Yi Qiao was also generous and showed him the talisman. She really didn't say it, it was indeed a blessing from the heavens, with a little golden pattern under the corner of the talisman. The eyes of the elder Yue Qingzong lit up instantly. It's a good thing, keeping it can increase the horizons of those younger generations who have never seen the blessings of the heavens. He licked his face and asked, Yi Qiao, can you give me your talisman? Yes. Yi Qiao didn't expect it to have this effect, but it's useless for her to keep it. If someone wants to buy it, don't ask. Of course it's for sale. She stretched out a finger and said calmly, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones start. Okay. The other party answered in one gulp. Yi Qiao instantly understood that she was going to be short. She waved her hand, anyone else want it? I can draw on the spot. The scene of her and Mingxuan drawing amulets under the sky thunder and being blessed is vivid in my memory. Some people were embarrassed to ask her if she would buy it. After all, who in the 5 sects still lacks spirit stones? Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao took the initiative to ask. Yes, yes, who wouldn't want a talisman drawn by Yi Qiao? No matter how effective it is, she has been blessed by heaven, and she can brag to others when she buys it back. Hurry up, come alive. Hearing that there was money to take, Yi Qiao simply dug out the talisman paper, didn't even bother to look for a table, just lay down on the ground to draw, really obeyed that sentence, she will be like Song Han's voice. The speed of the two raising their hands and writing was so fast that the group of people didn't know which side to look at. You just bought it like this. What if the effect is not good? Stupid you, even if the effect is not good, it's good to grab it back and keep it for collection. Yes, yes, you are still smart. The other party suddenly realized that it is good to have an effect, and it doesn't matter if there is no effect, just buy it back and keep it. With Yi Qiao in front, not many people cared about Yun Qiu's situation for a while. She was so anxious that she couldn't help but want to see Yi Qiao's situation, and her mentality was a little unstable. Chaotic, couldn't help reminding, calm down. He was really afraid that she might go mad. But Yi Qiao is indeed a little outrageous. When someone's talisman repair competition, where does she put the talisman? With Yi Qiao around, the others couldn't help but take a look, and then lowered their heads in shock, comforting themselves, she's a genius, she's a genius. The mentality of Yun Qiu, who couldn't draw, was a little bit broken. The people around didn't know what they were talking about, and Yun Qiu always felt that he was laughing at himself. To draw a talisman, you need to hold your breath and concentrate, calmly. Yun Qiu couldn't draw it in the first place, but Yi Qiao made him useless. His fingers trembled for a moment, and he held the Langhao pen tightly. Before she finished drawing, other talisman repairers had already it's over. Looking at the sect masters who came to watch, especially Yun Hen, the other party thought it was embarrassing, so they found a place where no one was paying attention and ran away. Elder Yue Qingzong was still licking his face and asking Yi Qiao for a talisman. As soon as the talisman drawing was over, the first ones to be surrounded were Song Han Xuanxuan and a few talisman cultivators who performed exceptionally well. When Mingxuan squeezed in from the crowd, he saw his little junior sister still painting there. He stretched out his hand and pulled her out. Stop drawing, it's over. Yi Qiao bought a lot of talismans, she accepted them as soon as they were good. Shi Shiren was about to run away. It was Fu Xiu who competed, but it was Yi Qiao who stole the limelight. Yue Qingzong wanted to die, and it was Yun Qiu who was ashamed, but in the end, it was Yi Qiao who got the whole audience's attention. Guess Yue Qingzong has to thank Yi Qiao for covering up the embarrassment of Qingzong next month. Anyway, it's the top sect of Fu Xiu's lineage, so this is the only way to pass it on personally. It can be said that Yun Qiu lowered the reputation of Yue Qingzong by his own power. In the past few years, He did not do well due to rampant domineering, but now his reputation is even worse. Why can't I draw it? After all, Yunkyu is a talented girl second only to Yi Qiao. Heaven's blessings fall and disperse. Why? Why? Yunkyu also wanted to ask. She pinched the pendant in her hand at a loss, and took a deep breath. She has always been favored by the heavens, there is no doubt about it, but she didn't know what happened, and she became like this. These days there are a lot of discussions, and everyone will be noticed when they go out. It is different from the envy of the past, but ridicule. The ranking of the talisman repair list was determined, and a list was made according to the final level of the talisman. Song Hansheng was first, Ming Xuan was second, and she was last. Su Juo casually comforted. Senior sister Yi Qiao seems to be the last one too. What is her status, and what is your status? Before you have decided on your opponent, what you should do is to improve your character level. Song Hansheng had paid attention to Yunqiu's situation at that time. Progress has been made, but not by much. Su Juo nodded his head in a rare way. Little junior sister really should work hard. After all, the top 10 means a symbol of strength, and those people will only remember number 1 and the last. You can't do the countdown even if you are killed. Yunqiu's face was pale, and the corners of her lips moved. Is there no other way? It was too difficult for her to fight with her own talisman. Su Juo shook his head. There is really no way. Once the talisman is handed in, the drawing method and runes will be remembered by the elders, and it is not acceptable to use someone else's drawing or buy it. Yue Qingzong made a big scandal. As the main talisman cultivator, the sect's personal biography succeeded in drawing one, and it spontaneously ignited halfway, which attracted the outside world to talk about it for several days, but soon the monks were caught by another news. Attracted. Changmingzong Courtyard. I hit Qin Huai. Mu Chongxi jumped up. Is there a mistake? The order of drawing lots for the first round of sword repairers is definitely one of the points that made everyone curious. After the sword repair competition was ahead, Mu Chongxi went to the ground after asking who the opponent was after drawing lots. I just feel that life has become dark. That Qinhuai, late Jindan. Mu Chongxi turned over and sat up. It seems that he still has a whole card in his hand. What should I use to fight him? You are also at the late stage of Jindan, so there is nothing you can't do. Yi Qiao patted him on the shoulder. Men, you just have to be strong. These few days have not been idle. Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan are going to compete. They have saved up a lot of talismans. Zhengshu doesn't know who to give them to. Mu Chongxi is ahead of them in the competition, so all his brains are stuffed into his hands. The elders and suzerains of the various sects paid special attention to the top 10 competitions. Duan Yu even came over on a rare occasion to comfort Mu Chongxi, and brought him a message by the way. I've asked. It was forged by the ancestor of Changfeng sect. It is a spiritual sword. It is called Qingfeng. This kind of sword that has existed for hundreds of years must have a sword spirit in it. Once a spirit sword has a spiritual wisdom, it will be extremely troublesome. Not to mention, the spirit sword forged by the ancestor of Qi Shu can be said to block and kill people in the arena. The limelight is second to none. Yi Qiao held her chin. What does this Qingfeng sword have to do with our exercises? Qingfeng Ju and Qingfeng sword. How come these things are not the treasures of their Changming sect? It doesn't matter at all. Duan Yu waved his hand. It's all about speed. Qin Huai is the root of the wind spirit, and it goes well with the Qingfeng sword. You can fight if you can. Not bad. After all, Qin Huai is a ruthless person. Mu Chongxi nodded indiscriminately. Thinking of the Qingfeng sword in Qin Huai's hand, he still had no confidence. The young man muttered, how embarrassing if he gets crushed. His sword is very strong, right? Duan Yu reassured. Actually, There is no distinction between high and low spirit swords, it depends on how you use them. Since Zhao Shijian has followed you, he must like you very much. Only when the sword master and spirit sword have the same tacit understanding and ideas can the sword be used to its full potential. To the extreme. Zhou Exingyun silently glanced at Duanshan upon hearing this. Why does he feel that his sword is quite cheap? At this moment, Duanshan and Zhou Exingyun had a very tacit understanding, and both felt that each other was cheap. Mu Chongxi hugged her sword tightly and nodded seriously. I will work hard, elder. Very good, silly Batian has his own way of swordsmanship. Duan Yu nodded with satisfaction. Mu Chongxi is not as thoughtful as Yi Qiao, and he is not as unhappy as Zhou Exingyun. Just a few words of encouragement with chicken soup for the soul, and Mu Chongxi no longer has any worries. Indomitable and frank. This is the most suitable seedling for kendo. Come on. Yi Qiao waved at him and smiled. You are the only genius in swordsmanship. In terms of talent, Mu Chongxi is not inferior to Yi Qing'an. Ling Yunzi was the best in the world when he was young. A woman will only affect the speed at which her brother draws his sword. Yi Qiao firmly believed. Ellipsis. Shishi baby. Come on. There are also fans cheering outside the stadium. Seeing this, Mingxuan followed suit. Baby Shishi, come on tilde. Roll. The two didn't deal with each other before, and Mu Chongxi almost drew his sword. Stop making trouble, go quickly. Mu Chongxi was the first to stand on the competition stage under the watchful eyes of a group of people. The young man held a sword, and his bright red eyebrows looked particularly good-looking. The little girl in the audience was suddenly full of enthusiasm. I want to be a sword repairer, like them in that way, kill indiscriminately. Sword cultivators look good. Seeing this, Duan Yu leaned over, rubbed his hands, and said cheerfully, Little girl, what do you think of me? Ah, the monsters and ghosts leave quickly. She looked at the unshaven middle-aged man, cried and ran away covering her face. No love. Duan Yu silently held his injured heart, turned his face away, and continued to watch the game. Saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 148 Sword Spirit Transformation. Cheng Fengong's spiritual sword is called Qingfeng Sword, and Qin Huai is the root of wind spirit. When combined, it is almost invincible in this situation. After standing on the competition stage, Qin Huai fell down and launched an attack. Mu Chongxi could only passively choose to defend, but fortunately he was experienced enough, and it was no problem for him to dismantle every move he saw. I thought this situation would last at least for a while. Since the two are in the same realm, it is completely impossible to make a quick decision, and Mu Chongxi thought so too, so he just defended and tested Qin Huai's flaws along the way. However, Qin Huai is more ruthless than Mu Chongxi, and he can do it. In the middle of the fight, after Mu Chongxi made a mistake, Qin Huai saw the opportunity and swung down hard, almost breaking his arm. After the blow missed, Mu Chongxi gathered his strength to seize the space where he paused, smashed the person to the ground, and stabbed him fiercely with the Zhaoxi sword. Qin Huai dodged to dodge, and the Qingfeng sword was out of its sheath in his hand. Mu Chongxi felt oppressed the moment his sword was out of its sheath. Every move of Qin Huai hit the fatal point, but Mu Chongxi's swordsmanship was excellent, and the situation that he had to win every time was abruptly reversed. Is an opponent. To be able to linger on for so long. Chaoshi was actually suppressed. Yi Qiao frowned. Duan Yu, after all, it was forged by the ancestor of Changfeng Sect. Frequently in a downwind situation, Mu Chongxi dodged behind him. Qin Huajian sensed the murderous aura, turned into a wind blade and slashed towards Mu Chongxi's abdomen. Grabbing his leg and pulling it to the ground, the moment Qin Huai lost weight, the boy's sword also slashed hard at his arm. This kind of injury is 1,800. Qin Huai has not met such a reckless sword repairer for a long time. He looked at the deep bone wound on his arm, and frowned deeply. The most important thing for a swordsman is the hand holding the sword, and he got hurt in the end. Chang Mingzong's sword repair is also ruthless enough. Mu Chongxi was also having a hard time. His face was slightly pale, and he felt his abdomen was crushed by the wind knife. At the same time, with the back of Qin Huai's hands behind him, a magic weapon fell silently into his hand, and after being cast down, it suddenly grew bigger and tightened, and Mu Chongxi was covered inside without noticing. This kind of magic weapon is a top-grade magic weapon, and there is no need to activate it, and there is no aura fluctuation. Coincidentally, Mu Chongxi has seen Duan Hengdao use it before. He scolded, "You use weapon in competition. Shameless resource dog." Qin Feng remained silent, and slashed coldly with his sword, not bothering to respond. Cheng Fengong, the most indispensable thing is the magic weapon. Resource dog is awesome. Originally, Qin Huai had the upper hand when it came to swords, not to mention the magical weapon in his hand. Mu Chongxi was also stubborn, but he refused to admit defeat. Mu Chongxi was bound by the net, and Qin Huai thought that the opportunity to get rid of the other party had come. Who would have thought that as soon as Jian Guang hit Mu Chongxi's face, he hit an invisible barrier? He didn't give up on pressing down, but it was useless. The 72 sword techniques were all blocked by his talismans. Mu Chongxi took out a dozen talismans from the mustard bag. Yes, a dozen. Qin Huai. It split open. Laughing to death, they are all resource dogs, let alone the second brother. Mu Chongxi is not bad either. The pills and talismans stuffed by his brothers and sisters are almost full. Oh my god, how many talismans does he have? Compared with him, Qin Huai seemed like a small witch. Qin Huai glared at Yi Qiao Mingxuan and Zhu Yu bitterly. He hated this kind of talisman and Danshu the most. Exclamation mark. Anyway, as long as there are no monks in their sect, he hates them. Under Qin Huai's repeated use of the Qingfeng sword, there were bursts of humming and gusts of wind. Under the pressure of the distance, the swords of the monks present were as quiet as chickens. At this moment, the sword of Chaoshi beside Mu Chongxi moved. It seemed to have just woken up. The red sword trembled slightly, and it greeted it by itself, making a crisp collision sound. What is this? Yi Qiao was stunned. I rely on. Can the sword move? I thought it would be fine, but I didn't expect the sword to emit a soft yellowish light in the next second. Look, Duan Yu, who has always had a stable personality, couldn't help it, and jumped up directly. The sword of morning and night, transformed into form. The sword spirit stood in midair. The sword spirit's figure was ethereal. The red sword shadow faded into the shadow of a young man. Perhaps the aura was unstable now, and it only appeared for a moment before disappearing into the spirit sword. Oh, man. Duan Yu instantly calmed down. He thought that Chang Mingzong could finally have another girl. It turned out to be a male sword spirit, and everyone else was stupefied. Sword spirits are transformed according to their master's gender. Zhu Yu rested his chin, not understanding why this little uncle was so disappointed. If you really hope to have a few more girls, you should count on Yi Qiao's transformation. Mu Chongxi was also dumbfounded. He had only heard of the transformation of the sword spirit, but he never thought that the first transformation was his own natal sword. He stopped the action of throwing talismans, and tentatively held the Chaoshi sword. The sword spirit is attached to the sword, the human and the sword energy merge into one. With a sudden swing, billowing waves mixed with raging fire rushed towards the face. He regained his energy in an instant, and sneered, "You have the ability to blow the wind. Let's see if you can blow it out, or I can burn you to death." Spiritual sword against spiritual sword. Mu Chongxi followed the guidance of Chaoshi's sword in his hand and finally no longer was in a situation of being pressed and beaten. The two faced each other head-on, under the collision of wind and fire. If the fire is strong, it will only become stronger in the future. Day and night, this accident stunned the people at the scene. Chu Exingji. He hates it. How could this be so? What a beautiful sword. The first sword cultivator who transformed into a spirit sword. It's the first time I saw what the sword spirit looks like, although it only appeared for a moment. It's a pity. Mu Chongshi stabbed at him with a sword, and Qin Huai chose to grab the sword in his hand at the same time. Mu Chongshi immediately kicked Qin Huai's chest, but he didn't stop. Qin Huai's ribs were broken in two. He stopped, turned around and stabbed, and suffered injuries of varying degrees during the fight. The strength is the same, and the level of the spirit sword is also similar. If this goes on, it depends on who loses first if the spirit energy is exhausted first. Mu Chongshi hurriedly distanced himself from him, threw the Zhaoshi sword into the air, and stepped on it. He slowly took out the talisman that Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan stuffed for him in the mustard bag. And the elixir given by Zhu Yu. I'll reward you with a talisman. As Mu Chongshi said, she sprinkled it on the ground like a madman, trying to appease Qin Huai. Qin Huai. He wouldn't be afraid if it was just an ordinary talisman, but Yi Qiao's talisman was not very lethal and extremely insulting, so he didn't want to make a fool of himself in the competition. Qin Huai could only keep dodging in embarrassment, but once he stopped, Mu Chongshi would act more ferociously. Qin Huai held the Qingfeng sword in his hand, raised his head, and said impatiently, "Come down." Mu Chongshi stepped on the sword, frantically throwing amulets in his hand, and sneered back along the way, "You come up." The two of them stayed like this for a whole day. When it was almost exhausted after the fight, Qin Feng couldn't control his words anymore. "You have the ability to come down. You have the ability to come up to me." Yi Qiao leaned to the side sleepily and almost fell asleep. It's the longest matchup I've ever seen. I don't know who can win, I just know that I will be consumed to death. The other relatives silently shed tears of envy. Why don't they have junior sisters who can make alchemy and draw talismans? Whoever has more resources wins. Drag it to the back to see who will be exhausted first. Relying on only a small gap, when Qin Huai finally couldn't hold on and showed signs of weakness, Mu Chongshi saw the right moment and knocked him to the ground, kicked him off the stage, and after Qin Huai got down, he also lay down on the ground. Like a salted fish without any dreams. So tired. I knew it was not a personal transmission. 1. Win. The latter also realized later. Fuck, it's finally over, I'm trapping your father to death. Who won? Mu Chongshi. Chevron I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 149. Please call me a fortune teller. This extraordinarily dramatic ending left everyone in a trance. Did they actually rely on resources to win in the end? The end of Taoism is resources, and this principle has never changed. The others were all full of sleep, and when they saw Mu Chongshi paralyzed on the ground, Ming Xuan dragged him back like a dog. I didn't expect, you actually won. If you win Qin Huai, then the rest will be easier. Fortunately, you won, otherwise you will be ridiculed by the sword. Asking Zong. What does Zhaoshi look like? Does it look good? This is Yi Qiao's focus. She hugged Duaoju tightly, and found that when the sword spirit transformed, it seemed to be matched according to the color of the sword itself. Mu Chongshi fell asleep. Seeing him sleeping so deeply, Zhu Yu sighed, and said softly, "In that case, don't disturb him for now." Mu Chongshi went to bed. Considering that he was exhausted enough, they all went to work on their own affairs. Mu Chongshi won against Qin Huai, and sword spirit transformation, no matter which one, is a hot spot in the cultivation world. And the fact that the personal disciples entered the sword cave to choose the spirit sword has also become a hot topic. Turning into shape overnight, damn, it is so awesome. Yeah. Speaking of it, Qin Huai should be the sword master of Qingfeng sword, Yi Qiao Duaoju sword master, Zhou Exingyun Duanchen. The names are all pretty good, except Yi Qiao's. Bold. Lang Lang's sword is called Blind Jun. How beautiful. That is the master of the sword. To be honest, I would like to call the trio of sword cultivators of Changmingzong. If you go, you will go for nothing. These three sword cultivators have the natal swords. The focus is still on a few personal transmissions without spiritual swords, especially Yi Qing'an. What will his natal sword be like? Boldly guess, Frost Sword. It matches Yi Qing'an's spirit root very well. I feel that the LVE Shadow Sword is also very good. Where's Jinggong's sword? It's a pair with LVE Ying. Juanshui and Luoshui are also a couple. I bet on the Frost Sword. I bet on the Frightening Sword. Watching these idle monks place bets one by one, Yi Qiao also joined in the fun. When she saw this, she secretly left a message, saying, "I bet on the Broken Water Sword." No one cared about her at first. After all, there are a lot of monks on the chat forum of the cultivation world. However, the sentence of water cut off caused everyone's eyes to focus on her at the same time. The water has been cut off for hundreds of years and no one has pulled it out. Are you sure? Yi Qiao replied, "Sure, after pulling it out, please everyone, please call me God Fortune Teller." After she pretended to be coercive, she closed Yu Jian, but not long after she let out the words, her second senior brother came in laughing. There is an idiot betting on Yi Qing'an's Broken Water Sword. Ming Xuan walked in, "Ha ha ha, come laugh at him with me." Yi Qiao. She kicked him out with one quick kick. Ming Xuan, what are you doing? Yi Qiao, your embarrassing expression offends me. Zhu Yu raised his eyebrows, are you that full? Yi Qiao, what do you call a fool? Yi Qing'an is also the master of Duan Shui's sword when the sky is falling. I said so. Zhu Yu calmed down and said, how did you find out? Yi Qiao only said, the intuition of a genius. She had never spoken well, so no one cared. After Mu Chongxi drew lots, it was Zhou Exingyun's and Yi Qiao's turn. The former's strength was there, so he didn't need to think too much about it. Yi Qiao glanced at the lottery. Then the eyes went black. Yi Qing'an. Women, you have to be strong. Mu Chongxi had almost recovered. After learning the result, she patted Yi Qiao and returned her previous words without saying a word. Yi Qiao. The next development far exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Qiao, against Yi Qing'an. Originally, I was still guessing who the unlucky guy was, and Yi Qing'an, who was the first to fight against Nascent Soul stage after the top 10, did not expect that the unlucky guy was Yi Qiao. Good fellow, did Zhou Exingyun draw the lottery for Yi Qiao? No, she got it by her own ability. It is said that someone revealed that these three unlucky personal heirs were still practicing before the lottery. How could they become worse and worse? One Qinhuai, one Yi Qing'an. All the strong ones were met by Chang Mingzong. Mu Chongxi won against Qin Huai, but I wonder if Yi Qiao can beat Yi Qing'an. Hanging, Yi Qing'an has a domain, and he is still in the nascent soul stage. What should Yi Qiao use to fight? The discussion among the monks was in full swing, and there was a rare silence in the personal courtyard. Qin Fanfan was in a good mood, and his disciples competed with each other. He had a bright face, and he walked like a wind. It was Qin Huai who Mu Chongxi won. He boasted a little in front of a group of old guys. As a result, as soon as they came in, the 5 personal heirs of their own family were all listless, and Zhou Exingyun's expression was rarely the same. Qin Fanfan clapped his hands. cheer up, isn't it just a competition? I believe that man will conquer nature. Why are you kids so listless? Yi Qiao looked at her master's determined look, and lazily said, I'll end up fighting Yi Qing'an. Qin Fanfan was silent for a while, suspecting that he heard it wrong. Who? Yi Qing'an. Qin Fanfan said heavily. Since the matter has come to this, everyone should wash up and sleep. Yi Qiao didn't expect him to give up so early, and she cracked slightly, isn't it, master? Can't you have some confidence in me? Anyway, I'm also a genius. Qin Fan was embarrassed. The main reason is that it's Yi Qing'an. As long as it was another person, he dared to pat his chest to ensure that his little apprentice was fine. He said it doesn't matter whether he wins or loses, but now it's this time, who doesn't want to win? As soon as Qin Fan came in, Xi Chuxiu swaggered and followed him. He smiled and waved. Hi, everyone. I'm here to reward you. Dear nephews. What? Yi Qiao didn't understand. Mingshuan, run. Yi Qiao's newcomer didn't understand what the reward he was talking about meant. Ming Xuan grabbed her and was about to slip away, explaining as he ran, it means that the little master uncle will cook for us and reward us. The experience of Xi Chuxiu roasting them was so fresh in my memory. Can his cooking skills be eaten by humans? Xi Chuxiu's dear nephews can run faster than dogs. Facts have proved that your uncle will always be your uncle, and they were all arrested after running for a few steps. Don't be downcast. Xi Chuxiu said in a lively and lovely tone. Hey, aren't you guys going to compete? The top 10 finals, I'll cook for you. You can reward Yi Qiao, rewarding her is enough. Ah, yes. And Mingshuan, the two of them are at the top of the competition. We can live by eating some dirt. Struggling was useless. Xi Chuxiu brought the prepared chicken soup to each of them to drink. Yi Qiao hesitated for a long time and looked at the elder brother for a few seconds. Seeing Zhou Xingyun drank it, she leaned over and asked in a low voice, how is it? Zhou Xingyun was not in any mood, and replied in the same low voice, it's hard to drink. Yi Qiao swallowed her saliva, and tasted it tentatively. She found that those who tasted bad were flattering Xi Chuxiu. This could destroy the kitchen, and poison the culinary skills of the Heavenly King. It was hard for Nima to imagine how Mingshuan and the others grew up safely in Xi Chuxiu's hands. Aha! After Yi Qiao finished drinking, her face contorted for a moment, and she decided to save herself. Ah! Song Hansheng. The girl lowered her eyes, opened the jade paper and pretended, what? Yi Qing'an wants to invite me to dinner. Oh. Duan Hengdao and the others are also here, right? I'll go there right away. What? You mean that Si Miaoyan and the others are here? Okay, no problem, I'll go right away. Under her pressure, it seemed that all the personal descendants of the 5 sects came to her for dinner. Yi Qiao used this reason to run away quickly. Xi Chuxiu murmured, and blinked her light brown eyes, it's so shocking. Only 4 people left with their eyes slightly wide open. No, take me one. Is there any meal they can't eat together? I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 150. Suddenly like a mad dog. Yi Qiao used this excuse to retreat, and the others were not so lucky. After drawing talismans all night, she got up and got 4 panda-eyed seniors. She pondered for a few seconds. Have you formed a group to dig a grave? No. It's because I drank my little uncle's chicken soup last night, and my stomach hurts. Zhu Yu was weak. Xi Chuxiu, he is poisonous. Whose uncle is so dishonest? Hey. Yi Qiao drank the least. Seeing this, she hypocritically sympathized with them for a few seconds. It's so miserable. The arena was crowded with people even before dawn. Yi Qiao took a look. Good guy, really did her and Yi Qing'an a face. Basically all the 5 sects were present. there are also 2 talisman repair and sword repair families of the 8 great families. Yi Qiao yawned, and exchanged glances with Yi Qing'an. Teach me. The other party's words were concise and cold. Yi Qiao also said some polite words. A few petals fell from midair. She blew on the petals in midair twice. Please enlighten me. Ellipsis. Xi Chuxu in the audience glanced at the nephews with dark circles under their eyes, tilted her head with an innocent face. How did you do it? Zhu Yu was weak. After drinking your soup, my stomach hurts. Fortunately, junior sister is fine. He could only be thankful that Yi Qiao drank less. Xi Chuxu. Since you all have a stomachache, doesn't she have a stomachache? Ha! Does this thing have any stamina? Zhu Yu was shocked. Xi Chuxu. Maybe. I also named this chicken soup. It's called Slight Sadness, he said, raising his head with a melancholy expression. Zhu Yu. I don't know if you are sad or not, but Yi Qing'an may be sad. If you mess with her like this, Yi Qiao will really go crazy. When Qin Fanfan heard that all 5 of them ate Xi Chuxu's food, he sighed, eating anything will only harm you. Zhu Yu. I feel it. But this is not a question of whether they want to or not. Xi Chuxu is an incompetent gnawing old man on the surface, but when he wants to catch people, he catches them accurately. Ellipsis. Yi Qing'an has always been a neat force faction. After fighting Yi Qiao, he found that this person was like a slippery loach, jumping around. It was easy for him to find a position, but Yi Qiao knew how to set up formations. It made him have to be careful. If you accidentally find Yi Qiao's position, you will be trapped in a second. Going back and forth repeatedly consumed a lot of aura. This trick, she learned from Xi Chuxu. When Xi Chuxu trained her back then, she was so damaged, just after walking out of one formation, another one appeared the next second, mixed with illusions from time to time, false and real. Breaking the formation is just a waste of time for talisman, and it will not cause any loss to them. But for a martial arts player like Jianshu, it is an extreme test of IQ. It just so happens that Yi Qing'an is the type who is too lazy to use his brain. He frowned, looking at the messy talisman array, not wanting to waste time with her. He broke the array with his sword. This kind of consumption is also very expensive for him, and it is an extremely waste of spiritual energy. Yi Qiao's fight is consumption, and confront him head-on. Are you kidding me? She is not stupid. Next, let's see if she is the quickest to set up the formation, or Yi Qing'an is the quickest to break the formation. For a moment, the audience didn't know who to watch. Yi Qing'an is fast, Yi Qiao is not slow either. The confrontation between the 2 geniuses brought the atmosphere of the scene to its peak. Yi Qing'an finally couldn't take it anymore. There was a sudden light under Yi Qiao's feet, and the surrounding environment changed in front of him. All senses were closed, but for the outside, only 2 people disappeared out of thin air. That is. It's the realm. Xi Chuxu said in a low voice. It's the nascent soul stage, the realm. The realm of the nascent soul stage came out. Yi Qing'an's comprehension is really high. Everyone's domain is different. Yi Qing'an's domain is mainly frozen, while Shaoqi's is related to speed. The biting cold nailed her in place. Yi Qiao raised her head. KFC. A raging fire burst into the field. Yi Qiao's stiff fingertips clenched the stick in her hand, and it seemed that it was going to kill her face. Yi Qing'an firmly suppressed her. No one can compare to Yi Qing'an in the speed of seeing and dismantling moves. Bitingly cold, Yi Qiao froze in the cold. She suddenly thought of something. KFC, roast it for me. Using a protective talisman to form a hood to heat it up, Yi Qiao warmed up for a while. The defensive talisman in his hand couldn't stand Yi Qing'an's making like this. There were more than a dozen swords in one strike, and none of them could block it. Her current consciousness is also in the nascent soul stage. so it is not difficult to sense Yi Qing'an's position. It is rare to avoid his sword. Her abdomen and chest cavity were squeezed by the coercion of the nascent soul stage, and it was extremely uncomfortable. When Yi Qing'an's sword light hit her abdomen, Yi Qiao felt a sharp pain in an instant, and numbness in the next second. Yuan Yingqi destroyed the world with one blow. Xiao Qichao approached her at that moment, and the coercion disappeared. Yi Qiao swallowed the medicine, the pain eased, and she suddenly looked at him. Your domain is over, right? Then it's my turn. The pitch-black field spread under the feet, as if countless hands stretched out and scrambled to drag the person down to the ground. Yi Qing'an's heart jumped suddenly, and the boy's voice became cold. Field. Yi Qiao. That's right. Dumbfounded from outside. 2 fields. Some people have seen the 4th field, and some have not. When they saw the 2nd field, they were full of exclamations. Patriarch Song was curious. 2 realms, 1 frozen, and Yichao, what are they? Song Han said, speed. In her field, everything will be slowed down. He was fortunate to have experienced the difficulty of that little devil. In the pitch-black field, Yi Qing'an stopped his pursuit of Yi Qiao with a sudden stop. He quickly realized that this field seemed to slow down his speed. Big restrictions. Yi Qiao finally took a breath after Xiao Qi shot. It's not a simple way to hide, but Xiao Qi can't hold him for too long. Yi Qing'an is a militant, and he still doesn't forget to attack her even at this point. In the field, Yi Qing'an deeply realized what a genius is. She could quietly memorize the moves she used 1 second, and then evade them. After a few efforts, he couldn't even touch them. He was even stabbed several times by Yi Qiao because of his restricted movement. Yi Qing'an had no expression on his face. Have you ever learned our swordsmanship? Yi Qiao, I have been taught in the illusion. You are very familiar with the swordsmanship of the sword sect. The field spread out, and she counted the time to step on the breeze and landed in a safe place. The ground split open just now, and Yi Qing'an's arm was still injured, all of which were left behind in the field. He was angry, and the sword light was bright and menacing waved towards Yi Qiong. After throwing several talismans in a row, Yi Qing'an shattered them with a blank expression. He wanted to get closer, but he dared to tear up another talisman. In the next second, the fog spread and his vision was confused. Yi Qiao hadn't let go of her breath yet. When she felt a sudden cramping pain in her abdomen, her face turned slightly pale. Depend on. She licked her lips, and couldn't help but stare at Xi Chuxiu's position, who smiled brightly. Yi Qiao only felt that the pain in her stomach became more and more severe. At this moment, she was completely aroused. She didn't take the opportunity to dodge, but under Yi Qing'an's surprised gaze, she stepped on the tip of his sword and kicked him in the face violently. Yi Qing'an hid in time, but the ground cracked a little. If you don't dodge, you will be disabled if you go down with this kick. Elder, so fierce, this girl. Why are you suddenly like a mad dog? I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 151. Yi Qiao's stomachache was too severe. She gritted her teeth and used all the moves she had seen before. Human potential is infinite, especially when her stomach hurts. She never wanted to end the battle so quickly. Impulse. A time of life and death. Zhu Shi felt Yi Qiao's urgency, grabbed the bamboo shoot in his hand and bent it into a sickle shape, and then changed his style of play. The girl swung the scythe neatly, and every time it hit the person's opening, a layer of skin would be cut if she was not careful. Yi Qing'an was stunned for a moment by her sudden change of style of play. Fortunately, all these years of swordsmanship were not practiced in vain. The young man calmly grasped the sword formula, surrounded by more than a dozen sword lights, and stabbed down. Yi Qiao pinched the talisman at the same time, and the talismans formed a circle, wrapping her in it and cancelling each other out when they collided. Wait, her talisman. What happened? The head of the Ming family was silent for a moment. Did she combine the two families? Speaking like Chang Mingzong, Pianzheng and Yu Qingzong are somewhat similar. As the one being studied, Song Han said with a sullen face, yes. Patriarch Ming stroked his beard. You really are a genius. Enough to hit people. Some people can't even draw well, and some people can even take the time to combine the characteristics of the two. That's what talisman. It can be faster than the sword light in the nascent soul stage. Song Hansheng, she improved it. Yi Qiao's talisman was also used when the demons attacked him. Since it can block the attacks of the demons in the nascent soul stage, Yi Qing'an's sword light, which is also in the nascent soul stage, is naturally no problem. Deviating from the scriptures, Patriarch Song couldn't help muttering. After all, whoever taught the child is simply rebellious. For the feudal and ancient 8 great families, this method is too advanced, and they're not afraid that the Patriarch of Changmingzong will find out and beat this unfilial child to death in his dream. The talent is really high. Patriarch Ming said calmly, ordinary people can't do it. The talismans that each sect mainly studies are different. It is necessary to be extremely familiar with the 2 talisman painting methods, and whether it can be successful is another question. The one who bought her talisman made a profit. The joy of owning 2 sects at once. Buy 1 get 2 free, good deal. The other monks also felt the same way. If they could block the nascent soul's attack, what would it be? How do I remember that she was a sword cultivator in Yu Qingzong? How did she learn it? Song Hansheng reminded. She has a photographic memory. The other party understands, no wonder. Yi Qing'an couldn't take the first blow, and found a chance to land the second one. The attribute of the ice spirit root transformed into a wall, and the spikes pierced down suddenly. With an overwhelming sense of oppression, Yi Qiao raised his voice slightly, KFC. The indestructible ice turned into water under the fire. She saw the timing and the silver dragon in her hand swooped up. Yi Qing'an was shocked by the electricity, gritted his teeth, and forgot that she still had that bird that got in the way. With a menacing momentum, the sword chi turned into a dragon, and came straight to Yi Qiao. That is, Yi Qing'an's sword intent. Cold and biting, the boy's eyes were indifferent. This is the way of ruthlessness. So strong. Yi Qiao raised her eyes. His ruthless way will be broken by Yunqiu in the end, but it is obviously not there now, with a little cold light, and every blow carries a killing intent. So what exactly is Yi Qiao's Dao and sword intent? I haven't seen her use it. It is said that it is similar to the way of amorous feelings, and the sword intent is closely related to the way he cultivates. The sword chi in Yi Qiao's hand turned into form, and she stopped suddenly. She was not as powerful as Yi Qing'an, but it didn't matter, she could compare the number, and she took 3 sword chi into form in a row. It was swallowed up together with the sword energy in Yi Qing'an's hand. Yi Qing'an squinted his eyes, and condensed 3 words in such a short time, I underestimated you. Followed by Qingfeng Ju, Yi Qing'an didn't pay much attention to the first 3 moves, until he saw the change in Yi Qiao's gesture. His face changed slightly. Qingfeng Ju, the 4th form. Damn it, doesn't she only know the first 3 poses? Chu Xingji went crazy. A month ago, I really only knew the 3rd form. Mu Chongxi replied confidently. Chu Xingji, damn it. The wind of the sword roared and tore. Yi Qing'an almost couldn't breathe, and she just squinted his eyes slightly before being knocked to the ground by her sword art. He had never felt so difficult for 2 jewel cultivators. You need to be careful during the whole battle, avoiding Yi Qiao's talisman, and if you are a little careless, you will be trapped by the formation she has set up in advance. When did it become so difficult for nascent soul to beat Jindan? He was aggrieved in his heart, and his face became colder. Your aura is going to be exhausted. Yi Qiao showed a bright smile. Yes. All her medicines are gone, and it is indeed extremely difficult to fight Yi Qing'an, especially her stomach hurts. Nemas. Never mind. She must go to this toilet today. Don't let her go to the toilet, then no one can win, let's die together. Yi Qing'an's aura in the nascent soul stage itself is more than hers, and there is still a difference in realm between the two. Even adding her bird is useless, it's just a useless struggle. What else do you have? Yi Qing'an already had the chance to win, he reminded coldly, you can use it all. He can give the other party the last respect. Yi Qiao made a golden curse seal, turned it over in her hand, and enlarged it suddenly. She smiled slightly. Don't worry, isn't your father here? At the moment when the golden curse seal was magnified, Yi Qing'an's pupils shrank violently, the speed of his hand was one step faster than his brain, and the sword light instantly struck down. Yi Qiao stepped back quickly, looked at the sword that was coming towards her, and said slowly, no, I only have one curse mark. In the next second, the entire arena exploded, and there was a protective formation outside the arena, so the harmony inside the arena was not so harmonious. The smoky air raised dust all over the ground, and the huge competition stage was successfully raised to the ground. When the dust cleared, Yi Qing'an lay on the ground in a state of embarrassment, coughing, and everyone was a little dazed. Yi Qiao's approach of almost killing each other worked. She sat up from the ground, patted the tattered clothes that were blown up, and slowly finished what she hadn't finished saying, but you can blow up the nascent soul. I only have one seal. But nascent soul can be fried. Fuck shit. One sentence made the people present handsome. Oh my god, it's you, Yi Lang Lang, that the thunder tribulation smashed into the secret realm, and the curse seal bombed the game. Did you win? God. Won. It's not a win, it's all over. The mid-golden core stage and the nascent soul stage died together. In other words, the Yuanying stage was forced to this point by the golden core stage, which is outrageous. Yi Qiao. Seeing this, someone stopped her and couldn't hide her shock. He obviously didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. He swallowed. Do you have anything to say? Yi Qiao. I'm going to the bathroom. Never mind, Jesus can't stop her from going to the bathroom when Jesus comes, she said. Wait a minute, there is a team competition. All 5 of you stand still. Chevron_left previous home index next chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 152 Violent Clearance. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds, and the melon eaters in the audience were still engrossed in the contest between Yi Qiao and Yi Qing'an. The other few or 4 people who were planning to congratulate Yi Qiao all froze and turned to look at the elder who spoke. Ming Xuan thought he was deaf. Elder. What are you talking about? Stay here. Seeing that they all seemed unconvinced, the elder said calmly, there is a team competition, and you 5 sects will compete together. Yi Qiao clutched her stomach and took it easy, only feeling that she was going to die on the spot in the next second. When she was playing, no one said that there was another team game, and what was the team game? Isn't that the same as melee? Zhu Shi could see the expressions of several people who seemed to be dead parents, and the elder added, the winning sect can add points. Points. Yi Qiao. Then I will bear with it. In an additional team match, Yi Qiao and Zhu Yu stuffed the spirit pill into their mouths together, crazily replenished the consumed aura, and scolded Yi Qing'an for not being a human being. Hitting someone is really painful. Zhao Zhao pokes at people's vital points. After hearing her reprimand to Yi Qing'an, Zhu Yu said, but, little junior sister, you beat him fiercely. Let's make a quick decision later. Zhu Yu also had a stomach ache. and he really couldn't figure out how Xe Chuxu came up with this idea. Never mind, it works. In terms of combat effectiveness, only Janjianzong can compete with Changmingzong. As the saying goes, barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes. The nephews are all in high spirits. Believe it or not, our Changming sect was the first to end and win this melee. The old god Xe Chuxu was sitting there, rubbing his chin, his eyes squinted, and he was quite interested. Your Changming sect is not so strong, is it? An elder retorted. Since it was a scuffle, did he treat the other sects as dead? The competition platform was destroyed, but the field is still very large. If there is no competition platform, then you can play directly in the field. The intertwined costumes of various colors are also a kind of beauty. Each stands within a certain range. The light blue Yuqingzong, with Song Hansheng, is the most handsome in the capital, and the white Janjianzong are all straight little white poplars standing in the group. Among the 4 female disciples of the green competition sect, only Lu Yun is a male. The 5 male disciples of the Changfeng sect are also eye-catching when they gather together. It was Changmingzong who had a strange style of painting, and the 5 of them squatted on the ground in uniform, and they didn't know what was going on. Yi Qiao, when will the match start? If they don't start, they will all go crazy. Xe Chuxu is really poisonous. Zhu Yu's tone is gentle and soft. Hurry up and start, otherwise you will see tomorrow, the Changming clan died in the competition. Is it so serious? But seeing the distorted faces of the other people, it was indeed serious, and the person in charge nodded in fright. As the competition started, before the other 4 sects made any moves, Yi Qiao clenched the duaoju in her hand and rushed forward. Miao Miao was stunned for a moment. No, don't you discuss tactics. Generally speaking, Changmingzong is the most wretched one. Why are these people crazy today? This scene of sudden change in painting style caught the other sects by surprise, because Changmingzong took the lead in launching the attack, and the other personal sects also quickly dispersed, and they all took the natal artifacts in their hands. Hurry up! Ming Xuan frantically shook the talisman in his hand. They are going to the toilet. Mu Chongxi clenched the Chaoshi sword in his hand. Perhaps the sword spirit itself sensed the urgency of its master. Its power increased, countless sword lights flashed, and it was never so urgent when fighting Qin Huai. The 5 of them came out of the village like a mad dog. Headed by Zhou Xingyun, all the other sects trembled in fright. We didn't mess with them, did we? Zhu Yudong hid in hiding. Their big brother was blown up by her. Why are you chasing them down? Chu Xingji cursed inwardly. Is this Mu Chongxi crazy? Is spirit sword transformation amazing? It's so rampant. The members of Cheng Fengong were still struggling at first. Duan Hengdao, Yi Qiao, what about our affection in the same belly? She remained silent, and her hands became more ruthless. Duan Hengdao's defensive magic weapon shattered repeatedly, and the young man tapped the magic weapon lightly with his backhand, causing his consciousness to sway violently, and Yi Qiao's movements were slightly sluggish. In the nascent soul stage, this had no effect on her. Yi Qiao woke up immediately, and threw Duan Hengdao to the ground neatly, without any affection. After Duan Hengdao was swept off the field, he felt his waist was about to be kicked off, and couldn't help muttering, "Are you crazy? This is..." Song Hansheng was a little dazed by the random scuffle. You know, Yi Qingyan can't even consume Yi Qiao, let alone other sects, and Zhou Xingyun's sword wind is even more merciless. Several of them are blown away one after another, and no grass grows wherever he goes. The so-called melee, of course, is the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. It is definitely necessary to get points. Thanks to Yi Qiao's guidance at the beginning, the Dan Shus all hid in the alchemy furnace and shivered. Lu Yun, scared. Miao Miao shrank from the alchemy furnace, checked the other cases of being chased and beaten by Chang Mingzong, and persuaded, if you meet Chang Mingzong, just admit it. Looking at the Bishuazong disciples who were huddled under the alchemy furnace, Chu Exingji reprimanded them for not having the spirit to share weal and woe. Then why don't you admit defeat? Miao Miao plausibly said, we want to get points. Nonsense. So they don't want to take it. Danshu and Fushu have different domains, and they're not good at this kind of melee, especially the position of Yue Qingzong is closely watched by Yi Qiao and others. Song Hansheng couldn't steal even if he had a chance to sneak attack. Are you sick because you keep staring at my position? The formation was destroyed again, and Song Hansheng was a little mad. Yi Qiao stomped on his unformed formation neatly, counting that Song Hansheng had a defensive talisman. The shuriken suddenly withdrew its strength, reached out and grabbed Song Hansheng's clothes, and under the stunned gaze of the young man, decisively and violently threw him out of the field inside. Song Hansheng almost fell to the ground. He propped his hands on the ground, and couldn't help cursing, is Yi Qiao finally going crazy? Duan Hengdao held his waist that was almost broken, and nodded in approval. Those who were poor in melee combat were quickly eliminated, and those who remained were sword cultivators who could fight in groups. The other sects were more or less scrupulous because of the upcoming individual competitions, and did not dare to spread out their strengths. Mingzong no longer had these scruples. They don't rely on teams, don't rely on tactics, and pass the level completely violently. The realm where people block and kill people, and Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. So scary. The scuffle ended in 10 minutes, ending with Chang Mingzong's complete victory. Once it was over, several elders wanted to ask them about their victory experience. As a result, several people went on a rampage, yelling, "Get out of the way, get out of the way," and then rushed to grab the toilet. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote playing badly. Chapter 153 I bet my father's life. Watching the few people who disappeared cleanly, the monks in the audience were silent for a long time, and then came out a sentence. The biography of the Changming clan is really as lively as ever. Is this group of personal descendants the future of our cultivation world? Then the cultivation world should be destroyed sooner. When they are serious, they're actually quite powerful. It's just that sometimes they go crazy occasionally, and they don't really understand what these people are rushing to do. Seeing this, Xi Chuxu walked away slowly, rubbing her chin, with the unpredictability of, flick off your clothes when it's over, and hide your merits and fame. Qin Fanfan fell into a state of shock. Wait a minute, when she said she won Chu Exingji, did she really lie to me? Qin Fanfan used to think that Yi Qiao was joking when she said that she won against Chu Exingji, but she was still modest, and Yi Qing'an was picked by her. Duan Yu, what is there to lie to you? But at the time it was indeed opportunistic. It's different now. Yi Qiao's progress is fast, and he caught up with the progress within a year and a half. He is indeed surprised, but Duan Yu is not like Qin Fanfan, who only cares about life and does not care about raising. He taught Yi Qiao to have her. It has been more than a year, and her strength is countless. Qin Fanfan was still shocked. He forced his surprised expression back, and said in a complicated tone, then I really don't know much about the strength of my own disciples. It's always an afterthought. At night, the 5 of them huddled together on a table, lying there motionless, as if they were dead. Defiant or not, Xi Chuxu. A strong medicine was given to them at the critical moment. Ninja must be able to bear it. After all, the head can be broken and blood can flow, and the frame cannot be lost, but when they really stand on the competition stage, people will go crazy. The effect is remarkable and the ending is happy. Yi Qiao became famous in the first battle, and countless people were amazed by the feat of rubbing Yi Qing'an on the ground. In the middle stage of Jindan's fight against Yuanying, The final result was that she was blown up by a curse mark to level the field. The monks who were waiting for the news quickly asked, "What's the situation? Who won?" In fact, no matter how you look at it, this sentence is nonsense, and Yi Qing'an must win. I never thought that the answers were different. Some said, Yi Qiao won, while others said, all lost. This ambiguous answer made countless people very curious. They hurried back to look at the photo stone, and finally saw that the stage was destroyed by Yi Qiao's curse mark. After the game was terminated, some monks began to analyze Yi Qiao from various aspects. Her spiritual energy is absorbed much faster than Yi Qing'an's. The little ghost and the monster in her hand have contributed a lot to being able to spend such a long time in Yuan Yingqi's hands. Don't analyze it. Chang Mingzong, a genius, can beat Yi Qing'an by leaps and bounds. It was quite unexpected. I thought this would be an unquestionable result, but I didn't expect it to turn around again. I was really surprised. In the beginning, Yi Qiao was quite steady, but what happened later? So fierce. It was clearly an urgent desire to end the game. The team competition was even more incomprehensible. The win was said to be quick, and it was over in 10 minutes, and the other several cases were all beaten. Is this some new tactic of the Changming sect? These people have quite a lot of tactics, and what kind of new underworld tactics are they who don't keep them all together? Asking Swordsman also specially studied the situation of the two people's matches. In the end, Yi Qing'an still couldn't figure out what kind of power could make them go berserk collectively. The questioning sword sect didn't find out why, and it can only be blamed on the fact that these people are not mentally normal for a day or two. The game still has to go on. The next game is Chu Xingji. Yi Qiao couldn't help beeping. I've met Chu Xingji, whom you've been thinking about so much. Mu Chongxi. Who misses him? Yi Qiao knew how to describe. Just one sentence disgusted the two of them successfully. One of the Chang Mingzongs was drawn to Qinhuai, and the other was drawn to Yi Qing'an. If you win the two, the second half will be much more comfortable. At least you don't have to worry about drawing them anymore. Ming Xuan's eyes lit up when he heard that she had met Chu Xingji. The young man's tone was eager to try. His peach blossom eyes stared straight at Yi Qiao. Little junior sister, you must hit him on the ground and let him kneel down. I admit my mistake. Yi Qiao leaned back tactically. What happened to him? Mentioning this, Ming Xuan gritted his teeth. He hit me. This matter has to be drawn from Yi Qiao to Yi Qing'an. When the two are about to fight, the casinos in the individual games are all bettors. When Yi Qing'an and Yi Qiao, who have attracted much attention, meet, naturally they both placed bets. Ming Xuan looked at them, and both of them had quite a few supporters. He was just about to press 2 spirit stones for his junior sister, and when he was thinking about it, he heard Chu Xingji's words from a long distance away. Clamor. He walked over with great interest, and Chu Xingji pressed spirit stones, vowing, my senior brother, I will cut her. As soon as Ming Xuan heard what a good guy, he quit, walked over and threw 50,000 spirit stones over. His voice was louder than Chu Xingji. Press Yi Qiao, my junior sister will cut him. Hearing the voices of the two in tandem, the corner of the casino owner's mouth twitched. Looking at the clothes of the two, he recognized that they were the direct descendants of the two sects, and he nodded quickly. Chu Xingji froze for a moment, saw Ming Xuan, and immediately said, I bet spirit stones. Ming Xuan, 100,000. 15. After Chu Xingji finished speaking, he regretted a little. Ming Xuan was not short of money, but he couldn't afford so much. Ming Xuan actually didn't have any money. He was given by his family, but seeing Chu Xingji's embarrassing face, Ming Xuan immediately took to his head. It doesn't matter if you don't have money. He has a way, the boy said loudly. What? I bet my father's life. I bet my master's life. Chu Xingji turned his head and glared at him. Do not steam the buns to fight for breath. Others were thrilled to see it. Those who knew it thought they were trying to win or lose, and those who didn't know thought their casino was some kind of illegal criminal gang. It was a life gamble. Ming Xuan was stunned. He didn't expect him to be more ruthless than himself. The young man narrowed his eyes, suddenly thought of something, half opened his folding fan, and said with a smile, "My master dares to eat shit." Chu Exingji is Yi Qing'an's brainless fan, and he immediately yelled back not to be outdone, "My master dares to eat your master's shit." Hey! Ming Xuan was stunned. His tone was laziness, and he attacked him of course. Wow, is your master so sloppy? Ah, I knew it, the people you asked about Janzong are really dirty inside. Very good tilde. Chu Exingji was furious. Do it directly. The two had a fight in an underground casino. The so-called meeting on a narrow road. Naturally, the brave wins. Chu Exingji is that brave man. Sword cultivators and talisman cultivators played alike, and Ming Xuan was beaten to shame and despondency. Yi Qiao didn't even know what to say before fighting with anyone. Why would you provoke an assassin if you have nothing to do? Moreover, what the hell is eating shit? If Chang Mingzong and Janjianzong Fengping were killed, it would definitely have something to do with them. Zhu Yu interrupted his endless reprimand, and blinked his pitch-black eyes. The question is, did Patriarch Ming agree to your betting your father's life? Ming Xuan waved his hand. It's not important. The important thing is that he dared to hit me. You must help me avenge Yi Qiao. Okay, she responded briskly. Needless to say, Ming Xuan, she will win too. Yi Qiao was the one who made the curse seal explode Yuanying period. She and Yi Qing'an were in a stalemate at that time. The two of them had very little aura left, and the comparison was whose swordsmanship was higher. Yi Qiao was lacking in this aspect. Experience. But why did she fight swordsmanship? She still has the last spell. After dying together, she can go to the bathroom. Ellipsis. Because the next round was going to be against Chu Exingji, Yi Qiao spent 2 days free to adjust her state. She had a good time here, but the outside world was not peaceful. Anxious. It is forbidden to use formations to compete in the future. The Yi family hastily added the rules. He didn't pay much attention to the 3 cultivators, so what kind of waves can he make at the Golden Core stage? If Zhou Exingyun didn't fight or snatch, Yi Qing'an must be the number 1 this time. In the end, the fight between Yi Qing'an and Yi Qiao made them completely sober, and Sanshu had too many tricks. It's forbidden. Must be banned. Tails and other things can be used, but the formations must be prohibited. This is unfair to other sects. The formations she knows are overwhelming, and Yi Qing'an was exhausted by her at that time. After this rule is revised, anyone with a discerning eye will know who the adjustment is made to. In terms of strength alone, if it weren't for the fact that the 8th-grade masters couldn't afford to play, Yi Qiao would be the second. Or with the points given by the team competition, she would be the number 1. Why don't you use formations? Target them. The rules are changed again and again. The Changming sect is also quite a magical sect. That's pretty good too. I just want to see Yi Qiao's sword intent. I've never seen her use it, and with her 3 repairs, there are too many ways to win the competition. The 8th-grade masters had troubles that they couldn't tell. They had always heard that Chang Mingzong was unique, but they didn't expect that the individual competition would not stop, which made them have to revise the rules overnight every time. Yi Qiao ran into 3 geniuses of the swordsmanship sect in a row. One of the first 2 was knocked off the stage by her, and the other was blown up by her, and both died. Chu Exingji was the only one left. If you continue to lose, you will lose your face. The elder of swordsmanship sect rarely came over to give them guidance, and by the way gave Yi Qiao a faint evaluation. She probably belongs to that kind. Her strength is unknown, and she will be strong when she is strong. Even if you don't use formations, don't underestimate her. At the beginning of the fight with Yi Qiao, she could still be suppressed, but after she got used to it, she was the one who was pressed and beaten the whole time. After Zhu Yu had a failure experience, she also gave guidance to her senior brother: you have to suppress her from the beginning. Chu Exingji. And then Zhu Yu. Then you can kneel down and beg for mercy. Chu Exingji paused for a moment. Little sister, at this time, where are you standing? Zhu Yu spread her hands. I'm just kidding, but you really should be careful with her. She knows what we know, and she also knows what we don't. As for how much it will be, it's a mystery. Got it. Chu Exingji was not convinced from the beginning to the end. She just learned a lot. Zhu Yu calmly gave him a blank look, thinking that he really wouldn't die seeing Huang He. Then you can go up and compete with her in 2 days. Chu Exingji had exactly this intention. He actually wanted to fight Mu Chongxi. Without Mu Chongxi, Yi Qiao would be the next best thing. Chevron _ left previous home index next the whole sadly. Chapter 154. Ellipsis. Before the start of the game, both sides were full of fans from the two sects. The sword-seeking sect had more male fans. After all, Mu Qiang, Changming sect. The ratio of male to female was quite balanced, but the fans were also weird. Some are called Mu Chongxi's baby, Ming Xuaner is called smashing, and some are plotting against Zhou Exingyun's beauty. Before the match, the two greeted each other routinely, and Yi Qiao asked him leisurely, well, do you guys sell underwear? Okay. I know you are a pervert. Xiao has missed my senior brother for a long time. He shouted, you are dreaming. My senior brother and Taoist companion are absolutely impossible to be you. This time, everyone outside the arena heard clearly. Yi Qiao lazily said, of course, your senior brother practiced the ruthless way. In the future he will not have a wife or children, only his sword. Chu Exingji's brain circuit is different. He frowned, dissatisfied. My senior brother is naturally omnipotent. He firmly believed, even if there is no Taoist companion, my elder brother can give birth to a child by himself. When the suzerain of the sword-seeking sect heard this conversation, he almost choked to death with a mouthful of water. Can't let them chat anymore. Hurry up and start. He frantically urged, Nima, if we continue talking, Yi Qingyan might almost mutate. The chat between the two was forced to stop. Chu Exingji became more and more angry as he thought about it. The mysterious sword fell into his hand, smashed his head and face at her face, stomped down hard, and the figure came to Yi Qiao in the blink of an eye. The two had fought each other before. Chu Exingji was in the late stage of Jindan, and Yi Qiao had disappeared in place a second before he made a move. Chu Exingji saw her dodging appearance, and there was a bit of mockery in his eyes, and asked, where is your field? Yi Qiao. Yi Qingyan smashed it to pieces yesterday, and it was obviously impossible for the domain to appear in just 1 day. Yi Qiao gave him a fist in the abdomen and said calmly, you don't need the domain to hit you. Ta Qingfeng is ethereal and light under her feet, and it is extremely difficult to tell her direction with the naked eye. What bothered Chu Exingji most about Mingzong was that they stepped on the breeze, faster than a rabbit, and there was no sound when he landed. He turned around, and there was nothing. The next second, his shoulder was caught by Yi Qiao and flew to the ground. At his Adam's apple. Chu Exingji turned his body around, and a second before landing, the mysterious sword was also lying across Yi Qiao's abdomen. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Yi Qiao said, that's it. Let's let go together. It is good. After she finished speaking, the two started at the same time. Loosen the hammer. Chu Exingji stabbed directly. Yi Qiao Duaoju pressed down fiercely. The magic weapon and the defensive talisman shattered at the same time, and the two people who were still entangled in the next second quickly separated and stood in their respective positions. The reaction speed is not slow. C. Trust between people is so weak and fragile. Chu Exingji kept in mind Zhu Yu's words, and he had to take the initiative to attack Yi Qiao. He had no intention of hiding his strength. He turned his sword into shape, and the sword's intent was clear, like snow and light, and it was refracted and fell on Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao couldn't dodge this time. One of the talismans was broken, and even smashed a hole in the competition platform. Choosing successfully stepped on it with one blow. Yi Qiao was lying in the pit, and when she saw this, she calmly picked up Juosen, aiming at his crotch to pierce him. Chu Exingji. He hurriedly retracted his legs and used the sword halfway. Yi Qiao had already taken advantage of this gap to get up. Honestly, Chu Exingji looked quite handsome when he was normal. The young man's brows and eyes were cold, and his sword style was exactly the same as Yi Qing'an. But the feeling it brings is completely different. Yi Qiao clutched her chest that was hurt by the beating, and suddenly asked, "What kind of Tao do you cultivate?" Chu Exingji said, "Ask your heart." Do you ask the way of his heart? That's also suitable for his idiot personality. It is said that the way of asking the heart cultivates the heart, and it is more suitable for those with a clean mind. Yi Qiao went along, reasonably guessing that Mu Chongxi probably had exactly the same way as him. In the original book, Yunqiu broke his question. The characteristic of Wen Shindao is that the sword light is too bright, dazzling and domineering. If the reaction is too slow, it won't even flash. If she didn't have a defensive talisman, just taking it would be enough for her to be half disabled. Yi Qiao also liked this kind of flamboyant sword intent. She asked sincerely, "Can I modify your questioning way?" "What is your way?" Chu Exingji felt that she was inexplicable. "I've never seen Yi Qiao fling out his sword intent before. Is it too shameful?" Yi Qiao hesitated to speak for a moment. "My sword energy, it will bloom." She searched for a long time but couldn't figure out what it was. She had never seen anyone's sword intent blooming while being thrown out. Yi Qiao couldn't find any adjectives for this kind of way. Chu Exingji was silenced by her, and the sword hit the bamboo shoot in his hand, took a breath, was almost broken, and he retracted the sword. With a kick, Yi Qiao slammed her lower body, and the next second, the invisible sword energy restrained her. The wind of the sword was like a broken bamboo, like a blade, and almost cut off the end of her hair with the sword. After Chu Exingji finished beating, he said, "I don't believe it. What a wonderful way will bloom." There was a crisp collision sound. Yi Qiao twitched her wrist, raised her eyes to look at the audience. Her swordsmanship changed suddenly. Chu Exingji saw her closing in halfway and thought that the opportunity had come, but Yi Qiao's stick was like a snake in her hand. Suddenly approaching him, Chu Exingji was too late to react and was almost wiped by her neck. Cheng Fengong's swordsmanship is treacherous and changeable, and each of the 72 swordsmanship is different. It really works. I'm going to kill her. Seeing this familiar sword technique, Qin Huai was so excited that he rushed forward to argue with Yi Qiao, but was stopped by Duan Hengdao. Calm down, senior brother. It's not too late to seek revenge after she goes out. Chu Exingji clutched his bloody neck, cursed in a low voice, and after roughly figuring out the order of Yi Qiao's fights, he suppressed the person again. Seeing this, Yi Qiao decisively changed her sword technique. Yue Qingzong's swordsmanship. It can be attacked and defended, and the resistance effect is particularly remarkable. It is worthy of being a great master of talisman repair, and all defensive skills have been integrated into the sword technique. Seeing this, Song Hansheng wanted to rush up to reprimand him, so frightened that Su Juo quickly grabbed his sleeve. "Brother, calm down and we can't beat her. Yi Qing'an, when she comes down, we can seek revenge on her collectively." Hearing these three thoughts, Zhou Exingyun lowered his eyes and began to think about how he could grab Yi Qiao and run away as soon as she came out of the competition field. When Chu Exingji saw Yue Kingzong's swordsmanship, his face was a bit ugly. You are not picky. He sneered at Kingzong next month. Use any swordsmanship. Song Hansheng was connoted. Yi Qiao smiled slightly. It's good to win. Chu Exingji defeated her with one trick, and she still has countless tricks, waiting for Yi Qiao to hit the curse seal again. Chu Exingji's face changed. He had seen the power of this thing before and quickly retreated. With Yi Qing'an in the lead, he is quite familiar with Yi Qiao's tricks, and he was not so reckless when he came on stage this time, and he brought a defensive magic weapon, so it is no problem to protect himself under the curse seal. With a false move, Yi Qiao scattered the curse seal, grabbed Duaoju suddenly, the sword light fell, the surrounding vegetation shook, and the invisible wind blade almost cut his neck with one step, and his neck felt cold after choosing. The stone pillar behind him snapped and hit the barrier with a loud noise. Since Yi Qiao's sword intent was used, he didn't care about the image problem. Under the impact, Chu Exingji, who was in the wind, was brought to the ground, and he managed to stabilize his figure with a light hand support. He raised his head and looked slightly stunned. The girl's sword wind is light green, and after falling, vibrant flowers bloomed on the ground. Spring grass is born. Dead trees meet spring. That was Yi Qiao's sword intent. What kind of sword intent is this? A sword intent that will bloom. The well-informed elder was slightly stunned, and came back to his senses in a daze. That child Yi Qiao, is she the lord of the common people? What? Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Sect by to 155. What's the matter with friends studying one time? This exclamation came from several other personal passers-by outside the court. Is she the Kang Sheng Dao? Fuck. Yi Qiao is the common people. She's very polite, though not much. Wait a minute. The elder didn't understand. How could Yi Qiao's personality be the common people's way? Is a problem. And this problem is a bit big. Every pro-preacher is different, but this is the first time a monk who masters the Tao of the common people appears. The Tao of Kangsheng, as the name suggests, is the way of life and love for the world. They never thought it would be Yi Qiao's way. This girl is quite surprising. I thought she would be happy with her character. Qin Fanfan couldn't help laughing, but Kang Sheng said, "That's really great. It sounds so awesome, and he is still his disciple. If Qin Fanfan had a tail, he would immediately go up to the sky." Looking at Qin Fanfan's proud face, Duan Yu didn't know why, so he couldn't help asking in a low voice, "Is there anything special about it?" Qin Fanfan also replied in a low voice, "There is nothing special about it, it just sounds better. The combined will of heaven, isn't that awesome enough? Why did you give it to Yi Qiao?" Yi Qing'an said in a flat, sour tone, "The first of the 5 sects is the common people's way. Where is it related?" Song Hansheng hesitated. In fact, she is quite a good person. After all, he was pulled at the beginning. Yi Qing'an glanced at him indifferently, and said lightly, "Really?" When Chu Exingji heard these words in the field, he split for a few seconds. Kang Shengdao, your family's Kang Shengdao was almost cut off by his head with a sword. Yi Qiao was always thick-skinned, and after using it, she immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued it. The sword technique kept changing, and the sword light flickered brightly. Chu Exingji's brain can't keep up with the speed of her swordsmanship transformation. The swordsmanship of the 3 sects is different. Although Chu Exingji has fought against different personalities, he can also break the opponent's swordsmanship in one-on-one situations. But there is one thing, he can't remember the different sword techniques of the 3 sects in his heart in actual combat, and adapt to Yi Qiao's treacherous and changeable sword techniques. His brain couldn't keep up with the speed of his hand at all, and the more he was led by Yi Qiao, the more chaotic his swordsmanship was, and he just chased her and slashed blindly. Borrowing strength from the sword, he kicked to the side of his head without hesitation. Chu Exingji's head was buzzing in an instant. Damn. He wants to kill this Yi Qiao. Both the Yuqing sect and the Changfeng sect have used it. Is there something missing? Yes. Someone woke up like a dream. There is no question of Janzong. As soon as the words fell, Yi Qiao began to pinch the sword formula in her hand. The changing gesture was used by Chu Exingji before. Both Yi Qing'an and Chu Exingji used this trick, and it was easy to poke her at that time. More than a dozen swords were as bright as snow, stabbing towards him majestically. Ask about the sword tactics of Janzong. To sum up Yi Qiao's current situation in one sentence, your sword skills are really easy to use, and now they are mine. When she used it, every gesture of the sword art was perfect, and the majestic and awe-inspiring sword light almost blinded his eyes. Chu Exingji cursed secretly. There was no way to avoid it. The Xuanjian spun to block the sword shadows in all directions. Seeing Yi Qiao was about to do it again, he couldn't stand it anymore. Yi Qiao can't give Yi Qiao another chance to humiliate herself. You can't be humiliated. I won't let you humiliate me like this again. Seeing this, Yi Qiao paused for a moment, thinking that he was finally going to explode. Chu Exingji shouted, "I surrender." Zhu Yu. After Chu Exingji yelled, regardless of other people's reactions, he quickly put away his sword and left. His ranking is already stable, and if he loses a game, he will be at number 4 at most. At this time, if he fights Yi Qiao again, if he wins, his cultivation level will be 1 level higher, and it will be useless to win a level lower than his own. Losing is even more embarrassing. His senior brothers have all lost, so it's okay for him to lose again. With the big brother behind him, his failure will make the outside world's ridicule a little quieter. Come quickly, thank you King and Yi. I can't beat her. After walking off the stage, Chu Exingji scratched his head and finally admitted the fact. Zhu Yu covered his head, and Zhan Jianzong kicked the iron plate on Yi Qiao 3 times in a row, which was embarrassing enough. Fortunately, Cheng Fengong was as shameful as them. Didn't Qin Huai beat Mu Chongxi with a spirit sword not long ago? Anyway, as long as someone is worse than them, they can barely find some psychological comfort. Yi Qiao's beating of Yi Qing'an was tantamount to the death of both of them, and the points of the two of them were still 0. 20 points were added after winning the game with Chu Exingji. Coupled with the 5 points awarded in the team competition, the ranking slowly climbed up from the bottom. Yi Qing'an, who had never been defeated, was beaten to death by Yi Qiao, and his ranking, which was originally stable at the top, was squeezed out. Mu Chongxi's voice was clear, "Please call me number 1. Yi Qiao rolled her eyes at him. Zhou Exingyun was worse than her, and when he saw someone, he lazily raised his hand to admit defeat, and succeeded in taking over Yi Qiao's last place, and stood still. There is quite a posture of, "You are strong and I will lose if you move a little bit. Wait until later. I will also admit defeat when I meet Qin Huai." From the scene between Mu Chongxi and him, one could tell that Qin Huai was capable of fighting, and Yi Qiao didn't want to see how cruel he was. The match between Fu Xiu and Sword Repair started at the same time. After Yi Qiao hurriedly finished the match with Chu Exingji, she was surrounded by sword repairers when she came down. Qin Huai sneered, "Yi Qiao, do you have a heart?" Yi Qing'an answered for her, "She has no heart." Yi Qiao. Just as he was about to quibble, Zhou Exingyun slipped away with her in his arms. The sword repair and talisman repair competitions started at the same time, and Ming Xuan was also in the competition, so during the escape, the two stopped by to watch. When they arrived, it was not over yet. Yi Qiao ran over to watch for a while with the idea of admiring the formation of the 8 great families and the Yuqing sect. Unlike the swordsmen and swords on the side of the sword repairer, the talisman repairer will be more harmonious. She happened to catch up, and Ming Xuan just came down from the top, and when he saw her coming, he asked, "Did you win?" 1. The next game is Yun Q's. Yi Qiao found that every time she stood in front of Yun Q, the heroine's mentality would be affected. Sure enough, because he would be distracted to pay attention to Yi Qiao's situation, he made frequent mistakes. Seeing her coming down from the competition stage, Yi Qiao continued to watch. The next game was for Su Juo. Seeing that Yi Qiao still didn't leave, Song Han, who rushed over to watch the competition, cracked his voice, "Don't learn." Who knows how annoying he is to see Yi Qiao now. His sight was blocked, Yi Qiao pushed him away unwillingly, and wanted to study. Song Han choked her neck expressionlessly, "Don't learn the formations of our sect again." Ever since he knew that Yi Qiao learned the formations from the secret method of the inner sect of Yuqing sect that he gave, his mentality has collapsed. "Yi Qiao, I'm all friends, what's the matter?" Song Hansheng had never seen such a shameless person. "Who is your friend?" Ming Xuan took the opportunity to kick Song Hansheng away, and said lightly, "Then why are you messing with my junior sister?" Song Han laughed angrily. "You two can shut up if you can't talk." Ming Xuan said lazily, "Why should we shut up?" Song Han lost his breath, so it's okay for him to shut up. After laughing and laughing for a while, the personal pass on the field is basically over, the quality of the talismans compared with Fu Xiu, and the effect of the formation. Song Hansheng and Ming Xuan are among the best. They came from big families, not only know their own sect, but also passed down from the family. She took a look at the current ranking, the first and second in the list of talismans. If nothing else happens, the two of them are ranked second in the individual competition. Just as Yi Qiao was about to leave, she stepped back halfway and took a look at Yun Qiu, who was the last one. She was silent for a while. Okay. She didn't care much about the heroine's changes, but in Yi Qiao's impression, the Yun Magpie talisman repair list in the original book should be number 1, right? How could it be reduced to this point? Yi Qiao had to think about the problem from one angle. When did the plot collapse? She went down the mountain, so without the original owner's dedicated spiritual route, how could Yun Qiu's damaged spiritual route be mended? Or, without her as a tool person, the development of the plot will change. Is Yun Qiu's current spiritual route her own? Yi Qiao fell into deep thought. If her spiritual roots didn't match, her talent would also be affected. Without her heavenly spiritual roots to dig for Yun Qiu, the best spiritual roots might not be as effective. After thinking for a while, Yi Qiao felt that whether it was from a humanitarian or spiritual perspective, she couldn't help reminding Song Hansheng, frantically implying that there might be something wrong with the other party's spiritual route. Song Hansheng, cough. She cleared her throat. Don't you think there is something special about your junior sister? Song Han said coldly. I can see that she is more outstanding than ordinary people. Saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 156 Tianpin Elixir. Yi Qiao was speechless for a moment. That's not what it means. Don't you think her talent is really different from other personal transmissions? Song Hansheng looked at her thoughtfully for a few seconds. What are you doubting? Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao couldn't say it clearly. She was also afraid that the heavenly Tao would hate her if she leaked the secrets of the heavens. If I remember correctly, there is something wrong with the spiritual root, right? Song Hansheng hummed. It's cured now. It may be because of the damage that caused Yun Qiu to compare dishes, and he didn't have much research on this. Normal people wouldn't think about changing their spiritual roots. Yi Qiao was implying loneliness. She waved her hand. Forget it. How did you tell the suzerain about the demons? Yi Qiao was curious. Song Hansheng. Wait until the game is over. But. He paused. We may also be interrogated. Who told them that they were the only ones present at the time? Seeing that Yue Qingzong wanted to suppress it, this kind of incident is undoubtedly an embarrassment to the righteous way. Discredited. What is a righteous disciple doing with the demons? When the competition is over, Yue Qingzong will give an explanation. Song Hansheng looked at her. You really don't plan to come back? Song Hansheng took a step back, not forgetting to step on the sword cultivator along the way. What's the good of staying with this group of sword cultivators who are always fighting and killing without thinking? Probably because he was afraid of Zhou Xingyun's sword, he left without looking back after speaking. The next day will be a lottery competition. If you are lucky and you can't draw a strong one, Yi Qiao can be in the top 3, but her luck is only a little bit in the front, and all the ones drawn in the back are the top-ranked personal heirs. Yi Qiao didn't give up. She washed her hands and prepared to start a new life. Then it was Qin Huai who was destined to be drawn. Before the two fought, Yi Qiao immediately raised her hand. I admit defeat. As soon as Qin Huai finished saying, I know you are strong, he was a little stunned by her admitting defeat. His expression remained on his face, his eyes blinked, and he came down from the competition stage and questioned Mu Chongxi next to him. What do you mean? She looks down on me. She thinks highly of you, so she surrendered. Mu Chongxi replied, and happily went to play with Yi Qiao. No one wants to fight against a ruthless person like Qin Huai. He would hurt the enemy 1,000 and himself 800. And at this moment, Yi Qiao's ranking has stabilized at number 3. Even if he wins against Qin Huai, he is still number. The ranking only affects the points, and the points of the Changmingzong's 5-member individual competition plus the team competition are enough to secure the first place in the sect. The final ranking of the top 10 on the sword cultivation ranking is that Mu Chongxi is first, Yi Qingyan is second, Yi Qiao is third, Qin Huai is fourth, and Zhou Xingji is fifth. The unlucky Zhou Xingji encountered Yi Qiao and Qin Huai one after another. He fought with ordinary black swords, Qin Huai's and Qingfeng swords. Except for the one with Yi Qiao, Yi Qingyan didn't lose any other matches. But also because of the point gap with Yi Qiao, he lost the number 1 position, and Mu Chongxi, the idiot, gave him the top spot. Yi Qingyan would stare at them wherever he went. Yi Qiao shrugged innocently. Fu Xiu ranked second in Mingshuan, Jianshu Mu Chongxi ranked first, and Yi Qiao ranked third. As for the big brother, it doesn't matter if he doesn't mention it. Now only Danshu is left and the competition is not over yet. At the end of the game, Danshu was left with only 2 direct descendants of Danshu from the 8 great families, the direct descendant of Bishuazong, and Zhu Yu of Changmingzong. There are a total of 6 Danshu in the personal biography, which shows that the 5 sects are really short of Danshu. If you want to enter the 5 sects, you need to be the best, and not everyone can enter. Zhu Yu is the only one with extraordinary talent in the Zhu family for so many years. Zhu Yu was preparing Lingji for the competition, and a few descendants of the Zhu family came over. You shouldn't have gone to Changmingzong in the first place. I also believe so. A sect that doesn't even have a serious alchemy sect, how can the Clearwater sect be reliable? One of the reasons why Changming sect didn't have a genius and was willing to go there. Yuqing sect was good at talisman, and Asking Sword sect was good at sword Dao. Only Changming sect was good at everything, but nothing particularly stood out. If I had to say one thing, it would be their Qingfeng Ju. It works well with the breeze. But for Danshu, learning to step on the breeze will only make them live a few more seconds. Zhu Yu didn't raise his head. Take care of yourselves. The direct descendants of the Zhu family frowned. What's your attitude? I also kindly remind you. Zhu Yu didn't raise his head. You don't need to teach me how to do things. Then, the direct descendant walked away with a face full of shock. Yi Qiao watched the dazed direct line go away, flipped through the alchemy book, and said, if you guessed right, Si Miaoyan wants to refine the top quality elixir. If you want to securely win the first place, you can try the Tianpin pill. Zhu Yu is now in the late stage of Jindan, and it is like Tianpin pills that need at least the Yuanying stage. This kind of leapfrog alchemy can easily become a fool after refining, and the spirit may even be abnormal. I'm going to take a gamble. Zhu Yu touched his chin. Bet that I won't become a fool after practicing. If you believe me. Yi Qiao put the red lotus cauldron into her palm, turned her head and said, I can refine the divine pill for you. Tonic pills are a necessity. She and Zhu Yu have refined a lot of tonic pills, but the grades are all in the top grade range. You want to challenge Tianpin? Yi Qiao was stunned. It's okay. But can you hold it? Her spiritual consciousness can reach the nascent soul stage, not to mention the top grade. Even if the heavenly grade is refined, there is no problem at all. But Zhu Yu is not necessarily sure. It is very likely that his spiritual consciousness will collapse after practicing Tianpin. Zhu Yu lowered his eyes. Try it. He also wanted to help the sect win the first place. Yi Qiao was a bit crazy herself. She didn't intend to stop her, and said in a brisk tone, okay, I'll refine some top-quality tonic pills for you when the time comes. The other three are laymen, who don't understand what it means to leapfrog to refine the heavenly rank at the golden alchemy level, but those who know how to do it will only think that these two people are not only ignorant of the heights of the sky, but also of life and death. After the third senior brother stepped into the arena, Yi Qiao found a relatively quiet place and took out the red lotus cauldron. She has a wide sense of consciousness, and there is no big problem in leapfrogging, but what needs to be considered is the alchemy rate, so quantity matters. The Danshu game on the field has also begun. Both Si Miaoyan and Lu Yun started with 10 Dan Yin and played steadily. Si Miaoyan wants to refine the best raw bone pill. Lingji was turned over in the girl's hands, and fell smoothly into the alchemy furnace. Lingji had to choose by himself, and found what he needed among thousands of people. He had a very high recognition of herbs, and Si Miaoyan was the fastest to find what he needed. 1. Lu Yun followed closely behind. Clear water sect is worthy of being a Dazong. The next few found it one after another, but Zhu Yu dawdled for a long time, which logically shouldn't have happened at his level. Why hasn't the child been chosen yet? The elder of the Bishui sect was slightly surprised. He wants to refine the heavenly grade. Tianpin, isn't that stuff only dabbled in the nascent soul stage? It's really scary for young people. The head of the clear water sect said in a mocking and sarcastic tone. To put it nicely, it means that the younger generation can be feared, but to put it bluntly, it means not knowing whether to live or die. But those who need to communicate and cooperate with each other in the competition are from the same sect, and other people can't get in. I don't know how Zhu Yu discussed with several people, and he dared to take the risk of refining Tianpin. Yi Qiao had Lingji, which was obtained from the Bishui sect, and after burning the Zhang Yuhuo talisman, she threw all the Lingji into it one by one. Zhu Yu finally found all the spiritual plants to be used. The young man moved a little slower, and the spiritual fire at his fingertips was bright. There is no doubt that it is difficult to pass the best grade and leapfrog the Tian grade. If you are not careful during the printing process, it will be destroyed. Zhu Yu raised his hand intently and made 3 pill seals. The pills are more refined than many. If Tianpin has one successful one, he will be able to win the first place this time. The moment the 3 pill seals were formed, his heart relaxed slightly, and a sharp tingling pain came from his temple. Zhu Yu ignored it and continued to melt the pill and refine it. During the process, he accidentally destroyed one, and the corners of Zhu Yu's lips pursed slightly. Continue to carry out the following process in an orderly manner. Blood trickled down the tips of his ears, and the red royal uniform Zhu Yu was wearing didn't soak into the clothes. He didn't seem to feel any pain. After blending and forming, the elder who originally wanted to mock him for not knowing the heights of heaven and earth fell silent for a moment. Zhu Yu's success is naturally a good thing. His elixir is going to be handed over to them for evaluation. By then, the Tianpin elixir will fall into their hands. The process of alchemy is undoubtedly a long one, and the wait outside the venue is extremely tormented. Yi Qiao can't feel the passage of time, and lowers her head to continue her great career of alchemy. Suddenly, Yi Qiao noticed something and looked up into the arena. Heavenly breath. Did you make it? When Yi Qiao smelled the breath, her hand movements gradually accelerated. When Zhu Yu turned on the alchemy furnace in the arena, cold sweat almost fell from the foreheads of the others. They held their breath and asked cautiously, "Is it done?" There was no change on Zhu Yu's face, which made others a little uncertain. The young man lowered his head and wiped off the blood, and said softly, "I won." Simiaoyan's fingertips froze. When he opened the pill furnace, she smelled the breath of Tianpin pill. She smiled wryly, and nodded slightly to him. "Yes, you won, congratulations." 3 pills destroyed 1. 2 of them worked. Zhu Yu's Guyuan pill, Tianpin pill's aura spread, and after smelling it, he felt relaxed and happy, and some auras were chaotic, and the chaos in his body gradually calmed down. The elder took the Tianpin elixir carefully. The geniuses this year really came in batches. I don't know if this situation is a good thing or a bad thing. Generally speaking, if there are many geniuses, there will be many things to do in the future. What a young age! The future is limitless. Yes. Patriarch Zhu was very excited. My son, that's my son. That is to say, Zhu Yu's posture was a little bad, and his spiritual consciousness was overdrawn too seriously, so Qin Fanfan hurriedly went to look for the mustard seed bag to find if there was any medicine for nourishing the spirit, and stuffed it for Zhu Yu. There are a few top grade and top grade ones, and the effect is there, but not enough. Seeing this, Patriarch Zhu also frantically rummaged through the mustard seed bags. Can't let his son become a fool. Don't worry about it, I have it. Seeing how anxious they were, Yi Qiao interrupted them lazily by raising her hand. The 12 pill seals in her hand have already been made. The red lotus cauldron is undoubtedly suitable in Yi Qiao's hands. She knelt on the ground and made alchemy with them at the same time. She first condensed 3 pill seals, figured out the refining method of the pill, divided one into 2, and formed 6 pill seals. Someone with sharp eyes noticed her. Does Yi Qiao also want to learn from Zhu Yu how to practice heaven? It doesn't look like it, and she's only at the mid-gold core stage. The shape and aura of Yi Qiao Dan Yin are the shadow of Bu Shen pill. It seems that the 2 children discussed it before the competition. She's refining the divine elixir. After the elder of the Bishui sect finished speaking, he asked Qin Fanfan, "These spiritual plants you gave her. Why did he feel that the Lingji looked familiar the more he looked at it?" Qin Fanfan rolled up his sleeves and said lightly, "I don't know." Yi Qiao calmed down after dividing the 6 pills. It was not difficult for her to make the pills. Her spiritual consciousness reached a certain level, and she didn't feel too obvious discomfort even with the top-grade pills. Afraid of failure, he typed out another 6 pills at once, and the 12 pills bounced around her like they were alive. The elder of Bishuazong was slightly taken aback. Are the 12 pill seals free of pressure? What is the extent of this child's spiritual consciousness? Yi Qiao heard the discussion between Master and Patriarch Zhu after finishing the pill seal. She combined all the pill seals and repeated, "I have the God replenishing pill." She had refined the God replenishing pill, but she was afraid that the effect would not be enough, so she practiced a little more temporarily. Because it is the highest grade, it is not too difficult for Yi Qiao. She opened the alchemy furnace, and the aura that appeared inside was not the highest grade. The elder of Bishuazong heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not Tianpin. If the two Changming sects are really able to refine the heavenly grade, where will they put the face of the Bishui sect? Two sects who are not alchemy sects have refined the heavenly grade. Isn't this a slap in the face for them? The elixir in the pill furnace was solidified, and the moment the pearly round and jade run elixir was formed, the breath of the best tonic pill spread in the field. The effect of this elixir is immediate, and after smelling it, the tense consciousness in my mind relaxes slightly. Yi Qiao's elixir is rare this time. The chubby one looks very pleasing. Patriarch Zhu stood up again when he saw this, and then became excited. That is my son's junior sister. My son's junior sister. Something is wrong. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 157. We are the first. A dozen round balls fell into the palm of his hand. Feeling a little hot, Yi Qiao went straight to the competition stage, and poured all the pills into Zhu Yu, muttering, "Eat more, don't really become a fool." The Bu Shen pill smelled comfortable for a while, and Zhu Yu's arms were filled with the Bu Shen pill, and after eating all the numb ones, the tip of his ears finally stopped bleeding. Seeing that Zhu Yu's condition had recovered a bit, Bishuazong, who was also dizzy after refining alchemy, was a little envious. Yi Qiao looked at what was left, and quickly threw it away. Remember to return the spirit plant in the elixir after you finish eating. Si Miaoyan was slightly taken aback, somewhat flattered. Okay, thank you, we will pay you back. Miao Miao was also overjoyed. There are still so many good people in the world. Mu Chongxi yawned. Seeing her actions, she was a little puzzled. Little junior sister, why did you give them the pills? Their alchemy is very dark, and they don't lack pills. The pills of Bishuazong are all extremely expensive. The other cases have been dissatisfied with the outrageous price of their pills for a long time. However, due to the fact that there are very few alchemists in the realm of comprehension, the price only goes up but not down. Yi Qiao replied in a low voice, "My spiritual plant for alchemy is from their sect. Shouldn't this be appeasement? And when the time comes, Bai Shui, who doesn't know why, has to give them a new spiritual plant with gratitude, which is wonderful." On the way, several Danshu elders hesitated to speak and looked at her several times. To tell the truth, the pill in Yi Qiao's hand was also very aura. But unfortunately she was not Danshu participating in the competition. They have no way to embezzle it openly. I should have known that she had entered the competition. Rules are a fart. Rules are meant to be modified. Anyway, this year's Dabi rules, Changmingzong has not revised enough. With complicated emotions, Simiaoyan swallowed the elixir she made, then raised her brows slightly in surprise. Her elixir is not the best. The head of the Bishui sect was still in the Changming sect, and when he heard these words, his expression lifted. Is this a semi-finished product? It's not a semi-finished product. I mean, it's not the best. Her effect, may be above the best. Si Miaoyan added. It should belong to the level of half-step heaven. Although not as exaggerated as Zhu Yu, but she was only in the middle stage of Golden Core, one realm lower than Zhu Yu, and she shot 12 at a time. What is this concept? The patriarch of the Bishui sect had 2 arrows stabbed in his heart coldly, and he flicked his sleeves, and was so angry that he went back home on the spot. Shame. A Tianpin pill, a half-step Tianpin above the best. You Changmingzong is so awesome, why don't you go to heaven? Zhu Yu came down from the competition stage, waiting for the evaluation of the ranking. His father walked over enthusiastically, a smile bloomed on his always rigid face. Zhu Yu. To be honest, he was taken aback. The Zhu family has always been famous for its rigidity and seriousness, or in other words, it is an ancient and feudal family with the same attitude. The corners of Zhu Yu's lips moved. Father. I won. Patriarch Zhu patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile in his voice, good job. It really gave him a face. In the individual competition, not only the monks in the arena, but basically the entire cultivation world is watching, and being able to refine the heavenly grade under the watchful eyes of everyone will further establish Zhu Jiadan's position as the number one in the cultivation family. Yi Qiao stood behind, playing rock paper scissors with Mu Chongxi. You are Yi Qiao, thanks to you. Patriarch Zhu patted Yi Qiao on the shoulder enthusiastically after finishing praising his son. He was actually quite surprised. I still understand the character of my son. Zhu Yu's personality seems to be the easiest to get along with, but in fact, he is somewhat alienated from the big family. He never expected to make so many talented friends after going to Changmingzong. Patriarch Zhu pulled Zhu Yu and continued to instill his own ideas in him. It is that we should make friends with more geniuses. Although the Changming sect is not suitable for you, there are indeed many geniuses. I didn't expect you to do so well. You won the first place quietly. 1. Zhu Yu just nodded perfunctorily this time. His father and Ming Xuan's father were both extremely realistic. While the two were talking, the results of the judging came out. Zhu Yu deserved number 1, Si Miaoyan was second, and Lu Yun was third, in order. After Danshu's last match, the atmosphere gradually climbed to the peak. There were rustling chatters off the court, and all the ranking points were hand-passed in the individual competition. Combined with the team competition, Changmingzong deserved the first place. Yi Qiao was out of state, until a fan of Changmingzong outside the venue mustered up his courage and shouted loudly. We are number 1. Wake up, you guys. We are number 1. The petals that had been prepared a long time ago sprinkled them all over the sky and covered the sky with a thick layer. The scene became chaotic, and the petals smashed his head and covered his face if he didn't react in time, and Chu Exingji, who was suffering miserably, cursed secretly. Just celebrate the celebration of your Changmingzong. Why the fuck do you have to bring trouble to them? The first is not theirs. Only the world where the other personal disciples were injured was achieved, and the personal disciples who did not run out were directly surrounded by fans of Changmingzong, and the scene fell into chaos, accompanied by the voices of other personal disciples scolding mothers. Damn it, I was already very angry when I lost, and I was surrounded by Changmingzong. Has anyone considered their feelings? Too many personal descendants have participated in the big competition, once in 100 years, but only one sect can win the first place. But this time, they won the first place by themselves. Yi Qiao's whole body was submerged in the fragrant petals. She was a little dazed. His train of thought was even weirdly twisted. Where did they prepare so many petals? Qin Fanfan was standing high enough that other fans couldn't reach him, and they didn't dare to offend the suzerain, but a brave one threw a handful of flower petals at him, and Qin Fanfan sneezed. Old Duan, did we win? Duan Yu, I won. Elder Zhao woke up like a dream. Hurry up, let the group of children come out, so noisy, how decent. They are all people who have won the competition. Why are they so unsteady? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fanfan also realized that this would not have a good impact on other clan biography, so he just left to calm down those monks. It turned out that he was quite popular. When Changmingzong fans saw him coming down, they immediately enthusiastically sipped Fanfan and bragged, Changmingzong has you so amazing. Only you can teach these 5 geniuses. He got so carried away with bragging about Qin Fanfan that he even forgot what he was supposed to do. Elder Zhao supported his forehead. Duan Yu clapped his hands. That's all, let them make trouble, we won. It's only won once in so many years, so why not be happy? Yi Qiao, the biggest hero, was teased by Ming Xuan. We are number 1. He rolled his eyes with a smile. Go fast. Go celebrate. Changmingzong's clothes are the most recognizable. Each of the 5 people has been ravaged to varying degrees, and their arms are full of various gifts. Yi Qiao is fine, she is a girl, and no one touches her. The other senior brothers were miserable, and had to avoid all kinds of flirting and hugging during the process of receiving gifts. The female cultivators in the comprehension world are all too unrestrained. Chu Xingji looked at Chang Mingzong, who was surrounded, and cut in a low voice, "What's so great? Isn't it number one? In the once-in-a-century grand competition, no one wants to take the first place, but there is only one sect in the ranking." Song Hansheng watched the lively scene. His eyebrows and eyes were difficult to distinguish, and he remained silent. In fact, this excitement has nothing to do with them. Several male fans were enthusiastic. "Brother Hansheng, it's okay. In our hearts, you will always be number one." Mush. Song Hansheng's face turned dark, and he turned his head away. All the emotions that hurt the spring and autumn were gone. Seeing this, several other pro-inspectors laughed frantically at the side. Chevron _left previous home index next chevron _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The Ho badly. Chapter 158. Yi Qing'an's expression was complicated. "Your fans are quite enthusiastic. Song Hansheng, get lost." After he finished speaking, seeing that Chu Xingji also wanted to come here, Song Han said indifferently, "Get out of here." Duan Hengdao's tone was drawn out, so ruthless. Song Hansheng. Miao Miao nodded. "No, none will like you like this." Song Hansheng didn't know what evil he had done to be criticized by so many personal disciples. This night, there was a sect that won the first place, and there was a sect who wanted to make a fool of himself. Someone else, he cracked. Ellipsis. The news spread that Chang Mingzong won first place in the grand competition by defeating other personal heirs. The threshold for the disciples of Chang Mingzong who came to sign up was almost broken. Qin Fanfan couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Up. The entire Changming sect was celebrating. I don't know which high-ranking person was wicked and went to the other sects to light firecrackers, and then ran away after lighting firecrackers. People's sorrows and joys are not the same, and the atmosphere of other sects is somewhat depressed. But this has nothing to do with the Changming sect. Mu Chongxi enthusiastically expressed that he would come to barbecue. Xi Chuxiu also wanted to help, but was kicked away by Qin Fanfan. He was aggrieved. "Aren't I your favorite uncle?" "No, you're not." Zhu Yu closed the door indifferently, and the world became quiet. For the celebration of the Changming sect, the elders and the suzerain were ruthlessly turned away. Xi Chuxiu did not give up, and shamelessly began to find a suitable angle to listen to the corner. Among the 5 people, Zhu Yu was the only one who knew how to grill. He was speechless for a moment, so he could only sit down and cook skewers for them. As soon as he put them on, they were quickly divided up. Zhou Xingyun saw that the amount of grilled food could not keep up with the 3. Sighed, and also helped with him. Senior brother can cook. Yi Qiao was surprised. Hey. Zhu Yu knew a little bit and they could understand. Danshu was in contact with the alchemy furnace every day, and he was very good at controlling the temperature of the furnace. How could Zhou Xingyun know that? Ming Xuan blew on the skewers in his hand, and said vaguely, "Eldest brother is a collateral branch of the Zhou family." If Duanchen didn't choose him as a collateral branch of the Zhou family, if he wasn't a direct descendant, then the environment in the 8 families must be very bad. It is not difficult to understand how to cook. Yi Qiaozheng, Ming Xuan and Mu Chongxi were grabbing skewers. She looked up when she saw this. She remembered that in the original book, Yun Qiu took the redemption script. Zhou Xingyun handed it to her. "Why are you in a daze?" Yi Qiao didn't forget how he was captured by Yun Qiu, and said in a sincere tone, "Brother, do you think we are warm?" Zhou Exingyun stretched out his hand, and calmly suppressed the hair on her head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Qiao shook her head and did not answer. If you look at it this way, it shouldn't be the ending of the original book. Zhou Exingyun didn't care either. He stretched his waist and continued to become a ruthless skewer robot seriously. Looking at the few people rushing to grab food, and Zhu Yu who was choked up, recalling Yi Qiao's words, he was stunned for a while. The temperature of the bonfire beside him was a little hot. Zhou Exingyun shrank his fingertips slightly, but it was true. It's making him feel hot. Thousands of lights, bustling, really very warm. Changming Zong was cooking skewers, and other Zongs heard the news, opened the doors and windows, looked down, and came here after smelling the smell. Song Hansheng had the experience of being blackmailed for a skewer last time, and he came with other sects this time. Chu Exingji waved his hand. "Yi Qiao. Have a meal. Get out." Yi Qiao didn't even look up when she heard the group of people rushing in shamelessly. She didn't even have enough to eat. "We're all friends, why don't you eat some of your food?" Duan Hengdao shamelessly sat next to her. Yi Qiao turned her face mercilessly. "Who is your good friend?" Simiao said in a surprised tone. "You baked so deliciously." Knowing how to be polite depends on the Bishuazong. They did not come empty-handed. Si Miaoyan carried a few jars of wine and put them on the ground. Mingshuan smelled the smell, took out the cups and tasted it. "This is spirit wine. It is brewed with the spirit plants in our Bishui sect. Drinking more will have a refreshing effect." Miao Miao shrinks her neck and beeps softly. "I took advantage of Lu Yun's inattention and stole it. It came out." Lu Yun realized later. Miao Miao. Bishuazong brought a gift, and the other three sects were able to stay because of their thicker skin than the city wall. Yi Qiao didn't bother to care about it when she saw this. "It's delicious. Just drunk." Drunk. Zhu Yu poked and found that Yi Qiao was very obedient when she was drunk. The girl's eyebrows drooped, she hugged her knees and remained motionless. Chu Exingji immediately became enthusiastic when he heard the words, and shook his hand in front of her. "Hi. Yi Qiao, I'm your father. Do you remember me?" "Get lost." Mu Chongxi kicked away, daring to take advantage of his junior sister. Shen Ziwei rolled his eyes. "Do you still remember that you owed me 100 million spirit stones?" Zhu Yu put the plate on Shen Ziwei's face silently. "She has already had such a hard time. Yu Cheng Fengong is so rich, why do you still lie to her?" Yi Qiao looked at the pros who tried to talk to her one by one, speechless. She was drunk but not stupid. Why did they rush to fool her? She was lying on the ground too lazy to answer their nonsense. The following scene gradually developed out of control. Mu Chongxi, Yi Qing'an, Zhou Exingyun, Qin Huai and several sword cultivators were all a little dizzy from drinking. They convulse and start playing rock paper scissors. Mu Chongxi laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, I won, take off." Yi Qing'an was expressionless, and slowly took off a coat with a serious expression. No. Zhu Yu's complexion changed drastically, and he rushed over, desperately trying to protect his senior brother's integrity. The elders who were listening in the corner outside almost jumped up. These children celebrated as soon as they celebrated. Why did they take off the clothes? Not to mention, they soon heard Zhou Exingyun's voice. In the yard, Zhou Exingyun pointed at the KFC that flew up to the tree, and said in a cold and serious tone, "Little girl, Jiajia, why don't you wear clothes? Are you crazy?" KFC. The corner of Song Hansheng's mouth twitched. "I think you are the one who is crazy." The courtyard of Waong was filled with the yelling and shouting of a few sword cultivators, and a few elders who rushed in impatiently reprimanded them to keep their voices down. The vigorous Zongmen Grand competition came to an end tonight. Yi Qiao lazily lay down on the ground, drunk. It's over. It's over. Zhu Yu squeezed over, his eyes curled up, and the corners of his lips slightly raised. We are number one. So far, Kyushu is hickey. It's still the cream of the boys. The competition is finally over. Stroke the following plot, words, updated in advance. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Sect by playing badly. Chapter 159. You can fool a fool. The consequence of a night of hangover is that you can't get up the next day, and you lie on the ground in a mess. When a few elders opened the door and came in, they saw a group of people all asleep. Qin Fanfan kicked a few disciples in disgust. A little bastard was thrown on the ground in the house. When it was Yi Qiao's turn to fall asleep, he carefully covered her with the quilt before tiptoeing away. These children can sleep until tomorrow, but the 5 sects will be busy in the future. The top 10 talisman cultivators can go to the forbidden area of the Yuqing sect to select talisman books. Many ancient books are sealed in it, and Danshu can provide those disciples choose Lingxi at will. In terms of generosity, we have to look at Janzong. You can choose the spirit sword in the sword cave at will, and the one you choose is yours. But if no spirit sword is willing to approve from the beginning to the end, then don't blame them for being stingy. It means that the talent is not good enough, and the character is not good enough. After sleeping all night, Mu Chongxi woke up and was thrown on the cold ground. He rubbed his neck, got up sneakily, and woke up Yi Qiao. Wake up, little sister, let's go to the casino to ask for money. Considering that Ming Xuan and Zhu Yu are too hot in close combat, fearing that the casino owner will turn his face and deny anyone, Mu Chongxi specially called the senior brother and junior sister, and the 3 of them rushed in a hurry, and several people from the casino stopped them. Can't stop it. What couldn't be avoided was directly knocked away by Mu Chongxi. It can be said to be very unreasonable. The other people in the casino saw this scene, but their foreheads twitched wildly, and they could only keep brainwashing. Calm down, he passed on his awesomeness. Mu Chongxi was domineering, rushed in forcefully, knocked on the table violently, and said loudly, the bill has been paid. The boss was so frightened that he used the abacus to stop. He was just about to scold who he is for being so unqualified, but when he looked up and saw 3 eye-catching red imperial uniforms, he felt a stomachache. Damn red, now he gets a headache when he sees red. Yi Qiao patted the table immediately. What are the odds? How much money can we make? The boss swallowed back the thought of cursing, and his tone was somewhat erratic. It's you. Inherited by the Changming clan, Yi Qiao. It can be said that the name has passed through the big competition like a thunder. He just said, where did so many people get taken advantage of? The co-author was digested internally by Chang Mingzong, and each shot was 10,000 plus more arrogant than the other. He was still laughing secretly at the fat sheep that came to the door, but in the end the fat sheep was themselves. Yi Qiao blinked. You know me. I have known you for a long time. The boss smiled wryly, thinking that the underpants might be lost this time. Who would have thought that among the 5 most inconspicuous Changming sects, a dark horse would emerge in the end? These few people bet too much, and the amount was higher than the other. Of course, they got the most spirit stones in the end. You must know that there are very few monks in the cultivation world who bet on Changmingzong to win. And those monks who bet wrong all organized a group to jump off the cliff. To sum it up, those few days when sword-seeking Zong was bet were all, are the personal heirs of sword-seeking Zong here. The wind on the cliff is so strong, we are so scared. They didn't want to rest in peace, they overwhelmed swordsmanship sect with the idea of making a fortune, but unexpectedly, the title of the first sect was snatched by Chang Mingzong, who was the last one. The past few days have been filled with joy and sorrow. Yi Qiao roughly counted the number, and distributed the one spirit stones to other people. After she had money, she could finally buy some useful things. She had too few magic weapons, but magic weapons in the cultivation world were all expensive. Very good, after buying a higher quality spirit bow. She picked up a few more interesting instruments and brought them back to Zong. Junior sister, what on earth did you do before? Mingxuan stretched out his hand and looked at these magical artifacts that were too small to be considered, and made a genuinely confused voice. Don't underestimate this thing, the price on the market is very expensive. The main reason Yi Qiao bought it back was that the effect of this magic weapon was similar to that of a monitor, and when she had money, she bought several at once. Last time she put a butterfly on Yi Qing'an, but if this kind of butterfly is placed on someone, the target is a little clear and it is easy to be found. This time, the magic weapon is much smaller, the size of a bead. Even if it is placed on the shoulder, neither will notice. Yi Qiao said sadly, I am a humble social animal. She used to be just a social animal who worked hard and was scolded by the boss. Several senior brothers were very curious about her newly bought gadgets, and they all came to touch them. Little junior sister. Zhou Exingyun pinched the booty she bought. His tone was quiet, and his dark eyes showed a bit of curiosity. What is this? The small pure black box looks very ordinary no matter if you look at it horizontally or vertically in a group of instruments. Yi Qiao took a look and saw that the elder brother was really curious, so she took the initiative to invite him to join her team. I just bought it for fun. If you want, you can also use it to fool people. Zhou Exingyun had never seen her fooling people with a box. Yi Qiao added, you can fool fools. For example, Song Hansheng and the like, but it is better not to show it. She is afraid that Song Hansheng will know that she did it in the first place, and then come to her for revenge. Seeing that the senior brother seemed to be dubious about his skills, Yi Qiao blinked. Well, after a few days when the sword cave opens, I will let Yi Qing'an show you. Zhou Exingyun hesitated to speak. Let Yi Qing'an come to fool you. With Yi Qing'an's character, how could he agree to such a thing? But seeing that Yi Qiao was confident, he didn't say anything. At worst, Yi Qing'an disagreed, and after entering the sword cave, he put a sack on Yi Qing'an and beat him up. Ellipsis. Qin Fanfan knew that she had never seen the world, so he specially found Lingjian's books for her to read, so Yi Qiao just spent the past few days reading in the library. Zhangshush is very quiet, because only relatives are allowed inside, and it is also a very suitable place to stay quietly on weekdays, of course, if the other senior brothers don't come in to join in the fun. Others don't like studying very much. Mingxuan bit a piece of dog's tail grass, and smiled with affectionate peach blossom eyes. Sure enough, people still have to study hard. Hey, otherwise they will become a fool like Mu Chongxi. Mu Chongxi was angry, and kicked over. The strike was not serious. He kicked a big hole in the wall. Zhu Yu glanced at it, and came to a conclusion from the painful lesson. Don't hit me again like this, undead. And after a while, the elders will come to us to pay for it. The point is to lose money. Mu Chongxi recovered from the rage, hesitated for a while, and tried to press the wall down. Where did Mingxuan make sarcastic remarks? It's useless, let me tell you, a broken wall can't be repaired, just like my broken heart can't be healed. Your kick just now broke my heart into several pieces. Film. Yi Qiao didn't think it strange that Mingxuan was covered in a sack while walking, so she continued to flip through the book as nothing to do with herself. The two culprits, Mu Chongxi and Mingxuan, were repairing the wall. When Xi Chuxiu came, she guided them on how to repair it. They seemed to have a lot of experience. Yi Qiao called out politely, "Little master uncle." The other party smiled and hummed, holding tea in his hand, "Are you going to enter the sword cave?" Yi Qiao is not like the senior brother and the fourth senior brother who have stayed in the cultivation world for a long time. She only has a vague concept of the spirit sword. It is said in the book that the first consideration of the spirit sword is the spirit root when choosing the master. It is the root. Among them, the natural sword bone is their favorite. Yi Qiao nodded, and she guessed, "But someone chose me without a sword, and I have my natal sword. If you go, the focus is on participating." Xi Chuxu shook her hands, and said in a drawn-out tone, "No. You have to know that it has been a long, long time in the cultivation world, and there has never been a sword master with a lightning root. The sword cave is only opened every 100 years, and during this period, every time there is no lightning-type sword repair. There may not be a direct inheritance of the spirit root of the thunder system for thousands of years. I am afraid that those spirit swords of the thunder system will be suffocated." _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Sect by playing badly. Chapter 160 Opening of the Sword Cave. Which sword spirit doesn't yearn for the outside world? It's just that the spirit sword is arrogant and can't find a suitable sword master. I would rather keep it alone than settle down, so that out of so many spirit swords, only the thunder-type spirit sword has been left alone until now. As soon as Xi Chuxu finished speaking, she moved when she saw Jun. Seeing this, Yi Qiao picked it up, looked at it carefully for a moment, and began to promise to it, "I will only have you as my wife from now on." The way he swears so hard looks like a scumbag. Just as Xi Chuxu finished speaking, a block of wall behind him slammed towards him, and it was Ming Xuan and Mu Chongxi who did it. It's too much for him to take drugs. Seeing him coming, the two of them paused for repairing the wall, and immediately chose to seek revenge from Xi Chuxu. Xi Chuxu dodged for a while, and firmly caught the flying wall, not even a single drop of water in the teacup. After dodging easily, she laughed, "Hey, I told you that you are still too young to think about it. If you hit me, maybe you can practice for a few more years." As soon as he finished speaking, several demolished walls smashed towards Xi Chuxu. After forcing Xi Chuxu out, Qin Fan had just stepped into the library pavilion before dinner, when his back foot was hit by a wall. He was furious. Who dares to attack this old man? The air was quiet for a few seconds. Qin Fanfan knew who it was without even thinking about it. He endured the overwhelming anger, and said in a deep voice, "Get ready," set off to ask Janzong. "Their sword cave will open in 3 days, and I will go with the 3 of you. Go." Xi Chuxu takes Ming Xuan to Yuqingzong. Old Zhao will take Zhu Yu to Bishuazong later. Elder Zhao, who followed closely, saw the wall with a hole missing, and shouted, "Losing money." Then he nodded as if nothing had happened. "Get ready, the 3 of you will go in vain if you go in and absorb more spiritual energy, and come out of the sword cave on the last day. Thousands of spiritual swords gather here in the sword cave, and the spiritual energy is stronger than that on Wang Mountain." Yi Qiao's eyes light up slightly. She took out a few spirit-gathering talismans and shared them with the other 3 senior brothers. "Anyway, we are just going in to see the world, so we should hurry up and absorb the spiritual energy. You can try the effect of this talisman." She improved it after the golden pill. This kind of talisman Yi Qiao will use when practicing qi. After building the foundation later, it was discovered that the spirit-gathering talisman was of no use to those with high cultivation bases. It's different now. She's at the golden core stage, and the spirit-gathering talisman can be improved. Yi Qiao tried it and the effect is okay. When she uses it, it forms a vortex and automatically absorbs the spiritual energy. It's perfect for entering the sword cave. The more Mu Chongxi looked at it, the more familiar it became. He took it, studied it for a while, and suddenly realized, no wonder you stopped Mingxuan to take advantage of it. She was the one who co-authored this spirit-gathering talisman. It's too much, you didn't even tell us. Mu Chongxi snorted twice, shook her shoulders, and turned Yi Qiao into a flexible noodle. Zhou Exingyun stretched out his hand to rescue Yi Qiao, but said helplessly, "Stop making trouble." He couldn't understand what these younger brothers and sisters were talking about, but after thinking about it, he knew that the days when they went down the mountain together must have been very lively. Ellipsis. Set off for the sword-asking school, where all the top 10 sword cultivators are waiting for the opening of the sword cave. The sword cave of the sword-seeking sect is said to be open to all comers, but in fact it is only open to personal transmission, and casual cultivators are not enough to make the list. I thought there would be a strong casual cultivator this year, but I didn't expect these children to go around. Qin Fanfan did not forget to tell them after they went down. Take the jade slip and keep in touch. Yi Qiao nodded. After they got together, several elders gave them some pointers. I don't know what sword Kingen will subdue. Exingji's child is stupid. I'm afraid only the spirit sword with no IQ and a clean mind will choose him. You talk about this for a long time. Why don't you talk about the 3 of Chang Mingzong? They have natal swords, let's talk about what they do. Yi Qingyan is most likely to pull it out and cut off the water. In the sword cave, what sword each sword cultivator would pull out became a matter of curiosity to the elders. Speaking of Chang Mingzong, Yi Qiaoshu's Tao of the common people, sword intent is also clean. I am quite optimistic about her. And Mu Chongxi too. Why did you contract the natal sword so early? After the sword cultivators gathered, Yi Qiaoji was concerned about showing the big brother how to fool fools. She cleared her throat, approached Yi Qingyan, and Zhan Jianzong stood in a row, like innocent little white poplars. Seeing her approaching, Yi Qingyan was a little suspicious, but he didn't hide, so Yi Qiao lowered his voice and whispered a few words to Yi Qingyan. Yi Qiao, listen to me, you go and tell Chu Exingji this. She urged. Go quickly. Yi Qingyan, no. Don't go too far Yi Qiao, everyone has a bottom line. Yi Qingyan looked at her calmly. Once you cross this bottom line. Yi Qiao interrupted him abruptly, and said in a low tone, do you still remember the spirit stone you owe me? Yi Qingyan was strangely silent. Yi Qiao, so, once I cross this bottom line, what will happen? I'll change the bottom line. After Yi Qingyan finished speaking, he restrained himself, exuding air conditioning, and turned to look for Chu Exingji. It can bend and stretch. Second junior brother, do you know? Yi Qingyan walked in front of Chu Exingji, opened his eyes and spoke nonsense for the first time, felt a little uncomfortable for a moment, then said calmly, the secret to becoming the #1 swordsman in the cultivation world is the point is, you must first swing your sword from the palace. Since the palace, you are no longer immortal. When hearing this kind of words, Yi Qingyan was also speechless. What does she think of Chu Exingji? Fool. Is that so? Chu Exingji raised his head suddenly, with a serious look on his face, as expected of a senior brother. He really has foresight, and he has studied the way of swords so thoroughly. His senior brother is indeed invincible. Yi Qiao leaned closer to Zhou Exingyun. Look at senior brother, the fool I'm talking about looks like this. Zhou Exingyun. Yi Qingyan's expression also became strange. He looked at the second junior brother. I feel that it is necessary to take Chu Exingji to improve IQ, and this matter is very necessary and urgent. The team was still noisy, and it didn't gradually quiet down until a few elders arrived. It's all here. The elder Wen Jianzong waved his hand, signaling them all to be quiet. There are only 10 personal disciples in total, and they're all familiar faces. He said, everyone will spend the next 3 days in the sword cave. However, don't leave the sword cave until there is a spirit sword that chooses you. If no spirit sword is willing to choose you, then wait until the last day to come out, so that you can absorb more spiritual energy in the sword cave. Sword-seeking Zong was the first to step into the sword cave. After all the disciples entered, the sword cave that had been silent for hundreds of years was officially opened. Ellipsis. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 161. 10 people entered together, and the great elder of swordsmanship Sect couldn't help muttering to himself, Sword of Duan Shui, Sword of Frightening Hong, Sword of Frost. I don't know who these famous spirit swords will choose as the sword master. In the sword cave that Yi Qing'an and Mu Chongxi stepped into first, the sword cave is opened once in 100 years, all the spiritual swords are only for those who are destined, and there are very few swords that can really get out of the sword cave. In other words, those swords were all insane. The two natural sword bones walked together, and all the spirit swords in the sword cave felt something. The ground shook slightly, and gradually began to lose control. It may be a long time since a sword cultivator was welcomed, and they ran around in midair, forming a mess. If you are not careful, you may be cut by the sword energy. Yi Qiao picked up the bamboo shoots, dodged, and took advantage of the opportunity to slap away the spirit swords scurrying in the sword cave. She walked slowly, one step behind the main force, and was a little stunned by the scene in front of her when she came in. These spirit swords are crazy. Is it gone? Unlike what she imagined, the sword cultivators had to do everything possible to find it. With the arrival of a few sword cultivators, all the spirit swords in the sword cave were unsheathed. It's not clear what's going to happen. Mu Chongxi grinned, and was instantly cut open by the sword energy. He said, "It's like a widow who has been widowed for many years. It's normal to be excited when she sees a group of fresh men. Please understand. He and Yi Qing'an are so popular. The spirit swords come over from time to time to reward him with a sword energy." Mu Chongxi was in great pain. Yi Qiao bent down to dodge those swords flying all over the sky. Her treatment here was not bad. The worst was Yi Qing'an. Every spirit sword tried to stick to Yi Qing'an when they saw that he didn't have a natal sword. However, Yi Qing'an was so unkind. He waved down the black sword expressionlessly, and slapped away those spiritual swords. When he came to the sword cave, the only spiritual sword he wanted was the water-breaking sword, and other coquettish bastards naturally couldn't catch his eyes. The sword cultivators were all dodging here and there. Those with strong dodging ability were able to dodge with ease, while those with poor movement skills had their clothes scratched and torn after a few strikes. In the sword cave, the strong ones will bring along the weak ones. After all, it is for rewards and not a competition. Zhou Exingyun and Yi Qing'an were told this sentence. As a matter of course, Yi Qing'an went to bring Zhu Yu, Zhou Exingyun went to take Yi Qiao, and the Duanshan sword was turned lightly in his hand, blocking the shadows of those swords and swords. Chu Exingji turned his head and saw the scene where the two senior brothers were protecting the junior sister, and split open. "Isn't it the big brother? Why don't you look at us?" The one who asked the sword sect was the worst. Originally, they were not good at speed. The one who was good at speed was Chang Mingzong. Yi Qiao didn't need to be protected. To put it bluntly, she was able to mess around like a duck to water in any place where she could do things. While speaking, it didn't take a moment for her to be scratched open several times. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before she becomes a beggar. Chu Exingji bit the handkerchief jealously, only hated that he was not a girl. A few people continued to move forward from the outside. The more you go inside the sword cave, the better the spirit sword is. When you reach the center, there are two ways to go. The two sects don't want to be with each other for a long time, so they choose to go separately. Let's go to the right, Chu Exingji said. Yi Qiao thought for a moment. The original book is quite detailed. The swords encountered in the two roads are different. If I remember correctly, the Luoshui sword is on the left. She nodded, yes. There are also opportunities on the right, but the swords encountered on each road are different. In the original book, Yun Qiu could choose a sword cultivator. Later, the plot changed, and Yun Qiu chose Talisman Dao. As a talisman cultivator, she would naturally not be able to enter the sword cultivator's sword cave. I just don't know who will get the Luoshui sword that originally belonged to the heroine. After deciding which way to go, even if they parted ways with Janjianzong, the level of the spirit swords in the sword cave increased the further they went in, and some even developed spiritual wisdom. After sensing that Mu Chongxi had the natal sword, the blade trembled. After finally waiting for a natural sword bone, she married young. It's messed up, totally messed up. Some of these spirit swords have been waiting for thousands of years in the sword cave, and they are already hungry, not to mention that they are all geniuses when they come in. Even if they had their natal swords, they would chase them even more ferociously. The sword cave was filled with countless sword shadows. Mu Chongxi touched the bloody wound that had been opened just now. Forget it. Let's run separately. The two of them have a heavenly spirit root and a natural sword bone. The spirit swords are so in love with each other that they chased them madly. Zhou Exingyun immediately wanted to pull Yi Qiao, but Yi Qiao waved his hand. Elder brother, you take me with you. Watching him, I have a way to get rid of these swords. In terms of seduction, who can compare to Yi Qing'an? He doesn't have a natal sword, and his talent is extremely high. After saying this, Yi Qiao crooked. He ran towards the road that swordsman Asking Zong had taken. After the two separated, the spirit swords also divided into two groups. One group went after Yi Qiao, and the other group went after Mu Chongxi. It's all organized. Damn it. Mu Chongxi ran fast, stretched out his hand and pasted the spirit-gathering talisman Yi Qiao gave to the Chaoshi sword, and yelled, "Brother, help me. I can't outrun them." Zhou Exingyun's forehead twitched, and he carried him blankly, avoiding him 3 times. Because he was busy running away, Mu Chongxi didn't notice that the aura around his waist flowed into the sword like a vortex. By the time he noticed something was wrong, it was too late. He stopped abruptly, and the talisman attached to the Chaoshi sword at his waist disappeared because he absorbed too much spiritual energy and burned it. The sword quietly hanging on the young man's waist emitted a faint light, faintly visible. Soon it condensed into a mass of sword energy, and the sword spirit continued to take shape in the sword energy, and finally floated in front of Mu Chongxi, with a smile on his face, and his appearance turned into a beautiful boy. Mu Chongxi almost stopped. Who do I rely on you? It's unforgivable that he is so handsome. Zhou Exingyun, your wife. Mu Chongxi, impossible, absolutely impossible, that's your wife. Zhou Exingyun, oh, my wife hasn't transformed yet. But to be honest, is this talisman so fierce? Zhao squeezed his face with both hands, making an innocent and cute expression, not knowing why his sword master had such an expression. Zhou Exingyun looked at it for a few seconds. Little junior sister's talismans are only useful in places with strong aura. The sword cave contains tens of thousands of swords, and it is a good place to raise sword spirits. Only a shadow appeared before dawn. After all, Mu Chongxi was too weak before to support the complete transformation of the spirit sword. Mu Chongxi looked at the sword spirit without a word, and whispered to the senior brother, "Is this really my sword?" Zhou Exingyun gave him a positive look. He was also thinking about a question. After Duanchen transformed into form, did he also look like this ghost? Zhao Zai's personality is exactly the same as Mu Chongxi's, and he even suffers from the second illness. He looked around for a while. Where's Yi Kiao? Where's Kiao Kiao? Where's your junior sister? Mu Chongxi reached out to grab his collar, and reiterated, that's my junior sister. Zhao Zai's appearance is very bright, and his personality is also extremely passionate. Jian Ling pursed his mouth. Okay, I forgive your rudeness for the time being. As the famous sword on the list of spirit swords, Zhao Shi opened the way with him. The red sword energy was like a rainbow, with murderous aura, and the heavy oppressive feeling radiated a strong shock to those spirit swords that were eager to get close. Mu Chongxi was followed by a red sword spirit. The aura in the sword cave was so strong that the shadow of the sword in the morning and evening that had only appeared on the competition stage for a second was completely solidified. Although the sword master of Chaoxi's sword is Mu Chongxi, the sword spirit himself prefers Yi Kiao. When Yi Kiao and Mu Chongxi met for the first time, he especially liked being touched by her, but now he asked her to transform into a talisman. He liked it even more. Mu Chongxi looked at him wishing he could twist himself into a caterpillar. His hands kept waving, his tone was like a sword spirit acting coquettishly, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Every sword spirit has a different personality, and he understands this truth. It's just why Nima's sword spirit character is a dramatist. Zhou Exingyun was in a trance, his face was pale, he was carrying Duanchen, and he was a bit hopeless. Originally, Mu Chongxi and Yi Kiao were already very quarrelsome. After taking shape day and night, he and Mu Chongxi forced Lai Lai together all the way. Zhou Exingyun couldn't imagine that after other sword spirits took shape in the future, they Changmingzong might become a duck's playground. There is a sword spirit responsible for clearing the way, and the road is unimpeded. Let's go back and find junior sister. After taking shape day and night, they finally didn't have to keep fleeing in the sword cave. Congratulations. Ellipsis. On the other side, Yi Kiao was also running desperately. She was so focused on running away that she nearly bumped her head against the wall. She looked around for Yi Qing'an's traces, looking at those spirit swords with leisure and elegance on the way. The leader is a sword like Yuehua, which keeps following behind his ass like a demon. Yi Kiao speeded up, and under her persevering search, she finally saw Yi Qing'an's shadow, and the two collided head-on. The moment she saw Yi Qing'an, her lips curled up into a brilliant arc. Hey, Yi Qing'an. The corner of Yi Qing'an's mouth twitched, feeling bad. As far as he knows, Yi Kiao is a heavenly spirit root, and his talent is just as high as his, which means the spirit swords following behind her are by no means less than her own. This scene of encountering love at a corner made Yi Qing'an almost go crazy. It was too late for him to turn around and run. There was only one way to go on both sides, so he could only escape with Yi Kiao. Yi Kiao stretched out her hand and tied him around his waist with a demon binding rope, and let him run with her. Her talisman was useless against the sword, so she found a Zhangjing talisman from the mustard bag and stuck it on Yi Qing'an's body, and her speed suddenly increased up. Yi Kiao looked back at those spirit swords, and said in a slow tone, "Look, I said that widowhood has gone wrong for 100 years. You are really serious about asking the sword sect. If you let them come out earlier, it won't cause today's situation." Seeing her at this moment, Yi Qing'an never forgot her mouth full of cannonballs, with bulging veins. Shut up. Under his sword swing, a path was forcibly opened. Walk. The two immediately ran inside. Inside the sword cave, rather than saying that they choose the sword, it is better to say that they wait for the sword to choose them. Yi Qing'an knew that Yi Kiao had the natal sword, then she would not be his competitor, and there is no need to be vigilant against her in this situation. Hey, are you going to find the Duan Shui sword? Yi Kiao asked with a smile after throwing off those spirit swords for a while. Yi Qing'an hummed, probably a little speechless, glanced at her, but didn't chase her away. After all, these spirit swords seemed to be flying around like crazy, and they all got separated, so someone was there to take care of each other. The good news is that there is a personal biography for company. The bad news is that that person is Yi Qiao. As soon as she entered the interior, she didn't stop, she kept looking east and west, and then climbed up the wall like a monkey, trying to walk on the wall vertically. This strange walking movement caused Yi Qing'an's forehead to burst into blue veins again. He couldn't imagine how Zhou Exingyun and Yi Qiao, an unreliable person, managed to stay calm when they were together. Yi Qiao. Yi Qing'an asked coldly, "Is this road no longer able to accommodate you?" Yi Qiao ignored him, and continued to use this weird walking movement to fly over the walls. Yi Qing'an took several deep breaths to suppress his anger, and continued to walk deep with a blank expression on his face. The inside of the sword cave was pitch black, and the closer you got to those high-level spirit swords, the fewer swords were chasing them. Those spirit swords whose names are on the ranking list all have backbone. Finally, there was no sword chasing after him. Yi Qing'an breathed a sigh of relief. He was going to find Duan Shuijian. Yi Qiao followed him aimlessly. On the way, she ran into Chu Exingji. She observed for a while, and found that she was in harmony with Chu Exingji. A spirit sword is entangled. Chu Exingji. Didn't you take another path? Why did you come here with his big brother? Yi Qiao changed the topic as if nothing had happened. Do you want to subdue Kun Zu? That's right. After Chu Exingji came in, he stared at a snow-white sword named Kun Zu. In the world of ice and snow, every inch of snow, the previous sword masters of these swords were all cultural people, and the names were better than the last. He felt that Kun Zu was especially suitable for his aloof temperament. Yi Qiao looked at Chu Exingji, who had a slightly intoxicated expression, turned around and planned to leave. After reaching the inside, the swords calmed down, and no one expected that there would be swords persevering in catching up. She turned around abruptly, blocked the flying sword with Duosun, squinted her eyes, and reminded, "I have my natal sword." The sword tentatively approached Yi Qiao with a small step. The snow-white sword was slender and light, like a small tail. When she took a step, it moved a step. Yi Qiao tentatively raised his hand, and the snow-white long sword flew into her hand obediently. Noticed that there were 3 small characters engraved on the hilt of the sword. Flying sword. Yi Qiao didn't expect it to come into her hand obediently. She cleared her throat. "I have my natal sword." The Fixian sword seemed to be deaf, staying in her hands and refused to leave, and finally the Duaoju hanging on her waist seemed to be unable to bear it anymore, and rushed towards it. Fexianjian and Bujanjian, one black and one white, collided like thunder from the sky. Yi Qiao hugged Bubujan tightly, but failed to catch it, and could only watch it fly away. Yi Qiao blurted out and shouted, "Duo bamboo shoots." Unexpectedly, the sword body of Jun paused slightly. Hearing the name, Duosun, Fexianjian jumped up and down, making a quacking laugh. Don't ask how Yi Qiao read the mocking sound from a sword. Because I don't see you. At the moment it made the sound, it was obviously stimulated. The shape of the pitch-black stick kept changing in midair, turning into a sword for a while, and a sickle for a while, and finally fixed on the big knife, and slashed fiercely at the Fixian sword. Go down. There was a crisp collision sound. Weng Ming sounded continuously, and the 2 spirit swords fought for her. What kind of script did Yi Qiao use to bring disaster to the country and the people? Yi Qing'an's expression was subtle, as if he was looking at a scumbag, who has a natal sword and is messing around everywhere. Yi Qiao is indeed poisonous. The nearby spirit swords would be slapped twice by Bujanjin just passing by, and the sword spirits ran away in fright. Chu Exingji also stubbornly tamed the spirit sword not far away, breaking an inch of snow, and every time the bright sword slashed coldly, trying to force Chu Exingji back. This sword needs a sword master with the purest mind. It is testing the opponent's heart. Seeing that Kun Zu was not moving, Chu Exingji's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand to catch Kunzu. The young man's speed was not slow, but the spirit sword was faster than him. The shadow. He immediately followed. Yi Qiao and Yi Qing'an were in front of him, and with Kunzu's arrival, Mr. Jian immediately slapped Kunzu hard without any politeness. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use it. Chapter 162 I don't see you. Did you change form? Alas, why do you still hit people with this sword? Chu Exingji looked at the flying black stick, and his voice became cold. He took a fancy to Kunzu, but the black stick chased Kunzu and hit him. Chu Exingji flew up to him, touched the black sword at his waist, and tried to beat Babujin off. Yi Qiao, who was still watching the play, suddenly stopped doing it. Although my sword is domineering and I like to fight other swords, but my sword is cute. What to do with her sword? Yi Qiao stepped on the ground hard. Jumping into the air with his strength, he stepped on Chu Exingji when he found the right time. Chu Exingji kicked her with one foot, and kicked her upper jaw without hesitation. While the two were fighting fiercely, Yi Qing'an had already gone to find the sword not far away. Yi Qing'an lowered his eyes to the motionless Duan Shui Jian not far away, a light blue long sword, exuding bursts of cold air all over his body. This sword is only for those who are destined. Unlike those swords that came towards them like licking dogs, neither Yi Qiao nor his arrival caused any fluctuations in the water cut-off. As if waiting for him, the spirit sword was unsheathed in an instant, and frost fell all over the ground. In the entire sword cave, the sword energy diffused aroused a chill. Yi Qiao rubbed her arm, turned her head to look away, and blocked Chu Exingji's attack with one hand. Tease the battle first, the Duan Shui sword was pulled out just now. Chu Exingji snorted and stood up against the shoe prints on his face. My elder brother is the best. Ellipsis. The elders who were waiting outside the venue also looked at each other when they heard the movement. Just now the breath seemed to be broken. From the outside, it can be seen that the breath of the whole sword cave is extremely chaotic, and just now several spirit swords have recognized their masters in a row. It's only the first day, so the speed is so fast. The water is cut off and the master is recognized. More than that, Kunzu has also recognized the master, and the aura looks like Chu Exingji's sword aura. Speaking of which of these swords is more powerful? An inch of snow without water, a glimpse of the sky, all are swords that can be called by name. The great elder of Zhangjianzong stroked his beard, smiled without saying a word. How could he know who was more powerful? But in terms of mystery, it had to be Duan Shuijian. No one can pull it out for 100 years. In all likelihood, it was taken away by that kid King Han. This disciple really gave him a face. The elder of Chengfeng Sect murmured, it's kind of interesting. With so many spirit swords collectively recognizing their masters, it is worthy of asking Sword Sect. Ellipsis. After Yi Qing'an pulled out his sword, he found that Yi Qiao's two swords were still fighting. He and Yi Qiao had fought each other. The other party's stick was very strange, definitely not an ordinary spirit sword, but the white sword could be used to fight. Back. Chu Exingji hugged Kunzu, envious and jealous. Your sword is quite possessive. But the internal swords all give birth to wisdom. For example, Kunzu, Jingdong, Lve Ying, and Frost are all famous swords. A group of swords flew out and they were picking and choosing, looking for a suitable sword owner. This white sword seems to be called Fexianjian. Never heard of it. The two spirit swords collided differently, and it was a comparison of who was stronger. Yi Qiao took the time to look at the white sword. The broken willows are flexible and changeable. It is stronger than not seeing you. Here it refers to the sword energy. After all, not seeing you cannot be regarded as a pure sword. Yi Qiao was a little moved. There is no problem with her contract. Shaoqi was forced into the contract by her back then. One sword will not choose the other, but isn't there a sword automatically delivered to the door? Seeing Yi Qiao's pensive look, Yi Qing'an said calmly, "You want to make a contract with it?" Yi Qiao didn't speak. Yi Qing'an said, "Its breath is very weak. I advise you to think carefully. Some swords are so weak that no one wants them. The name Fexianjian is very famous. Fixian has been almost forgotten. The breath of this sword is very weak. It is a very extreme sword. Someone used to become number one in swordsmanship by relying on it. Since then, it has been number one in the list of spiritual swords. Many sword cultivators have come here admiringly. Later, those who were lucky enough to get the Fixian sword discovered that this sword is very strange, strong, and weak. Very unstable. Contracting a sword is basically a lifetime thing, and no one wants to bet their future kendo on a sword, so few people have heard of this flying immortal sword." When Yi Qing'an came, he was reminded by his master that after entering the sword cave, he could just go straight to Juanshui. He was worried that the other party would not be strong-willed, and would be dazzled by all kinds of swords. When choosing a sword, you must choose the one that suits you best. Greed is a big taboo. This is what his master taught him. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiao sincerely thanked her. When you meet the strong, you are strong. It's quite a rebellious sword, isn't it? If Yi Qing'an wanted to say that, she immediately became interested in it. Yi Qing'an also realized that Yi Qiao's brain circuit is beyond comprehension for ordinary people. After he finished speaking, he obviously felt Yi Qiao's eagerness to try. Yi Qing'an took a deep breath. "I just feel so tired." He talked about loneliness for a long time. "Thank you Zhou Xingyun for your hard work. It's no wonder that the other party is often unlovable. If he has such a junior sister who is eager to try and has a strong spirit of death, he will also feel tired." Fexianjian and Janbajun are in a stalemate. The two swords are more fierce than the other. It's not that I don't have a good temper. The sound of the collision of the spirit swords and the bursts of Wengming set off bursts of violent fluctuations. Since entering the sword cave, the bamboo shoots have become much more lively. Before, they only made slight movements, but now they can fight with a group of swords. If the elders of sword inquiring sect who were waiting for the news did some research, there was too much commotion in the sword cave. First, many swords were in a mess, and then there was the breath of cutting off water and Kunzu recognizing the master. He frowned and looked not far away. That breath. It's like the breath of a spirit sword. Broken water sword, has it transformed? It's not like cutting off the water. Cutting off the water is the main ice. It doesn't make sense that it's this weird breath. To be precise, that breath doesn't seem like a water cut off. Yi Qing'an's strength is high, and he has a natural sword bone, which fits perfectly with Duan Shui. They would not be surprised if it was Duan Shui. Since it is not Duan Shui, could it be the Chaoshi sword? But since Xiaoxi appeared for a moment, he hid in the sword and never appeared again. However, if the aura in the sword cave is strong enough, it is not impossible to transform. As a result, the great elder shook his head. It's not day and night, there is another way besides day and night. Another way. At the same time, in the sword cave, Yi Qiao was about to forcibly pull away the two spirit swords that were in full swing. The two personal heirs of the sword asking school watched coldly from the side. The moment Yi Qiao held the Fixian sword, she heard the other party's voice. "Choose me." Yi Qiao froze for a moment, and realized that it was the Fixian sword under her hand who was speaking. The voice was ethereal, and the sword spirit's voice was gentle and persuasive. "Throw away this black stick. My name is Fixian, and I am the leader of the spirit sword. It's much more powerful." Yi Qiao has never heard the name of Fixian sword from the original work, but it must be known that as long as the swords in the sword cave are top-notch spiritual swords, what's more, it has a spirit. Perhaps it was because the spirit sword was too weak and could only transmit sound. The moment Yi Qiao heard it speak, her heart moved. When the Phyxian sword was swung, it looked like a refracted moonlight, and it was very light in the hand. The moment Yi Qiao held it, she felt that it was very suitable for her. A sword that is strong when it is strong, and weak when it is weak. Seeing that Yi Qiao didn't speak, Fexianjian was a little anxious. It desperately wanted Yi Qiao to agree, so much so that it didn't hesitate to use words to seduce. Tianlingen, and it is also a very talented Tianlingen, it is really hard not to be moved. So what if you have a natal sword? Tianlingen has a strong sense of consciousness, and it's no problem to make 2 contracts, and it will be a matter of time before that ugly stick is squeezed out. Fexianjian thought very seriously, so he put it on Yi Qiao's hand more eagerly. Make a contract with me. The Phyxian sword is an extremely special sword. Its sword master is either extremely talented or extremely poorly talented. Those who use it poorly can undoubtedly contract ordinary people. So the sword master it chooses must be a genius. Originally, the sword master it was eyeing was Yi Qing'an or Mu Chongxi, 2 natural sword bones, but now it is different, a heavenly root has come in. The heavenly spiritual root above the natural sword bone. Fexianjian followed her all the way to ensure that the contract with Yi Qiao could be reached. Duosun was about to go mad with anger. Yi Qiao pressed it tightly to calm him down. I only contract with this one. This kind of problem is no less than having a second baby after having Dabao. She needs to discuss with Dabao first about having a second child. In this case, he must have a conversation with Dabao. But Dabao doesn't seem to be able to speak. Hearing that Yi Qiao agreed to the contract, the immortal sword immediately circled around her excitedly. Seeing this scene, the other spirit swords in the sword cave were eager to try. Spiritual swords also have a chain of contempt. Duan Shui, frost cold, inch snow, these spiritual swords are at the top, because their previous sword masters were all amazing geniuses. And Phyxian belongs to the last row. It has bad luck, and the sword masters it finds are all trash, which makes the Phyxian sword, which is already weak and weak, even more useless. Seeing that the Phyxian sword could be taken away, they immediately ignored the reserved and arrogant spirit sword. If they didn't hurry up and find a sword master, they would have to wait another 100 years. For a moment, all the spirit swords became restless. The frost-cold sword flew towards Yi Qiao non-stop, blocking her way. With the 3 swords appearing at the same time, Yi Qiao pressed Duosun firmly to signal it to calm down. Jingong and Lve Ying are inseparable like lovers' swords. They block Yi Qiao's way one after the other. One is less reserved than the other. Yi Qing'an couldn't help looking at Yi Qiao, wanting to see what she was going to do. So many spirit swords choose their master at the same time. If it was him, Yi Qing'an would be shaken and confused. He intended to take the water off, but other spiritual swords are also very strong, and each sword has its own characteristics and sword energy. Choosing among so many swords, I am afraid that I will get lost soon. Yi Qing'an wanted to see how Yi Qiao would choose, but Yi Qiao raised her hand, and immediately followed in surprise. She took a step, and these swords followed. She raised her eyebrows. Hey, why do you like me? Then come here, Bar. Children only make choices, and of course she chooses both. Seeing what she did, Yi Qing'an was silent for a long time. 4 different swords surrounded Yi Qiao, eagerly waiting for her contract. You can't have all of them. Just as Yi Qiao was thinking about how to discuss with Duosun and put these swords into the harem, a clear voice sounded from her hands, with disdain and a sneer. Is it just you? The sudden sound seemed particularly abrupt in the silent sword cave. Yi Qing'an's voice turned cold. Where did the voice come from? He thought that something dirty had been mixed in. After all 10 of them were acquaintances, and he had never heard this voice before. Yi Qing'an swung his sword out, swiped lonely, looked around, but didn't see any movement. Chu Exingji pointed to the bamboo shoots in Yi Qiao's hand, and said uncertainly, "Ah. It seems to be talking. Don't see you." Yi Qiao saw the voice of the sword spirit for the first time. Because the voice was too fast, she couldn't hear clearly whether it was a man or a woman for a while. Just as she was thinking about it, the duaoju in her hand suddenly flew out of her hand again. Yi Qiao subconsciously wanted to stop it, but the speed couldn't keep up. Seeing that Zhang Fei was in midair and saw so many swordsmen coming to snatch his sword master, his tone turned cold, and his tone was extremely provocative and malicious. A group of trash who can't even maintain their own appearance. The tone of the speech was arrogant, and the mocking effect was full in an instant. Mu Chongxi and Zhou Exingyun, who happened to come over to look for someone, brought the Zhaoxi sword that had transformed into a form, and bumped into the extremely upset Janjin. Zhao Shijian's tone was surprised. Wow, tilde so many swords. Junior sister. Mu Chongxi was stunned by this scene. Looking up blankly at the sword spirit in the midair, the sword spirit was surrounded by a cloud of black mist, and the ethereal figure gradually condensed in midair. The black sword spirit gently opened its eyes at this moment. "I don't see you. Have you changed your form?" Chevron_left I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 163. The sword spirit transformed into the black mist, and slowly opened its eyes. It turned out to be a boy. Probably just woke up. The figure of the sword spirit is still very ethereal, as if it will be blown away in the next second. Yi Qing'an's brows were deeply frowned by this accident. It's normal for him to change his form day and night. After all, he has transformed himself once. In addition, the spiritual energy in the sword cave is strong. What does Yi Qiao belong to? Driven crazy. Chu Exingji exclaimed beside him. What? It turned out to be a man. Damn, Yi Qiao, can't you hide the fact that you are a man? After the words fell, Yi Qing'an brought justice from heaven, and punched Chu Exingji on the head. His voice was cold, quiet. Chu Exingji shut up obediently, still shocked. Why did he transform into a male sword spirit, and what went wrong? Mu Chongxi was also dumbfounded. There are so many swords, Juanshui, Fixian, Hanshuang, Jingong and Lve Ying. It's almost possible to get together to open the black. The eyes of the two sword spirits, one red and one black, collided, as if the air collided and rubbed against each other, and they would fight each other in the next second. Day and night, his face was as bright as the light, but Jun's eyebrows and eyes were particularly beautiful. He looked at the spirit swords surrounding Yi Qiao coldly with his chest in his arms, and his dark pupils were filled with murderous aura. I don't see Jun is a very beautiful sword spirit. Just looking at his appearance, he is full of youthful spirit. Yi Qiao rubbed her chin, looked at the sword spirit in front of her, and fell into a long silence. She didn't speak until Jun came over. Mu Chongxi's reaction to her is a little unclear. It stands to reason that the transformation of the sword spirit is a good thing, especially Duaoju itself is very strange. It can change into different shapes. After the transformation, it is better to study him, but I don't know. How long can the transformation of bamboo shoots last? Junior sister, don't you like him? Mu Chongxi could only think so. He quite likes the appearance and character of the invisible Junhua, at least it is much better than Zhaoxi. That's not true. Yi Qiao was silent for a while, and then said, the main reason is that I have hipster phobia. It's hard to imagine. Such a beautiful sword spirit belongs to her. Before seeing Yuan not taking shape, Yi Qiao had already patched it into a black, walking coal. One red and one black meet, and the two shadows are translucent. I never thought that it would be okay in my lifetime. See the second avatar's spirit sword. He approached him day and night, like licking a dog enthusiastically. You are so beautiful, beautiful sword spirit. Are you an upturned sword spirit? Sure enough, a beautiful person, even a sword spirit is so beautiful. I rely on. Yi Qiao approached Mu Chongxi, and asked numbly, is your sword serious? The corners of Mu Chongxi's mouth twitched. He and Zhaoxi had been together since they were about 9 years old. I don't know who I learned from this casual flirtatious character. He always likes good-looking people, and he is full of enthusiasm. Can we be friends? You. Unexpected. Jun took half a step back. You are just like those trash. Zhaoxi held his face together. I'm different, I'm strong, you see, both of us are swordsmen. As he spoke, he rushed over and tried to discuss the principles of life with Mr. Bujian. Unexpectedly, Jun turned his head and kicked the flying bird with precision, enthusiastically like the day and night of a big golden retriever. Go away. This sword is so fierce. Still very irritable. Yi Qiao, who was standing at the bottom, thought so. As if capturing Yi Qiao's thoughts, the black sword spirit turned his head, and suddenly flew down, barely landing on Yi Qiao. His irritable tone suddenly softened. I can't see you. He moved closer to her, showing an innocent smile. Advice a lot. It only takes a second to go from the irritable old man to the delicate sword spirit. Yi Qiao leaned back tactically, and opened a little distance. Hello, Duaoju. She touched her chin after she finished speaking, and didn't have time to correct it for a while. Isn't this called getting used to it? But it doesn't matter, and obviously won't if I don't see you. Comparing with her. The Fexianjian on the side laughed again. It looks very fairy-like, and it is also a fairy-level sword in the sword cave. It is as if you can't see you if you don't see you. You stretch out your hand and show a bright smile. You grab the Fexian's sword and hold it tightly to break the sword that mocked him into 2 pieces to dissipate the only hatred in my heart. This smile is exactly the same as Yi Qiao's bright smile when she likes to cheat people. Fexianjian struggled desperately to break free from his claws, and hid behind Yi Qiao, the rare piece in the sword cave. A group of spirit swords sit in the town, and the ordinary swords at the outer gate dare not come in. Chu Exingji was jealous of his real name, and pulled down the sleeve of the elder brother. Let's go find someone else. If he stays with the 3 of Chang Mingzong, he will suffer from pink eye disease. Yi Qing'an had no objection. It just so happened that the other juniors hadn't finished choosing swords yet. After the 2 sects parted ways, Yi Qiao sat down cross-legged, and stuck the spirit-gathering talisman on the Fexian sword. The Fexianjian was amused, and leaned over to stick it with Yi Qiao, but Jun Bujian held it coldly, and then switched hands up and down to throw it up and down. Just like doing acrobatics, the Fexianjian was almost thrown out. Nemas. Yi Qiao snatched it over, helplessly. Stop playing. Let's go and have a look elsewhere. I've come here. It's a pity not to visit the sword cave. This place opens once in 100 years and waits for another 100 years to open again, so I must wait until I have enough money before leaving. If you go this way, you can go another way to see if there are other spirit swords. These 2 sword spirits with different styles are above, floating here and there. Both of them are human beings for the first time. I don't see you. You are obviously curious about the surrounding environment. Your pure black eyes blinked, and followed behind Yi Qiao. Look around. Walking from the inside of the sword cave to the fork in the center, Yi Qiao chose a place she hadn't been to just now, and was about to look at other spirit swords. She seemed to be aware of Yi Qiao's thoughts, and she paused when she saw Jun looking around. I'm angry. Jun Jian rushed to those sword spirits to vent after finishing speaking. The sword spirits in the inner circle are relatively normal. They all have spiritual intelligence and can control their temper very well. But the middle circle is different. They have low IQ and attack regardless of enemy and friend. It is even more impossible to allow them to leave when they see three swordsman geniuses up. The road in front of him was blocked, and he had to avoid being hurt by the sword energy. Mu Chongshi held the Chaoshi sword and wanted to clear the road. However, before he could make a move this time, a black sword energy swept past behind him. The sword spirit's eyes were pure black, as fast as a ghost, the moment the shadow flashed by, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of swords colliding with each other. A black thread wrapped around those spirit swords, and it took him to break a dozen swords severely. Yi Qiao quickly called to stop Miss Jun. This prevents tragedy from happening. Don't break it, Yi Qiao said. If it breaks, we will have to pay for it later. Seeing Jun paused, obviously he had been with Yi Qiao for so long, he knew how much the threat of losing money would be to Yi Qiao. The sword spirit glared at the spirit swords that were in the way, and quickly caught up with Yi Qiao Alice. Zhou Exingyun raised his eyebrows slightly. The bloody sword spirit actually wanted to break other swords in the sword cave. I have never seen such an unreasonable sword spirit. Facing the siege of so many spirit swords day and night, he just wanted to drive them away, but he simply wanted to get rid of them directly. What idea did the former sword master who seized the bamboo shoots instill in him? Mu Chongshi also wanted to say something to make Yi Qiao be careful about the other party's words, and she knelt on the ground with starry eyes day and night, so handsome woo woo woo. His idol. After I didn't see Jun, the sword spirit became more relaxed, and he was a little unhappy. Are you going to find another sword? The voice is also very good, sweet. Yi Qiao looked at the other spirit swords who was sneaking behind her, and waved her hand with a smile. Well, maybe. How many more brothers and sisters do you have? She was a little out of breath when she said that. You weren't like this back then. My hair exploded when I saw Jun. Why are there other cats? Why? Mao Mao was shocked, and Mao Mao felt wronged. Mao Mao was instantly pissed off. Chevron, I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 164. Yi Qiao rubbed the tip of her nose, and saw the boy was so angry that he was going to blow his hair. In order to calm him down, she grabbed the three spirit swords, Frost-Shocked and Lve-Ying, and stuffed them into the mustard bag. Then I was even more angry when I didn't see you. In fact, the transformation of the spirit sword was beyond Yi Qiao's expectation, and she seemed very angry when she didn't see Jun, but she didn't have any experience in coaxing children either. Oh. The key point is that her sword spirit may be asunder depending on her personality. At such a young age, Yi Qiao once again had the illusion of being a mother. What should I do if the child is angry? It looks like coaxing. Thinking of this, she tentatively patted his head. Seeing that Jun's angry appearance changed slightly, he immediately came over. More like a cat. When Yi Qiao patted his head, I didn't see Jun showing his head, looking maliciously at Fixian, and silently spit out the word, trash. After speaking, she smiled at Yi Qiao as if nothing had happened, and her face-changing speed was as fast as Yi Qiao's. Fexianjian was mad with anger. Ah! Wait for it to take shape! Exclamation mark. It must let this damn sword kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The three members of Changmingzong all had their own natal swords, and they were completely idle in the sword cave. They had nothing to do, so they simply sat on the spot and practiced. Yi Qiao posted several pieces of the spirit gathering talisman to Duanshan in one go, hoping that it could be transformed into a form to play with. According to normal logic, the sword in the elder brother's hand should have transformed before them. He has the highest cultivation level, entered the sword cave, and Duanshan didn't give any response. This kind of thing cannot be forced. Yi Qiao can only withdraw regretfully. Maybe it's too lazy to take shape. Mu Chongshi analyzed each sword spirit's personality. I don't see that you have Yi Qiao's evil factors in it, just look at the identical smile. Day and night, his personality is also very similar to him. From this, it can be deduced that Duanshan is most likely too lazy to take shape. After all, Zhou Exingyun is lazy all day long. Ellipsis. Zhu Yu on the other side was trying her best to get the sword spirit to recognize her. She was a little surprised when she saw the two spirit swords hanging on the waists of the two senior brothers. Is that the water cut off? Yi Qingyan nodded lightly. Zhu Yu said that he was not envious. He knew that the second senior brother and the first senior brother were very talented, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Zhu Yu took a deep breath, came back to his senses, and stretched out his hand tentatively, trying to establish communication with it. The spirit sword swayed, turned and left slowly, obviously refusing it. It is more difficult to find a spirit sword with a water-type spirit root than other spirit swords. Unless it is the kind of power that can play with water superbly and kill people with water flow, otherwise it is generally not liked by those sword spirits who are strong. Zhu Yu pursed her lips, and put down her outstretched hand. Zhou Exingji saw that her face was not right, and hurriedly comforted her. There are still 2 days left, little junior sister, don't worry, you will always find something suitable. Zhu Yu smiled and hummed, are you leaving? Both of them found the natal swords, so they should be leaving soon. Zhou Exingji nodded. If they stay here, it may affect the judgment of the sword spirits. After all, talent is the most important thing for sword spirits to choose their masters. The internal situation was a little better. After walking outside, Yi Qingyan was surprised to find that those spirit swords floating randomly formed a row at some time, and the order of arrangement was very regular. It looked like a sword array. Sword array. That's really perfect. The sword formation is slightly different from the formation of the talisman cultivators. The sword formation is a set of formations combined with swords for killing or killing demons. Sword seekers can't easily set up a sword formation, and these spirit swords in the sword cave actually formed a sword formation because they attacked people crazily. It's been a long time. Ellipsis. A sword array was formed outside, and the center of the sword cave was a bit chaotic, with various sword spirits flying around. Yi Qiao walked a path that he hadn't been before, and was going to see what other swords there were. What bad intentions did she have? She was just preparing to help those spirit swords who couldn't get out of the sword cave with some small favors. Yi Qiao chose the Fixian sword that made her most curious. It is said that if it is strong, it will be strong, and if it is weak, it will be weak. Therefore, she held Fixian in her hand and was going to try its power later. The two sword spirits swept away the spirit swords blocking the road, one on the left and the other on the right. I didn't see Jun's methods were more ferocious than Chaoshi. Seeing that Chaoxi's twittering was still in the way, he threw the talkative sword spirit on the ground with a blank expression, and ruthlessly stepped on the ground, motioning him to shut up. That noble and glamorous appearance made Mu Chongxi so envious that he could hold on to the day and night and press his head to let him learn a little bit. On the way back, Yi Qiao ran into Zhu Yu. The girl didn't show emotion on the surface, but her fingertips were clenched tightly. Every sword spirit that passed by her made a detour, and then tried to pounce on the other two senior brothers. Yi Qiao was curious. Have you two not left the sword cave? Zhou Exingji, there is a sword array outside. It's quite powerful. Wait for you to come out together. Yi Qiao didn't expect him to have such a sense of unity. Yi Qingyan glanced at Yi Qiao lightly, thinking of the 4 sword spirits around her at that time, and then looked at the way the little junior sister bowed her head in silence. It can be said to be the death of drought and the death of flood. But the selection of swords depends on ability and talent, and it is impossible to buy and sell by force. Zhu Yu also knows this, but those spirit swords do not give her a chance to prove it. The water spirit root is more suitable for some soft ways of cultivating alchemy or talisman, but the way of sword is not suitable for her. Zhu Yu didn't believe this statement, but the restriction of her spiritual root did make her suffer a lot. She saw Yi Qiao holding a white sword in her hand, and the black sword spirit following behind her, pointing her finger at you. Your sword spirit. So beautiful, I wish you silent thoughts. She also wants a sword spirit that can transform, which is a lifelong pursuit for sword repairers. Who doesn't want to see what their wife looks like? Jian Jun seemed to notice her gaze keenly, and turned his head away coldly, not showing it to Zhu Yu, he only showed it to Yi Qiao. Zhu Yu was slightly startled. Ha! What is it about Yi Qiao's sword spirit that has such a magical personality? Her eyes shifted, and she noticed the red sword spirit again, and she waved to her enthusiastically day and night, "Hello, beautiful girl." Chang Mingzong's two sword spirits took shape. Zhu Yu said congratulations, then stopped talking, and continued to walk deep, intending to find the natal sword. Yi Qiao and several senior brothers came out from the inside. Seeing this, she stopped Zhu Yu, and kindly reminded, "No more, the spirit sword on the spirit sword list inside is gone." Zhu Yu paused slightly. "How do you know?" Yi Qiao showed an innocent expression. "Ha! Because I took them away. It can be said that the left side has been swept away by her. If Zhu Yu wants to look for it again, he has to find a suitable one from the right side." Yi Qiao happened to be going to have a look as well, so she asked, "Do you want to go together?" Zhu Yu pursed her lips, looked at the sword spirit behind her, and shook her head. "Forget it. I won't bother you anymore. No spirit sword would choose mine." Before coming here, Zhu Yu was already a little bit mentally prepared. The elders also comforted her. Even if she didn't have a spirit sword, it would be good to absorb the spirit energy. At worst, she would find Cheng Fengong to forge one. Although it is not as good as a spirit sword, it is also much stronger than an ordinary black sword. Yi Qiao stared at Zhu Yu thoughtfully for a few seconds, then patted herself on the head. "You are a water spirit root, right?" Yi Qiao remembered that when the two were competing, the attribute condensed in her hands was water flow. Isn't that the same as Yunk? Luo Shuijian. Luo Shui's sword will choose Yunk, and Yi Qiao boldly guesses that it has something to do with Tianlingen. If there is no Tianlingen, they are all water-type superspiritual roots. It is still unknown who Luo Shui will choose. If you are willing to honor me as the number one, I will take you to get the sword. Yi Qiao wanted to say a few words, but Zhu Yu said without hesitation, "No. Take me to get the sword." Although she wasn't number one in the individual competition, the comprehension world had already tacitly accepted that she was number one in the contest. It is not an exaggeration to say number one, and there is nothing embarrassing about Zhu Yu shouting. Yi Qiao was a little surprised, but thinking that Luo Shui was still missing, she didn't know where to go, so she grabbed Zhu Yu's wrist and ran inside. Everyone else was going outside, and she and Zhu Yu rushed inside alone. What to do? Mu Chongxi wanted to stop her, but Yi Qiao waved her hand and didn't look back. "Come back soon." Yi Qing'an raised his brows slightly due to the windy battle. After hearing the conversation between the two of them clearly, he was a little silent. Suddenly, he felt that Yi Qiao was much kinder than the others. Cough. Although it is strange that these two words are associated with Yi Qiao, Yi Qing'an still feels that if Kang Sheng Dao is not given to her, it may not be given to others. Seeing Jun leaning over to help her open the way, Yi Qiao held the Fixian sword firmly and led Zhu Yu to another path. She is going to grab Luo Shui. Zhu Yu looked at her rushing posture. "What are we going to do on the right?" Yi Qiao smiled brightly. "Grab the sword." That tone seemed to be as easy as grabbing vegetables in the vegetable market, but who is a good guy who does not go through regular channels to contract the spirit sword, but relies on grabbing? "Oh. What are you talking about at a time like this? Why don't you just take you to grab a spirit sword?" Yi Qiao saw her hesitation, and without looking back at Zhu Yu, She waved the sword with one hand. The sword energy was surging, several of them were sent flying at once. Yi Qiao didn't look at her the whole time, cut a path without seeing Zhang Shengsheng, unfolded his consciousness, locked the position, and quickly sensed a soft-breathing spirit sword among a group of flying sword poses. Luoshui is the main water, and the sword energy is obvious. It seems to have noticed the arrival of a stranger. The spirit sword with a high IQ hid quietly, ready to secretly observe the two sword cultivators who broke in. When Zhu Yu saw the empty interior, she was just about to say that she should forget it, but said softly, "It's not easy to find here. And the spirit sword is something you can get if you want it." Yi Qiao ignored her, tapped the mustard seed bag with her fingertips, and 3 sword spirits flew out in an instant. Tianlingen is still very popular. Jingong and Lve Ying knew it. Even wastes like Fixian are willing to take them, so they are not bad, but they don't have transformation forms. Spiritual swords discriminate against each other. Fexianjian is simply at the low end of the food chain and is crazily ridiculed. This moment can show itself. Of course it was a good performance. The despised flying immortal sword was aggrieved. It was just bad luck. The previous sword masters it met were too talented. The hidden Luoshui sword had a bad feeling. Having also stayed in the sword cave for hundreds of years, Luoshui knows who these 3 are. It is similar in grade to these 3 swords, but it is rare to encounter them. After all, they are all high-level spiritual swords, and the king does not see the king. Seeing 3 spirit swords appearing in a row, it screamed that it was not good, turned around and planned to run. When Luoshuijian and the 2 stepped in, they had already noticed Zhu Yu, the top-grade water spirit root, which matched its attributes very well, but the sword master it was waiting for was not her. Unexpectedly, Zhang floated over quietly, and coldly blocked Luo Shuijian's way of trying to escape. A few black silk threads entangled it quietly and tightened suddenly. Luo Shui was going crazy. 1 or 2 came to stop her. Why? Is she breaking the rules of heaven by waiting for a destined sword master? Ellipsis. The news of the recognition of the master of multiple spirit swords made the great elder look a little strange. At the critical moment, Luoshui actually recognized the master. Who do you recognize? The only one who seems to be eligible is Zhu Yu. Is it really worthy of being the number 1 sword sect? Seeing that the 3 on the spirit sword ranking were contracted away by Jan Wenzong at the same time, the other elders had mixed feelings. It makes sense. In terms of character, those who ask Janzong are not as good as Chang Mingzong. Letting Chang Mingzong show off is better than asking Janzong. Looking at the unconvinced faces of these people, when Janzong's great elder made a few hypocritical polite words, and his mood improved visibly with the naked eye. Ellipsis. Sect by playing badly. Chapter 165 The Flying Immortal Sword recognizes its owner. Luoshui in the sword cave was trembling with anger. He had never seen such a shameless sword repairer. Its voice was very angry. You are called forced buying and selling. Yi Qiao smiled slightly. No, we convince people with virtue, that's all. Who in Nuncan OU would go one-on-one? Did she find so many swords to reason with it? Naturally not. I don't see you tied it up, and several spirit swords are also staring at the side. No matter how rampant Luo Shui is, it's useless, and he is beaten back ruthlessly every time. Seeing this opportunity, Zhu Yu stretched out his hand and hurriedly held it tightly. After establishing the communication with the spiritual consciousness, she obviously felt Luoshui's resistance, and the dissatisfaction and backlash from the sword spirit made her face turn pale. The rest of the matter has nothing to do with Yi Qiao. Whether Luo Shui can be subdued is up to Zhu Yu, not to her. Time passed by minute. Yi Qiao was a little bored, so she just sat down and practiced. She is now in the middle stage of the Golden Core, quietly lowering her head to absorb the aura in the sword cave. Quiet and docile fell into Zhu Yu's hands. Yi Qiao immediately said, "Congratulations. Successful." Zhu Yu's excited hands were trembling a little. He hugged her tightly, and said softly, "Thank you, thank you." She said that she was right in thinking to form a team with Yi Qiao. It's a pity that Yi Qiao's character has always been unpredictable. Zhu Yu thanked her sincerely. She knew it in her heart at the moment. If Yi Qiao didn't help, relying on her alone, I'm afraid that even Luoshui's location might not be clear. Yi Qiao blinked, feeling a little shy. In fact, she quite likes being hugged by girls. Almost all of the sword caves were contracted after the third day, and the next step was to leave the sword cave. The sword array outside became a big problem. Thousands of swords gathered together, and the scalp was numb. After Zhu Yu and Yi Qiao ran out together, the other brothers who were waiting stood up at the same time. Yi Qing'an glanced at the luoshui hanging on the waist of the junior sister, and stared at Yi Qiao for a long time. "Thank you." When Yi Qiao's scalp was numb from his stare, Yi Qing'an spit out these two words very quickly. Yi Qiao let out an "oh," and accepted it calmly. "She deserves it." Chu Xingji exclaimed, "It's Luoshui and Juanshui." A couple of swords were gathered in their asking sword school. Only then did Yi Qiao notice, "TSK, the CPS of Juanshui and Luoshui are completely gone." Several people gathered around the edge of the sword cave, looking at the sword array all over the sky, ready to fight out in one go, but Junhei Zhaoxi slowly floated out of the sword to help with work. "You can't break the sword. I don't see you, remember this sentence." But what he had accepted before was to stop killing with killing. He pursed his lips a little aggrieved and rushed into the spirit sword array, flattening those spirit swords coldly to vent his anger. Yi Qing'an gave Bujian Jun a look, and then reminded Yi Qiao, "Your sword, the former sword mages in the way of killing. If you look at this Tao, you will know that it is definitely not decent." I don't know where Yi Qiao got this weird stick. Killing road. Yi Qiao frowned. Her neck was almost cut off if she didn't pay attention, and she squinted her eyes when she saw a bit of hair that was cut by the sword energy and fell to the ground. "If you can't get it, you will destroy it, right?" Yi Qiao sneered, holding the Duosen, the sword spirit also attached to the sword at the same time. "This is the benefit of being transformed, it can not only fight, but also strengthen the sword itself after being attached." When those spirit swords tried to make a sneak attack again, she turned around, as if she had eyes behind her, dodged, stepped on the sword, and stepped on the sword spirit coldly. Yi Qing'an looked at it and said nothing. "These spirit swords now, it's like going crazy. If you break it, you can break it. Some mid-level spirit swords will be lost at most." These personal faxes had an accident in the sword cave, and none of the sword asking Zong could escape. "Why are these swords crazy?" Yi Qing'an tilted his head to avoid a blow, and said lightly, "There is devilish energy. The sword cave is full of swords left by righteous seniors, and the smell left by devilish energy drives them crazy." Magic. Yi Qiao and Mu Chongxi suddenly looked at each other. This was the thought that both of them had at the same time. Knock your mother, Cloud Magpie. Bringing the demons into the grand competition, they used some method to hide them without anyone noticing. Yi Qiao, Mu Chongxi and Mingxuan immediately notified Qin Fanfan. But this kind of thing needs to pay attention to evidence. Yi Qiao felt a little irritable, and kicked away the spirit sword next to her. "When Song Hansheng comes back from Yuqingzong, let him and Yuqingzong discuss how to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Although the result of the treatment has nothing to do with them, I always feel that there will be no 5 cases and no peace." The heartthrob heroine has no IQ, and after being coaxed a few words, she forgets herself. To sum it up, Yunqiu is a person who needs IQ to have good looks, and good looks to have good looks. The flowing water wrapped around the spirit sword. Yi King coldly stimulated the spirit energy in his hands, climbed up inch by inch, freezing the sword into ice. The spirit sword fell to the ground and shattered. Yi Qiao kept changing her shuriken pose, all the way into the inside of the sword formation. She took a breath and planned to try another sword. Fixian almost flew up. It's finally here. Coincidentally, it also wanted to feel how talented Tianlingen was. Yi Qiao stretched out her hand to hold Fixian, "Are you number one in spirit sword?" I don't see Jun watching her touch other swords. His eyes are cold, and his tone obediently adds, "It's just a past tense, a stupid loser." Just one. Mr. Bujian seemed to want to say something, but finally swallowed it back. His beautiful eyes stared at Fexianjian vigilantly, and his cat ears turned into airplane ears vigilantly, as if he would scratch someone in the next second. Fexianjian didn't bother to talk to her. "Yes. I'm looking forward to your talent." Not only Yi Qiao was practicing, but several other people who had just obtained the natal swords were also practicing their swords, and for a while the white swords shone brightly. Zhu Yu didn't get involved. She calmed down a little, and told them softly next to them, where the sword formation would drop the sword next, and in which direction they should drop in advance. This is the sword cave of sword-seeking Zong. Zhu Yu, as a personal heir, knows the sword formations well. He asked several personal heirs of sword-seeking Zong to set up the sword formations down so that it can be reused when needed. Didn't expect to be able to use it today. No matter how Zhu Yu reminded, Yi Qiao came here, stepping on the breeze made her steps slide like swallows, and all the spirit swords flew around, forming a large circle and circling crazily. Yi Qiao looked up and saw this scene, feeling dizzy for a while. "She halos. Get out quickly," Yi Qiao said. "Don't get inked." Feeling dizzy and wanting to vomit. Desperately suppressing the feeling of dizziness, she threw the sword, and the sword cave spirit sword opened the way for her in an instant. Under the refraction of the scorching white light, the flying immortal sword was brought into full play in Yi Qiao's hands. It is a shapeless light that easily penetrates all attacks, and the spiritual swords touched by the light in the sword formation all have their cracks removed at this moment. Yi Qiao did not break them with all her strength, and Chang Mingzong couldn't afford the compensation price. As the sword array shattered, the door of the sword cave opened automatically after 3 days. The elders raised their eyebrows and calmly watched the scene in front of them. Seeing Yi Qing'an and Chu Xingji come out one after another, holding kunzu and cut-off water in their hands, the elder of Zhanjianzong finally showed a smile in his eyes. "Good job." He guessed the same as him. That Luoshui. As soon as this thought changed, the water-blue sword dangled from Zhu Yu's waist. Sure enough, he was contracted by Zhu Yu. The two have similar spiritual roots, but Luo Shui has a very proud personality, so he would recognize Zhu Yu, which is a bit unexpected. Yi Qiao held a few swords in her hands, and the Fixian sword made a contract with her. The white spirit sword exuded glistening light spots, as bright as the day. With a sword coming from the west, immortals fly from the sky. The flying immortal sword used to be number one on the list of spiritual swords. Recognize the Lord. With the opening of the sword cave, all the spirit swords were exposed in front of everyone. This is not important, the important thing is. Yi Qiao. What did you take? Tell me, what did you take? Asking the elder of Janzong's smile froze on his face, staring at the swords in Yi Qiao's hands, he shouted, "Frost." Jingong. Lve Ying. Why are you so overwhelmed? The sect master of Wenjian looked at these spirit swords with heartbroken eyes. Rang rang, rang rang. Mu Chongshi yelled, and then the elders keenly noticed that there was a black figure and a red figure sword spirit behind them. The great elder took a step up and wanted to question Yi Qiao, but Yi Qiao turned her head for a second, leaned against the wall, and vomited faintly. Great Elder. Chevron _ left previous home index and saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 166 Whose accident? What do you mean, you Yi Qiao? The face of the Great Elder changed. Yi Qiao rushed out of the sword cave with a roar, and it was fine if he didn't say hello, and even vomited. Yi Qiao was in a daze. Her mind was full of one thought. If I knew it, I'm not going to wave. Sect Master Jian looked at these spirit swords with grief, and every time he shouted, his tone was up and down, as if he was trying to persuade a child who had gone astray. The spirit swords in each sword cave are no less than group treasures compared to sword-seeking Zong. Now that so many treasures have gone with one person, the key is Changming Zong's. The moment the elders and suzerain of Zhanjianzong saw his eyes have changed. At this time, if you lose your face, it is not impossible to forcefully go back a few times. No one else anyway. The big deal is to be ridiculed by other sects. Their spirit swords cannot be given away easily. Chu Exingji didn't understand the calculations in the hearts of these elders. He probed, Luoshui and Juanshui, couple swords, what do you think? A couple of lovers' swords were fine, but they were taken by their brothers and sisters of swordsmanship sect, make wool. Zhu Yu's eyes were a little erratic, in a trance. She touched Luoshui on her waist, and said honestly, you may not believe me, but I followed Yi Qiao to rub a Luoshui sword. Zhu Yu lowered his eyes. No sword chose me in the first place. She was good at observing words and expressions, and she saw what the elders were up to, and she didn't feel that there was any shame, so she truthfully stated the situation at that time. After Zhu Yu finished speaking, she blinked slightly at Yi Qiao. The complexions of the elders of Zhanjianzong changed again and again. Did Yi Qiao help? Are you sure? Chu Exingji was stunned for a while, remembering that she seemed to have left with her junior sister for a while. During that time, he actually went to get a sword. Zhu Yu nodded. Since the parties have already said so, then I'm afraid it's almost inseparable. The master of Zhanjian sect turned to look at Yi Qiao. The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, and he could only give up his cheeky plan to go back. Forget it. Yi Qiao has already helped their sect's in-laws get a sword. What else can they do? Want to go back? Then if they asked Zhanzong, wouldn't it be equivalent to avenging their kindness and revenge? These two, whose sword spirit are they? The Great Elder reluctantly raised his hand, pointing at Chaoshi, Hebujin. The figures of the two sword spirits were ethereal, and when they opened their eyes, their aura was particularly sharp. Yi Qiao and Mu Chongshi's. You can tell just by looking at her personality. Passionate day and night, bad ones don't see you. It can be said that it is very similar. The two sword spirits took shape in the sword cave. Changmingzong is really different now. The four spirit swords that Yi Qiao got in the sword cave were different, not to mention Fixian. Even the other three were also famous spirit swords, but in the end they all fell into her hands. The two sword spirits are both good looking, and the transformation of the sword spirit means the talent in the way of the sword and how far they can go in the future. I have to say that the sword spirits of Yi Qiao and Mu Chongshi are quite good at timing of transformation under the watchful eyes of everyone. Let Changmingzong completely earn enough reputation. Each has its own rewards. When she learned that Yi Qiao had taken away the four spirit swords, Xi Chuxu slowly came over and looked around. Frost Sword Masters Ice, Jingong and Lve Ying Master Wind and Thunder. What interests Xi Chuxu the most is the Flying Immortal Sword, a light attributed spirit sword. The snow-white spirit sword is slender and beautiful, like a soft moonlight. The sword light seems harmless, and the moment it is refracted by the light, it can kill people invisible. Light this kind of thing is invisible. Whether the sword master is strong or not is related to the strength it can display. What's interesting is that Yi Qiao, who doesn't see the king, and who has the Flying Immortal Sword, can change. It's a male sword spirit. Remember, the shape of the sword body can be changed freely. Xe Chuxu smiled and pinched Jun's face. Yeah, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. This is specially chosen for Xiao Qiao. Is it the image of a male sword spirit? In the next second, it turned into a black mist and disappeared in place. Xe Chuxu did not see you after observing, and after explaining Yi Qiao's confusion, she took another look at the sword spirit of another nephew. Zhao Shijian's eyes lit up. Little martial uncle Tilda. In all fairness, Xe Chuxu was also extremely good looking, and she was about to pounce towards him after Zhao Shi finished speaking. Xe Chuxu's smile disappeared slightly, she grabbed him by the collar, and threw him away in disgust. Originally, there was Mu Chongxi among the enthusiastic big golden retrievers in the sect, and even Xe Chuxu couldn't stand another one. Okay, let's all go to practice. After the competition is over, it's time for you to act. The end of the competition does not mean the end, but the beginning of their experience. Xe Chuxu waved his hand, ready to drive them to practice. Zhu Yu made a contemplative expression. Little martial uncle, where did you come from? It was also an elder. They're many times more reliable than Qin Fanfan. Maybe they were some great people before. Mu Chongxi said casually. After all, before them, these elders of the sect were also the future hope of the cultivation world. Listening to the discussion of these nephews, Xe Chuxu's eyes flashed a bit of a smile. The young man casually changed his posture and stroked his hair back. I can't hide my charm. I used to be an amazing genius. Such a narcissistic person. Due to the subsequent experience, the 5 sects rarely calmed down, and each began to prepare for cultivation. Mu Chongxi and Yi Qiao stayed in the sect, and the other 3 returned to their respective families. Mingxuan and Zhu Yu only stayed for 2 days before slipping away quickly. Since they won the first place, the old man in the family seems to have taken a stimulant, urging them to work hard every day, hoping that they will come back to repay the family's training in the future. Mingxuan brought back a lot of talisman books after Yue Qingzong took the rewards. He clicked twice softly. They really have a lot of good things. Although he doesn't like Yue Qingzong, but how many talisman books do they have? It was even said by the outside world that it was lost, but it turned out that they were all stored in Yu Qingzong. We were at the sword asking school, and we sensed the demon energy. Yi Qiao flipped through the talisman book he brought back. The sword in the sword cave went berserk for a while. Do you still remember the demon clan you met before? It's still missing. The demon clan that Yunqiu was having an affair with had a high status in the demon clan, so he would definitely not be able to catch him easily. Yi Qiao nodded and circled. I always feel that the demons must have a conspiracy when they come in. I don't know what method Yunqiu used to get him in. She was a little restless. Seeing this, Mingxuan took her out for shopping. After she had money, she finally didn't have to hesitate to buy things. Yi Qiao bought a few fire crystals and brought them back to KFC. She still had a few more. The sword needs maintenance. It's all money. As for the Langhao brush and talisman paper, there is no need to worry, Mingxuan has prepared a lot. The price of goods in the cultivation world is ridiculously high, and the spirit stones that Yi Qiao got in her hand were all thrown on the sword and the beast of the KFC without warming them up. It was already night after the 2 of them finished shopping. When they returned to the sect, they found that several elders and the sect master were there. You must know that since they got the first place, they have been very busy. Dealing with all kinds of things, after becoming the first one, things are extraordinarily busy, and even Qin Fanfan has become overwhelmed. With so many elder suzerains gathered together, it was obvious that they had something to say. What's the matter? As soon as Yi Qiao came in, Qin Fanfan asked, do you have anything else to do? If not, pack it up. Qin Fanfan looked solemn. something happened over there. Yi Qiao couldn't react. Who happened? The 8 great families. Qin Fanfan frowned, and said in a deep voice, and there are many personal stories involved. Zhou Exingyun, Yi Qing'an, and Song Hansheng are all left behind now. The personal biography left behind is all from the 8 great families. Looking at Qin Fanfan's serious expression, the matter seems to be not small. Yi Qiao suddenly thought of the demon clan who had sneaked into Dabi, and the group simply packed up and made the flying boat again. Going to the territory of the 8 great families, there is still a long distance to the destination on the road. Mu Chongxi pursed his lips. Is it related to the demons? Qin Fanfan nodded. Otherwise, so many personal biography would not be withheld. On the way to the 8 great families, they had a general understanding of what happened. The cause of the incident was that within 3 days after the end of the competition, the direct descendants of the 8 families disappeared one after another. At first I thought they were all going out to practice. It was only later that I realized that it was quietly wiped on the neck by the demons. Coincidentally, the time of death of those direct descendants was after the Dabi ended, during the period when several direct descendants returned to visit. Mingxuan and Zhu Yu who came back escaped a catastrophe, but the suspicion was not cleared. A traitor has come in. The Yi family and the Zhou family are 2 sword-cultivating families who are close to each other, and there was no winner in the competition between the 2. Yi Qing'an did not give up and wanted to learn from each other, but he ran into Zhou Exingyun standing there indifferently. Not far away is the dead Zhou family lineage. After the incident broke out, all the personal witnesses involved in the incident were detained and put in prison. Qin Fanfan's trip is to negotiate. Don't care about the demons or not, just fish out his disciples first. Yi Qiao also thought so. They came later. When they entered the mansion of the 8 great families, the inner hall was already full of quarrels about the matter of the demons getting in. I left it to the people from the swordsmanship sect to investigate. Cheng Fengong expressed dissatisfaction. Asking Sword Sect and Cheng Feng Sect have been at odds for a long time. He knows how to investigate cases. The elder Cheng Fengong dismissed him. The great elder of Zhanjianzong said flatly, first of all, it has nothing to do with the personal inheritance of Chengfengzong. The elder of Chengfeng Sect was overjoyed. Okay, I know you know how to investigate cases best. In the future, whoever says you don't understand, I will be the first to scold him. The scene fell silent. Xi Chuxiu clapped his hands to break the frozen atmosphere. He looked at Zhou Exingyun, then at Yi Qing'an. Hey, what's the matter? Xi Chuxiu clapped her hands. Yi Qing'an seduced Zhou Exingyun to kill someone in a woman's dress, and took the opportunity to slander him. Well, the case is solved, let's go back and sleep. His words made the surrounding air flow, and the elder Wen Jianzong's thoughts were twisted, and he was furious. Why didn't you say that Zhou Exingyun seduced Yi Qing'an? Is now the time to argue about this? Quiet. I asked you to come here for something. Elder Yue Qingzong cleared his throat, and looked at Yi Qiao and the 3 of them. I heard Song Hansheng say that the 4 of you broke Yun Q's affair with the demons together. The term adultery is actually not very accurate. But Yi Qiao nodded without hesitation, and gave Song Hansheng an appreciative look by the way, knowing that his mouth was poisonous, but he didn't expect the words to be so spicy. Mingxuan hummed, yes, she was having an affair with the Mazu, and we happened to see it, which meant justice interrupted the 2 of them. The Mazu should be brought in by her. Why should I lock up my brother? Do you want us to go into more detail? Mu Chongxi looked at Yun Q. She has something to do with the demons. Yi Qiao and the 3 of them were present at the time. Zhu Yu and the elder brother were not there, and Song Hansheng was an outsider. Yun Q is said to be a heartthrob from the novel. It is not surprising that there are demons, monsters and the like, but for the righteous people, this is no less than a betrayal. How do you prove that Yun Q did it? Ming Xuan snorted lightly. The four of us can't prove it. Several of you have a festival with her. Yi Qiao retorted. Then Song Hansheng can't have a feud with her, right? With Song Hansheng involved, Yun Hen couldn't sit still. Song Hansheng is the chief disciple of Yue Qingzong. But in this case, if Song Hansheng admits that it is the demon clan brought in by Yun Qiu, then it will be their Yu Qingzong who will be miserable. If Song Hansheng does not admit it, it will be their Yu Qingzong who will be miserable. No matter how you look at it, it's a dead end. Song Hansheng lowered his eyebrows, then lifted his eyelashes slightly, and looked at Yun Qiu lightly. I saw it too, the four of us were all there at the time. There is no evidence, and you may need to investigate. I'm willing to cooperate with your investigation. Song Hansheng was disgusted to the core, and repeated it again and again. She was no longer 3, but 4, 5, and 6. He couldn't bear it anymore, and this time he didn't kick Yun Qiu out of the personal team, and his surname was Song. Chevron _ left previous. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 167 forcibly released. After listening to the conversation of several people, Yi Qing'an probably understood what happened. He had a complicated look on his face. He couldn't figure out how that kind girl from Tongri became like this. He said calmly, Changjianzong has no objection. I am willing to be imprisoned. Cooperate with the investigation. One or two said they were willing to cooperate, obviously wanting to drive Yun Qiu out of the sect completely. Once the investigation is clear, then offending the 8 great families, Yun Qiu's end will never be easy. The elders of Yu Qingzong were also completely disappointed, and it was a good one, because the child was young. Let's say it is young, already 17 years old. It's the second time. Dare to collude with the demons, can you still break it? Zhou Xingyun lowered his eyes to the caring gazes of his senior brothers and sisters, and said, I am willing to cooperate. At this time, apart from cooperating with the investigation of the 8 great families, no amount of struggle would be a waste of time. He didn't mind being locked up for a while. The 3 of them were locked in a dungeon. Except for the poor environment, there were no major problems. The problem was the investigation, they said, and no one knew how long the investigation would last. The elders of Zhanjianzong looked at each of them who said they were willing to cooperate, and stood with their hands behind their backs, feeling very satisfied. I hope you are all clean and did not do anything to offend the sect. Let the demons enter the grand competition, and once it is verified, they will depose their cultivation base and drive them out of the sect. Hearing these words, Yun Qiu's face turned pale. She worked so hard to reach the golden core stage, how can she be abolished? Her reaction couldn't be hidden from anyone present, and she didn't need to look to know that she had a ghost in her heart. The head of the Zhanjian sect narrowed his eyes slightly, and swept towards Yunhen. His gaze was as cold as a knife. He has always known that this personal biography is full of weirdness, but he didn't expect this to be the case, and he dared to bring the demons into the competition. She went directly to the water prison. It was the place where some vicious disciples were tortured. The inside was very chaotic, and they were basically traitors. When they heard that they were about to be locked up there, Yun Qiu screamed and wanted to run out. Suppressed by a coercion, Yi Qing'an was implicated. When Zhanzong and Yi's family were in a bad mood, looked at Yun Qiu coldly, thought of something, and said lightly, her Qingluan and treasure-hunting beast are also staying. Why? Yun Qiu shouted unconvinced. That's her thing. Can't the contract be cancelled? Yi Qiao has never touched this thing, but can he still cancel the contract? Didn't it mean that forcibly releasing it will backfire? Seeing what she was thinking, Xi Chuxiu's lips curled up slightly, and she waved her hand enthusiastically. There is no way to terminate the contract without injury. I can forcefully terminate the contract. The elders and suzerains of all sects were present, and they all hated Yun Qiu very much. Naturally, no one would object to forcibly rescinding the contract. Coincidentally, other sects have been eyeing the blue phoenix and the treasure-hunting beast for a long time, and they will naturally not refuse such a legitimate reason for being able to monopolize the spirit beast. No one at the scene was willing to speak for her. Yun Q subconsciously sought Yun Hen's help, but unexpectedly, the master who had always indulged her cast down his eyes this time and chose to pretend to be dead. He really has a headache. In the past, it was fine for Yun Q to mess around. He can settle it, but what is it now? Betrayed the same family, colluded with the demon clan, and killed the direct descendants of the 8 great families. Those old stubborn people value the direct lineage more than their lives. Several of them died, so how could they easily let Yun Q go? They did not dare to touch the other 3 involved individuals for the time being. After all 3 were from the 8 great families, but Yun Q had no background. Although he had the best spiritual roots, he was poorly talented. Naturally, it became their catharsis. Mouth. He couldn't stop it, and he was too tired to stop it. He was really blind at the beginning. He let Yi Qiao go out, and in exchange for a troublemaker, his most proud chief disciple was also implicated. Now that the troublemaker still wanted to drag him into the water, Yun Hen didn't dare to respond at all. Even Yun Hen refused to help her. The light in Yun Q's eyes gradually went out. He turned his head step by step, and looked at Xi Chuxu hastily. I don't want it. That's my spirit beast. You can't do that. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. The girl's face was pale, like broken petals, and the end of her eyes were red, and she cried beautifully. It's a pity that no one appreciates it. Xi Chuxu's eyebrows were crooked, and she couldn't see her smile. She grabbed Yun Q's collar and drew a dark curse mark with one hand in the air. No matter what kind of deed, there is a way to break it. As far as high-level talisman repairers are concerned, there is no contract that cannot be broken. It's just that the method is a bit insidious, and he never used it in the past. Xi Chuxu acted decisively and forcibly tore apart the contract between the spirit beast and her. It was like a pain in the bones. Yun Q screamed, and the others frowned, thinking that her voice was harsh. Xi Chuxu posted a ban words and talismans. After calming down, he took his time and completed the next steps. 2 contracts emerged, which counteracted Xi Chuxu's seal, and after they disappeared little by little, Yun Q struggled even harder, as if he was being hacked into pieces, and finally he was sweating profusely, his eyes were opened tightly, and finally passed out from the pain. Xi Chuxu let go of her hand with a smile, and let her fall to the ground. It's useless, it's useless. His voice was drawn out. Well, let me guess, so your cultivation is improved by these 2 spirit beasts, is it? The moment the contract was terminated, her cultivation dropped to foundation establishment. Yi Qiao instantly figured out why Yun Q was just a foundation building when she went down the mountain for the first time to practice, but after a month or 2, she became a golden elixir. The treasure-hunting beast and the blue Luan bird contributed a lot. And the next thing about the demons has yet to be confirmed, but this is not something they can handle. What they are concerned about now is, what should they do with the other imprisoned relatives? The other aristocratic families didn't speak. After all, they were afraid of offending others. The head of the Zhou family took the lead and said, "What else do you have? What opinion? If not, I will take the 3 of them away and imprison them." Ming Xuan lazily raised his hand and smiled. "We have no objection to the other 2, why should we imprison our elder brother? If you are so hung up, who gave you the courage of the 8 great families?" Patriarch Ming couldn't help but glared at the traitor. At this time, it is enough to be wise and protect yourself, and it is good to stand up and do something. Su Juo said, "I also have an opinion." Zhu Yu raised his hand. "Please, that's a personal story, why did they kill people?" Chu Xingji agreed. "That's right. We are a group of mentally retarded people. How can we kill people? This time it is rare that no one hates him. Chu Exingji is proud of himself. Looking at the personal biography who said they had opinions, the elder Zhou's eyebrows turned cold, and he scolded angrily. Go back. You all return to your team. Who allows you to have opinions? The 8 of you are in charge of the sky and the earth, but why do we have opinions? Mu Chongshi choked back. Ha ha ha. Tong Yan Wuji Tong Yan Wuji. Seeing that the faces of the elders and patriarchs of several aristocratic families darkened, Qin Fanfan quickly stood up and came out with a smile to smooth things over. But if you say to shut down our disciples, it's too child's play, isn't it? The head of the Zhou family said indifferently, one of our Zhou family's direct descendants died, and he was the only one at the scene. We must investigate clearly and give us an explanation. A collateral line of impure blood. He doesn't even look at it. The existence of Zhou Exingyun is simply a stain. If it wasn't him, then the next patriarch should be his son. Looking at the tough Zhou family, Qin Fanfan's brows were almost knotted. Chevron _ Sect by playing badly. Chapter 168. Let's go to prison. The sword-repairing families are Yi family and Zhou family respectively. Headed by Yi family, the Zhou family has tried the best to get the upper hand these years, pinning their hopes on those direct descendants, hoping that one day they can get Duanshan back. Zhou Exingyun was an obstacle to them from the beginning to the end. Yi Qiao finally understood why Zhu Yu and Ming Xuan didn't like the 8 grade masters from the beginning to the end. Eldest brother never mentioned it. Is it because Yun Qiu was the one who cared about him from the beginning to the end? What kind of beautiful and tragic script is this? Qin Fanfan was silent for a moment, and said, Exingyun is the most worry-free child on weekdays. When he first came to Changmingzong, he was a very quiet child who didn't speak a word. Compared with the others who were born in the 8 grade families, because they have been bound by the rules of the 8 great families all the year round, after coming to the Zongmen, they let go of their feet and let themselves fly. He also poisoned a few inner sects from time to time, let alone Ming Xuan. Who wouldn't use this kind of low-level framing? Yi Qiao interrupted Zhou's family with a light tone. Let me ask you, if I steal Yi Qing'an's underwear and put it on the scene, is Yi Qing'an a sinner? Yi Qiao. In such a serious scene, Yi Qiao's speech was as flat and harsh as ever. Why did you call your father? Yi Qiao couldn't hold back her temper, and the flying immortal sword was almost out of its sheath in her hand. The other party looked at the sword in her hand, recalling her feat of taking down several spirit swords in a row, and retreated with an ugly expression. Yi Qiao really wasn't something he could punish at will, or they couldn't easily deal with any of them, so Zhou Exingyun stayed in Changmingzong for so many years without incident. After finally finding a point that can be slandered, I will definitely spare no effort to discredit him. What future homeowners? They don't recognize this. The 8 great families attached great importance to the bloodline, and the collateral lineage could only make way for the direct lineage. But Duanshan unexpectedly chose him, the Zhou family spoke, and the expressions of the others were unpredictable. Anyone who is not blind knows that this is slander. But it was unlucky enough, as soon as Zhou Exingyun went with his front foot, his back foot was bumped straight on, and the Zhou family didn't know what he was trying to do this week. He had to insist that he had something to do with Zhou Exingyun. The elder of Zhanjianzong said, we will definitely return the 3 of them innocent. Before that, I hope you can stay in the prison honestly. The elder of Chengfengzong comforted, don't be too anxious, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Oh. Qin Fanfan looked at him and sneered, it's not your disciple who was co-authored and imprisoned. The elder of Chengfeng's sect's smile froze slightly. Why is this old man talking so aggressively? Not cute at all. The other aristocratic families had a tough attitude and insisted on keeping the other 3, but the 5 sects could only agree, and all of them had ugly faces when they left. Could a place like a dungeon be a good place? The other two are fine, they're protected by their families. Joe Exingyun's broken family, it would be good if he didn't take the opportunity to do something. Moreover, it really fell into the hands of the 8 great masters and completely cut off contact with the outside world. Yi Qiao was worried. What happened to Joe Exingyun in the original book? Obsessed. Then what? Like hanging himself. Depend on. Yi Qiao's heart kept beating non-stop on the way back. It would be fine if the elder brother had a family to protect her, but the Zhou family is not a man. She never pretentiously thinks that she can change anything, but she does nothing. Why watch her world-weary senior step by step toward demise? On the way back, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy, no one took the initiative to speak, and Yi Qiao was thinking wildly all the way. Think about it carefully, there is no such scene in the plot. In the original book, Zhou Exingyun simply didn't want to live anymore. Seeing that the girl he loved was protected by so many men, he chose to commit suicide. Yi Qiao was thinking frantically how to save her world-weary elder brother. Back in the courtyard, Qin Fanfan broke the silence and announced something, and then Kiki's surprised voice resounded throughout the Changming sect. Ha! Go to the human world. This exclamation disturbed the birds perched on the tree. Seeing their reaction, Qin Fanfan raised his eyebrows. Yes. Yi Qiao is now in the middle stage of Golden Core, and is about the same level as other personal transmission realms, so it must be no problem to go to the human world, and the safety issue is guaranteed. Golden Core stage monks, each has his own way, right? Then it is natural to go to the human world to practice at this time. See heaven and earth, see sentient beings, see yourself. Human world is a perfect choice. Moreover, there are many demons in the world. Every year, monks go down the mountain to eliminate demons. This time it is their turn. Then, Mingxuan put on a bitter face, stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Fanfan's robe on the ground. Can we still have cultivation? It is against the rules for monks to enter the human world. It's mainly for you to get rid of demons. There's no such thing as cultivation base. But you can't attack mortals. There will be restrictions, and the specifics will have to wait until you go to the human world. Several people nodded slowly. Understood. There are not many monks who went down the mountain to the human world in the realm of comprehension. Qin Fanfan hoped that they would be safe. The personal transmissions before them were all in the hands of the demons. Be careful in everything. He shouted. Yi Qiao sounded out of his mind. It's you, Yi Qiao. Do you hear that? Be honest. Yi Qiao came back to her senses. Oh. She tried her best. After getting Yi Qiao's consent, Qin Fanfan was relieved a little, and gave her the pass order to go to the world, put it away, and we will leave tomorrow. Let's all go to rest now and recharge our batteries. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands and left. Mu Chongxi opened his mouth to stop the other party. Wait. What about the elder brother? Don't care. Falling into the hands of the 8 masters is not a good thing no matter how you look at it. Maybe there will be some torture. Master doesn't care about senior brother. Mu Chongxi asked in a daze. Idiot. Zhu Yu hammered Mu Chongxi's head. 5 passing orders, don't you understand the meaning of Changming Zong? I want the 5 of them to go to the human world together. Mingxuan was in a bad mood. But senior brother is still locked up. What's the use of giving 5 pass orders? Yi Qiao waved her hand, stood up from the chair, and reminded, hey, I don't think they plan to do something to senior brother. She also saw it. Those people are just looking for trouble. Yi Qiao felt a little rebellious in her bones, not only her, but also the others. She should have held Zhou Exingyun back then, and said whatever she wanted. At least she shouldn't have just done that and watched him be taken away. But it is not too late. Yi Qiao was thinking of a countermeasure. The best way is to wait for the results of the 5 investigations, and then they will help investigate and get the person out as soon as possible, but there is obviously no time now. I have to go to the human world in a few days. You can't really sit still and wait, can you? Wait for them to investigate and find out that it will be the year of the monkey. Her aversion to the 8 great families has almost reached its peak now. Rescue Big Brother, go to the world together, who cares about their flood? So. Yi Qiao leaned on the table, stretched out her hand to look at the 5 pass orders lying quietly in her palm, and suddenly thought of something. Suddenly clenched. In the silence, the voice suddenly increased. I've decided. Yi Qiao slapped the table violently, and the others lying on the table looked at her listlessly. Mu Chongxi was taken aback, raised her head, confused. What have you decided? Yi Qiao smiled brightly. Then she said, let's go to jailbreak together. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 169. Then I wish you happiness. Zhu Yu almost choked. What? First Rob's senior brother, the others will see if the situation can be saved, and we will run away after robbing. Can they still kill us? If not, just kill us, we are all suffocated. The 8 great families can only jump around on the spot. It is audacious to do this kind of thing like prison robbery alone. If a group of people do it, it can only be mischievous children. The 8 great families have nothing to do about it except to be furious. She had thought about it, so she didn't seem to be crazy when she said it. She pulled out the chair and looked for a pen. Want to hear my thoughts? Silence. Everyone was stunned for a long time by Yi Qiao's words. Damn. Mu Chongxi's eyes lit up. Why didn't he expect that? Great idea. As expected of you, junior sister Yi. Ming Xuan stood up, excited. Good idea. Why didn't he think of it? Zhu Yu was speechless. A normal person would only find a way to get someone out, who would go to jail. However, he said, you can try it. It is a violation of the rules, and you may be locked up in a restricted area when you come back. Not to mention the shocking things like robbery in the Forbidden Land. Just flouting the rules of the sect is enough for them to drink a pot. Ming Xuanli stepped on the stool on the ground, stepped on the edge lightly and stood up. Rules and rules. Since I was born, I have heard the word rules the most. If they are talented, they must be obedient and let them be. Take control. The big family envied by everyone is a cage they desperately want to escape. Zhu Yu has been a good boy since he was a child, but this does not mean that he is really a well-behaved boy. Seeing that these fellow students were ready to go to the forbidden area, he shrugged and said, okay, so what should we prepare? He can make some preparations in advance, and then it is best to enter the forbidden area quietly, so as not to be discovered and cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Qiao stretched out her hand, and Fixian's sword and Bujanjin fell into her hands. She turned her head, smiled brightly, and tapped the blueprint in her hand. She took a pen and roughly outlined the layout of Yuqingzong. Pointing to the map, he said, first, go to the forbidden area of Yue Qingzong at night, and find a way to get the Mingyu arrow. There are forbidden spells in the dungeon, and the level is still very high. Anyway, these 2 little gold pills can't break it. Then simply play bigger. First go to Yuqingzong to find Mingyujian, and when they react, they have already run away and disappeared. Stimulate. Take the pass order given by Master, and we will go to the human world after the robbery is over. Ming Xuan blinked his eyes. Why do you have the layout of Yuqingzong? Although Yi Qiao couldn't bear to look directly at the words written by Yi Qiao, but the drawings were beautiful, simple and clear. Yi Qiao saw them staring at him with magical eyes, and waved her hand. Don't worry about so many details. I used to grow up in Yuqingzong, so of course I will remember. In fact, when she went to Yunhen for advice not long ago, she wrote down the general layout of Yuqingzong, which was purely an occupational disease. I roughly drew the inside and outside of Yuqingzong, and left it to Zhu Yu to handle the rest. She was only responsible for providing ideas. The safest way to sneak in was to rely on her dear third senior brother. Zhu Yu took the pen and thought for a moment. First, avoid the formation, and find out the time for those inner sects to watch the night. The most important thing is you all be quiet. Hey. Don't act like you've been doped one by one. We're going to sneak in quietly, understand? Zhu Yu didn't want to go to jail if he didn't succeed in robbing the prison. When I think about that scene, it's just too embarrassing. Mingxuan nodded indiscriminately. Let's go. Pack up and set off in a while. First of all, clothes. You need to change clothes when you go out. Looking for a black suit. The red imperial uniform is too conspicuous. Okay. Mingxuan had the most clothes. He dug out several pieces and threw them to them. Yi Qiao found a clean black sock and cut out 2 holes, and gestured twice, eager to put it on her head. She later dismissed the idea when she put it on, and it looked like a group of criminal gangs preparing to rob a bank went out. I tried to wear socks on my head but failed, and finally chose to wear a mask, although I always feel that their behavior is a bit deceptive. Drugs, spiritual plants, talismans, and cinnabar pens. They're all ready. Fortunately, I went out to purchase before, otherwise I really didn't have all the preparations for the temporary trip down the mountain. It took midnight to finish packing. Yi Qiao stuffed all the messy things that were not needed. After all, it was the first time to travel far. Yi Qiao stuffed all the messy things that were not needed. After all, it was the first time to travel far, so things had to be prepared. Before dawn, they gathered together again and thought hard to gather an envelope for leaving the sect, and they were ready to go out to save people. It is very unusual for a group of well-behaved heavenly favored children to temporarily go to prison. Yi Qiao thought that they slipped away without anyone noticing, but in fact, a quarter of an hour after they left, Xi Chuxiu walked in carelessly, stretching out her hand to grab the thin envelope. After taking a few glances, he laughed. These children really don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. At first I thought he was deviant enough, but I didn't expect that each generation is stronger than the previous generation, and these newcomers don't take the rules seriously one by one. Xi Chuxiu asked symbolically, "Do you need me to stop them?" "No need." Qin Fanfan waved his hand. "Let them go." He gave 5 clearances, which means acquiescing to their actions tonight. He actually doesn't agree with this kind of approach. It's too extreme, but when he thinks about it, how long it might take for them to investigate, he shook his head and sighed, "I'm old." He doesn't agree with this extreme approach. It doesn't mean to negate those children's choices. Ellipsis. In the middle of the night, Yue Qingzong and Manzong were completely dark. The most important thing to be careful about after entering their range is the formations that can be seen everywhere, as well as the inner gate of the night watch, avoiding the disciples of the inner gate, and sneaking inside according to the location on the map. Ming Xuan looked at the surrounding formations. Be careful not to step on them. Go inside and look for the location of the bright moon arrow. There is a high probability that the treasure pavilion, the Yuqing sect, will not exist. After all, the Changming sect does not have one, so how can the Yuqing sect have the money to build the treasure pavilion? Ming Xuan took Mu Chongxi to look for them. The 2 of them were a talisman cultivator and a dexterous sword cultivator. They searched quickly, but for things like the Mingyu arrow, it would be a waste of time to search one by one. It is better to tie a personal biography asked directly. Mu Chongxi and Ming Xuan found nothing after searching around. They also met another group of people who were also dressed strangely, 4 sneaky people. The 2 teams met on a narrow road, and they were silent at the same time. That's the first thing that comes to mind when you see each other. Not a nice guy. So after looking at each other, the 2 groups picked up their weapons at the same time. Yi Qiao drew the flying fairy sword out of its sheath, and the sword shadow was like a knife slashing at Chu Exingji. Chu Exingji looked at these mysterious people wearing masks. I thought it was a thief. Seeing Yi's familiar Changmingzong swordsmanship, he was about to say, one of us, when he was struck by the sword shadow and rolled on the spot, triggering the Yuqingzong formation. At the moment when the distressed formation was raised, the 2 looked at each other, dodged out in a tacit understanding, turned their feet, and avoided several successive formations. Zhu Yu squinted his eyes, looked at these familiar people. Are you also planning to go to prison? And also, oh, still like-minded people. Zhu Yu, that's right, let them investigate. Who knows that they will find out the year of the monkey and the month of the monkey. They will find it first and then talk about it. Anyway, they can't do anything to us. It's not confidence in strength, but confidence in the attitude of those high-level people in the cultivation world. With so many personal transmissions, can they all be locked up? Nothing but impotent rage. Mu Chongxi stepped on the ground and pursed her lips. We looked for it, but we don't know where the moon arrow is. Now there are only the suzerain's dormitory and a few other places that are more difficult to get close to. I didn't dare to look. Checked all other places. Something like the bright moon arrow would be hidden there. Yi Qiao and Zhu Yu thought of a place at the same time. Zhu Yu stretched out a finger and turned the pass hanging on his waist, and said slowly and firmly, "Forbidden place." Yi Qiao could think of the forbidden area purely because of the forbidden area. She has been to this place many times and is very familiar with this kind of place. The spiritual energy inside is so strong that most people can't get in. It is very suitable for hiding things. Zhu Yu can think of it, relying on force. They tricked Su Juo out of the sect, tied him up forcefully and forced him to question him, and now the poor Su Juo was beaten with a knife and fell into a coma. Although I feel sorry for the other party, but the situation is pressing, there is no way. Where is Yuqingzong's forbidden area? Who of you know? They couldn't help but put their hopeful eyes on Yi Qiao. She used to be Yuqingzong's inner sect. Yi Qiao spread her hands. I have no impression. This place can only be entered by personal transmission. The inner sect will know that there is a ghost. And where are the personal transmissions that make mistakes? Forbidden place. If they were caught now, they should also be imprisoned in the forbidden area by Yue Qingzong, who was furious, and wait for the elders and suzerains to lead them tomorrow, right? Everyone in Changmingzong thought of this. Chu Exingji activated the formation just now, so Yue Qingzong should have noticed that someone broke in. At this time, there is no need to run away, just wait quietly for the arrival of the elder Yue Qingzong. Have you ever entered the forbidden area? The quartet of swordsmen asking Zong shook their heads blankly. No. Those who will be imprisoned usually make serious mistakes, right? Yi Qiao smiled. It's okay, then you can enter once now. What? As soon as the words fell, a hot golden formation rose from under the feet of several people at the same time, killing them all in one go. Bold little thieves, how dare you break into the Yuqing sect? An angry shout came. The second elder of the Yuqing sect came late. His eyes widened slightly, and he could see that these little thieves were not low in cultivation. Group of Jindan period. Elder. Seeing that he still wanted to chatter, Yi Qiao couldn't help tearing off the mask to reveal his face. It's us. The quartet of swordsmanship sect also hesitantly lifted the things that covered their faces, and being stared at by the elders of Yue Qingzong, they couldn't help but hang their heads in shame. In contrast, Changmingzong looked broken, all of them raised their heads held high and their chests held high and fearless, which made the second elder almost lose his mind. What are you doing here? Yi Qiao, tell me. Among these people, he knew Yi Qiao. To be precise, he knew Yi Qiao when he was in Yue Qingzong. Yi Qiao rubbed the tip of her nose. Yeah, I want to come in and have fun. I'm sorry, elder, let's go now. She took out a few formation-breaking talismans as she spoke, but was stopped by the second elder's angry reprimand. Presumptuous. Do you think our Yuqing sect is the place you come to play? Just leave if you want. Returning that unflattering appearance, he was so angry that his mind was buzzing. The restricted area, all the restricted areas. Reflect. Let your suzerain come to redeem people tomorrow. It's incredible that this group of people is about to turn upside down. He wouldn't be so angry by a single person. It was a group of people. He pointed at this group of people and angrily said, "You deserve this. I hope you can take care of yourself after this. Think about why you didn't sleep in the middle of the night and came to our Yuqingzong to do things." Yi Qiao looked up at the sky from time to time and pretended not to understand. Infiltrate the first night, and reach the ending of being imprisoned by sword-asking sect. Wonderful. Swordsmanship asking Zong lowered his head even further, and his ears were all red. They were all good students, and they had never been in the forbidden area. They were in a low mood at the moment. After all, entering the forbidden area to reflect was no less than a shame for the family. Turning their heads to look at the other side, Ming Xuan and Mu Chongxi were playing rock paper scissors. Damn. The contrast between the two extremes made the second elder even more angry with Chang Mingzong. He took out the jade slips and called Elder Zhao of the Changming sect to wake him up from the air. The first thing he said was, "Your disciples are imprisoned by me." Ah, Elder Zhao didn't wake up. His mind was a little confused. Who is locked up? Yi Qiao and the others. There's also Zhangjianzong. Mentioning this second elder was furious, and he couldn't figure out what kind of illness these in-laws had committed. Elder Zhao was even more confused. Yi Qiao and the others got involved with Yue Qingzong, and went inside the forbidden area. He managed to pull himself together. Who did you lock Yi Qiao up with? Asked the sword sect. What? Elder Zhao's voice rose sharply, and he sat up startled in the dying state. You imprisoned our Changming sect's troublemakers together with the Zhanjian sect's demolition team. It's not that he named the demolition team, it was given by those monks who were bored. Most of the sword-seeking sects are reckless, and they don't care about fighting. The demolition team of the cultivation world is worthy of the name. I advise you to think carefully before making a decision. To be honest, these bastards are as familiar as going home when they enter the forbidden area. Elder Zhao feels that this is not a big threat to them. And considering Yi Qiao's feat of either blowing up or collapsing the secret realm, he sincerely wanted to persuade the other party to calm down. That's right, do they really think that our Yuqingzong is a place where they can come and go whenever they want? The second elder thought that the old man was finally afraid, so he couldn't help but feel complacent. Today is the emperor, I'm here, they also have to stay and reflect on themselves. Okay, since you insist on this, then I wish you happiness. In the end, Elder Zhao didn't stop him, but his tone couldn't help but tinged with pity. Wait, mercy. Have mercy on whom? Chevron